field. Grinch it back. Out of here. And it's back to a one-run ball game. Wilmer Flores with his 15th of the year.
Hey, who says Wilmer can't carry the Giants? Who says Wilmer can't carry the Giants? 2 for 3, 4 RBIs, 15th home run. You heard Dwayne Kuiper on the call there for NBC Sports Bay Area. But the Gigantes lose to the Angels 7-5.
If carrying them means they're winning, right?
Yeah, I know. I tried. 39 RBIs now for Wilmer Flores. Jock Peterson with 39 as well. Scott Alexander did not record it out as he auditioned.
Poor guy.
He was the latest actor for the opener.
So I had my nephew with me, and I went up to go, cook some chicken. I come back down, and I go, "What's going on in the game?" He's like, "Well, he didn't get an out." I go, "Who didn't get an out?" He goes, "The guy who started." I go, "You mean the opener?" He goes, "Yeah." He got yanked, and it's 4-0.
Yeah, gave up 3 hits, 3 runs, 11 pitches, 6
so
strikes.
quick.
So fast. You blink, and boom, Jacob Judas is in the game. Next you know, it's 4-0. Then Alex Wood, who is a starter / reliever /
Can we talk about him?
a bridge guy. He pitches 4 innings, gives up 3 hits, 2 runs. Just the pitching's just not going to last. It's just not sustainable.
Can we have like an Alex Wood convo? Everybody keeps telling me how everybody's bought in on this, and the Giants are not the only team doing what they're doing right now in terms of how they're fielding their team with openers and things like that. For sure, there are other teams doing similar things. I don't know if they're doing it to this degree, right? But Alex Wood, and they talked about it in the pregame on NBC, is very unhappy with his role. He wants to be a starter. Ross Stripling wants to be a starter. Sean Manaea wants to be a starter. And so this whole thing like, the Giants have bought in. And you could make an argument, hey, Joe, Manaea's actually, they've kind of squeezed the lemon on his production. And I feel like they've done a good job picking and choosing their spots and making him good.
Right.
For sure. But what ends up happening when all these guys, when a real player has options, let's just say hypothetically, Verlander, Scherzer.
They're not coming here. They're not waiving no trade clauses to play here. They're not doing it.
For the reasons we're describing right now. If you don't think Alex Wood and Manaea and Stripling, I don't think they're anybody's. But if you don't think they talk to other people and guys aren't paying attention, Evan Longoria last year was furious with getting pinch hit in the 3rd inning of a game. So I find it interesting the way that the Giants have been running their operation. And Hank Schulman had put out a tweet about this, like, everybody's mad because of the laptop and this, and it's a disrespect. There's a human element that I think that at times the Giants brass has forgotten about.
They're lacking it, the human element. And look, maybe this is the only way to coax out wins with this roster. Maybe Farhan put together the roster in the offseason and said, boy, how am I going to scratch away 80 wins? How am I going to scratch away 85 wins, 90 wins? How am I going to compete for a playoff spot? And the best way to do that is maybe by playing this style of baseball. Which is not endearing to a fan base. Yeah. It's not entertaining whatsoever. It's not endearing to your old players. It's not. I mean, look at Austin Slater pitch it again. You see Patrick Bailey pitch it again. You got Flores and Diaz. It's just all kind of moving chairs. And you're playing musical chairs here with your roster. So, nobody really has a say. Nobody probably is happy about it. Now I'm saying nobody. I say maybe the pitching staff. But you know what, Sean Manaea, this is the best way we could get everything out of you.
That is a fair
This is the best thing we can get out of you, Ross Stripling. Alex Wood, we're going to maximize your talents. We know you can't get through the lineup 3 times. We know you struggle getting through the 5th inning. So we're going to have you be a bridge guy. You're going to come in the 3rd, 4th inning, and you're going to bridge us to the bullpen. And you know what? Some guys like Alex Wood and Sean Manaea, they got to suck that up. They do, because they're not good enough to really complain about roles. You know what I'm saying? You're Alex Wood, Sean Manaea, Ross Stripling. Hell, Ross Stripling and Sean Manaea, we gave you player options.
But I guess, you're correct in that assessment of those players.
I'm sure the players are talking to other players, to your point.
To me, the strategy going in of, we're going to sign these 3, 4, 5 guys, and we're going to use them as bridges and stuff. That's flawed strategy. That's flawed team building strategy to me, right, B?
Right.
That's just the way I view that. So, like, Lubman has said to me on multiple occasions, Jock loves being a platooner. I'm like, yeah, of course he does. No other team in baseball is paying him $20 million to only face righties.
Be a part-time player.
Right? Like, Name
And
me
he's close to home.
name me a DH in the game who's a platooner making $20 million.
I can't.
Of course he loves it. I would love it too.
I mean, it's so you lose yesterday. Look, man, you don't have the pitching. I don't think they have the pitching to sustain this success.
I'm with you
And
on
I'm
that.
not trying to drill the Giants, man. They played hard yesterday.
They've been
They scored
overachieving for
5,
weeks.
but you look at the at-bats yesterday. Tyro Strada, 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts. Blake Sable gave you nothing. J.D. Davis hit a wall. Conforto didn't look competitive in his at-bats. You look at the lineup and you're just like, how are they going to survive the month of August? How? And I'm not here to rain on anybody's parade. They're 10 games over 500. But you look at a performance like that, and you look at the staff, you're like, damn, we only got 5 2/3 for Cobb. You only got 5 2/3 for Logan Webb. How are you going to piecemeal these next 3 games together? And now today you got to do it against Shohei. And I don't even know who's starting. Is it a Ryan Walker game? Is it a Tristan Beck? I'm dead serious. This is but this may be the only way the Giants feel like they can win. It's Ryan Walker against Shohei Ohtani. So you're going to bullpen for the second straight night.
It's unsustainable. I think we can all agree there. The only thing that the Giants have going for them is that they've built up a decent little cushion here. Arizona, one of the worst teams since the All-Star break. The Corbin Carroll shoulder injury, since then, as a team, they just haven't been clicking as much. They've had some other injuries as well.
Tough loss last night.
Yeah, and then you look at San Diego, and they're just, I don't know. San Diego is...
I thought they had turned the corner. I keep thinking they're going to turn the corner. They're not. They can't beat the Dodgers. They can't get out of their own way.
Like, look around baseball in the National League. There aren't a lot of great teams. And so the Giants get credit for that. I'm not here to say, like, you don't get credit for being a good team this year. It's just, it's kind of surprising because I think that teams of yesteryear, the 2016, 2013, 2011 Giants, boy, could you imagine what they would have done in this current National League landscape with that pitching?
Oh, they would have been dynamic. Now, it's wild to see the standings here. They're tied with the Phillies.
Isn't it crazy?
They're tied with the Phillies for the top wild card
The Phillies
spot.
were the worst team in baseball for a month.
Yeah, I know. We kind of knew the Phillies were going to turn things around.
We did.
They're going to turn
You
things
were all
around.
over that account.
Trey Turner's going to get hot.
Yeah.
They're going to go crazy. They'll be in the playoffs. The Cubs are 3 back of the Giants.
Isn't that wild?
3 back. Now, do I believe they have staying power? We'll see it. They play the Giants 3 games in early September. The Reds are right there. But the Giants, I'm looking at it, they should be able to sneak into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
They should. And once they get into the playoffs, and I know everybody says anything happens, but Webb for one day, okay, I know he's a playoff performer. We saw that in 2021. The guy pitched his ass off. You have I think a bullpen that's set up to have World Series success. Where are you going to get at the hitters? Where do you get at the starting pitchers outside of Logan Webb?
I know.
Those are big question marks.
Well, so like I'm looking at the National League, and I think most people would say there are 2 clear-cut teams. Dodgers, Braves.
Yep.
Right? Are you a big believer in run differential?
Not really.
Really?
I'm not that big because some games get inflated.
It's
but when
not
it comes
the end-all be-all.
It's not the end-all
But when
be-all.
you say it's a pretty good barometer
Well,
the majority of the time.
the good teams really have
That's where I'm
great
going.
run differentials.
So, like, right now, National League, run differential, plus 164 for the Braves. Second best team is the LA Dodgers, plus 120. Surprisingly, third best team, the Cubs, plus 67, which I didn't see that coming. And then you got the Padres in there, plus 61. I guess my bigger point is, I look at the separation between the first 2 teams and everyone else, and I say, oh, there are 2 clear-cut great teams in the National League.
Right.
Braves and Dodgers, and everybody else is kind of like in the mix. And the Giants are one of those teams in the mix. And I think that that's a good thing. This is not a bad thing for the Giants. But to think that they could somehow beat the Dodgers or the Braves, and I know these series are different, and like if I said to you right now, Game 3, must win against the Braves or the Dodgers, who are you handing the ball to?
Don't know. Don't know. But you know what? The Giants do some very good scouting. And we're going to see the Braves 6 times in August. I'm really intrigued with this series. I'm going to go to one of the games at Oracle Park to go see the Braves.
Yeah.
I want to see Ronald Acuna Jr. in person. We'll see them. We'll see them live and direct at Oracle Park. But they're going to Atlanta first. And I'm eager to see how Atlanta manages their pitching staff. Because I have questions about their bullpen. I have questions
bullpen,
about
yes.
their starters
Yeah.
outside of Max Fried.
Strider is pretty sick.
Strider's sick. But the Giants Giants lit him up last year.
No doubt.
They saw him and they lit him up. They sat on that fastball. They spit on it.
He's a
They
beast.
beat him up. He is a beast, but they beat him up. Charlie Morton, he could be on. He could be off.
I'm not a Morton fan, but he's had a hell of a career.
So I want to see what this Braves pick, because what's going to happen in the playoff game if you do stymie those bats? You could have a couple games where, boy, the Braves ain't hitting. We saw it last year. Boy, the Braves not hitting. Now, it's unlikely, but Olsen, Murphy, Riley, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this team, the Braves, leading the National League all throughout the season.
That I agree with.
And if you happen to meet them, now I'm not saying don't fear them because they're legit. That lineup is scary. Scary good. They got dudes in the minors
Bro.
who can't crack the majors because this lineup is so damn deadly. I mean, you look up Ozuna had one of the worst 2-month starts to a season you could ever have. Then you look up and the guy damn near has 25 jacks out of nowhere.
I mean,
Out of nowhere. So,
their team is loaded.
by the way, somebody on the text line, 415, Xfinity Mobile text line.
What's that?
You could have had J.D. Martinez for $5 million less than Jock Peterson.
But why would you want JD Martinez when you have a top 5 player and Austin Slater off the bench?
I'm going to tell 415, you're incorrect. They could have had J.D. Martinez for $9.6 million less than Jock Peterson. He's making $10 million this year.
Is that what JD's
J.D.
making?
Martinez is making $10 million.
Real quick, just to have a funny little laugh. There was a point in time you and Sam Lubman were almost at blows over Austin Riley versus JD Davis playing in the All-Star game. Have you seen the numbers on Austin Riley as of late?
Absolutely.
26 jacks, 270. I mean, he's having a monster
It's a down year
season
for him.
No, but monster season in a lineup with like 3 other guys having a monster season.
You want to look at the Braves?
And it is a down year
You-
by his standards.
So Matt Olson has 39 homers, 100 RBIs.
Come on.
Riley,
How many?
39 homers,
That's
100
3
RBIs.
Giants players combined.
All right, Austin Riley, 26 homers, 68 RBIs. Acuna Jr., 26 homers, 68 RBIs, 53 stolen bases. Ozzy Albies, remember him,
I love
second
him.
baseman?
Swag.
26 home runs, 79 RBIs.
I didn't know he had that
8
many
stolen
homers.
bases.
26?
26. Marcelo Ozuna, 23 homers, 51 RBIs. Bat 235 now. Sean Murphy, 18 homers, 60 RBIs.
Would lead the Giants.
Eddie Rosario, 16 homers,
Would lead the
48
Giants.
RBIs. Orlando Arcia, 12 homers, 42 RBIs, but he's batting 302. Michael Harris, third, center fielder,
Wow.
got a lot of speed, 13 stolen bases, 26 average, 11 homers, 34 RBIs.
I think I underrated how good that lineup is.
They're pretty damn good.
I mean, listen to that lineup. Now, I know the argument would always be, well, pitching can stymie hitting. And that's where I come back to the Giants and I look at them and I'm like, look, I really like Logan Webb. But there has been a difference between him on the road and him on at home. There's been a difference.
Right.
Alex Cobb has been leaking oil.
He has.
Who else? Like, who are you handing the ball to and say, hey, get me through 5? Forget the days of going 6 or 7 are over. Like
Yep.
for the Giants, get me through 5. And that's where I'm like the team building strategy. And this is where I go back to. And I know that the Giants are not the only team that tries to do the opener, but they do it more than these other teams.
Yeah, they do it
and
a lot.
that's my problem.
I mean, they're relying on it.
That's-
It's part.
that's
you
a great
have
way
to
of
do it for 3 games.
That's a great way of putting it.
Every 5 games, you're going with the opener for 3 games.
That's
a
a tax.
lot. I mean,
That's a
this
tax.
bullpen is tired.
Yeah.
This bullpen's tired. This offense is tired. But can you just tread water till September? Can you tread water? That's it. It's not going to be pretty. And maybe this is just the only way the Giants will win. So I'm going to accept that.
I agree with that.
Right.
Because of the way they've built this roster, the only way for them to win is the strategy they're employing. But my argument to that would be, like the way we talk about the Warriors, you
Right.
built a flawed roster, right? Like
Yep.
Kerr had to go to Anthony Lamb because you didn't give him enough pieces. I would say what Kapler's doing, and I'm sure it's coming from the front office, but he gets credit for that. But what Kapler's doing in terms of how they're utilizing the roster
Right.
is maximizing the roster.
Right.
I would say the roster's not good enough.
But you know what, though? They're going to tell you, Shasky, last time we played the Dodgers, we swept them. That's what they're going to say. That's what they're going to say.
And you know what the Dodger fan would say? Well, last time we played you and you had a better team in 2021, we beat you in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Now, they gotten better. Dodgers have gotten better. That's a lethal team. And you know who's coming back in September?
Dustin May?
No. Walker Buehler.
Oh, well, I had a feeling he was coming back.
He's coming back in September. He's about to start a rehab assignment probably the next week or two.
Yeah, well, the capri pants. That guy's such a superstar.
Yeah, he's back.
He's been
back.
killing me in MLB The Show.
He's legit.
Now that's a name I've not heard in
Right.
a long
Love
time.
it. Love it. When you get a chance, let me get the reads here so we can get some bills out the way. By the way, good morning to YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? A lot of people asking, why are we dressed professionally? Well,
Because I'm a dentist.
yeah. They pay good money. There's Lubbock runs in here, grabs a stapler, hair flying all over the place. The big boss, David Fields, is coming in the building. So we were told to dress up. I thought it was yesterday. I had this fit out yesterday. I was like, gosh, I got to dress up. I can't wear shorts and a T-shirt.
Feel me? Especially considering we're sitting in a sauna.
Well, he'll see this and be like, hey, you guys are only here for another week. And then that week turns into 5 weeks. Thanks, Lubbock. Appreciate you. How you doing, Lubbock?
Lubman, are you okay, Lubman? Yes, I'm good. No, he's not.
good. He's not good.
That's like with my wife. I'm fine.
All right. This segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I heard you had a crossover. Joe Spinoni couldn't get a word in because Shasky was running material. Hey, you took it over. I mean, you were Russell Westbrook.
I mean, when you bring in an apex predator, what do you expect?
Dude, you're a Kobe Bryant.
You know?
The 8th grade picture with the shot up. Kobe.
I mean, high volume shooter. I like to stretch the defense.
I heard you rip in the studio. I'm not going to do that.
Oh,
I'm not
well, because the computer completely froze on me and I
heard
fired
you
the
said,
keyboard
if
across
you had
from me.
anything to say to a boss, what would you say? And I said, I would say nothing to a boss. I don't like talking to managers and bosses.
Well, you don't only get opportunities once in a blue moon. I have no problem being unfiltered.
I mean, yeah, you can do that. I'm not going to do that. Doesn't work out well for guys like me.
That is a lie.
I'm not going unfiltered. By the way, they clipped the video of me going crazy yesterday about the quarterback stuff, and I knew it. And I want to clarify some things here.
What's that?
About Brock Purdy, because a lot of people are coming down my road. A lot of heat.
Why are you worried about social media?
I'm not worried about social media.
Unless it's an
But
entire city coming after you.
Well,
Come on.
Well, I've had cities come after me. Trust me. I'm part of that. Philly.
I mean, Philly's still on my Facebook page.
Well, yeah, my buddy Philly Zoo. I'll bring up a story about him. He's not happy with you either. But I told him, your fans are scumbags.
No, tell Philly Zoo he lives here, not there.
Well, and it's the reason why he lives here.
Yeah.
Because it's better than there. All right, what's coming up in the game sponsored by 7-Eleven. Niners going out to Vegas. The Giants. I mean, do we need to keep going on them? This is just the way they're going to have to play. It's August.
I want to talk about Shohei, though, on the other side, because you talk a lot about Steph Curry and, like, how much he cares, like, about winning and his legacy and all that. I know he's in a contract year. What I see from Shohei, this dude cares, dude.
You get nothing but 100% from him.
It's rare.
Nothing but 100%.
I mean, those are what the legends are about. Jerry Rice cared, right? That's
Yeah.
why he becomes Jerry Rice.
Yep.
Like, we all love Randy Moss. Randy didn't care enough to be Jerry Rice.
Yep.
And that's what held him back. Not talent. It was care.
It was care. Shohei cares. We'll talk about that on the other side. Brought to you by 7-Eleven.
A small blue raspberry Slurpee drink from 7.
watching these Astros-Orioles highlights. Kyle Tucker, 9th pitch at bat against Bautista. 9th pitch, slams a granny. Slams a granny to win the game for the Astros. What a comeback win for them. That's high-level baseball right there.
I look at teams like that, right? Let's just Astros for a second. Bregman would be the best Giant. Kyle Tucker would probably be the best Giant.
Yeah.
Jordan Alvarez would probably be the best Giant. I might even throw Pena in there, and he's having a bad year.
There's no probably about it. They would be the best player on the Giants.
Altuve clearly would be the best. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I look at that, and look, maybe it's a byproduct of the National League just not being as good as the American League in my estimation. But these lineups that some of these teams have are just incredible.
They are incredible. That was an incredible baseball game. I didn't even know the Orioles lost that. I thought it was 6-2. Wow, what a comeback for the Astros. They make the trade for Verlander. We'll see him pitch soon. Shohei Ohtani, we're talking about him. We'll get back to what we were talking about with the Niner quarterbacks. They're heading down to Las Vegas. They did it last night. No practice today. They'll have some fun. And then they'll hit the field tomorrow for an inter-squad scrimmage against the Raiders at 8:40 in the morning in Henderson, Nevada.
You know, we all glorify Steph Curry for a variety of reasons, but one of the ones that I admire about him so much is that you're looking at someone who clearly has generational wealth, clearly has Hall of Fame resume. I mean, top 10, top 15, whatever you want to call it. And yet there's this insatiable quest for more. There's this desire to continue to strive for more winning.
Right.
Tiger Woods had that same thing. Then we could talk about Tiger being off the, away from the game, being someone that maybe people don't like. You cannot deny that he wasn't maniacally obsessed with winning.
Right.
Tom Brady, can hate him all you want, maniacally obsessed with winning. That's what separates the truly greats, right? I was talking about Randy Moss before I went to the break.
Right.
Randy had more God-given talent than anyone who played the wide receiver.
I don't think he was obsessed with winning like Jerry Rice.
I agree.
I even think T.O. was more obsessed with winning than Randy Moss.
Now think about the difference in care from Moss to Rice.
Yeah.
Right?
Huge.
Rice to this day wants to win on behalf of the Niners because he's so obsessed.
He still runs routes before games.
It's crazy.
He's still part of it.
So I'm watching last night, and it's just a ho-hum game in the middle of August. Shohei's pitching today, okay? You know that. He's pitching today. He hits a chopper to Thairo Estrada, and this guy is flying down the line. And I said to myself, it's all I need to see right there. This guy is so maniacally obsessed with being the best and winning. Well, I worry at times, like, for example, we were talking about Pete Alonso is going to be a free agent in a year.
Right.
I don't know. Like, he's a great player.
I feel like he's obsessed with winning, but in terms of money and contract, I'm probably not going past 4 or 5 years for Pete Alonso.
Right? I look at Shohei and I say to myself, even if I gave him, I'm just hypothetically, $1 billion deal, 10 years, $100 million a year, I know that maybe his body just might give out on him.
It might, but you're going to get everything out of him.
Is he...
You're going to get everything out of him.
Truly cares about winning.
Well, just look at the World Baseball Classic. He walked out with the flag for his country, Japan. Walked out with the flag. He was a flag bearer.
Exactly.
And he looked at the USA and was like, we're here.
Yeah.
We're here, and I want to win this bad boy. That's all you need to see. Now, some people will say, well, he's playing for his country, blah, blah, blah. It means more. This guy's been doing it ever since he stepped on the Major League Baseball field.
100%.
And we saw him a couple years ago.
100%.
Giants fans, I don't know if Giant fans remember. They faced Ohtani. Remember a day game in Anaheim? They faced Ohtani. They ended up winning it in extra innings.
Was that the Trevor Gott game?
Maybe no. That was when I was in Cabo. The Trevor Gott game where he gave up the 3-run.
Like when he blew like 3 consecutive saves.
Yeah. He gave up the 3-run homer, and I hit my bet because of that. I bet against the Giants. I was in Cabo like, yes, Trevor Gott's coming in. And you know who hit that home run?
Huh?
That 3-run jack.
Oh, it was the second baseman that the Giants acquired who was hurt.
Yeah. And he's with the Mariners now.
What's his name?
Tommy LaStella.
Tommy LaStella.
He hit the 3-run jack. But 2 years ago, Shohei pitched. He threw 9 innings in that game. 9 innings. Or excuse me, threw 6 innings, struck out 9 guys in that game. But the Giants ended up winning 9-3 in extra innings. It went to the 13th inning. But this game was unbelievable. I remember a day game. Nobody was there. And it was Shohei pitching. 9 strikeouts, 2 walks, 6 hits, 1 run. At the plate, he went 0 for 3 that day. There was no Mike Trout in that game. Anthony Rendon 1 for 5. But Yastrzemski was 1 for 7. He had a home run. The big home run in the 5th inning. Mike Tauchman had a home run in the 13th inning. He was
Chicago
1 for
Cub,
6.
Mike Tauchman?
Steven Duggar, 3 for 6 in this game.
The highlight of Steven Duggar's career.
Alex Dickerson, remember him?
I
3
do.
for 5 in that game.
Philly cheesesteak shot.
Yeah, he batted second. Posey, 3 walks. Brendan Belt, 1 for 4, 2 strikeouts. Brendan Crawford, 0 for 5 and a walk. But the Giants win 9-3 in 13 innings. They scored 7 runs in that 13th inning. But that's their one. It's the one time they faced Ohtani on the mound.
I'm really excited for today. This is gonna be fun against him today. I think you get a better appreciation for a player when you watch them every day. Like when Kevin Durant came to the Warriors, I knew he was great. He was one of my favorite players in the league. And anytime he was on TNT, I was going to watch. And then you watch him every single day, day in, day out, and you're like, dude, I underrated how good he was.
Yeah, Kevin Durant. Oh, my God.
Right? A couple years ago, the
I
Giants...
think Warrior fans still underrate how good he is.
There's not a doubt in my mind what you just said is accurate. He was incredible. He's one of the greatest players of all time. But... we played the Angels a bunch of times in that COVID year. Remember that year, the COVID year, the 2020? Mm-hmm. And I got probably the most extended look at Mike Trout that I had ever seen. I was like, all right, this guy's pretty freaking good.
Right.
He's pretty amazing. He does some things that maybe I underrated. And seeing Shohei just these last couple of games, and it's not like I'm sitting here, breaking down the film. I'm just watching casually on my couch. I'm like, this guy's even better than I thought.
Right.
If that's even possible.
He's legit. He's going to get... last year, what did we say? We started to talk about contracts, and I said something asinine. I was like, I give him $75 million a year. I give him 30 plus for the hitter, and I give up 30 plus for the pitcher. I'm getting 2 players in one.
And honestly, I agreed with you, but I kind of thought it was
irrational.
It was.
It was irrational. Well, now how are we thinking about Shohei per year?
I think 100 is low. I'm not even joking.
$75 million might be too low. $75 million, and they may not even pick up the phone.
That's a good point.
This guy's going to get, because it's not just the pitcher.
Yeah.
It's not just the hitter. It's the jersey sales. Mm-hmm. It's the garlic fries you would sell. Now, I'm not advocating for the Giants to do it because I don't think they're going to get them, but this is what comes with Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, any team.
Sold out stadiums. Mm-hmm. Whenever he pitches, you're getting 40+ thousand. Whenever he hits, you're getting 30+ thousand.
Yeah.
Nobody gets tired of that.
Yeah.
Kids are going to want to go to the yard every single night to watch him hit BP.
Would it be bigger than Timmy Day?
Shohei may be bigger than Timmy Day.
Because man.
Timmy Day was special.
That's what I'm saying.
Ohtani's on another level.
You think?
He's on another level.
Okay.
He's top 5 pitcher as a hitter and
that's true.
And pitcher.
That's true.
Top 5 pitcher, top 5 hitter.
I just don't want to disrespect Timmy because he
I don't
meant
want to disrespect
so much to these people.
You bring Ohtani here with our Asian community.
Yeah, I think it would be humongous.
Just not the Japanese, just Chinese, Vietnamese. Hell, black people going to be out there to go watch Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The brothers is going like Shohei. You see that brother? You see that Asian brother playing, man? Whoa, who is this guy?
He's such a monster.
He's a dude. And you're going to break in so much TV revenue. People in Japan watching at 4 in the morning or whatever time it is in Japan.
Nephew, you know what jersey my nephew had on yesterday?
What jersey?
He had the Atlanta Braves Acuna jersey, and I go, well, you got other, because he's not a Braves fan, and he goes, oh yeah, and I got an Ohtani.
Ohtani and Acuna.
And I'm like, would you get a Giants? Come on. He looked at me, and he's a travel baseball player.
Yeah, it's Giants.
14 years old, and he's just looking at me like, what do you think? So a lot of these people say, it's they're 10 games up, and you guys are complaining about no stars. How you forge fandom over generations is, yes, you need to obviously develop your own stars, but you have to also have stars, period. That's what generates general interest from the younger fan who becomes the Bontes and the Joe Shasky diehard fans in their 30s and 40s.
Yeah, I don't know if the Giants, if they don't have Will Clark, if they don't have Matt Williams, they don't have Kevin Mitchell, I don't know how big of a Giants fan I am.
No, I totally agree with
you. You know what I'm saying?
Robbie, I love Robbie Thompson, but Robbie Thompson was not... No. He's not bringing in the fans. Royce Clayton ain't bringing in the casual fans. And I love you, Royce.
No. Will Clark, eye black. Kevin Mitchell, gold cap in his tooth. Curl coming out his hair. Swagger. Short and fat, just hitting jacks.
He was such a monster.
Chubby monster. Dude's just barehead catches. You name it. Dude was a G.
His 1989 season, just look at... on the other side, we're going to pull that up.
Oh, it was phenomenal. What was it, 47 or 49?
I think it was 49. 125.
Hey, guy was just
Look at you, you're smiling. He was so sick.
He was so sick, dude.
He was so
nasty.
sick.
He was just so good.
We're over
man.
here. We're talking about and I love you.
He
Lubman.
quietly had a great World Series too against the
I know,
A's.
but I love you, Lubman. But Lubman's like JD Davis, 14 home runs. Like they had a guy who hit 49 home runs, and it's not even. We don't even talk about him anymore.
Don't even talk about him anymore. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast.
Ron Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
I bomb
Wu-Tang.
atomically.
Boom. By the way, Method Man
Yeah.
broke down the Jets team huddle yesterday.
No
Hard
way.
Knocks.
Is
Yeah,
he
yeah.
a Jets fan?
He read a quote from Bill Parcells. Yeah, he's a Jets fan. Had
I
the
didn't
name
know
it
that.
around his neck, the Jets hat. They had a lot of guys.
Johnny Blaze?
Jets fans are out there. Tiki Barber was out there. They're filling themselves in New York
What's
with the Jets.
Tiki Barber? Did he
Well,
play?
he's WFAN.
Oh, okay. I was thinking like
yeah,
what?
he's WFAN.
Because I consider him like New York Giant.
yeah,
lifer.
he's a giant. But he's
fumble problems.
after Carton left. I guess it's Tiki Barber and Evan Roberts.
Strahan came for all of the things that he wanted.
Yeah, he did. All of them. It took him. You talk about a guy who retired too early. And they talk that talk, and then they go on to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's that's a good
After he
point.
took a shot at Eli.
That's a good point.
Boy, Tiki. Well, we can't say too much about him. He is part of the Odyssey family. As the segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Dan Graziano coming on. ESPN, 8 o'clock. He's been taking notes with the Niners. He was at practice. We'll talk to him about practice and what's going on with the 49ers, whether or not we should panic over Nick Bosa. Also, Greg Code at 8:30.
Nice.
Greg Code at 8:30. Roasters.
What time?
8:30.
Set
Cone.
your alarms.
So, and I'm sure he'll comment or something about the video that was posted yesterday from our show. We had a couple videos. I thought we had a really good show yesterday. We're talking about the Niners and the quarterbacks or whatnot. And I was kind of, damn, it's been 20 plus years. And I get some teams don't have a franchise guy. Washington has been looking for a quarterback forever.
Okay. Is that the standard now?
No, it's not.
Okay.
But like the Eagles, they've had franchise quarterbacks. They've got one in Jalen Hurts now, it looks like. They had one in Donovan McNabb.
I think at one point in time they thought they had one in Carson Wentz.
Exactly. The Giants, they had Eli for a long, long time.
It's true.
They had Kerry Collins for a long, long time. They had Phil Sims for a long, long time.
Hostetler for a hot minute.
Right. Even the Dallas Cowboys, say what you want. They had Tony Romo for a long, long time.
Well, Dak's been there, 6, 7 years?
Dak's been there for a while.
Yeah.
They've had a guy. Green Bay's had
point.
guys. Minnesota.
Yeah.
Detroit feels like they may have stumbled into Jared Goff, but they had Matthew Stafford for a long, long time. The Niners have been kind of juggling quarterbacks here. And it's not the norm. I know the Raiders are looking, for quarterbacks. Yes, we did have Alex Smith for a long, long time.
Yeah, but
and it was not fun.
He was in and out of the lineup. Like he wasn't. Alex Smith. That was like his rookie year. He only started a couple games at the end. That first full season, he played every snap.
Yep.
And then injured after that, and in and out of the lineup. And he split time with either JT O'Sullivan, Tim Rattay, Sean Hill. Not Tim Rattay. Troy Smith. He really was only the starter in back-to-back years in 2011 and in 2012, and then he loses his job in 2012.
Right. So we were talking
But he
about
was here a long
mediocrity. We were talking about mediocrity at the quarterback spot. And look, I'm not going to say Brock Purdy's mediocre. I'm not going to do that. That's reckless. The Niners average when he took over. And if you take away the Dallas and the Eagles games, those are the last 2 games. Right? They scored 19 against Dallas. They scored the 7 against the Eagles. He wasn't even part of the 7 because he was already in the blue tent. Mm-hmm. But when he did take over for Jimmy Garoppolo, that offense went to another level. I think in a way we've kind of underrated how explosive they became with Brock Purdy under center. Now, it's not all Brock Purdy. You got Kittle. You got Ayuk. You got Christian McCaffrey, the human joystick. Mm-hmm. He's a cheat code. Deebo Samuel. And he got hurt. Remember, Deebo got hurt for a couple weeks.
Yes.
We forget that. He got hurt in the Tampa Bay game.
Yes.
He missed a couple weeks.
He was sluggish all year. If we're being honest with ourselves, I actually thought his best game of the year was the playoff game against Seattle.
Right. So I'm not going to say Purdy was mediocre because this offense did score 34.5 points per game in the first 7 games of Brock Purdy quarterback this team. Excuse me, first 6 games.
He wasn't mediocre at all.
Right.
He was outstanding.
He was outstanding. So I don't want to say that Brock Purdy, because some people are looking at the Reds saying, oh, man, you're saying Brock Purdy was mediocre? No. We've seen a lot of mediocrity at the quarterback spot, and I still don't know about Brock Purdy. I was talking to Worldwide Hef yesterday, and we're just like, look, man, part of it is we just don't know if Brock Purdy's the guy. We're desperate to find a guy. Desperate. But is Brock Purdy that guy yet? We got to see it for a full season. and he's coming off the torn UCL, and he looks like the smallest quarterback on the field. And we watch that quarterback, Doc, and we watch the way these guys get hit. Boy, is Brock Purdy going to make it? So part of it is we just want a guy. We want an elite guy. We want a guy. We want our Joe Burrow. We've been waiting for so long, and some people say, well, you had Steve Young. He's been retired since 1998, 99. It's been over 20-plus years. All right? And we didn't appreciate Jeff Garcia.
No.
We did that all.
And he got multiple Pro Bowls when Pro Bowls actually meant something.
Last 4,000-yard passer the 49ers have had.
And last 30 touchdown guy.
Last 30 touchdown guy.
Yeah.
Think about that.
In an era where everyone's throwing for 30.
And 4,000.
Yeah.
So, but I don't want to underrate the fact that the Niners offense did go to another level
That's
under Brock
undeniable.
Purdy.
That's undeniable.
Brock Purdy. I mean, they scored the 37 or 33 against Miami, the 37 against Washington, the 37, 38 against Arizona. They lit up the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, they went to another level.
Well, let's go back into the time machine a little, though, because when Colin Kaepernick showed up to the 49ers, that offense totally went to another level. Wouldn't you agree?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, totally went to another level. And then by about midway through that second year, it felt like it kind of plateaued. And whether you want to say that the team deteriorated, the play calling was stale, the defense is caught up, I think it was a variety of all of those things. And it felt like they were more constipated than they were the year prior.
Right.
Toward the end of that second year. Jimmy Garoppolo, at the end of 2019, boy, it sure felt like that offense was humming, didn't it? Mm-hmm. I mean, go back to the Saints game. I mean, they were slinging it all over the field. Go back to the Week 16 Saturday night game against the Rams, slinging it all over the field.
Right.
Remember the deep bomb down the middle to Emmanuel Sanders?
Well, I wouldn't say deep bomb. I mean, kind of looked like a shot put, but I'm not going to nitpick. It got there.
But the offense was pretty explosive.
It was.
I mean,
it was.
The Falcon game notwithstanding. But I look at it and I'm saying to myself, like, it's not about what he did last year. It's about moving forward. Can you do that, more often than not? And I think 35 points a game is probably
you're
not
up there,
sustainable.
You're up there with some of the most prolific offenses of all of football.
Ever.
Think about that. He comes in. Niners had 3 points by the time Brock Purdy came in. So he helped lead them to 33. He scored 30. He was responsible for 30. He was
incredible.
Then the 35 all coming in the first half against Tampa Bay. Then you go to Seattle on the short week. You win 21-13. You get out of there.
You did what you had to do to win a division
Yep.
game on a short week.
Yep, exactly.
I have no problem with that. You're not going to score 40 every week.
No, you're not.
It's the NFL.
You're not. And look, Washington, they were sluggish in that first half. They had 7 points at halftime against Washington. They exploded in the second half. Score 30 in the second half. So, to me, under Brock Purdy, during the Shanahan era, that was the most explosive offensive football they've ever played under Shanahan.
No doubt. And I also think the quarterback took full advantage, and I mean this in the most positive way on Brock. One thing I'm a big believer in is take advantage of good opportunities. How many times did the defense give them the ball in certain spots, and then immediately he scores a touchdown? Like that's the hallmark of a cutthroat killer and a winner. You know what I mean?
Right.
Guys who, hey, you going to give me the ball at the 35? I'm going right in and I'm going to punch it in. His red zone efficiency is way better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yep.
If we're just comparing and contrasting where I feel the most confident about Brock Purdy, in the red zone. Wouldn't you agree?
Red zone, but also outside of the red zone.
Oh, no, they can score from outside.
I'd say, the difference between Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo is this. You get the ball at an opponent's 37-yard line. Brock Purdy took shots at the end zone.
Yeah.
Where Jimmy's just dinking and dunking, and he's trying to get first downs. And then you're getting compromised. You're getting in the red zone, and you're settling for 3. Brock Purdy actually took shots at the end zone. And I want to give him credit for that. Deep ball to George Kittle in the Washington game. He had a 33, 34-yard touchdown catch and run in that game. The Seattle game with the screen pass, I get it. But Tampa Bay, you're taking shots at the end zone. The Vegas Raiders, you're taking shots at the end zone. And that's where Shanahan says, Brock Purdy's the real deal. I don't know if he's the real deal, but I understand why Shanahan would say something like that.
For sure.
Because if you're Shanahan, this offensive play caller, you're like, man, I'm this great wizard. I can draw up plays, and we got guys wide open. Boy, I threw in Brock Purdy. We had no choice but to throw in Brock Purdy, but we played Brock Purdy, and all of a sudden we averaged 34.5. 34 and a half through the end of the regular season and through that Seattle game. And then, of course, you play the Dallas Cowboys with a top-tier defense. You struggle to 19. You play the Eagles. You don't do anything. Quarterback gets hurt. But those, I get why he said he's the real deal. To come in that Miami game, you win 33-17. And really, it was closer than what the score indicates. You win Tampa Bay. You beat Tampa Bay. You're up 35-0. All right? You're rolling against Tampa Bay. Rolling. So I get why Shanahan would say that about Brock Purdy, because he saw his offense take another step after dealing with Jimmy.
For sure.
And we don't know much about Trey Lance yet. That's not fair to Trey to rip him about points per game and what the offense looked like with all the personnel being in and out of the lineup. But with Brock, I understand why Shanahan would say that, because this offense did go to another level. And I just wonder, the conversation's been about the quarterbacks and who starts and who's looked good, why is Brock rusty or whatnot. I'm kind of thinking now, can this offense go to another level if Brock's healthy, if Debo's healthy, if Kittle's? I mean, they were explosive, and I think we underrated that.
Well, of course they were explosive. That's why everyone's so optimistic heading into the playoffs last year, and then even more optimistic heading into the offseason, because you expect him to maybe take a step forward. But, what are they going to average, 40 points a game? That's video game stuff.
It is.
And I'm not trying to be a hater, but if I asked you, you are allowed to bet on one of two scenarios. They sustain the explosiveness that they're at, or they tick her down a little. They're probably going to tick her down a little. And I don't think that's a byproduct of Brock not being a good player or a good quarterback. Mahomes had a long stretch where he had to fight himself to learn how to check down.
No doubt.
Right? He's the gold standard at the position. There's no doubt about it. And so I think you're going to have ups and downs when it comes to the scoring and stuff. Is 35 points a game sustainable?
Probably not.
I don't think it is.
Probably not.
But can you be more efficient, right? Can your completion percentage tick up a little? Can you reduce? He only had a couple of interceptions, but can you
4 interceptions?
Yeah. Can you reduce that? Can you tick up the red zone efficiency? Not kick as many field goals? There's lots of different ways we can measure being a better offense that don't have points attached to them. But part of why we love Brock Purdy is because they score 6 points every time, and they don't score field goals. And that's, to me, the number one thing.
They don't settle for 3. And I think that's why Shanahan is saying he is the real deal. And so we're going to see. Can you average 34 a game? I'm kind of with you. But there were 6 in the league last year in terms of overall points per game.
Yeah.
26 points per game. What
was the number one team in the league, out of curiosity?
It had to be, if I had to guess.
Buffalo?
I would guess Buffalo. But I would also say, I would guess Buffalo, Cincinnati, Buffalo, or Kansas City. We can look that up in a second as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Shout out to Dave and Greg over there at First NorCal Credit Union. That's pretty cool that they're sponsoring Twitch and YouTube. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. By the way, our YouTube poll question, Shasky, if you could have a sit-down meeting with one of the Bay Area sports owners, who would it be? Would it be Joe Lacob? Would it be Jay York? Would it be Larry Bear? Or would it be John Fisher? Who would it be?
I want to answer that in a second. I'm looking at the top scoring team. So this is just overall points. You can do the division yourself and you can see, but almost 500 points, Kansas City Chiefs, number 1. Number 2, the Philadelphia Eagles, 477. Dallas Cowboys, 467. Bills, Lions, then the Niners. That's pretty incredible.
That is incredible.
That's pretty incredible because when I look at those teams, like Detroit, put them to the side, but Kansas City, Mahomes. Eagles, Hurts. Dallas, I know, and this people hate. I don't love Dak Prescott, but we act like he's a bum. He's a good quarterback. He's good. Now we can argue about if he's great or not, but he's a good quarterback, right? Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen. Detroit, Jared Goff, who I referenced yesterday, showing some of the stats. And then the 49ers, a combination of Jimmy Garoppolo, Lance at the beginning of the year, and Brock Purdy.
Wow.
And then just below them, just for giggles, Kirk Cousins.
Wow.
Minnesota Vikings.
So, Kansas City, 29.2 points per game. Philly, 29.1. Your 2 Super Bowl teams. Dallas, or Buffalo, 27.7. Dallas, 26.8. The Lions, 26.6.
So again, 34 points a game is outstanding.
That was under Brock Purdy.
Yes.
Up until now, if you factor in the Dallas game, They scored 19.
Oh, so does that
takes a
include
tip.
Seattle playoff game?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, okay.
And they scored 41 in that Seattle playoff game.
Yeah, they did. Well, they were running away with it at the end,
Right.
and like it felt like they were trying to like pour it on Pete Carroll
Right.
in that final couple minutes.
Oh, they won't forget.
yeah, that.
They won't forget.
But interesting. Like 34 points a game. Like if Kansas City and the Eagles, after what they did last year offensively, aren't getting to that number, then that feels unsustainable.
But can they average 30 a game, 29 a game?
I think anything over 25 would be outstanding.
I mean, he unlocked. And, a lot of people say CMC, and I agree with that. CMC was a big difference maker. Big difference maker. But in the games that C-Mac played with Jimmy Garoppolo, as opposed to Brock Purdy, they averaged 25 a game with Jimmy Garoppolo and CMC.
Still really good.
That's still really good.
And that includes the Kansas City game where
that doesn't include the KC game.
Okay, because CMC played, but he
played.
had just been acquired.
Right. They scored 23 in that game.
Did they?
Remember
So
Jimmy had the
it's
bat.
about 25.
Remember Jimmy had to pick before halftime?
The one in the red zone where he just threw it up.
We could do Tears of a Cloud and Jimmy lowlights. It's not even fair.
A little Smokey Robinson or a Nicotina?
Oh my gosh, we go Nicotina. I mean, boy, oh boy. Oh no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Not today.
And
We'll
Trent
leave Jimmy
Williams
alone.
is down also after a pick 8.
Oh my god.
The one thing I will miss about this studio is the door wide open because it's blowing hot air in and out, and Spadoni's laugh when I tell a good joke. I will miss that. I almost need Spadoni on a screen in front of me so I could see him chuckling to know that the joke hit.
He needs to see you chuckle.
I do.
Well, in the new studio, you will be able to see me, so that will help. There you go.
Look.
I
Who's
think
that
a piece
benefit
of him,
more?
though, he's going to be disappointed he can't do the turnaround, and I was actually doing the turnaround a lot last
Oh,
week.
he will
See,
find
now
a
you
seat.
get it.
Is there a seat that you could do to turn around? Well, Spadoni turned around and Big John and Lutman were doing God knows what. And it was a terrible joke. And I was like, come on, don't do that. By the way, King of the Hill, the things I won't miss. Remember that a few weeks ago?
Yeah.
They said you should have been number one. The look away, the turnaround. That should have been number one.
One of my signature moves.
It should have been number one.
You know, everyone's got a little butcher in
When
them.
those 1.5
Spadoni,
jokes hit,
You know?
those $2 jokes. It's $2 jokes.
You know, I'm thinking about like week ones in 49er, just Shanahan in recent memory. 2019, week 1, Tampa Bay. It was a closer game than we remember. It was a closer game than we remember.
Which game?
2019 Tampa Bay on the road.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Much closer game than we
Oh, it
remember.
was very tough.
Jameis kind of gave the Niners some life in that
Yeah.
game, which you get credit for. 2020, they lost at home to Arizona.
Yep.
2021, they blow the doors off of Detroit, but then Detroit comes storming back.
Yeah.
We make that horrible mistake of going live a little too soon.
Yeah, and they had a chance to tie the game late.
We
That's
went
when Jason Verrett tore his ACL.
full disclosure.
Was it Jason? No, it was Jason Verrett.
I think
right?
it was Verrett. Full disclosure, we were doing the post-game show at the time, and it's COVID, so we're all at home and whatnot, and the Niners were up big, and the boss was like, get on the air now! It's like 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, and we're like, So we're on the air, and as we're on the air, it's like, onside kick for an opportunity to go ahead here for the Detroit Lions. Get off. We're going to have to get off the air. We're going to have to come back. 2022, last year, was Bears.
Chicago. Yep.
A loss. This year they got Pittsburgh.
They're 2-4 in openers under Kyle Shanahan. They lost to Carolina in his coaching debut, Cam Newton and company.
Wow, I don't even remember that. And they
Yeah,
lost to Minnesota?
They lost to Minnesota the next year.
Yeah, the Dante Pettis game.
Yep. Dante Pettis game. What are the two openers they won?
And
Oh, they
The
won
Detroit.
at Tampa Bay and at Detroit.
yeah.
Pittsburgh.
I'm telling you, man. We're talking a lot, like 35 points. If you put up 35 against that Pittsburgh defense week 1, because we know it gets a little constipated early in the year for a lot of these offenses, that would shock me.
Well, that's interesting. Because I think that's why we were talking yesterday. Teams usually don't scrimmage that first week of the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
They usually wait to the second week. Or a lot of teams are scrimmaging this week. Like I saw the Lions and Giants getting after it. And I'm thinking to myself, why are they getting after it before the first preseason game?
I know. Oh, my.
Because I think teams, think about it. Offensive has struggled
Yes.
out of the gates.
Yes.
And I think teams are now looking at that one bye week saying, boy, if we could get off to a good start and control our own destiny in the month of December, to where maybe we could rest some guys while clinching the division and maybe clinching the bye week, getting off to a great start is imperative for us.
Yes, I agree
And
with
getting
that.
up the offense, getting the rust out of the offense early on because the games are clunky in the month of September with the lack of tackling, the lack of offensive continuity. And so I do think that teams that are scrimmaging this first week of the preseason, and that may become the norm, just to try to get the offenses up to speed quicker once the regular season starts.
Yeah, they're not going to broadcast the entire scrimmage between the Raiders and Niners?
They never do.
Why not, man? You know how many people would flock to YouTube or NFL Network to watch that? Wouldn't you watch that?
Absolutely. But teams don't want to give away their plays. You don't want to
You'll give them
your
away in
playbook.
the preseason?
No, you don't run much. You run vanilla offense in the preseason.
But in these scrimmages, you're doing exotic stuff?
You may do some exotic stuff. You may work on some reverses. You may work on some flea flickers. You may work on a few things.
God, I want to see this so bad.
So I think a reason why they're doing the joint practices this week, because this normally would be week 2, right? Because they only have 3
point.
preseason games now. So that's
point.
probably why they're doing it now, where usually it was week 2 in the preseason.
Well, you don't, and you're not going to practice before the end of the game number 3. I just find it ironic. I'm like, wow, they're scrimmaging early. Like last year when the Niners went to Minnesota, it was week 2. They played Green Bay week 1 preseason. It was week 2. They usually scrimmage week 2. So we'll see. Tyler Miller, great teams don't care about showing plays.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Pittsburgh Steelers, by the way.
Yeah.
Landon Roberts from remember him?
Yeah.
Patriot, Miami.
Yeah.
Alex Highsmith, Cameron Hayward, TJ Watt, Larry
Minka.
Ogunjobi, I feel like has played for every team in that division.
Right?
He's the guy with the helmet.
Yeah.
Cleveland Browns, Myles Garrett. Marcus Golden. He's a backup linebacker,
Is he?
situational
Golden's
rusher.
still around. Wow.
Patrick Peterson's on the
Is
Steelers.
he?
Yeah.
PP?
PP.
Last we
Fitzpatrick.
saw him, Michael Crabtree burned him in a playoff. That was a decade ago.
That was a decade
It
ago.
was like a Monday night game?
Yeah. He's still around.
That might have been Alex Smith's greatest
He's still
regular
around.
season game ever.
Joey Porter Jr. Still around.
I like Joey Porter Jr.
Nah, he's rookie out of Penn
Yeah,
State.
I like him.
So Kenny Pickett week 1. We got a lot of time to get
Kenny,
to Pittsburgh.
2 gloves.
So I don't know. 888-957-9570. Our YouTube poll question of the day. If you had a question for a boss, what would it be? And what if that boss was Jed York, Joe Lacob, John Fisher, or Larry Bear? What would that question be? What would you ask? We'll ask you on the other side, plus your calls. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
When I told my accountant that I wanted to do a breakfast.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
That's what we got to tell David Fields, CEO here at Odyssey. He's coming to the building, which is why we're dressed the way we're dressed.
Good job, Larry.
Good job, Larry. Would Larry approve of our outfits? Uncle Larry wears white tees, jerseys, white tees, black tees. But if you could have a sit-down meeting with one of the Bay Area sports owners, or it could be your boss, at your job, you had one question to ask him, what would that question be?
Is this a safe space?
Let the audience determine that.
I was a very angry young man at one point in my life. And people probably still categorize me that way at times.
Yeah.
But
you're a madman.
I was working for an employer. I'm not going to say who it was, but I was a butcher, okay, young man making, this is back in the days of like cash under the table transactions. Are you a sausage
Were you
guy?
a Teamster?
Teamster? No.
Yeah.
No.
Shout out to the Teamsters out there at the Coliseum last Saturday.
No.
A lot of them. I said, Bonds, I used to be a Teamster. You worked at UPS. I was like, yeah, then I crossed the picket line and became a corporate mogul, part-time corporate mogul.
I don't even know what to do with that.
Go ahead. Keep
no,
going.
but like, I remember when I knew I was going to be leaving that job, and my dad had always told me, don't burn bridges, don't end things on a sour note, and this and that. I don't know what had happened, but the boss had kind of had it up to here with me at the time, and I had already put in my 2 weeks, and it was maybe a couple of days into me giving my 2 weeks notice, which I don't even know why that's such a thing anymore, but whatever. Needless to say, at some point, me and the boss, and I'm wearing like the mock, the apron, if you will. You wear the coat and then the apron, and I'm butchering. And he says something to the effect of like, when are you leaving? And I was like, when am I leaving? Well, I guess I'm leaving right now. And then I gave him my what for, and I just unloaded on him. Again, I was like 18, all right? And I rolled up my apron and fired it right in his face. Now, I really regret it 20-something years later, but I thought I was the baddest dude on the planet, and I stomped out of there. And, but it is one of those things where keeping it real with your boss, even if he's no longer going to be your boss moving forward, can go wrong. Flash forward a couple of years, and my mom had joined a particular church, and he was a part of the church. You know how awkward that first hello was?
Oh, I bet it was awkward. Did your mom know what happened?
Everyone did. I embarrassed everybody because word gets around.
Yeah.
I mean,
especially out your mouth.
And I'm ashamed. Honestly, if I'm being real with you, like I'm ashamed of a lot of my actions at that period in my life, but like in particular on that. And it was a huge sign of immaturity, obviously, in retrospect.
You're better than me because I would just no call, no show. When I was done with the job, I'm not.
So you just burned out?
I just burned.
See, I was trying to do it the right way, and then I have a temper. Something I've been working on.
I remember. I told you the story when I was working at Costco downtown San Francisco. They made me do carts by myself in the rain, all 3 levels. And I was like, wait a minute. I thought I was getting promoted. I was, working with the cashiers. I was loading. I was doing all this stuff. And I got to do carts by myself at night. Nobody's going to help me in the rain. Hell, it's the last time you're going to see me. I mean, you're talking to a guy who once flaked on a restaurant, poor restaurant. I'm not going to name it. Hopefully they're not listening. But Florida State, Florida was playing number 1 versus number 2 Saturday night, primetime football.
But how old were you?
I was 18.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I give a little more leniency.
But, I was supposed to be on the dishes and everything like that.
Yeah.
I remember the owner of the restaurant came ringing my doorbell because it was right around the corner. And I'm like peeking out the window. Like, he can't see me. He can't see me. And he's blowing me up. And they were like, why'd you flake? Yeah, I got sick. No, actually, I was watching Seminoles and Gators on a Saturday night. Not working. That's where I was at as a youngster. Oh, man, there's a big game on. I can't go do that job.
Now, I personally believe that every kid, it should be mandatory. I know we do all these mandatory study classes and things like that. Personally, I believe junior and senior year, you should have to work at some retail or food establishment in a customer service-like role where you're serving the public to be able to learn how to treat people. And it's good to learn these skills and to have a little bit of an appreciation for people on the other side. But as years would go on in my particular life, I worked lots of different jobs and sales and this and that. And there's been times where I've been too afraid to like say something to my boss. When I got into this industry, I told myself, I'm going to be I want it more than this is serious, and I'm going to be as real as I can. And your boy fired off some emails to Matt Hegan first, like early on, and looking back, it was pretty foolish. I'm kind of surprised he stuck with me.
You know what I do?
Little too honest.
When I got into this business, I became one of the best ass kissers you ever met. Hey, boss, how's it going, man? What do you think? Just stop by the old office, unsolicited. Hey, man, what's up with that? Tell me about this.
So our routes are very different.
Very different. Well, I had to get in where I fit in. 6'4" black dude. I was like, man, the for UPS, man, I rubbed people the wrong way when it came to corporate and being aggressive and being abrasive and being cocky and being a hot shot. Like, I don't need to talk to you.
I don't know if it's necessarily being a hot shot. I think it's just trying to be honest with your bosses. And so
Yeah.
I'm thinking about today, David Fields is coming in. Is he the CFO? What
CEO. See, my goal is hopefully we just say hello and we go on about our days.
Oh, no.
That's what I'm hoping for.
I'm going to bend his ear.
But,
you come in, you want to meet with the people. You want
I want to say,
I'm
hey,
one of
David.
his lieutenants.
Yeah, well, hey, David, I do the morning show, blah, blah, blah. Hey, how's it going? Blah, blah, blah. And then hopefully somebody plays intercepts. Hey, David, I want you to meet this guy. David, we'll catch up later.
Well,
and by that time, I'm out in the car and I'm going to hit the driving range.
We have two different mindsets because I'm always I want them to remember me in a positive way because the majority of your employment decisions are made when you're not in the room. So if they like you and they'll remember you, that's a good thing.
Yeah,
the reverse can happen if you talk too much.
Well, exactly. That's what you do. That's what I worry about.
I'm charming.
No, you talk. I'm like,
I know how to work.
That's enough. Room. That's enough. Oh, I could work a room, but all I'm saying is, when Boss Day comes in, I got to dress up. So this is why we're dressed up. Big City Man said, I look like I'm going to spend $40 on breakfast this morning with the way I'm dressed. I think, God, that's not a lot of money these days for breakfast. Usually breakfast runs what, 120? 100?
Bro, breakfast is...
breakfast hasn't been under three figures since I started dating at it.
I know.
What the hell are you talking about?
So I'm going to give you the first one here. I was thinking about this, like if you could be honest with one of the bosses. Now, when I say one of the bosses, it's up user's choice. If you want to talk to the boss being the head coach, fine. If you want to talk to the boss being the GM, fine. If you want to talk to the boss being the owner of the team, fine. Who's the boss that you're talking to in Bay Area sports? And what do you ask him?
Who are you talking to?
No, I'm asking you.
I'm talking to John Fisher.
And what are you going to ask him?
Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding?
What do you think his response would be to that?
Hiding? What do you mean by hiding? And then I would say, well, you don't come out and speak to your fan base. You don't hold any pressers. You got the carnival barker, Dave Cavill, speaking for you. Why don't you speak for yourself? Again, Mr. Fisher, why are you hiding? Why are you running from A's fans? And then I think he would just be stuck and he would run some company line and he won't answer the question. But I'd be John Fisher. Joe Lacob, look, you got
we
4
hear enough
championships.
from Joe.
Yeah, Joe.
But I bet there are people that want to hear from him.
Oh, they want to hear why did you suspend Draymond? Why did you get rid of Jordan Poole? There's a lot of questions with Joe Lacob.
I know who I would want.
And right now he's leading the poll 55%.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Would you want to talk to Jed?
Well, line them up, 888-957-9570, because I want to hear from the audience. I do want to talk to Jed. I want to talk to Jed. And there's a variety of questions. You can go in a lot of different directions, but I would just go this. Do the Niners have to win the Super Bowl this year with Shanahan for you to deem this to be a successful season? Is that where we're at? Are you judging Shanahan strictly on Super Bowl wins? Because look, if we're looking at it from profitability standpoint, market share, since Shanahan got here, it's been really good for the York business. Right. And good for them. Like, I'm happy because they're able to afford all my favorite players. Right. So this is a good thing. But remember, Eddie DeBartolo was very cutthroat. And when you weren't winning Super Bowls, he was moving off of good coaches because they weren't getting it done. When Jed took over, everybody makes fun of him now. But I do get where he was coming from in the, like, we don't celebrate just winning.
And I love that.
The NFC West.
I love that. We celebrate championships. I'm with that.
So what's the threshold on Shanahan? Like, is it 1 year? Is it 2 years? Is it 3 years? Is he just going to, because he's so successful and he's made you guys a lot of money and he's been really wildly successful on the field?
These next 3 are huge.
What?
These next 3 are huge.
So you're giving him 3, you think?
I'm giving him 3.
So look, you act as Jed. I'll ask you, you pretend you're Jed, and I'll be, Hey, Jed, first off, haven't heard from you in like 10 years. And part of me is happy, but another part of me is like, hey, you could stick your chest out. You've done some great things. You kept this team here. I'm trying to butter you up before I ask the tough question.
I can tell.
All right?
I can tell.
You retained almost all of our favorite
education,
players.
I know.
You brought the Super Bowl. We're getting another one. You brought Taylor Swift to the Bay. I mean, you've done some great things. We appreciate you for that.
What about Beyonce? You're forgetting about Beyonce and Jay-Z.
Yeah, Beyonce and Jay-Z was amazing.
You're forgetting about WrestleMania.
And you brought the NCAA
college
national
football champ. Yeah, absolutely.
You brought a lot of great things here.
Hey, Al Guido. What else did we bring to Levi Stadium? Oh, we got World Cup soccer coming.
That's right.
Yeah, and by the way, we had some friendlies. We had Mexico and Colombia last year, right, Al?
Yeah.
Al Guido, you got that? Yeah, that's right.
You look like you lost some weight too, Jeff.
Oh, yeah, I've been doing well.
I could tell.
I've been doing well.
Dr. Rosanelli, too.
Yeah.
So, I just have a one quick question. Like, honestly, when you look at the job Shanahan's done, no one would argue that he hasn't been wildly successful. The question is this. How many more years can they fall short without winning a Super Bowl before there's real, legitimate pressure on him? I'm not running him out of town. I'm just asking you, what's your sense of it?
Well, I would tell you, Shasky, and it's a great question. There's always pressure when you're the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. When you think about the history we have with my Uncle Eddie and the 5 Super Bowls and the great coaches that we've had here, and Bill Walsh and Dick Nolan and George Seifert, and even you want to say Steve Mariucci, and I will give credit to Jim Harbaugh. He helped make us relevant again.
Wow.
He helped build the stadium. Jim and I, we've come a long way, but he's doing great things in Michigan, and it was great to see him last season come to Levi Stadium with this Michigan hat. I would say there's pressure every year for this organization to not only win division titles, to not only win conference championships, but to win Super Bowls. And so, do we feel like we've come up short 3 of the last 4 years? Absolutely. But there have been some great times. There have been some great games. And we're part of the big games, and we're in the conversation now. So now we're a stabilized organization, and I'm thrilled with that. So is there pressure this year, next year? There's always pressure when you're the head coach of the 49ers.
If you lose in the NFC Championship game the next 2 years, does he stay employed, or do you look for someone else?
Well, it'd be tough to replace a guy who's taken you to 5 NFC Championship games.
That's a good point.
That would be tough to move off from him. Now, how did we lose those games?
That would be 10 years.
How did we lose those games? Did we learn from our mistakes from the previous losses? Did we use a challenge when we needed to? Did we call a timeout to preserve time on the clock in the Super Bowl for a 2-minute drill? Those are things that I look at, little things to where a coach can learn from and correct himself. But it would be hard to move on from Shanahan if he lost the next 2 NFC title games, because that means that's 5 title games in 6 years.
Yeah, but isn't it ultimately about getting over the hump?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And once we cross that bridge, we'll cross that bridge. But for now, I believe in Kyle Shanahan. I believe in John Lynch, and I believe in his regime.
Yeah, that was great as Jed York. I love that. That was
really
really good.
Talk on
I was really enjoying
when
that.
Dave Fleming told me I could be part of the front office of the Giants, man. Maybe I need to start wearing more collars, man. I need to get up in there.
Line them up. 888-9570-95 or 957-9570. Line them up right
about
now.
the quarterback stuff. Hey, Jed, how do you feel about the quarterback
Honestly,
spot?
I don't think this is just
I
me.
think Jed's okay with it.
I'm not looking at my owner to break down the quarterback play. Like, that's just me. You know
Right.
what I mean? Like, a big picture. Like, how's the revenue? Because can we afford everything we're doing?
Right, and it looks like they can.
Like, as I look at the
Weren't
A's,
they number 1 in ticket revenue last year, the Niners?
The Niners, yes.
Yep, number 1 in the league.
Right? And so, like, I look at what the business that they've built. Look, think about what they inherited. And yes, they inherited a team with a great track record and all that, but they were in kind of financial turmoil. And think about where they are now 15, 20 years later.
Yep.
Right? They're in a really good spot. Doesn't mean he's perfect, but man, there are a lot of people that look up to Jed York when it comes to owner hierarchy. And quietly, he's had a great little tenure here. Whether you consider him the owner, his parents, like it's all the York family to me. Sam Lubman, I'm going to ask you the same question. You're allowed to ask one of these bosses, whoever you want in the Bay Area, one question. Who is it? And who do you want to be that person? You want it to be me or Bonte?
I don't know if it would be a question, but I would like to have a sit down with Larry Bear, and I would just like to push him on just how high the championship expectations are with the Giants.
What's the question? What's the question? What does that even mean?
I knew he was going to go with Larry.
Of course I'm going to go with the Giants. You guys go with the I'm going with Larry because it really doesn't feel like you look at Jed York. Whenever the Warriors have not won a championship under his ownership, like he makes big moves. Whether it's Kevin Durant, whether it's D'Angelo Russell, Andrew Wiggins, it's Chris Paul this offseason here. And
was it necessary to clear your throat right there?
Yeah, boys run off very little sleep right now. You look at Jed York. His thing is, we only want to win championship banners right now. And I look at Larry, just never once under Larry's he's not the owner, but under running the ownership group, never once has it really felt like there's a championship or bust attitude around the Giants, where it's just we just want to have good feelings. We just want to have those competitive games in September. So I really just want to push Larry, just dude, how important is winning to you right now? Do you really have a desire to hang more banners, or are you just content with a team that just makes money? Which, I know we're all here to make money, but you look at Jed York, he knows that winning will lead to making more money.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I said Jed York. Joe Lacob, he knows that winning will lead to making more money.
I agree with
Whereas Larry is just I just want to make money. If we win or lose in the process, that's good enough for me. And
if we asked that same question 5 years ago, don't we all agree? I think we're so removed from the championships.
Yeah, we'll be at the bottom.
Yes, but if we asked that same question 5 years ago, wouldn't we be giving him a lot of the benefit of the doubt that we're not giving him today, Larry
doubt.
Bear?
He would have got that benefit of the doubt. There's no doubt about that. Coming off the 2016 playoff report,
that's what I'm saying.
Appearance against the Cubs.
Yeah.
You won the wild card game that season. Larry Bear would have been lower on that list in terms of wanting to talk to.
Yes.
Jed York probably would have been number one.
Yeah, that's a good point. After the Harbaugh thing, that's a really good point.
Are you going to sell the team?
Yeah.
What's going on with the team? What's going on with Shanahan?
Why'd you hire Chip? Why does the stadium not have fans in it?
Oh, we would have been talking. Notice there was not one stadium question. Nobody even talks about Levi Stadium anymore. We kind of just.
Well, I think, and it's funny that you bring that up, because I've thought a long hard. I've been one of the more outspoken people, at least in the last decade, regarding Levi's location, right? Which is fine. And the actual construction of the stadium, because I don't think it's the greatest design in the world. But when you look at the backdrop of the Raiders leaving and having that perspective, and then you look at what's going on with the A's, it's hard to not juxtapose what the Niners have done and be like, you know what? All things considered,
at least they're only a 35, 40-minute drive away.
It could be a lot worse.
It could be a lot worse.
They could have moved away.
It could be a lot worse. Joe Lacob, some people I think will want to talk to Lacob. 888-957-9570.
Yeah, where is everybody?
Which owner would you like to talk to? If you had one question for that owner, what would that question be? Jerry Jones. Somebody brought up Jerry Jones because Jed York doesn't come out and talk much. He doesn't speak much.
The other end of the spectrum.
And I see Jerry Jones every single week. He's talking during training camp. Just the other day, he goes, the NFC East better be on their game because we're going to be on our game. And then the Dak interception starts floating around the internet. And it's just hey, well, the NFC East, they're going to have to be on their game because we're on our game. We feel really good about our roster.
Another
Mike McCarthy.
pour of Johnny Walker Blue over there.
Jerry Jones. Now, we were talking about this yesterday. Which type of owner would you be? And I'd probably be in the mode of Jerry Jones and Al Davis.
It is interesting. The thing you hate is the thing you would probably most resemble.
Yeah, I know. But this guy hasn't won anything. I would come in winning championships. I would be wearing rings every
listening to this?
I would wear rings every presser as an owner. I would sit there just like this with the rings on.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so when we won the championship in what year? 1982. And,
Bro, it's 2023.
Yeah, I would be flashing. I would be, oh my gosh.
What if you would, this attitude you have is great, but you kind of are now reminding me of the Cohen guy for the Mets, where he hasn't won
Steve
jack,
Cohen.
And you're all talk and no substance.
I would tweet. I tweet. I do IG lives. I'd be the most. I do it all as an owner. Are you kidding me? I call newspapers. I call radio shows. You guys would have me on weekly.
You think?
Jerry Jones? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I would want to be on weekly. Tuesday morning. Need a day after the game. If it's a Monday night game, give me on Wednesday.
The old thing used to be you have the quarterback on Monday morning. Remember back in the day, Steve Young had the Monday morning quarterback. He actually literally had a Monday morning quarterback show. Could you imagine Tuesday with Bonte Hill, the owner? What team would you own?
Could be the Niners if I could own a team.
Pick anyone you want.
Wow. I know the Detroit Lions. No Super Bowls. Not a lot of good history. That fan base is starving. Blue-collar town. They need somebody like me. Boisterous. Just out there in the mix.
You know what the first thing I would do if I owned the Detroit Lions?
What's that?
Get rid of the dome. You got to be outdoors.
You got to go outdoors.
I mean, when I see Michigan and Michigan State playing in the snow, nothing's cooler than that.
Yep. I would go for Phil. Hey, whenever I do Madden's coming out this weekend. I had a franchise with the Jets and the Lions. The Jets already are outdoors, but the Lions, I made them outdoors. We're getting snow games in the playoffs. It was cold. Yeah. You got to play that. You got to. Same thing with the Vikings. Got to go cold. And those uniforms with the lines, oh my God, that blue and gray. Oh my God. The owner of the lines, I've had Barry there. I've had Rodney Pete. I bring back Herman Moore, Brett Perryman. Hell, Scott Mitchell's fat ass can come back and show love to the fan base.
Who's the first person you're inviting into your suite? Now I have to like really have fun with this visual.
First person in the suite.
It's Detroit. It's Motown.
I'm one of those owners. I got to be in a suite by myself like Al Davis. Maybe just maybe my Will Kiss like the Raiders. My Raymond Ritter. They got to sit right next to me.
I love you to death. But you are a name dropper and a celeb guy. You would have Mully to your right.
No.
Yes, you would.
No, only for big games. Only for big games.
No. He'd have Draymond Green and Eminem sitting right next to him.
100%.
No.
Marshall, how you doing?
No, Tommy Hearns, maybe. Tommy Hearns, Detroit. You know? But no, I would be by myself with my PR. Hey, I need those stats. I need every stat, every play call. Matter of fact,
you'd have the headset.
Yeah, I need a headset. I need a headset. I need an earbug. I need to hear everything. I would be that owner.
At Candlestick, there was a phone straight from Eddie D's suite down to the field.
Yeah, no
where
doubt.
he could call to the coach,
just like Al Davis.
Wow, bro.
Call. Hey, what's going on down there?
The irony of you owning a team in Motown and not knowing one artist or song from the Motown era is quite. It's funny.
They all be there. Temptations, OJ's,
all the people I don't know.
Smokey Robinson. Gordie Howe. That's
I want to introduce you to one of the legendary artists. Is that Maroon 5? No, this is the Temptations.
Dude, Barry Gordy, he'd be in the suite. I get Barry up there from Motown.
Here comes Chauncey Billups,
architect. But during the game, you can't be in my suite because I'm gonna be like this, legs out, collar loose, like this.
When was the last time we saw Jed on the television broadcast?
It's been a long time.
Like a game. It's
been a long
Super
time.
Bowl?
Not even the Super Bowl. Did we even see him during the Super Bowl?
I don't remember it. I remember John Lynch. I remember John Lynch.
Time out.
I remember John Lynch. The camera's fine, John Lynch.
Time out.
By the way, that's another thing that you'd be pissed about. If the camera found the GM more than it found you, you would be calculating. You would have an intern calculating who gets more looks.
I would have a problem. I would have a problem with that. I'm not going to lie. I'd probably be more Jerry Jones than I admit, but at least we're going to win. And I'm going to know when to speak. When they lose, I may break a TV. I may break a remote control.
100% he's inviting like Netflix or Apple Plus to do an entire doc on him.
Here's the best part about it all. If I hold the team, me and the boys, after a big win, I'm renting out the club and we're going crazy. We're popping bottles.
Me and the boys.
If we got some lunatics who like to deal with that cocaine, then damn it, we got the corner over there for you. We got the private box for you. I'll just look away. Do what you got to do to get ready for Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
I know the cocaine's happening. Just don't let it get to the crack, okay? But I got you.
Crack come into play for you?
I got you.
You know, it's
office in the practice field, overlooking the practice field. Tell me you wouldn't be that owner.
Who, me?
You'd be at every practice, wouldn't you?
I'd be very intense. I freely admit it, but I would be more like, I think I would probably put myself as part of the coaching staff because I'd want to be in the shorts every day, running around like Pete Carroll, chewing gum, high-fiving guys.
So you'd be like John Lynch running single high safety, just kind of by yourself.
Well, he's a little more relaxed than I am. I got to get in the mix. Yesterday we were out at the park. I was hitting ground balls, and you don't just hit ground balls. Like we do full practices, even if it's like 4 kids. That's just who I am. It's all or nothing.
Would you be firing coaches left and right?
Probably.
I'd probably give them 1-year deals. All my coaches.
With coach options?
With coach options.
Owner options. Owner options. And you ain't getting $10 million a year on this team. Better believe that. We're hiring young hot shots where we don't have to pay them. We're going to build their profile up, and when they get a little too cocky, we're going to do them like Gruden. We're going to trade their ass to Tampa Bay.
How many mediocre quarterbacks are you running through? That's what the 415 wants to know.
Oh, my gosh. We're getting a big boy. You better believe that.
You think you sound like Al Davis and Jerry Jones, but in reality, you're just describing Jim Irsay.
Hey, he's got a Super Bowl.
You imagine me, draft combine, all the owners on the GMs. When I seen him throw that ball, and you hear the rumors.
I love it.
The Detroit Lions, under the ownership of Vontae Hill, are willing to give up all these picks for the number 1 pick. We'll pull a Mike Ditka and trade everything for Ricky Williams.
Oh, God. Ricky Williams is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Who are you most excited to see play this week? Raiders versus the Niners in these practice games, because we've been talking football here. Purdy's an obvious one, but I think you're going to go Trey Lance. You're most excited to see Trey Lance, right?
I mean, I'm going to push the quarterbacks to the side.
Okay.
Jair Brown, safety out of Penn State.
Ooh, okay. Good call. Gibson's looked really good.
Gibson has looked good. He looks like he's in phenomenal shape.
I'm a big Gibson guy. I don't think he's the greatest player in the league, but I think he's a great communicator. I think he's a really solid veteran. I don't think we appreciate his game enough.
No, he came in last year. They didn't skip a beat. Picks galore.
High IQ player.
Yeah, high IQ. So I want to see Jair Brown, Penn State rookie, and offensively, I want to see how TDP runs the rock. Because Elijah Mitchell's on the shelf. He's been hurt every single year he's been in this league.
He can barely go 4 games without getting.
Yeah, I know. He's and what did I say the first practice? I said Elijah Mitchell's a guy they may trade. Because TDP looks good.
Well, and
Jordan Mason's tough,
and this other Laybourne guy looks good too.
Right. Well, they cut him.
Did he get cut?
They just signed Jeremy McNichols.
McNichols?
Yeah, remember they had him. Snoop Dogg league, Tampa Bay, Tennessee.
Why did they get rid of Laybourne?
Or Lawhorn or whatever.
I thought it was Laybourne.
The undrafted rookie.
Yeah, he looked good.
They
35.
Yeah, they went.
I liked him.
They got Jeremy McNichols now.
Can't tell you.
Happened yesterday. So I'm excited about TDP and Jair Brown. What about you?
Well, I think offensive line. I'm very, very, very interested to see how this offensive line goes up against what I believe to be one of the top 5 players at his position in Max Crosby. Like, this guy is a butt kicker. Max Crosby is a monster. So will any of the quarterbacks have time to throw the ball, right? We talk so much about Purdy. I think a lot of the Purdy talk, Trey talk, Darnold talk, isn't the first thing baked into all of those conversations. Can the offensive line keep these guys from getting pelted?
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at, you got rid of a guy who started a lot of games for you in Mike McGlinchey. I didn't love Mike McGlinchey, but I also acknowledge he was good. Not great. He was good. And it is a loss. And I don't know what Colton McKivitz is going to look like. I don't know what Burford and Banks are going to look like in the third year for Banks, second year for Burford. What's Brunskill look like? What's Brendel look like? We've got a lot of question marks on this team, and Trent Williams looks like he lost a little bit of weight. He is old. He's really old. So I think everything starts on the offensive line for me. Defensive.
Sorry, Ronald Watt was waived. A Watt was waived. Jeremy McNichols signed. A Watt was waived.
Okay, so Laybourne's still here. Okay, that would have surprised me.
That's what I saw. But McNichols is back.
That's fine. And then on the other side, I think it's the DNs. The DNs.
I was going to say that.
The DNs are. I'm very interested to see, can one of these guys come through. I don't think they're as good as they were last year at D end. I just don't. I mean, the last couple years, they've brought in some guys randomly that have really contributed. They lost Willis, Arden Key. I mean, the last couple years.
It feels like in next year's draft, that needs to be addressed. Opposite edge of Bosa. If you got 2 dudes right there, like I know the Texans for years tried to do that with Clowney and J.J. Watt. Never quite worked out. Clowney had like 1 year.
Yeah.
And everything else was just hype.
Yeah.
But boy, if you could get one edge rusher opposite of Nick Bosa, that's elite. That's why Frank Clark in Denver is very intriguing to me. Yannick Ngakoue going to Chicago. Very intriguing to me. You can't get Justin Houston.
Don't you think that, like, we talk so much about like the quarterbacks and their play this week? Don't you think Drake Jackson has a lot on the line this week?
There's a lot on the line for him this training camp.
And the more and more that I've heard about, because like he looked good with no pads on and everything, and it sounds like with pads on, he's just kind of been an afterthought.
We'll ask Greg Cohn about it at 8:30. Greg Cohn, 8:30, covers the Niners. Dan Graziano, 8 o'clock, ESPN. He covers it. He was at training camp the other day, NFL reporter for ESPN since 2016. You catch him on Get Up at NFL Live. He was at training camp last week. We'll get his assessment on the quarterback spot, where the Niners are at, Trey Lance, and everything about this defense.
The other matchup, I'm just a little worried about it. Like, Charvarius Ward's been really dinged up in the preseason. That's big. That's a big injury. I mean, he's cornerback 1. We know that this is a passing league. He was really good at times last year.
Yep.
There were certain matchups that didn't favor him. I thought he came back like Bosa prematurely in the Kansas City matchup, and he didn't look good at all.
He didn't.
He got beat over the top. He's a big guy. Devontae Adams that you're going up against this week, Hunter Renfrow in the slot. This is an interesting matchup, I think, from the wide receiver DB standpoint. Jimmy wants to get rid of the ball quickly. So I'm really interested to see, does Sammy Womack step up?
Well, that's the thing.
Does Diamond Lenore step up?
Aubrey Thomas? Is it Aubrey Thomas? Is it
Oliver?
That nickel spot. It's a big week for Sammy Womack III. A huge week for him.
I like him.
Yeah, because Charvarius Ward with these groin injuries, I do worry about that. He's already got one now. It's kind of minor, but he's been in and out the lineup. That is a concern. He's got to play well. He played like an all-pro last year.
He did.
I'm cool with him.
He was a great free agent signing.
Great signing.
As we talk about all the players they spent money on, I do think we've kind of overlooked. They spent a lot of money on a cornerback, and that hasn't been that's been a very tough spot to get free agents out of. Is a cornerback position. It feels like you always overpay, and he was really good last year. No one questioned how much money he got.
Jacoby Myers also in the slot for the Raiders. Big boy.
Having a good camp.
Got Jacoby Myers.
Yeah.
He was good with the Patriots.
Yeah, that's a nice little trio here.
That fits Jimmy.
That's a nice trio.
I like that.
Jacoby, Devontae Adams, and Hunter Renfrow. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey guys, good morning.
Morning.
I was just wondering, did you guys have a chance to check out Mike Florio on Rich Eisen yesterday? He made a comment. Basically, he was saying, Niner fans and people not within that organization, not within the known, need to just come to the realization that Trey Lance it was a mistake, and they found something pretty, and that. I don't know. I'm just calling because that's irresponsible to say somebody to be on that platform, the Rich Eisen show, and to have those kind of credentials. This is why people like me call these shows, to call these people out, because first of all, if you're going to base it off some practices, I think we've been getting up-to-date reports by all the quarterbacks that they all did mixed reviews on all of them. So nobody's really lining up in practice. And if you're going to base it off the games, what game are you going to base it off that guy? He was a mistake. It's been a spot here, a start there. And then what really gets me angry is that this notion that, it's Brock Purdy, no matter what. He's the guy. Solidified. QB1, no matter what. Hey, Matt Flynn went on a nice run. Blake Bortles went on a nice run. Nick Foles, and I'm not saying Brock Purdy's going to be there. I just don't get this notion that it's Brock Purdy, that it's slam dunk.
We've been watching this team.
Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that about Trey. Nobody knows that about Sam. Nobody knows about any of these quarterbacks. And for this guy to say, "Oh yeah, he's a mistake," come on, man.
Well,
don't go on that show and make that kind of statement. That's just lazy.
I didn't hear the statement. No, we didn't hear the statement. None of us heard the statement. But I would say that my general sense when it comes to Mike Florio and the 49ers is there does feel like a slight axe to grind. I'm trying to say this as nice as I can. It feels like to me, when it comes to Mac Jones, Trey Lance, Kyle Shanahan, any of those, if we just combine those three topics, Mike feels very passionate about that.
Yep.
And he has whatever intel he had, they went against that intel, and I think he's been fighting it for multiple years publicly, and he's very frustrated with just what happened there, and maybe the revisionist history, maybe the reporting. I don't know.
Maybe a little personal. But he's going to come on our show, I think, next week.
Florio?
Yeah, he's going to come back on. He did.
I said what I said.
I might just back off and not say anything.
Well, he did reply to Sam Love, and he goes, Sam Love, hey, can you come on, blah, 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 blah. He goes, well, if I do, I'm going to have a 10-minute answer. So he remembers everything.
You think?
He remembers everything. Everything. You know who else does?
An elephant?
I know everything.
Well, an elephant. I mean, that is the A's mascot, right?
E40?
And the A's
Memory
fan
like an
is
elephant.
on the air. The A's fan.
What?
Who represents the Elephants, the Oakland Athletics. Hillary, boxer and Gerson.
What?
She's on the air. She remembers everything.
How fun was Saturday?
Oh, man, it was great. Wow, you came in chipper.
Yeah.
Chipper.
We had Shasky out there slinging daiquiris. We watched you, Bonte, attempt to blow Vuvuzela, which was embarrassing.
It was.
Honestly.
I mean, I embarrass myself on a daily basis.
It's the daiquiri factory.
It's the daiquiri. Yeah, I had one. You guys gave me one right away. I'm like, whoa, soda diet. So I went non-alcoholic the rest of the day.
Baking soda in Minnesota.
And then let's not forget that we swept you guys in the Bay Bridge series.
You know what? I knew it was coming because I was talking a lot of mess. I knew what was coming. Didn't I, Hillary? I said, boy, it's going to be a long weekend for you A's fans. And I knew that was the jinx. I knew it.
Yeah.
How's
We're
it feel?
taking that Bay Bridge Series trophy all the way back to Vegas. We're never.
Listen. How gratifying was it for you that you could celebrate your World Series by sweeping the Giants in the series in August? Boy, it must feel good to sweep the likes of Alex Cobb and Wilmer Flores and Patrick Bailey and the fighting Farhans.
You know what? I'll take the small wins, and sweeping the Giants makes it feel like I won the World Series. Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm with you. And Hillary, I want to bring to light something that I was unaware of. Like, Boxer and Gerson does a really, really good job representing people that have been injured on the workplace. And I kind of underrated how many truck drivers there are out there, the Teamsters that are out there, and people that are in their vehicles all day, every day listening to us because, they're looking either for companionship, entertainment, laughter, or whatever. It was really cool that you guys put together that booth and just the whole setup and everything that's going on there. There are so many Teamsters out there. How many people you think were out there on Saturday?
They sold 4,000 tickets.
Wow.
So, yeah, Teamsters make up a huge part of the Roasters audience.
Wow. Yeah, and there was a lot of garbage men from Santa Clara, San Jose, Hayward. We met a lot of good people out there, not just truck drivers, UPS workers. I mean, you guys were out there thick. It was a great time, great barbecue. The line went fast for the feud. I killed that food, Hillary. How quick did I kill that food? I mean, Teamsters know how to get down. Teamsters know how to get down.
I thought you were on a diet, man. I couldn't tell.
Well, I mean,
Hillary got jokes.
I mean, I was just eating bones.
Are you going to be here all week, Hillary? What's going on? Tip your waiters and waitresses?
I can't wait for this NFL game on Sunday.
Oh, by the way, Jimmy G, you're a big Raider fan, right?
Yeah, you got to deal with Jimmy G.
Yeah.
Or they call it...
We got a new leader. He doesn't wear eyeliner. His name is Handsome Jimmy, a.k.a. Himothy Garoppolo.
Himothy Garoppolo, not Jimmy's Gibbies? I stole that from
Yeah,
Jose
he finally
Sanchez.
has a star to throw to in Devontae because, let's be real, he didn't have that in Santa Clara. And
Kittle and Debo don't exist?
Nope. That's Devontae, man.
Hey, listen, Hillary, how's the Raiders season going to end up? How's the Niners season going to end up? Are you going to send us back out to an NFC Championship game loss again? Is that what's going to happen this year?
I mean, considering you don't have a quarterback, I think the NFC Championship is a far stretch.
Well, let me expand on that. You don't think that Brock Purdy's a great quarterback?
Yeah, he's no Jimmy G.
You got that right. You got that right.
Damn, Hillary, I got to say, your succinct answers are perfect for radio.
That's why she's a Lawyer of the Year.
Yeah.
Right? Did you win Lawyer of the Year in California?
I sure did.
Damn, that's pretty badass. Does that come with the bonus?
Oh, I wish. I hope my boss is listening.
Hey, Boxer Gerson, pay Hillary and the rest of the crew. Who else was out there with you? I don't want to forget their
the
names.
big guy was taller than Bonte. I couldn't believe how tall that guy was.
He was sipping daiquiris. That's why the machine kept going out. What's his name?
Gary. That's our personal injury lawyer.
Yeah, Gary. Gary was getting down. Gary needed a break.
Yeah.
Gary needed a break. Who's my other man with the A's? Had his family. Justin. Yeah, Justin. Justin's cool. He doesn't talk a lot of smack. Justin
He's
doesn't
the
talk.
one who needs to give me a raise.
Yeah, Justin, give her a raise, Justin. He was out there smiling ear to ear. He was feeling himself. Of course, you had your sister out there. You had your husband out there running material to everybody who wanted to hear it. He must be down and out this morning after the Angels whooped that ass yesterday, huh, Hillary?
Yeah, we got a split household, so he wasn't too happy.
That sucks.
I was impressed by your husband real quick on your way out the door. I didn't know you had a social media manager. He said he was that person. I need a social media manager. Is he for hire?
I mean, there's a cost, Chasky, and I don't think we want to talk about that. But
fair enough.
Yes.
Fair enough.
He is my social media content director, but everything goes through me first, so I have to okay it,
Damn, I need one of those.
I'm the head boss.
I need one of those. You are the head boss, and you guys did an excellent job out there. It was
El
fun to
Jefe.
do it. We got to do it again soon. We always have fun with the guys at Boxer and Gerson. More events. Maybe you could sponsor the 49er Summit. Maybe it'll be the 49er Summit brought to you by Boxer and Gerson. We got a 49er Summit coming up.
We don't have that much money, guys. Come on now.
Maybe we can do a freebie. Maybe we can do a this one's on us.
Yeah.
See you, Hillary.
Niners fans
Boxer
are
and
looking for
Gerson.
more pro bono shit now.
And that one, we're going, Hillary. We'll talk to you soon. We'll see you on Twitter.
It was good to see y'all. Thanks for coming out.
Anytime. Hillary here. Speaking of Boxer and Gerson, time for the injury report. What quarterback for the Niners wears eyeliner?
Derek Carr did.
Yeah, okay.
He actually didn't. He just has very dark eyelashes and light eyes, so it looks that way.
Could have fooled me. My wife thought he wore eyeliner too.
Oh, boy. Well, anyway, Hillary's crazy. Had a lot of fun with them. Her tweets are got up. Ernie Chavez. You know what's Ernie Chavez fired you. Everybody fired you. Oh, Shane McClanahan. Season's over. Forearm tightness. Ace for the Tampa Bay Rays. They are fading away. Probably threw his last pitch last Wednesday against the New York Yankees for this season. No further steps have been determined, but Rays manager Kevin Cash just said that everything is on the table, including the dreaded Tommy John surgery. He already had TJ surgery once while pitching for the University of South Florida. Tough break for Shane McClanahan, one of the best pitchers in baseball. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Dan Graziano, ESPN. He was at Niners practice last week. We'll get the national perspective on the 49ers from Dan Graziano coming up next on The Roast.
Energize your mornings at Whole Foods Market. Save 33% on select ready.
Roast here on a Wednesday morning. We got Shohei Ohtani on the mound for the Angels tonight against the Giants, and they'll go with the opener, Ryan Walker. But good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. What's happening? What is happening if you're at work, getting ready for work? What is happening to you? Good morning to you. Drive safely on the roadways. Good morning to the... It's got to be a slow period for the overnight dancers. It's got to be slow.
Why do you say that?
These streets are dry.
It's pretty moist when I woke up this morning. Dewy.
I'm hearing business hasn't been good.
Oh, well, maybe we should get my boy Norm on because Taqueria Zorro, he runs that establishment right in the heart of that area.
So he knows what's happening
Yeah, I
there.
think he knows what's up.
Norm, if you're out there, give us a call. I need to know what's going on with the overnight success.
Give us a status update on Broadway.
We need that.
My posse's on Broadway.
We need that. By the way, shout out to First NorCal Credit Union for being the big power brokers for YouTube and Twitch. YouTube and Twitch now presented by First NorCal Credit Union. Shout out to Dave and Greg. We got Dan Graziano coming on in a second here. Whenever you say anything, I'm scared to say any word now.
What do you mean?
Like you say moist, and people run with the word moist, and they just add it to a sentence that's not appropriate.
Kevin Durant, grow up.
Yeah, we don't do it. We're not
grow
up here.
When you wake up in the morning and there's dew, okay, and my deck is quote unquote moist from all of the dew. What other way would you like me to describe it?
I don't know.
Because I don't consider that rain. I consider that morning dew.
It's a cringe word, moist.
Okay.
Just say it was wet.
All right.
Is that okay?
Well, wet to me implies rain, but that's fine. Whatever. We're splitting hairs
I'm
here.
kidding. I'm just giving you.
You have some serious deficiencies.
Exactly. Grow up, y'all.
We do. Don't all be like Marcus here, Richmond.
No, Marcus is a real one.
He is a real one.
11 minutes? You can do better.
Yeah, boy. We'll have, I don't know if Dan Graziano has 11 minutes off for, especially after listening to that stuff, but he's an NFL reporter at ESPN, been doing a great job since 2016 over there. I love his Twitter game as well. You catch him on Get Up or NFL Live. Dan, good morning, man. Welcome to the Morning Roast. Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky, the Butcher. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
We're good. We're good. We're trying not to go crazy over training camp and practices and practice camp stats and all that stuff. So it's finally good to have a game coming up on Sunday. But you were at practice last week. What's your overall take on the Niners from a national perspective? Because that's what we're looking for. We hear from all the local guys. We know from a national perspective. When we start with the quarterback position, what is the perspective from Dan Graziano when it comes to the Niner quarterbacks?
Well, I mean, I think the expectation is that they'll go with Purdy if he's healthy. Now, the question is, I think when you talk to people with other teams, it's like, well, is Purdy really this guy that we saw late last year? Or, did they catch lightning in a bottle? Can he do that again? So I think, that's, first of all, your draft position sticks to you for your career. Like, that's a fact of the NFL. Like, there are always going to be people that doubt Brock Purdy. It'd be like giving his Hall of Fame acceptance speech, and you'll still be hearing from people saying, it wasn't that good. So, a 7-game stretch there where he was great, and I think people want to see it again. And now, teams have had an off-season to study what he does, maybe pick apart what they think are his weaknesses. So, it'll be on him to elevate his game and keep stepping up. Everything I've been told about Brock Purdy is that he's the kind of guy that will do that, and the 49ers obviously have a lot of belief in him. So, I think it's exciting. Now, it seems like he's healthy. It seems like he's on track. No, they haven't, formally said, he's going to be good for week 1 because they're moving him through this program to the last stages of his elbow rehab, but everything seems good. He sounded good when he talked to us last week, and it looks like full steam ahead with Brock unless there's some kind of setback.
Well, Dan, forget what he did in the regular season last year. Okay, you're someone who goes from camp to camp, so I want your perspective on this. I don't expect every player to look amazing in practice, but the truly great ones do stand out in practice. Just watching it with no emotion. Is he a little underwhelming at practice? Is he better than what you thought? What does it look like to you as someone who goes to all these different camps and you do see a Josh Allen from time to time or a Mahomes or whomever? All we get to see are these guys. So I don't have a lot to compare and contrast that to. When you see him at practice, what did you see?
I mean, you just listed two historically athletic freaks, right? people who can do things other people can't do. So it's no knock on Brock Purdy if he doesn't look as electric in practice as Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. Very few people ever have. Look, I used to cover baseball. 14 years I covered big league baseball. It's spring training every single year. Like, I learned early on, like, if a pitcher gets lit up in the spring training game, you don't know what's really going on. He could be trying out a new pitch, right? So when you're watching these training camp practices, the first thing you guys said when you brought me on, like, don't get too crazy over these practices. Like, you don't know what exactly is going. Maybe the play was designed to work better for the defense. Like there's no. I don't think you can really look at now. Coaches will look at these practices and they'll look for specific things in these guys' performance, but we don't even always know what the coaches are trying to get out of the practices. So I think it's a lot to ask to go to a practice and say, does he look good? Does he look underwhelming? I think, I'm a lot more taken with what we saw in real game action from Brock Purdy. Now, are you concerned? Like, I guess I'm questioning, like, are you concerned that, like, the elbow will linger and affect his ability to throw the ball? Is that what you mean when you say underwhelming?
Well, no, I guess what I mean is when the coach stands at a podium and says, so-and-so is the real deal, which is what he referred to Brock Purdy as. Well, my question is, like, when I see Nick Bosa on practice, like, damn. I mean, he stands out. He's unreal. Like, Brandon Ayuk at practice is unbelievable. Trent Williams is unbelievable. Fred Warner is everywhere. So when you say, like, the real deal, I know there's many ways to get it done at quarterback. Like, there's something that pops, and maybe his game just doesn't translate to practice or whatever. And I watch, and I'm like, I don't know. I just feel like we're a little afraid to say, like, hey, he's a little underwhelming at practice.
Well, right. And look, I mean, Nick Bosa was the second pick in the draft. Trent Williams was the fourth pick, and Brandon Ayuk was in the teens somewhere, right? Like there are reasons these guys look better to you when you see them run around and do this. Because I mean, they're just sort of more impressive athletically. Now Brock Purdy has other things going for him. Look, I don't know, man. Like, we're talking about a 5, 6, 7 game sample. Is that going to translate to long-term NFL success? Kyle Shanahan believes in the guy. He saw something he thinks that he really liked. Now we've also seen Kyle changed the plan, right? Like, he believes in Trey Lance. And so Trey Lance, I'm sure when you watch him in practice, can do things that dazzle you on a level that Brock Purdy doesn't. But what we haven't seen is Trey Lance win games in the NFL.
Dan Graziano, ESPN, does a great job in reporting with us since 2016 here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. So you brought up Trey Lance. And look, Brock Purdy, I think at times maybe we do underrate what happened when he jumped under center, leading from the Miami game through the Seattle game in the playoffs. Niners averaged 34.5 points per game. I mean, they went to another level. But with that said, you brought up Trey Lance. Does it feel like when you're out there on the practice field that Shanahan has lost all hope into Trey Lance being the starter? What is your assessment of that situation with Trey Lance and the 49ers after all the noise this past offseason?
I think there's the sense I got over the last couple of years was a little bit of disappointment that Lance didn't sort of seize his opportunity better. Right now, I know he got hurt last year. I get that. I'm not certainly faulting him for that. And I guess he got hurt his rookie year too. So maybe that it's all tied to that. But for whatever reason, he did not, in the mind of the organization, live up to, what they drafted him to do. And could he? Like, if Brock Purdy struggles and Trey Lance is a practice field, monster, could he get the job back? Of course he could. I mean, again, we've seen Kyle change the plan. He's going to play the guy that he thinks gives him the best chance to win. Based on the winning Brock Purdy did last year, that's going to be the guy. And right now, it doesn't seem. I don't know that I would say lost all hope. Right? They saw enough in Trey Lance once upon a time to move up and make a huge move up in the draft to draft him number 3 overall. The kind of move that if you whiff on that and you don't, find a starting quarterback with the very last pick in the draft, it can sink your franchise. They're fortunate that they did the latter thing, or at least they think they did. But I think, there's ability in Trey Lance. They saw raw athletic ability. They saw, the kind of mindset. They liked everything about the guy when they drafted him. He hasn't played many football games in his life, right? So I think maybe they underrated the significance of that in terms of his ability to jump into the NFL at some point in his first couple of years and have success. So could that still happen? Sure. There's a timeline on him. There's a 5th-year option decision looming next spring. It's going to be a difficult one to make based on the data they have in the bank. But I don't know that they've given up all hope on him being a good player. I think there's still some belief that he can be. I just think he's a little bit he's a little bit further behind in his development than people gave it credit for when he was coming out.
If Nick Bosa wasn't signed, but he was on another team right now, do you think there'd be more worry nationally, locally? Because there doesn't seem to be a lot of worry about Nick Bosa signing a contract, which the Niners have earned that benefit. But I feel like if he was on another team, there would be a lot more talk about it.
Yeah. I think, a couple of years ago, I was in Steelers camp, and T.J. Watt was going through the same thing. Now, he was on the field, but he wasn't practicing with the team. He'd work off to the side with the trainer and do very little in practice until the deal was signed, at which point he jumped back into practice. So it seems like Bosa's working out on his own, but the situation reminds me a little of that, sort of an acknowledgement from both sides that, yeah, this will get done, but until it does, we don't want to put him in a position where something happens to him that affects the possibility of it getting done. So I would not worry. We're a month out from the season. There's time to get it done. Look, if he was on the Cowboys, would we be talking about it more? Sure. We talk about the Cowboys more than we talk about other teams. But I don't think there's much to be concerned about here. Now, you call me again in 3 weeks and nothing has changed, then maybe that's different. But they do have time to do it. And honestly, I was talking to Steve Wilks, the defensive coordinator, when I was there last week, and asked him, any concern about, the time he's missing? He said, no. He said, everything I've heard about the guy, he hasn't met him yet, but everything I've heard about the guy suggests he'll be in shape, and no, there's no concern about him diving in. And I think any changes that are being made on the defense this offseason are probably more concentrated on the back end than up front.
He hasn't met Nick Bosa yet?
He said, I think the exact phrasing was, I don't know him personally.
Gotcha.
So maybe, Bosa's been in the building this offseason, right?
Right, yeah, he came. Didn't he come by OTAs? Did he stop by?
I don't know. We'll ask Grant Cohn a little later because he would know that. No, it's crazy. I hadn't even considered that. It's third DC.
Yeah, no doubt. But hey, look, Bosa's in the business of going to get quarterbacks.
Yeah, he is.
His job's not hard. All right. Dan, we'll get you out of here with this one. Sam Darnold. He's made a lot of noise. Now, I don't know where he's been at with practice. You hear reports that he's ripping it. He's looking good. One day he's not looking good. You've been on the East Coast for a long time, and we know the Jets situation wasn't the best situation for a young quarterback. Just ask Zach Wilson. But Sam Darnold, any talent there, any resurrection that Kyle Shanahan could do with this guy? Would you be surprised at all if Sam Darnold ended up starting some games for the Niners this season?
No, because it seems like there's always 2 or 3 guys that do, right? I was looking at it. Kyle's been there 6 years. There's only been 2 years where they had a quarterback start more than 10 games. So, no, I wouldn't be surprised. And I wouldn't be surprised if Kyle could get something out of him. It's just, Darnold's a guy, and we've seen this over and over again through the years. He does look good in camp, right? But then when the games start, there's something about him that just doesn't translate to that. Mm-hmm. He doesn't, make his reads quick enough. He doesn't get he just hasn't really. And you cannot say that Sam Darnold hasn't had opportunity either. So I think, we're probably in a situation where he's beginning the phase of his career where he probably has to settle into some sort of journeyman backup role, which is fine. You can make a really good living doing that and last a long time. And someone of his talent can be useful in that role. But, no, I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up having to start just because of the recent history there where they seem to be snake bit with health issues at that position. But, yeah, I don't. I mean, look, if Purdy had a setback, could Darnold start over Lance week 1? As far as we know, sure. I think a lot of that's been undecided at this point. So, yeah, I have a lot of faith in Kyle Shanahan and that offense and its ability to get the most out of whoever's behind the center.
I think we all agree with that assessment. So, let's just have a little fun here. Finish this sentence. If the 49ers do not win the Super Bowl this year, it will be because of what?
Got the first thing that flashed through my head was injuries, right? And that seems to be such an issue there for whatever reason. There are some teams that always have those issues, and we have seen their seasons done in by health issues. So I think look, they're set up. Their roster looks great. A full year of Christian McCaffrey in that offense could be electrifying. I guess the other answer would have been, if they really don't have a quarterback, right? If Purdy isn't that guy, and Trey Lance still isn't that guy.
Yeah.
They could be 0 for 3 with these guys.
Oh my gosh.
I think with Kyle, we just have faith that they'll figure it out.
7 years in, man, we're
crazy.
still talking about a quarterback here in San
Thanks,
Francisco.
Dan.
Oh, Dan, it drives us
We
crazy.
really appreciate
At least
you
you get to
coming on.
cover other teams.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks,
Anytime,
Dan.
Dan Graziano, ESPN, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Quarterback. We'll talk to Greg Holt about quarterbacks and Niners coming up. He'll join us in 11 minutes. He'll be down in Vegas to watch these joint practices between the Niners and the Raiders.
Is that
Dan
an excuse?
Graziano.
We were talking about owners, and I don't mean to cut you off here, but like, I like to do exercises like this. Like, complete the sentence. If the 49ers don't win the Super Bowl, it will be because. Can you sit there and tell your owner, like, the reason we don't win is because of injuries? Like, almost, it feels like was that the excuse in 2021? I don't think it was because of injuries. I think it's Jimmy wasn't good enough. And he was also injured. That is part of why he wasn't good enough.
Debo was injured.
Yeah,
Trent
Debo
Williams
was. Trent Williams was
ankle.
Yeah, high ankle. Like 2022, you could say, like, with a straight face, you didn't win because Brock Purdy got hurt. Yes, but that also, I feel like that takes
a lot away from the Philadelphia Eagles.
Exactly. Which I don't think is fair because I
Right,
think
no, it's
Philly
not.
had such a comprehensive, great season.
Yep.
You saw what they did against
Yep.
Kansas City. To me, it's unfair to just simply
No,
cop out and say it's one of the reasons we lost, but like.
They knocked a quarterback out. That's their job.
Exactly.
Philadelphia knocks quarterbacks out
So
of the game.
Is that an acceptable excuse to say
No.
this year, like, hey, you don't win it all? Like, 1 year, yes, but year after year after year, I feel like at some point you got to be held a little accountable.
Well, if it's the quarterback getting injured, what can you do? What can you do? You know, it's not a deep position. A lot of teams want to have a good backup, but it's tough fighting 32 starting quarterbacks.
I know. I mean, we gave Kansas City a lot of love because Henny went in there and completed a pass late in the game and won like the final play of the game, and then Mahomes came back immediately after.
Right.
The next week.
He led a 98-yard drive.
Yeah.
Last year against Jacksonville.
That one. I
in
was
the
talking about the year before when he did
Against
that little
Cleveland
Tyreek
Browns.
bootleg.
Yeah, the Cleveland Browns.
Against
That was
Cleveland,
fourth
yeah.
down. Was it third down or fourth down?
That might have been 2 years ago.
That was 2 years ago.
Ugh, my bad.
So, I mean, if it's an injury to the quarterback, then yeah. But if it's an injury to the wide receiver, tight end, or the owner could say, well, you're a great play caller, right? You can scheme around these things. But at a certain point, scheme catches up to you. The other teams figure out your scheme, say, okay, they don't want to do this because they can't do this. And then you have to try to go to the well where that injured player is not playing. You got to go to somebody who's not experienced or doesn't have a lot of reps, and boom, you're done. Think about Brett Swain, right? Not a lot of reps at wide receiver. You know, but
Brett Swain.
But Kyle Shanahan said it, though. Brock Purdy's a real deal.
Are we hanging on to that too much?
No. He said he's a real deal. And I'm trying to understand. A lot of people made a big deal
What
about
do you
it.
make of the real deal? If I say to you, if coming from someone like him who doesn't say stuff like that often, how do you interpret that?
I said, wow, I've never heard him speak glowingly of a quarterback like this.
Has he called Bosa the real deal or something
I'm just,
comparable?
Just his I'm just looking at his quarterbacks.
Okay.
Quarterbacks only. And the way Jimmy got talked about or didn't get talked about, he basically came out, Brock Purdy's a real deal. I'm not worried about him. And so I was trying to like, wow, that real deal, huh? And then you go back and you watch the games over and you say, well, I understand why Shanahan said Brock Purdy was a real deal. I understand why he would say that. Now, it's different for me to think it. Do I think he's a real deal? I need to see it.
How many real deal quarterbacks do you have right now in the NFL?
5, 6.
For you, you're
5,
setting.
6, maybe 7.
Okay, you don't even put Herbert in that because
I guess you got to put him there. I mean,
You think
I got Mahomes, Burrow, Lawrence, Allen, Jalen Hurts. He earned that. Herbert 6, Lamar Jackson 7.
Okay,
you got about 7 to 8 real deal quarterbacks.
Okay.
But he said Brock Purdy's a real deal, and I thought, well, why would he say that? Well, up until the Dallas game, that offense was humming like it never has before under Kyle Shanahan. You don't just average 30, and those are big boy games. Tampa Bay didn't have a slot. Offense was a problem. Defense, they were good defensively. The Niners shredded them. Miami, they went up and down the football field. You dropped 37 on the Raiders when you had to drop 37 because the defense had an off day. You dropped 37 on the Commanders, who had a very good front seven. Very good. And then, of course, you dropped 38. So I understand why Shanahan would say he's a real deal. David's 34.5 points in his first 6 starts.
But I think when it comes to like the real deal, if you were to go to practices around the league and you said player X is the real deal, that guy would. Real deal means you stand out and are head and shoulders above everyone else. That's why my interpretation, and Kyle's interpretation might be different, right? Like, but my interpretation is like, when you go to practice and you watch Fred Warner, that's the real deal.
Real deal.
When I watch Nick Bosa, I go, yeah, that's the real deal. Even Ayuk at practice day, that's the real deal. Now, are there times where you can be fooled at practice and someone could look better at practice than they do in the game? Absolutely. I freely admit that. But I bet if all those quarterbacks you listed, for the most part, I think if you went to those practices and you went...
They look like dudes.
I think they would. The real deal pops to you. That's my interpretation.
So Purdy's not popping for you at practice?
Well, I think
the games, though, you can't deny, man. The games, he's got that it factor.
No question.
No
question.
I couldn't believe what I was saying
last year. He's coming back from an injury.
I couldn't believe what I was saying. I
know.
Like, he was just unbelievable. So until he regresses...
Like, is there any doubt in your mind when I say real deal, like, Fred Warner... there is a level of play you expect day in, day out, and there's really not a question. Hey, he could get hurt and then his game slides down, but I know what I'm getting from Fred.
Yeah, but
Kittle.
We kind of knew what we were getting from Brock Purdy.
I mean, I feel like the
4 interceptions.
Sample's a lot smaller.
Yeah, it is smaller, but that's all we have to go by. That's all we have to go by.
But that's why I don't think I should be considered a hater or someone
nobody's
that's
calling you that.
No. I'm saying whenever you try to not chip away, but we critique and we analyze these players, if you just point out maybe areas of concern or weaknesses, you get filed as a hater, and I don't think that's fair. To say, like, you brought Trevor Lawrence up as the real deal, and my pushback to you would be, I love Trevor as a prospect. I still have questions on Trevor Lawrence if he could put together 17 great. He had some phenomenal moments in the second half of last season, and I believe in him as a talent. But in terms of real deal, I want to see a little more.
No, I feel the same way about Justin Herbert. I want to see more. I want to see more.
I would love to ask Shanahan that question of expanding on what he means by real deal, because it feels like a flippant statement, and I feel like I'm hanging on to it a little too much.
Well, no, we're all hanging on to it, but I understand because it's what the coach said, and again, I understand why he would say that. Look at what Purdy did for him. Over 80 quarterback in the 49ers uniform. He hasn't seen enough of Lance. He saw Jimmy for a long, long time. That offense popped. That offense was a juggernaut with Brock Purdy at quarterback. You can't deny that. He did everything that the fact that Shanahan trusted Brock Purdy to throw on critical third downs in the Dallas Cowboys divisional round playoff game says everything you need to know about Shanahan's belief in Brock Purdy. He's telling us right there, this is my guy. I believe in Purdy. He wouldn't call no pass plays from Jimmy G on the third down in the game like that. Well, he did. We saw it the previous year. He ran the ball.
Well, timeout. In Week 17 against Seattle, up in Seattle, in that first full season for Jimmy Garoppolo, he called pass plays on third down when they knew
that was a long time ago.
But my point being is that
things
changed rapidly for the relationship between Jimmy and Kyle Shanahan.
But Shanahan trusted a rookie.
No, it's
a rookie to do that.
That was unique.
All right, Greg Cole coming up. Greg Cole, you know who he is. That's coming up. Brought to you by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
When I told my accountant that I wanted to do a breakfast taco with Jimmy Dean
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Steve? Go have fun in Spain.
Do you know this song?
This is from the guy who got famous on the TikTok. Dog walker dude, or he was on a skateboard. Remember that? He was drinking a...
Dog walker dude?
Yeah, no, the Latino
Dogface.
cat. Dogface, yep. He made this song famous. It's a good song.
Do you know who it is?
Some lady. Starts with an A,
Well,
right?
you're not wrong.
I love
The name
you
starts
so
with an
much.
A?
Can I be real? I love you so much.
Band. She
it's a band?
Performs in the band.
Not Mac Dre.
No, it's not Mac.
San Jose State's own.
It's a car, and then you add Mac to the end.
I don't know. Those are those cars.
Fleetwood.
A Fleetwood Mac.
DV Nix. Yep.
Fleetwood Mac. I don't want to drive Fleetwood. I got a Batmobile.
No, I'm just...
My Charger.
I didn't say you drove it.
I know that. Just, That song, Fleetwood Mac. That song...
I
That dog
can
made
really
him famous.
picture you playing that in the
Or
Tesla.
he made the song famous. I do feel like he made the song
He
famous.
did make... Well, he brought it back.
Well,
it was
I-
already a famous song.
Was it? Because I had
Now
never heard
it's
the song before.
TikTokish.
Yeah, but now when I saw him on a skateboard during the pandemic, having a rough day playing that song, I was like, wow, that song's pretty cool. And then Dogface got famous, and then the song was like, oh, okay. No, Challengers are not better than Chargers. Stop.
What's the difference between those two vehicles?
2-door, 4-door.
2-door, 4-door. Gotcha.
Challengers 2-door, Chargers 4-door.
And yours is a Charger?
Charger 4-door. 4-door. Yeah, Fleetwood Mac. That's a good song. Really good song. I like it.
Go.
Like it. It was good. Makes you feel good. Put you nice at ease.
That Arnold Schwarzenegger lives forever in my dome.
Go, Chargers, go. Let's get to Gene and Oakland real quick before we get to Grant Cohn. Gene, what's up, Uncle Gene?
Hey, morning, fellas. So I want to finish your sentence, Joe.
Okay.
If the Niners don't win the Super Bowl this year, it'll be because of Pat Mahomes. As far as expectations for the season, or I should say, what I would consider a successful season depends on expectations with me. So I think we all expect us to get at least to the NFC Championship game. And whether or not we win it, it's going to depend on, assuming we're going to play Philadelphia again, whether we play here or there. If we play here, I expect us to win. We get to the Super Bowl. Much of a Brock Purdy fan as I am, even if he plays at pretty much an elite level as he had last year, for the majority of this season, I still have a hard time seeing him outplaying Mahomes. Now, I mean, you could look at the outlier Super Bowls like Nick Foles beating Tom Brady, but for the most part, I would expect us to really not be able to get past Kansas City. But if we at least get as far as the championship game and even win the championship game, I would consider the season a success.
Boy, we would not consider it. Uncle Gene, I love you. But if they lose the Super Bowl, nobody's saying it's a successful season. Not after rip. Maybe even not until August. You may be looking at something.
If you made it to the Super Bowl, I might be a little different. Look, do I want to win the Super Bowl? Of course I want to win the
You're
Super Bowl.
different than me.
Would I be disappointed? Of course. Making it to the Super Bowl is an accomplishment.
It is, but to see us
Come
talk
on.
about winning the Super Bowl.
No,
They've
no
all
doubt.
talked about winning it. We're not giving out participation trophies.
No
All of
doubt.
a sudden, it's cool to finish in second place.
So last year, the Eagles, let me just add, and I know they're different.
Eagle fans are pissed about losing that game.
Of course they are.
They would never
But
live
it wasn't
that down.
a great year.
Yeah, but they don't care. They do not care.
It's one of the greatest games ever.
They do not care. They lost the Super Bowl.
I know. I think we're arguing two different things.
No,
Meet
you
me
said
in the middle
was
here. It was a great year. Yes, they didn't complete the ultimate goal, which was depressing and frustrating, but that doesn't mean it negated the success of the entire year.
Okay.
Does it?
Well, have fun. Well, I guarantee you, everybody in Philadelphia ain't talking about the success they had. They're talking about what could have happened.
I think they're pretty optimistic about Jalen moving forward.
They
as
are
well.
feeling good about Jalen, but they're still disappointed. I don't know. Let's ask Greg Cole
Okay,
about it.
okay.
Greg Cole covers the Niners for Sports Illustrated, does a great job. We look forward to his videos right off the practice field once practice is over. You tell me, Grant. You tell me. Is this season a success if the 49ers make the Super Bowl and lose?
I mean, no, I don't think so. These are the 49ers. They've been waiting for 25 years, almost 30 years to win a Super Bowl. And it's like every year they tell us they have the best roster in the league. Man, this roster is stacked. They have all pros at every position. And the only reason they're able to put together a roster like that is because they don't really pay for a quarterback. But then Kyle Shanahan comes out about a week ago and says that Brock Purdy's the real deal. So what is the excuse? we all would say, well, we don't really know if they have a quarterback yet, but the head coach himself says the quarterback is the real deal. I wouldn't even say that about Dak Prescott.
Wow.
I wouldn't say that about Kirk Cousins. So that means he's like a top 8 quarterback in the league. Then win the Super Bowl, man. Like, you're supposed to be the best coach in the league, and you have the best roster. If you're the best coach, you should be able to get it to play above its ability. But they've fallen short so many times. I think that should be the expectation.
Well, see, and that's interesting because we were just talking about the real deal, and some people think we're lingering on to those comments. And I'm trying to understand why Shanahan said that Brock Purdy was a real deal. And I'll give him this. From the Miami to the Seattle wildcard game, that offense averaged 34.5 points. Now, I get the defense shut out a lot of guys in the second half, and they had a lot of help for the defense. But the offense did look a lot more explosive under Brock Purdy than it did Jimmy Garoppolo. So I could kind of understand why he would say, wow, Brock Purdy is the real deal. Don't you get that, Grant?
Yeah, but there were times, it was like 7 games. Like,
yeah,
he put up 44
size.
or something against the Jacksonville Jaguars the year they went to the AFC Championship. Like, he put up 48 against the Saints in New Orleans. Like, he had moments like that. I still think you got to look at Brock Purdy and say, yeah, he's a poised, mature leader. But in terms of his physical skill set, like, come on. What, are we all just going to ignore that and pretend like it's not, he doesn't have the weakest arm of any starting quarterback in the league? We're just going to pretend that doesn't happen? At best, is he a franchise quarterback? I don't think so. The only reason he's so good is because he has great players all around him because he's playing for NFL minimum wage. Once you give him a real contract and the team isn't as good, is he carrying it? I don't think so. But, hey, maybe he's the right quarterback for right now. I just doesn't – like, I go to camp every day, and I'm waiting for him to light it up, and he doesn't. He's okay. He's not bad. He's not good. I just don't think any of these quarterbacks are good enough to win the Super Bowl this year, which should really be the only thing we're talking about. Like, not whether Brock's better than Trey or that Trey's better than Sam. No, it doesn't matter. Are any of these guys good enough to win a Super Bowl, and it doesn't look like it yet?
That's interesting. You've been covering this team for a long time, going back to the Harbaugh era. You've been there every single day. You've seen a variety of quarterbacks. You've seen a variety of coaches, a variety of quarterback coaches, offensive coordinators. You've seen a lot, and that's why I want to ask you these things. Like, in terms of, like, you're talking about lighting it up in practice, to me, and my interpretation of real deal, because I feel like we are a little stuck on this, and I am for a reason. Like, you don't just say that flippantly, and then everybody's comparing this guy at the podium, Drew Brees and Aaron Rodgers. We're talking about guys that are all-time talents. 15 years of excellence. 15 years of excellence. I think we underrate how difficult it is to be a Drew Brees, right? Who has the 1 Super Bowl. Like, I expect real deal players to pop at practice. That's just me. And I gave you leniency for trying to be a gamer on game day. Garcia wasn't the greatest practice player. Alex Smith, I know, looked good at practice, but it didn't translate to the games. When you're at practice, does this guy pop?
No, none of them pop. They're all really inconsistent, and you can blame, they could say that they're facing a really good defense, but it just seems like every day a different quarterback is the best quarterback on the field. And when they're good, the best they do is check it down and hit that 15-yard throw over the middle. Like, you never see any of these quarterbacks throwing the ball past the safeties, hitting really tight windows 20, 25 yards down the field because they're not those kind of quarterbacks. Trey Lance is the closest to that, but, like, he has his own issues. Because really, he hasn't been developed in 2 years. It's almost like he's a rookie right now who hasn't played in like 4 years. That's Trey Lance. And he's finally making strides, but he doesn't look like a guy who's going to get there this year. Maybe if they had taken this approach with him 2 years ago, he would be the guy right now, but it still feels like he's behind the curve.
Wow.
Which is frustrating for this team.
Wow. That's shocking here. So what are you looking forward to in this scrimmage? You're going. I'm guessing you're heading down to Vegas, right, for the Innistrad scrimmage. What do you think, Jimmy Garoppolo? What do you think Garoppolo tomorrow and Friday does when he sees Kyle Shanahan? Does he give him a nice hug, a nice embrace? Do they shake hands? Do they get the eye contact? What happens between Shanahan and Jimmy G?
That's interesting. They're both political, so maybe they'll like make it a photo op just to smile and shake hands, or maybe they're petty. Like, I think the minute Jimmy Garoppolo says your plays freaking suck, man, during the game, and I think that was the end. So I wouldn't be surprised if there is no big embrace, that they just basically ignore each other. And it'd be interesting to know what happens when he faces that defense. Like, does Fred Warner taunt him?
Right.
The problem is I have to focus on the mediocre quarterback competition because that's really what matters. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo is history for the 49ers, and I'll find out his stats, but I need to know how Brock Purdy goes 9 for 16, because other people are going to say it's the greatest 9 for 16 performance you've ever seen in a practice field. I'm going to have to see that for myself.
Grant, just your interpretation, and I'm not asking you to evaluate other people's perspectives and things like that, but Well, it feels like to me we get afraid to say the obvious in the media, just in general. Just as the rogue outsider at times looking around, like, why are we afraid to just call a spade a spade? Like, for example, certain guy, the pitching staff for the Giants heading into this year, everyone's like, oh, it's the deepest they've ever had. Me and Bunty are laughing. Like, Sean Manaea, this is the worst pitcher in baseball last year.
Ross Stripling, like
no one wanted to give it. Point being, why are we afraid to just say all three of these guys kind of look suspect right now? Why are we afraid to say that out loud?
Because fans don't want to hear that. Fans want to hear that all the quarterbacks look great and that the Niners are going to win the Super Bowl this year. And why would you want to be the guy in August raining on that parade and betting against the 49ers? Like, locally, I'm the only one that kind of revels in doing that because it feels like a safe bet given what the Niners have done every freaking year. But no, every year people want to say this is the year everything's going to be okay, everything's going great. And I just feel like Brock in particular, like this happened with Jimmy Garoppolo. Remember? People were afraid to call a spade with Jimmy Garoppolo for years. I mean, It wasn't even that long ago that people were saying definitively that he was better than Kirk Cousins or Derek Carr. He's not. And it took the 49ers finally jettisoning him 6 years into his tenure for people to realize that he was just mediocre. And I feel like people are doing the same thing with Brock Purdy. They think he's going to be here a while. They're afraid to call it what it is because the starting quarterback of the Niners is a powerful person and he's going to be here. But come on. I mean, this is Jimmy Garoppolo redux.
Wow. Grant Cohn covering the Niners for Fan Nation, part of Sports Illustrated. Catch him on YouTube and Twitter. Grant Cohn, he does a great job on the YouTube. They're hilarious. The videos coming off the practice field, I can't get enough of them.
No, it's the best content out there.
They're funny.
I told him last week, I was off, and I watched every one of his videos on YouTube last week. You do a great job. I really, so entertaining. I enjoy it.
Enough ass kissing. That's enough.
No, this is my guy.
He's going to start charging. He's going to start charging us soon.
He's going to start charging us
Sam Darnold.
We won't be able to afford him. We can't even get air conditioning in the studio.
So Sam Darnold, because I knew it. Grant, excuse me. I knew it when Sam Darnold signed. And I looked at Shasky the day he signed. I goes, he didn't sign here to be the third string quarterback. And he thinks that it's a competition. And we've heard certain segments of the media say, boy, he has a lively arm. The liveliest arm I've ever seen in 49ers camp. Which I was like, damn, really? Okay. Maybe I've been watching something differently here. What is going on with Sam Darnold? Does he have a shot to win his backup job? He's been terrible?
He's terrible, man. Like, this is what Sam Darnold does. He's been around. He's been through a bunch of training camps. He knows how to get glowing reports. What you do is you check the ball down as fast as possible. Because the reporters, they just say what your completion percentage was. 8 of 11, 9 of 12. They never say yards. It's never in any context. So it's all about completion percentage. And I think that's what Kyle Shanahan wants anyway, because that's what Brock Purdy does. And then don't throw picks. So if you check the ball down immediately, don't throw picks. That's what he's doing. Anytime he tries to throw the ball downfield and show that arm talent that he's supposed to have, the most arm talent ever, like, it's a joke. He's worse than Brock Purdy, which is crazy. And nothing against Brock Purdy, but all these physical gifts that Sam Darnold has, who cares? You don't use them.
Well,
you're not particularly mobile. You don't have a good downfield arm. You're just a waste of talent. I'm so sorry, man. At least Trey Lance is improving. I don't know what Sam Darnold's trying to do.
Well, that's what that was fascinates me. We saw 5 years of tape on him, and I know the Jets were dysfunction, but Carolina wasn't much better. But at the same time, I was like, damn, he's lost 12. He's fumbled the ball 18 times in his last
90 turnovers.
15 times in his last 18 games. He's fumbled. Now, opponents have recovered 6 of those fumbles. That's a lot of balls on the turf. That's a lot of wasted downs, snaps, reps, you name it. And then 55 interceptions and 61 touchdowns. Like I saw last week, Greg, you would love this. Get up. Who was it? The lineman on ESPN. Damian Woody said, my bold proclamation is Sam Darnold will lead the Niners to the Super Bowl. And I go, dear God, what are we in for?
Blaine Gabbert 2.0.
What are we in for? So do you even think Sam Darnold's going to make this roster?
He's like Jimmy Garoppolo in the sense that, like, if he gets the ball out of his hands immediately to the first read who's right in front of him, he's okay. But as soon as, the down extends and he's, still has the ball, you think, okay, here's a playmaker. He can run around. He can throw from different arm slots. Yeah, but you can't trust him. He makes the worst decisions ever. First play yesterday, he gets flushed out of the pocket to his left, runs as fast as he can to the sideline, keys the ball into double coverage, and gets picked. It's like, yeah, there it is. Thank you very much, Sam Darnold. Do that in one game, and you're never going to play again.
You think he even makes his final 53-man roster?
I think he will. I mean, I don't. They sort of committed themselves to him. They gave him more money than they gave Nate Sudfeld last year. I think he's here, but he could absolutely be inactive on game days, which would be embarrassing.
Oh, my
God. All right.
And that's all because Trey Lance did this work that no one expected he was going to do and made the strides that no one expected he was going to make. And now he's improving while Sam Darnold is checking the ball down.
Well, it's funny you brought up Trey Lance. Real quick, Shasky. Quincy Avery's been very outspoken. Is he still working with Trey Lance?
I don't know that he is. It seems like Trey Lance is now working with Jeff Christensen. Maybe that's why Quincy Avery has a lot to say.
I would hire
You
Jeff
said
Christensen.
a lot there about Kyle Shanahan and some of the drills. I find it very shocking that Quincy Avery's coming out and being so open about some of the drills and some of the lack of development when it comes to Trey Lance, Grant.
I've talked to other coaches that had the same exact takeaway on some of these drills. Like, you've seen that one, they put those pads between
It makes no sense.
the quarterback's feet and they sort of straddle back and forth. And the whole thing with Trey is he's trying to learn to not overstride, to not overextend that front leg. And that particular drill reinforces all the bad mechanics he's been trying to correct. And it just kills me. They've been doing it for years. It's a Shanahan thing. And it just shows you they really don't. They're not that good at coaching quarterbacks. It's not what they do. They're more of a running back, play action coaching. They're not Andy Reid. I don't think they. I think quarterback gurus look at the Shanahans and their drills and they're like, yeah, I wouldn't do that. Yeah. I'd like to know what Jeff Christensen has to say off the record about what the Niners did with Trey Lance the last 2 years. He'd probably laugh or cry. I don't know. Maybe it's tragic in his eyes.
I'd hire that man in a heartbeat if I ran an NFL team and I had any question marks on my quarterback situation. There's no doubt about it. Jeff Christensen has done a lot of really good work with Trey Lance. It feels like offensive defensive line is an afterthought. And to me, it's the biggest story on the team, bigger than the quarterback and everything like that. You look at Tampa Bay winning the Super Bowl, offensive defensive line suffocated teams. Kansas City, obviously Chris Jones on that defensive line. Their offensive line was actually very underrated last year. The Eagles clearly had elite offensive and defensive line play. Nick Bosa not being signed, to me, is the biggest story that no one wants to talk about. Everyone's saying it's no big deal. I think it's a huge deal. I get the Niners have earned the benefit of the doubt of this track record of signing all these guys. This is Bosa. What are we waiting on? He has been a grand slam pick, number 2 overall. You know what the market is. You know what the money is. He's the best player on the team or second best player on the team. What's going on there? And then, simultaneously, who's playing opposite him? Their defensive line is so important to their success. I feel like this is the big, don't look over here. But this, to me, feels like the biggest story of the year.
With Bosa, I kind of interpret it as him dragging his feet. I don't think the Niners are. I think they'd love to have him in right now. I'm sure they want to pay him what he wants. I think Bosa doesn't necessarily want to be there right now. And there's other defensive linemen who have to get paid and get extensions. And I think he feels if he waits and is the last one, he'll get the most money. So that's what's going on with him. Opposite him is they don't have anything. And that's what's really interesting. Who's going to step up? And you can't really tell in training camp because it's Colton McKivitz versus Drake Jackson. So if one wins that rep, you're like, is either one good? I don't even know. So what I do see is Spencer Burford getting worked every day by Eric Armstead. And that's another thing. Does that mean that Spencer Burford isn't good? Because Armstead really is. But there's a lot of players like Armstead in the league. So that right side of the offensive line is really suspect. It's hard to tell whether Taco Charlton or Drake Jackson is good because who are they going against? Colton McKivitz. So I guess they really need Drake. The thing about Nick Bosa was interesting is Kyle Shanahan said he's never really had a training camp. Well, that's not really true.
He was there last year.
He's always been around the team. He's always been around the team, whether he's healthy or not. Now you have a new defensive coordinator, has totally different principles. They have different ideas of how to use Bosa, but he can't learn any of that stuff. Steve Wilkes has no exposure to Bosa. I'm sure he'll be great when he comes back, but you'd like the new defensive coordinator to be around your best player.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point there. That's a good point. Trey, who's going to start Sunday? Who is it going to be? Trey, quarterback.
Trey. If they start Sam Darnold, it'll just start a whole controversy nationwide. They can't do that.
Is the Brandon Allen talk done? Are we done with Brandon Allen?
Nah, Kyle Shanahan likes to troll people, so I would imagine 1 quarter for Trey, 1 quarter for Sam Darnold, and then an entire half for Brandon Allen. So we can really appreciate his game.
If you could ask Jed York one question, okay, our boss is coming into town, the Odyssey boss.
Yeah, we got to dress up today, Grant.
Yeah, we're all pretending to be, more professional than we are. And you had the opportunity to have the guts to be able to say one thing to the boss, right? That's always a great question. Nobody ever has the guts to say, hey, are we getting bonuses? Are we making more money? What's the thing you would ask Jed York? One question.
Do you have confidence in Kyle Shanahan's ability to find and develop a franchise quarterback? And why?
What do you think he says to that? Like, what do you think the answer is there? No, that's a great question.
I've never talked to John York. Does he even care? I have no idea. I have no idea if he even watches the. I mean, like, I don't know. Jed would probably have something to say, but I don't know what John would say. Probably yes. I mean, I think they're very. I think they're very happy with Kyle Shanahan. I think the Yorks are extremely happy. They're making money. No one's questioning them. They were a joke like not that long ago. Their stadium was empty. Everyone said sell the team. Now they're making tons of money. I think they're okay being, among the best teams in the league, even if they're not the best.
Wow. Greg Cohen here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. A lot of good stuff there. Hey, said, when are you heading to Vegas? Are you already out there or are you going out there today?
I'm flying out today.
All right.
5 o'clock flight, yeah.
Good deal. We'll be watching your videos out there. Should be fun. Go say hi to Jimmy for us.
Yeah, I will. Hey, Jimmy, it's so good to see you, man. I always loved you, always appreciated you. You never got the respect you deserve, man. Go get him.
Next time we talk, the Cabo click, I think, is an interesting one. We've talked about that real deal, that real deal comment. A part of me thinks that when they had Jimmy throwing on the sideline last year, that Cabo click, there's like a 6-7 group of guys on this team that kind of really dictate who plays, confidence level, this, that, and the other. I think they were like, hey, man, Jimmy's over there. I kind of like it. And, well, I don't know. Are you sure about this Trey guy? And I'm sure they were probably, right in feeling that way. I feel like a part of this real deal statement was to kind of tamp down some of that, maybe some of the question marks that are coming out right now. It's just a theory I have. I have nothing to go on that other than my own gut.
It was so strange because it was in response to a question about Brock Purdy's health. Just like, when is he going to be fully ready to throw every day without restrictions? And Kyle was just like, pretty soon. And he just got really defensive and just said, look, we're not worried about Brock Purdy. He's the real deal. It's like, hey, no one asked that, man. What are you talking about? So, again, this is all comes back to Kyle. Whether or not Brock's the real deal, it's about the fact that Kyle said it after 7 or 8 starts. Man, you don't know. Remember Colin Kaepernick? He went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He came in halfway through his second year, went to the freaking Super Bowl, played great, almost won. Was it Ron Jaworski? He said he's going to be the greatest quarterback
ever. Read it on ESPN all day.
You don't know what's going to happen to these quarterbacks because you saw 8 games.
Yeah.
So I think that quote's going to follow around Kyle Shanahan for the rest of his career. And if it turns out that Brock Purdy isn't the real deal, then that's going to be another thing that Kyle Shanahan, has to wear forever.
This quarterback saga is never going to end.
It's the best.
It's never going to end. I thought Trey Lance was a guy. Drafted him. We're all happy. Remember Greg Cohen at first practice? This is just fun, guys.
It was.
This is on one knee. This is just fun. And the fun ended very, very quickly. Grant, safe travels to Vegas, man.
You're doing a great job, man.
Thanks, guys. Always appreciate it, man.
The
best. He's the
Isn't this just fun? Isn't this just fun?
It is fun.
It was fun watching Trey.
Look, here's the other thing. When we get
Brock
somebody,
D's going to be fascinating, man. I can't wait for this.
You know what I appreciate about Grant is that we don't have to think like for like. I think this is you and I. We argue a lot on this show. We have strong opinions. That's the job. Come on and explain things, analyze, critique, have opinions. That's the job. Yeah. And I think the beauty of our show is that we don't have to agree all the time. I don't think that makes for great, listening. Yeah. If two people are constantly listening, that doesn't mean you have to be fake like First Take and yell at each other every single day. But part of why I appreciate Grant is he says stuff that makes me think. Sometimes I think he's crazy. Sometimes I think, man, I hadn't thought of it that way. And then the more and more I view something, I'm like, you know what? I think he's right about that. And so I like having people that think differently from us. We're going to have Florio on next week. I don't believe everything Florio says is really accurate.
I believe 25% of what he says, but you know what? Get an interview,
exactly.
Get his opinions.
He's entertaining
I like
as hell.
People who have, different opinions. I don't want you to agree with everything that I have to say. I like challenges. I like interactions. You're not supposed to agree with everything. I had a tweet a couple weeks ago. I was like, I believe Terrence Crawford would have beat any version of Floyd Mayweather Jr. And people are losing their minds.
Why?
It's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I watch a lot of boxing. I grew up watching HBO boxing, Showtime boxing. Yeah. I love boxing. I'm glad that it's been a revival in 2023. Yeah. We have nothing but big-ass fights, big fights, mega fights. We got another one coming up with Canelo and one of the Charlo brothers. But when I saw, Terrence Crawford, damn, I forgot he could box southpaw, orthodox. Mayweather struggled against southpaws.
But isn't that what all of us if we boil it down?
But that's what we do in the barbershops.
That's what I'm saying.
We do that in the barbershops.
Stools.
Bar
we
stools,
argue.
Basements. We argue saying, you know what? I don't think he's that good.
Who was the guy you argued with early on that you had differing sports opinions with that would sharpen your skills as a young man?
Oh boy.
Who was it? Was it an uncle? Was it buddies? Because like me and my grandfather and my dad would argue about Steve Young in the seats. My grandpa, like, he's not Joe. He's not Joe. And I'd be like, he's great though. He's great though. T.O.'s not Jerry. He's not Jerry.
Right.
And I would argue. And like some of my earliest sports conversations were carved arguing over who's good, who's great, who's not.
Yeah, no, a lot of OGs. I hung around a lot of OGs growing up. And at school, I argued with anybody. It didn't even matter. I didn't even have to watch the game. And I would dissect dudes in arguments without even watching the game.
Isn't that the essence of this?
Yeah, absolutely. So, look, Grant has different takes on practice. We're going to have David Lombardi on later in the week, and I respect the hell out of David Lombardi. He does a great job of reporting and covering the 49ers, and he has a different perspective. I had a different perspective. Lubman, second day of practice, Lubman comes to me because, boy, Trey Lance was the best quarterback on the field. I was like, no, he wasn't.
Yeah, I didn't think he was. I thought
Darnold was that day.
I agree
but it was
with you.
but that's fine. His vantage point, he saw some things differently. My vantage point, I saw some things differently. But look, September 10th, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We're all going to see what Brock Purdy's about in year 2. We're going to see what this 49ers team is about in year 2. And I cannot wait. September the 10th cannot come quick enough. And then you know what? You got a sneaky tough game down in L.A. September 17th at SoFi Stadium against the Rams in week 2. That's a game that I may fly down to the day off.
Everybody is saying, let's bury the Rams. I'm not saying they're going to be world beaters. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, let's just pump the brakes a little till we see it this year. Like, I want to see Stafford not play 15 games. I want to see Aaron Donald not play 15 games. Like, I'm not ready to pour the dirt on that casket yet.
And before we get back to the lines here, 888-957-9570, don't get it twisted. Just because we critique players on the teams that we love does not mean we want the team to lose.
No.
I will be a wreck if the Niners go 4-13 this year.
You know,
if the Warriors go 30-52, I would be a wreck. Nobody here that are Niner fans, Shasky, myself, even Grant Cohn, you don't think it's great for Grant Cohn's business if the Niners are good? If the Niners are good and make a deep run, that's better for Grant Cohn. It's better for Cam Newton. That's better for David Lombardi. That's better for Kawakami. It's better for every damn Niner beat writer out there because it's more clicks, more business, and everybody loves reading about a great story. And if you're winning games, that means you're developing a great story. So nobody's rooting for the downfall of Kyle Shanahan or the 49ers. We just want to win.
When, Clay, it's funny you bring this up because, like, when Klay Thompson tore his ACL the night of the NBA Finals, I remember literally tearing up here in the studio because we were doing the postgame show, and I was devastated for the guy. When he hurt his ACL the first time in the
Jimmy
finals.
Garoppolo.
No,
Klay Thompson. Yeah.
And I like tears, like one of my favorite players of all time. And then I come out last year and I'm like, God, he's just not playing good basketball. And it hurt my soul to critique the guy. And then I get labeled a Klay hater. And I'm like, okay, I get it. Like everybody, I'm trying to assess in real time and give you my opinions of the guy. I'm trying to be somewhat reasonable here. And you could disagree. And you could say, oh, he's this and he's that, or he's currently playing better than you're giving him credit for. Fine, totally fine. And then I hear him on this podcast with Paul George, and I'm like, that's my guy, dude.
Yeah.
I hear how lovable he is and like the introspective nature that he has regarding his teammates. And we'll get into some of the stuff he said. But like, my opinions are oscillating all the time. It's not frozen in carbonite.
Right.
Like when someone does well, I try to praise them and I try to admit where maybe I didn't see that coming. When someone does really bad, I try to also be realistic about it.
We're not defending Grant because I told Grant 2 weeks ago at the Hill, I said, man, everything you say, I'm like, bro, you are tripping. There's a lot of things I don't agree with Grant.
I think I'm defending the medium of giving out opinions.
But just opinions or whatnot.
You're just giving out opinions.
And that's fine.
How many times has Steiny and Goo had an argument and you and me are sitting in a car like, these guys are insane.
Yeah, laughing.
And I love them.
But listen, it's not just defending Grant. It's defending what we do as media members. You have opinions. You got to say something. We're doing 20 hours a week on the air. We're going to have some foolish takes. We're going to have foolish takes. My last foolish take won't be the last foolish take.
What's my dumbest one?
I don't know. I lost count.
I know.
I lost count. I know. I've had some dumb takes, terrible takes. The Reds are done.
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out.
What about me saying the Reds are
cooked? I totally forgot about that.
The Reds are cooked.
The Rams are done.
And they go on to win the freaking Super Bowl.
That's right.
I mean, come on, man.
That's
they
right.
Look
the
cooked.
Rams are cooked.
By the way,
I forgot about that one. That's one of your greatest hits.
I mean, they look cooked. And everyone said, yep, the Reds are done. Then those bastards snuck into the NFC title game. Right there. Oh, I don't even want to read. 95-70 game is partner. I don't even want to think about that day.
Steph Curry has me immortalized on the underrated doc where I have one line in the whole thing, and it's me going, I just don't think they can come back down 2-1.
Oh, my God.
And then they go on to, I don't know, win 4 in a row.
3 in a row to win that series.
3 in a row, excuse me.
What did I say? They're younger. They're more athletic. They're the fresher team. Yeah, that worked out well for us. Oh,
it's better
man.
to be wrong than right these days, it feels like.
It does. The 95-70 game is partnering with the great golf event at Harding Park, September 11th. That's right, September 11th. It's the 8th annual Pettinelli Charity Golf Tournament. 100% of the proceeds from this event benefit the San Francisco chapter of the American Autism Society. The Autism Society is a complete resource for families of autistic kids and adults, providing activities, information, and education. A few of our personalities will be out there golfing, and we want your company to join us. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest. $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction. Yeah. Yeah, get that drop in there, baby. Shout out to JP. An auction with some great memorabilia and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Go to sfautismsociety.org for more details. That's sfautismsociety.org. Great golf, great cause. Again, sfautismsociety.org. Go support this foundation. It's really huge.
You know, it's funny how we live in like a head nodding society where if you don't head nod with me on everything I think, now you're against me. Yeah. And I just don't think that normal people, we agree on some things, we disagree on others, but 9 times out of 10 we meet in the middle.
Right.
Nothing drives me crazier than when I hear from couples who go, we never fight. I'm like,
that's a lie.
Shut up.
That's a lie.
Shut up. Me and my wife fight all the time.
That's a lie.
Yeah.
It's every day. Every day there's a shut up.
Aren't those the worst people?
Yeah, don't lie. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, by the way. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. We always fight. It's a fight every day.
You should have someone that challenges you daily. Like, you should look for that in a partner.
Thank you.
I want to be challenged.
Thank you.
I want to be pushed to the next level.
Can I be real? There are certain days where I'm like, hun, I just can't do it right now. And I try to do like the mental health thing, and she's like, shut up.
Yeah, don't give me that.
Tony's laughing because he knows exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I know
I'll get
exactly
to them
what you're talking
dishes.
about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Get up. Okay, I'll be up in a second. And they're just pestering you. Get up. The trash. Okay, I'm getting up. I'm taking out the trash.
Bro, why do they have to stuff the trash can to the bags? The actual maximum limits are being tested.
She never takes out the trash. I do all the trash.
Well, duh.
It's not even fun.
My favorite is like, hey, like at some point, can you fix or clean so and so? I was like, oh yeah, I'll get to it. And then they expect you to do it within that 30-minute window. I was like,
seconds
you
later.
said at some point. Isn't that the rest of the day? It's
I'm
8
watching
a.m. right now.
back. Leave me alone.
Or she'll go, well, your dad could hang that picture.
Or
how come you can't?
Or, she goes, why do we pay for the DVR? You could just pause the game and just do this. I don't want to. I want to watch it live. Mr. Jones, Atlanta. What's happening? What's up, Mr. Jones?
What's going on, fellas? What's going on, man?
What's going on in the dirty?
Man, getting ready to go get some hot wings, and I will probably. Are y'all going to the game in Vegas?
Nah.
Oh, okay. Well, dang, I was gonna go out there and try to get one with y'all, man. But back to this Trey Lance thing, because I always been on this since day one. So let me ask y'all this: if we got all these good quarterback evaluators and stuff, why did we go after Sam Darnold when we could have got Taylor Heineke? We could have got Gardner Minshew. I'm just throwing out names because Sam Darnold hasn't did anything to make you even think he's better than none of those guys, correct?
Uh-huh.
So we're going to go from Trey Lance to Sam I Am, and we just got 2 guys, and y'all still doubting Purdy after he just won. He did the same thing. It's funny how him and Jimmy's career kind of started off the same way, right? Both of them came in. We were struggling, and both of them came in and tore off all the wins. Remember when Jimmy came in and we won that game against Jacksonville and we didn't lose?
I remember.
Same thing when Purdy came in. You know what I'm saying? And now we're doubting him. I don't know, I know we're Niners fans and we're used to winning, but are we don't like winners or something no more? Because how many people are actually got a quarterback that's going 13-3 all the time?
Look, I'm all for Brock Purdy, Mr. Jones. If Brock Purdy's a guy, he's a guy. I think it's a great story, Mr. Jones. By the way, you got to figure out what that bet was. You got to send me the audio.
Mr. Jones.
He said I bet him that I was going to get him game tickets.
If you was going to be in Vegas, I was going to pull up on you, and we were just going to go through the minutes there. But I'll do it on the flight today. I'll actually be flying out today, so while I'm sitting on the plane, I'll go through it. Look for it.
Did you already get your football tickets? You already get your football tickets?
No, I'm going to go to the Philly game. Unless you want to treat me on that one because you owe me that one.
So wait, hold on. You're going to Vegas on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
So do you have tickets for the Niners-Raider game already?
Oh no. These are preseason games. They're not. They're inexpensive. Who cares? Like I can.
I was gonna try to pay my debt with a preseason game.
Go walk all the way down to the bottom.
All right.
Can I ask you a question? Because Bonte admitted something here from the 925, and I think we're two different people. Do you pause live sporting event games?
Do I pause them?
Yeah, on DV. Like when you're watching, will you hit pause?
Not unless I'm going back to go check a replay.
Yeah, I never hit pause.
Yeah, I don't. I can't do it.
I have to watch live in real time.
Yeah, I can't stop it.
No.
But I don't check my phone either because I realize that I'm on a streaming device and I know people are texting left to right. Mr. Jones, thanks for the call.
Because
We'll
I've
talk
had
to you
friends
next week.
who will click pause, go do something like, bro, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
No, I want to watch in real time, doggy.
That's why I watch at home and I don't watch with nobody.
Yeah, I've had people do that to me, and I find it to be one of the cardinal sins of sports watching.
I will never go watch another game at somebody else's household unless I absolutely have to. I promise that. So, I can't do it, Shasky. I'm not watching the game. It's a trap. I'm not going to your house, Spadoni.
Are you
not
a pauser?
Going over there.
Spadone?
No, like unless I have to legit change a diaper or something real quick. That's the only way I'll pause it. But I'm not pausing it for a whole hour and then coming back because it loses some of the appeal for me too.
It does.
There's nothing like live football. If a baseball game, maybe, but football, no chance.
No chance. Rob said, Bruno, wait, we'll get you on the other side. Rob. I want to hear your take. 888-957-9570. Open phone lines. Let's get into Klay Thompson stuff, too.
Yeah, I do. I really want to get into that
stuff because Klay Thompson was on the Paul George podcast, Podcast P. It was really good, man. Really good podcast.
He said something about Jordan Poole that I'm really happy he said. And I just think that people need to take a step back. He said actually a bunch of things. But
he said a bunch of things. And he also worked out with Jordan Poole. He's working out with Steph Curry. Klay Thompson is hungry for title number 5. We'll get into that at the Rob and Sam Bruno here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by AC Transit.
Looking for more information on Lon Solomon Ministries and Not a Sermon?
Monte and Shasky.
Well, today would be the wrong day to be mad with David Field coming in the building. Who the hell knows when he's here? CEO, did we have lunch with him one time?
We might have.
Oh, I don't know if I was supposed to say that.
I have no idea. With so many high-power brokers when it comes to the industry.
Yeah,
I
forgot who you were.
I got to give a shout out as my wife.
It's not Friday. It's not Friday.
No, it's just for my wife.
So
if I'm gonna represent all or explain to people all of the arguing that we do from time to time, as a normal couple, I find it to be very normal and healthy. She's gotten back to making dinners, which I can then eat again the next morning for breakfast. Oh my God. Hitting the spot. Thank you, hun.
What are you doing? You got the doghouse finally?
No, it's just we're trying to be a little more prepared with our food eating habits because I was making a lot of reckless decisions for the last couple of months.
Well, a lot of eating out, DoorDash.
Just the minute the show's over, I'm starving.
So you just go to O Club and just tear up everything?
It's not just that, but I also want to be a better host to you, a better partner to you, and so the 9 o'clock hour, I know I get a little sideways.
Oh, is that going to help you not get sideways?
I feel great today.
Wow.
I'm locked in.
Well, I think you're locked in because David Field is here. That's why you got the button up.
Well, that and I'm more like Chris Paul. You know, like I'm a second way that you can facilitate in the half court to be able to get buckets.
San Jose Jazz fan thinks I should have gone with the button down collar like you. Just saying. Nah, I do that all during basketball season.
I found a new brand that I really like.
What's that?
I think it's Faraday or Flaherty or whatever. This shirt. I really like it. It's just
not bad.
Comfortable. Very
not
comfortable.
Bad. Yeah. I got this at Payre.
What is that?
I think it's the
It's Lacoste?
Yeah,
Lacoste? How do you say it? Lacoste?
Lacoste.
If it's the alligator, it's Lacoste.
Yeah, it's Lacoste.
Yeah.
It's Lacoste. It's a small little APC.
You got to Google it.
They didn't have a lot of my sizes out there. It was a big boy. They had this dope sweater with the Lacoste sweater. Oh, my God, the gator.
European
I wanted that one
fit,
so bad.
a little slimmer than what we're accustomed to here in America.
Yeah, it was like a medium. Pre-soda diet. Pre-soda.
I do feel when I'm wearing a button-down shirt like this, I do feel like I work in an office, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like the full button-downs. Only on suits. I realized now, I was like, boy, I wear a lot of T-shirts during this shift.
What's wrong with
radio? There's nothing wrong with it. I went from wearing a lot of button-ups to wearing a lot of T-shirts to now wearing a little bit of both. Anyway.
I mean, was that like an imposter syndrome thing where you felt like you needed to wear a button-up? I'm
I don't
curious.
know. I was a big button-up guy growing up. I always loved button-ups. The little raw specials, $15.
You were a big flannel guy, too. I haven't seen a lot of the flannels. It's been warm, I know.
Well, it's very warm in this studio, but flannels and button-ups because Ross and in, that's what it was. You could wear them at all seasons. Or you could wear them if I'm going to cover a basketball game.
That
if
makes
I'm going
sense.
to school. Or if I want to go to the club, you get in the club with a button-up, right? There you go. That's what it was about.
No, that's good. That's good to know.
There was something else I wanted to read from the YouTube chat and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Shout out to them for helping us here on YouTube and Twitch. I've lost the text. Anyway, let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, man? Look, the quarterback position is the quarterback position. Cal has picked his guy. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's kind of unrealistic for us to think we're going to go play 17 weeks during the season, play another 3 or 4 weeks if we make the playoffs, to think we're going to dink and dunk and out-physical everybody without losing guys. Secondly, I feel like Bosa needs to get in camp because we know it's injury history. And I've been watching football a long time. I've seen these holdouts. The players may get their money, but it never ends well for the team or the player because the player ends up having little injuries here and there, or they may miss the whole season. And, last year was the first time Bosa played football in 2 years in a long time, back-to-back years. So I feel like he needs to be in camp. If he's not in camp by next week, I feel like the Niners are in trouble. I feel like the defense, to me, the defense hasn't got really better. You lost Jimmy Ward. The guy lost his safety job. He played at a Pro Bowl level there. Played the slot, played at another Pro Bowl level there. So you lost a guy who played 2 positions and played at a high level, okay? You still haven't locked up the other end. We haven't had a good DN since Ford when he played them good 10 games for us in, 19. Outside of Ward, the corner, I like him a lot. But the rest of them dudes from Lenore, I'm not sold on Lenore, and I'm not sold on the backup. So if Ward gets hurt, you got Lenore as your one, and you got Ambry Thomas, who I've been reading, been toast all, been getting toast all camp. So then your corners. So Bosa needs to be here. If we don't got Bosa with this defense, and let's be real about it. We win because of our defense. Cal coaches off the defense. Yeah. So my point is this: if our corner's already suspect, because I think Mosley would be the second best corner on this team, I think Ward would be the second best DB overall on this team if he was still on the squad, but he ain't. I just feel like if Bosa not on that edge, getting them 15 to 19 sacks a game, the defense is going to struggle. I don't get it. The Niners knew what they needed to do 2 years ago. You knew you had a stud. Pay this man. I don't care what you do. Pay him. Quit playing with the game. Pay him.
Rob, you're in rare form. You're in like week 8 form right now, and you've been on this all training camp. It feels like you're not optimistic about this season for the 49ers, Rob.
No, to me, first of all, I had a report talking about they going to cut trade. First of all, if you got Purdy, Darnold, and the other cap as your 3 top quarterbacks, you're not serious about winning the Super Bowl. If you got Bosa out there, knowing that your defense your corner's not all that great except for one, and you don't got him in camp, you're not serious about the Super Bowl. So at the end of the day, the Niners need to get it together. I just feel like the defense won't be as good as it was in past times. I think teams, you got to understand, when you've been a top dog, one of the top dogs in the league, teams build to beat you. So teams are steady getting better and better, and Niners fans think we just don't stay the same. No, we got to realize last year, McCaffrey didn't get hurt, Bosa didn't get hurt. We didn't during that win streak. Everybody was starting to get healthy. The only guy we missed was Elijah Mitchell. So we had our full squad. When has the 49ers ever had a full squad for that long of a period of a time?
That's a good point.
I just feel like I think Cal, he needs to get it together. If Purdy's his guy, that's his guy. You know what I'm saying? Quit slandering Trey, though, because I feel like you're trying to turn Trey into a West Coast quarterback, and to me, he's not that. He's a downfield play action type quarterback, which makes me mad because we're great at running the football. So we can still run the football and run some play action off of that to open some lanes downfield to where we ain't got to dink and dunk every game and go 15 plays to score 6 points instead of some plays going 5. So we ain't got to put all that strain on our offense and getting hurt because we're not going. The thing I said before, we're not going to win 17 games, play 17 weeks, another 3 or 4 weeks, bullying everybody because we can't physically hold up. That's
Rob,
it's impossible.
Good stuff, Rob. He's here for Rob is San Bruno. He won't even go to a practice this season.
But what he was
said he won't even go to practice.
But what he's saying is so. Like, I'm realistically trying to look at this team, and I'm saying to myself, like, what they did last year is great, but like every year is its own entity.
It is different,
right? And
Seattle's coming, man.
Well, it's not just that. Your strengths and your weaknesses kind of, they evolve over time, right? And I look at this year's team, and I don't know what the strengths and weaknesses are going to be. Could Debo have a huge bounce back? Could CMC get dinged up all year, right? Like, he's a guy who's had a long history of injuries. Right, that's been one of the knocks on Christian McCaffrey, fair or not. Mm-hmm. And then I look at this offensive line, I think there's a lot of question marks on it. And the defense, which I think it's too simplistic, but if you wanted to do this quarterback is a winner, right? Mm-hmm. That's what we did with Jimmy Garoppolo. Look at the 49ers record with Nick Bosa. Look at their record without Nick Bosa. And you tell me if he's important or not.
Yeah, no, he's definitely important.
So,
he's definitely important.
Like, they can ill afford to have him skip a beat at all, let alone.
I'm not worried about Bosa once he comes in. Like, the injury concerns, heck, Debo could get hurt today running around.
Can you name one holdout where the guy came in and had a better year than
Aaron Donald?
And that's why he's an all-time player?
Right. Aaron Donald right off the rip.
Okay.
Held out, boom, played well.
Okay.
Played really well. TJ Watt held out, but I guess he was on the field from Dan Graziano, but he played well. Guys play well off a holdout. They play well. Where's the data that says they don't play well?
Well, Debo just last year, this team.
Well, he was out of shape. He didn't do nothing all offseason.
He stood on the sideline,
He did nothing all offseason.
Well, I mean, you're asking me for one, I'm giving you one.
Bosa worked out. We know Bosa has been strong. We know he's been in that gym. He's been working out. Bosa, football is his life. Football is his life. Now, will he have the sack numbers that he had last season? I don't know that. I don't know. Because teams do scheme away from him. They'll double him. They'll triple him. They know how important he is. Bosa's a very important player.
No, but I think, like, we're arguing two different things.
No, we're not.
No,
we're not.
When we talk about Bosa being out,
no,
I'm not sitting here, and this is what the 925 is texting in. Let's not pretend Bosa's sitting around eating chips. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they're installing a new defense. Now, you could say, Joe, his role is going to be very comparable, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but there's still like, I want him to be out there. This is all about Super Bowl.
I would love to know how complicated the D-line scheme is for the 49ers. Nick Bosa, we're going to run this stunt. You've run this stunt your whole life.
The last time the 49ers won the Super Bowl?
Nick Bosa, go get the quarterback. This is how I want you to go get the quarterback. It can't be. I don't want to sound like I don't want to demean defensive linemen and try to make it sound like their job is just simple. Hey, go get the quarterback. There's different things. You got to slide left. You got to take guys out. I get all that. Stunt here and there. But come on. Let's act like Nick Bosa can't pick this stuff up in a day.
No one's saying
like
that.
we're acting like he's playing quarterback. He's playing defensive end, going to get the quarterback and stopping the run.
It's about the metaphor of everyone being ready to roll day one. Let's go. Like if you're going to use that same rhetoric regarding offense and the quarterback,
did he not have a hamstring in Week 1 against Tampa Bay? His rookie year, we didn't know what the hell we were going to get from Nick Bosa.
Going into that,
he went out there and dominated.
Going into that year, he was third or fourth most important guy on that line going into that year. By the end of the year, he was their best player. This year, if we were putting together a template, he's one or two most important players on your team. Right? Like, you had DeForest, you had Eric Armstead, who hadn't popped at that point. You had brought in D Ford. Like, there were a lot of question marks.
Look,
I think more of the defense is designed around Nick Bosa than we're giving credit for.
The only concern I have about Nick Bosa being out is what Eric Crocker talked about with the soft tissue injuries. Coming back, not being in football shape. Being in shape, but not in football shape. That's the only thing that concerns me. Whether the scheme and knowing the new defense or whatnot, they'll figure that stuff out. They'll figure it out. It can't be that hard. They're not having dramatic changes here. They're not switching formations. They're not going from a 4-3 to a 3-4. You know what I'm saying? They're not going from a 4-3 to a what was it, a 2-5-4 or whatever the hell they run at exotic defense. They're running 3-3-5 and all that stuff. They're not doing that. Bosa, go get the quarterback. Bosa, go set the edge. But the only concern I have, and I'm not going to say, oh, man, Shaska, you're foolish for being concerned. I understand where you're coming from. The only concern I have, though, is the little injuries if he's not in football shape and he comes back the week of the game. Right now, I'm not too concerned about Bosa being ready for the season. I think Bosa knows what's at stake. And I think Bosa knows what he wants, and he wants a Super Bowl, and he's going to play at a high damn level. I mean, he watched that top 100 the other day, said, oh, number 4, huh? I should be number 1. Bosa always has a chip on the shoulder.
I know. I'm just saying from like a team building aspect, you want your top dogs there setting the tone every day. When you go to practice and you see Nick Bosa balling out the way he does in those drills, like there's a level of like, hey, we're here to win a Super Bowl.
Is it that why Fred Waters the captain of the defense?
No, I want them all there, though.
Drake Greenlaw?
I want them all
Eric
there.
Armstead,
It's not
Javon
either or.
Kinlaw.
To me, it's all
These
of them.
guys have been here before. They've been here before. How many new players do they have on this roster outside of Javon Hargrave?
Well, right now they've
Isaiah
got
Oliver,
they've got
Javon Hargrave, and he got the rookie Jair Brown. But for the most part, this defense is basically the same. All right, you lost Jimmy Ward. Okay, that's 3.
You lost Al Shire, who was a part of the linebacker crew. You've got a different slot corner. You're looking at a safety, a young rookie safety who will probably get some looks. I think Gibson's going to get the majority of the looks first. And then you've obviously got unknown at the opposite DN spot, opposite Bosa. So I don't know.
I mean,
that's like 30% of the team.
Drake Jackson knows who Bosa is. He played with Bosa last year. Kerry Hyder Jr. was here last year. He knows who Bosa is.
I just can't. I don't see any argument where saying that one of your best players not being there is actually a positive for your team. That's just, I don't subscribe to that.
Is it a negative?
Yeah.
I don't think it is. Fred Woodard out there are barking. They know, hey, when 97 gets here, this is going to be a lot easier, folks. When 97 gets here, oh, this is what you're going to be doing. But these are great. I actually think this is great for the team. For Drake Jackson, for Clelin Ferrell, and Kerry Hyder Jr. Let's see what you got against Trent Williams. Because those reps will go to Nick Bosa if he was in camp. Now that he's not here, Drake Jackson, go get better. Go up against Trent Williams and get to the quarterback by get past him. How about Kerry Hyder Jr.? You want reps? You want to play? Here's your opportunity. Because those reps are not going to be here the minute Bosa steps on the field. So I don't think it's that big of a deal at all. They text. They know what's going on. You don't think George Kittle sending Nick Bosa, I miss you text?
When you're going to sign a contract of the magnitude that he's going to sign, you're going to be here a long time. And part of that is there is a prerequisite of leadership, and part of that leadership is being there for everything, being a part of it. And I'm going to expect his being more vocal. Not that he's going to ever be Fred Warner, but you get more responsibility the more money that you make in the building. I mean, that's a reality. You get one of the premium contracts the game has ever seen. There's a level of expectation I expect from you in terms of setting the tone every day at practice and work ethic, which he does up until this point. I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all. I just want to see the best player on defense be there.
Well, he's going to be here, Shasky. I believe he's going to be here. He's not here by week 1, then, oh, brother, what's happening here? What's going on? I'm not worried about August 9th, whether or not Nick Bosa is here or not. They know what Nick Bosa brings to the table, and also this is the NFL. And you know what players understand more so than anything? Yeah, it's about wins, it's about Super Bowls, it's about getting better, but it's also about business. It's all about taking care of you and your family and being valued properly, all right? And getting the right money for you proper. Like, this is generational wealth that Bosa's about to get. And I don't want to hear that, oh, well, he already got money, he got family. But no. This is Nick Bosa's money. So players on that team understand the business of sports, the business of pro sports. They understand, hey, Nick Bosa's out for now. We're going to be fine without him. Do you really miss him? Nick Bosa's not there. Like, come on. We're overthinking this thing. Yes, it is a concern when he gets back.
It's August 10th.
It's August 9th.
He's the second
it's August
best.
9th.
He's the second best player on the team at minimum. He was the number 2 overall pick. He had Defensive Player of the Year last year. I think it's fair to just say, what the hell is going on?
They haven't got the money right. It's a Parag special. Figure it out. It's a complicated deal. Talk about signing a guy to a lifetime contract to make sure that he never plays in another uniform ever again. You got injury concerns.
You've known this.
You got snaps concerns.
I mean, B. Once he came back with full force last year, you had a pretty good feel of where this was going.
Hey, but maybe the Niners sat back and said, boy, no sacks in the playoffs. One quarterback hit.
Oh, so that's going to take $1 million here, $1 million there off? I mean, if we're going to play that game, then I'm going to sit here and explain
we look
every
at arbitration,
wasted dollar over the last 20 years.
We look at arbitration in baseball. This is what they do in baseball. Front offices come in there. Ownership comes in there. Tells Corbin Burns.
Yeah,
tell Corbin Burns, hey, you know what? You only pitched 184 innings. We needed 200. You know, I'm just saying. This is how they think. But as far as the team, how's it a negative? Dude, Bosa's fine. It's not stopping George Kittle from running routes 100%.
If they slip up early in the year, this will be one of the talking points. You just mark my words.
Depends how they slip up.
Depends how they slip up. Any slip. This is all going to be a part of it. It's going to be all baked into it. At the beginning of last year, when they weren't ready to go, at the beginning of last year, when Jimmy wasn't ready to go, there were questions like, well, why was he throwing on the side field? Why wasn't he practicing with the team? Why weren't you having a competition in camp? Why did Debo hold out? Wow, he's not in good shape. Like, these are all part of the early season conversations.
I'm not saying it's not wrong to have the conversation at all. I'm just saying I wouldn't be too overly concerned about it right now. I'm personally not. I'm not going to freak out and lose sleep over it. And I doubt the team is. We watched them fly around the football on the practice field.
They're a different team without him.
No doubt. That's obvious. They know that. Everybody knows that. But did that stop them from flying around? You see Drake Greenlaw? He came over, adapted something the next play. He stuffed McCaffrey in the hole. Didn't miss Nick Bosa on that play. Stuffed McCaffrey for a 3-yard loss.
To me, when you have a player as good as Nick Bosa, he's so premium. The contract is like, it is what it is. Like, you're going to get squeezed. That's what happens as an organization. And I understand you want to nickel and dime here and there. This is a premier player. This isn't Quan Alexander. This isn't even Charvarius Ward, a guy who went through free agency, right? This is Nick Bosa. And no one's saying that he's going to be out of shape because he's not ready to go. What I'm saying to you is if you are on a mission to win a Super Bowl, right? In the same way that I looked at the Warriors offseason last year, and I'm like, man, Clay didn't play any basketball? What's going on here? Like, when you do things during the offseason and then you get off to a slow start, all of the stuff leading up to that is going to be critiqued.
There will be. Darrelle Revis, I'm looking at all-time holdouts.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Darrelle Revis held out. That's right.
Was it with the Jets or was it with the
Jets? With the Jets, he held out the year they were on Hard Knocks. And remember,
what did they do that year?
They made the AFC Championship game. They played the Pittsburgh Steelers and lost in the AFC Championship game. I'll never forget because I bet on that game. They played the Cowboys Sunday Night Football. And I remember Rex Ryan on Hard Knocks was like, you don't want to be here for Sunday Night Football? You want to keep holding out? Then fine, hold out there. We'll be good without your ass. And Revis signed that week. And he had some tough tough moment to get Dez Bryant at a Sunday Night Football game, but in the second half, Revis was Revis, and Revis Island was on and popping. So that's just one. Emmitt Smith, he held out in 93. All the Cowboys did was
Did they lose both those games? Or
they lost both those games.
Yeah.
They signed them, and all they did was go on and win the Super Bowl. Fred Dean, 84, he held out. All the Niners did was go on and win the Super Bowl.
In 84, he held out?
84.
Oh, I didn't know that.
John Riggins, 1980, he held out. He held out. Well, the Redskins ended up winning the Super Bowl a couple years later. Bo Jackson held out with the Bucks, went back to the draft, went to the Raiders. I think that worked out well for him.
How about Crabtree?
It's not on here.
Well, he missed 5 full games.
Eric Dickerson held out in 1985. Held out in 1985. But he led the league in rushing in 86. They got traded next year. So, I mean, look, holdouts are different. Expectations are high for Bosa. He set a high bar last year. I'll worry about the soft tissue injuries, but that's it. I'm not going to worry about anything else in terms of team building. I'm not going to worry about whether or not it's a negative for the team, whether or not they have a negative mindset. No, guys need to work. Guys need to play like he's not there. And these are great opportunities for Drake Jackson, Cleveland Farrell, Kerry Hyder Jr., whoever else needs to go rush the quarterback.
Well, I think that my big thing is he should have already been signed. And I'm not even saying he needs to play and practice every single day, but I just want to send that signal to everyone like it's go time. When you go to practice, it feels like go time for everyone. And it just feels like this guy's going to have to play to some degree, some catch up. And you want this guy ready to roll.
Then it's on Nick Bosa then. Because this organization and Jed York have done a great job at paying guys. Fred Warner came to camp, got his new deal. Kittle came to camp, got his new deal. Devo came to camp, out of shape, scrubbed the Niners off his Instagram, but you know what? He got his new deal.
No, I agree.
You know?
I'm not even mad at the Niners. It's just
it should be on
what's the
Bosa.
holdup?
So it should be on Bosa.
It is.
Somebody called Nick Bosa. What's the holdup? His agent. What's the holdup?
I worry about this.
When John Lynch said it, and I don't know why everybody's freaking out now, because John Lynch said it 2 weeks ago when they opened up training camp. And I said it, I was like, wow, complicated. Nobody even said anything about it. He said, this was going to be a complicated situation. So to me, when he said complicated, I said, oh, this deal's not going to get done for a couple weeks. It's not going to get done for a few weeks. He said it. It's going to be complicated. This is a complicated deal. It's complicated.
How is it more complicated than trying to equate George Kittle's, impact as a blocker and as a tight end? We know tight end money isn't the same as wide receiver money, and so that felt a little more complicated because he's a pass catcher, but he's also an unbelievable inline blocker who can be, evaluated at a tackle position. Why do you think this is complicated? Because of his position? Because of the hierarchy of defensive line pay?
I think a little bit of all that. Hierarchy of D-line play. Maybe Bosa's agent is telling him, hey, sit back and wait on Chris Jones. Sit back and wait for Chris Jones.
Who would you pay more money to, Chris Jones or Nick Bosa?
Well, Kansas City's going to say, Chris Jones, he dominated the playoffs.
I know.
He dominated Niners in Super Bowl 54. Dominated. Chris Jones he's so good. He's so good. Stuffing the run, getting after the quarterback. I mean, outside of Frank Clark, they had nobody get after the quarterback.
And he's done it in multiple Super Bowls.
And Chris Jones took over that AFC Championship game early on to slow down the Bengals.
How about the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl against the Niners?
That's what I just said.
He's been unbelievable.
3 batted balls at the line of scrimmage. I mean, this guy. So Chris Jones is going to get paid. When he gets paid, you're probably going to pay Bosa a little bit more. But hell, some people may say.
He's a lot younger.
But some people may say, I'd rather pay Chris Jones.
It's Donald and Jones, and then what?
Fletcher Cox in Philly's good.
He's a little older.
Grady Jarrett in Atlanta's good.
Yeah, Grady Jarrett's very good.
Quentin Williams is legit with the Jets.
I think he's a little down below those guys, but he's very close.
He's
and if you
right
wanted
there.
to make the argument Myles Garrett is as good as Bosa, I'd listen to that. I think they both have an argument.
Max Crosby?
But Max Crosby's deal is so much below what Bosa's going to get.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm like, well, wait a minute. Did the Max Crosby deal kind of throw a monkey in the wrench here? Do the Niners think they're going to get Bosa for Max Crosby money?
Yeah, no.
Because that's not going to happen.
And Crosby plays every single snap.
I mean, Crosby's awesome.
Every single snap. So that's where we're at with Bosa. But we'll see what happens. If he hells it, I'll make this promise to you. If he's not back by the second preseason game, I'll meet you in the middle with your concerns.
Okay. By the second preseason game?
Second preseason
So
game.
this Sunday, and then they play what? Next
Saturday.
Next Saturday.
If he's not in the Bay Area by next Sunday,
all right,
working on a new deal.
But aren't you surprised it hasn't gotten more attention?
I think it's gotten a lot of attention. I think we're so hyper-focused, too, though. Here's the deal. Bosa could play great and have 18 sacks. We all know it's coming down to who's throwing the football. It's coming down to Purdy, Trey, or Sam Darnold. And Greg Cole just joined us at 8:30, said he doesn't believe none of these quarterbacks are going to lead him to the Super Bowl. That's why we're focused. No matter what Bosa does, he won DPOY last year. It didn't matter because the quarterback got hurt.
If you told me he had 18 sacks, I would say they're in a position to win a lot of games. The quarterback play would be, no matter who it is, would be pretty good because you usually get sacks late in games, and that means your team is winning. When the other team is winning, they run the ball, and so you're not going to get as many sack opportunities. It's a good point, though. I mean, independent, he could have a monster year. We saw T.J. Watts had monster year, and they went like 8-8. You know what I mean? And he's been outstanding.
And here's the other thing, too. If Bosa, who came off that torn ACL, had 2 great years, back-to-back, stacked them up off a torn ACL. He hasn't skipped a beat. But you always mentioned how in the playoffs he looked compromised. And I wonder what it was. Did the Niners know what it was this past playoff run?
Yeah.
Was he compromised? Hell, people said that about the 2021 season. The end of that season, when they played at SoFi Stadium, he was quiet during that Rams game.
He was pretty tired in that fourth quarter.
Right, he was gassed.
He was pretty tired. There's no doubt about that.
Do the Niners know something that we don't know?
Well, he was really good in the Dallas game in that year in Dallas, and he was really good in that Green Bay. That Green Bay game was a hard-hitting, thumping game. He was good in that game. But also Aaron Rodgers got rid of the ball a zillion times in that game early. There is something to be said on that, but I would go back to this, and I would say, this is where I look at the Dallas defensive front. They're so deep with speed. Yeah. I think that their front seven, which is a hard thing for me to swallow, is deeper than the Niners' front seven because they're going to cut a couple of these defensive ends that they have. If you look at the Dallas defensive line right now, they've got some DNs.
Yeah.
One of those guys that gets cut could make the Niners.
Yeah.
That's how deep they are.
They are deep.
They're really, really, really deep. So I don't think the Niners are as deep, so I think they rely on Bosa more. That's why, to your point on the Drake Jackson thing and everything else, I'm really worried about this D-line.
Well, they need reps. They need to get all the reps they can. And maybe Bosa's holding out saying, look, man, you guys got nobody opposite of me. You guys rely on me to get to the quarterback. If I don't get to the quarterback, we don't usually get to the quarterback.
If he misses a game or two, it does feel like you're limiting, not saying it's over, but like you're making it more difficult on yourself to win a Super Bowl.
Well, let's see what happens over the next week. Let's see if they can make some headway. See, we haven't even had any updates.
And how would that be received by fans?
If he held out and missed a game?
I think they'd turn on him quick.
Oh, yeah, they turn on Bosa. They call him selfish. They call him all kind of names.
There was a point in last offseason.
Or Jed York gets to blame.
Well, there were a lot of Niner fans mad at Debo at one point last year, remember?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of fans.
By the way, some breaking news. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider. Warriors are promoting Nick Kerr to head coach of the Santa Cruz Warriors. He worked in the Spurs video room back in 2017-18. Moved to the Warriors video room for 3 seasons. Worked in the G League, in Santa Cruz as a G League assistant the last 2 seasons. And he is Steve Kerr's son. He replaces Seth Cooper. Seth Cooper now co-pilots the Warriors player development program. So Nick Kerr.
I don't even.
The Santa Cruz G League Warriors.
Do you know who he is?
Yeah.
Oh. Wow. Is he? Wow.
Steve's son.
Wow.
Steve's son.
Yeah. Wow. That's pretty incredible. While we're out here giving out, breaking news. Happy birthday, Emma Moylan. She turns the big 1-0.
Emma Moylan. Who's that?
Jimbo's daughter. She's 10.
Who's Jimbo?
My buddy Jim. Charlie's dad.
Oh, what's up, Charlie?
Yeah.
Charlie's dad. Yeah. How's Charlie doing?
Charlie's good. We got baseball practice today. A little fall ball action.
Well, Klay Thompson's feeling good right now.
Dude, what a great interview.
Let's start it here. Klay working out with Steph Curry.
I can handle it, especially for the shooting portion. Yeah. But once he does this ball handling with the tennis ball, he's got these lights. He's got all this like crazy globetrotter jester stuff he's doing. Yeah, he's juggling. I was training with him last week. He juggles the ball, goes behind his back, and I'm like, bro, I just need 1-2 dribbles to get my spot. But like, I see why he can go to anywhere and does what he does with the ball. I'm like, damn, Steph, you do this every day. And now I'm starting to implement more of that in what I do because I'm like, all right, that's why he ages so well.
Yeah. That's funny you said that.
Yeah, and his trainer, Brendan, actually told me an interesting concept, like how I like to catch rhythm with my footwork and get my shoulders square, but him and Steph train where he can get rhythm with his hands, like with his handles being so tight. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay, I like the way you guys do things.
Yeah.
I'm gonna even though I've been his teammate for so long, I'm still in awe, of how he prepares.
So
So that's Clay on Steph and the ball handling. Just Clay's funny, man.
Can you play the one regarding Jordan Poole?
Yeah, we got a couple.
I really want to hear this because I thought this was very refreshing. We've heard a lot from Draymond. We've heard a lot of negativity about Jordan Poole.
We heard some good stuff from Steph too.
No, I know, but what he says here, what Clay says here, it makes me go, dude. Clay's a good guy, dude. I thought this was really classy of him to say about Jordan. No, this was really
cool. Trying to get out of Clay's doghouse.
Well, no, honestly, Jordan, we've taken a dump on a 23-year-old. I'm as a media and as a fan base, and I feel bad for Jordan Poole. It's that is a human.
We got two cuts here. Clay, on the honor to play with CP3, and some Jordan Poole thoughts.
To be able to play with someone like Chris is an honor. Obviously, it hurts to see Jordan go. That's the nature of the beast that is this business.
Mm-hmm.
JP was homegrown. I saw him put the work in. I saw him go 2-15 in the game, but then he would be in the dungeon, which we call our practice facility because there's no windows, getting shots up right after the game. And that reminded me of my younger self. I would have a terrible shooting night in Oakland at Oracle. I would drive to the practice facility in downtown Oakland. I would do the same thing my second year. And I'm like, I don't have the energy for that no more. But to see JP follow that same footing, I'm like, man, this kid's going to be special. And we wouldn't have won the championship without him. He was so important to us when Steph went down and we played that series against Denver. I mean, so Jordan is forever going to be cherished in the Warriors lore just for what he did and helped bring us back to where we needed to go. And I know he's going to do great things in Washington. And it felt good seeing him last week. It was weird seeing him in some Wizards gear, but that's Steph and I's little bro. So to see him go and he's going to flourish out there, I'm happy for him.
He's happy for him.
We made so much of JP's the mean one or the odd man out or the guy that doesn't work hard or he isn't this, isn't that. How refreshing is it to hear from someone who he's minted, Klay Thompson, he's a made man. Try to give the guy some love on the way out the door in a classy way and just being real about the work ethic. That was cool. And then say that's my little bro. We don't win a championship without him. As a Warrior fan, that's what I appreciate about Klay Thompson right there.
This, and not to make it about me.
What's that?
I'm glad Klay said it.
Me too.
But I've told you for a couple years now, and I've told everybody here, I'm not trying to be I told you so, I told you so.
What?
Klay Thompson's brother, Michael, his older brother, works out Jordan Poole before every single game. That's who he works out with. Michael is running with Jordan Poole. And if you thought there was any friction with Klay, Jordan Poole, do you think his older brother will be working out Jordan Poole before the game? That was his guy. That was his coach. That was his guy. Steph has Q, you know what I mean? Draymond, I forget who Draymond has. He may have Q too. But they all got different dudes. Chris DeMarco worked out with JP at times too, and Klay Thompson. Michael Thompson was there as well. And the whole thing about him working out, I said that all last year. Jordan Poole's the first one to the gym, last one out. He's a good kid.
Yeah.
He's a good kid. So the messiness that went on around this team was very unfair to Jordan Poole, which made me call Willard's show. And one day, Willard did dibs, and I had to call him and check him about something. It's nah, dude, you're out here spreading false narratives about JP. He's not that type of guy. So I'm glad Klay Thompson said that. And I'm glad Steph has said that.
Well, and I'm glad that he said, he just said it in a sentence. We don't win the championship without Jordan Poole.
I don't know why people believe they do.
Now, we can have a different conversation about moving forward. Is it the right fit for a variety of reasons? Will it help them win another championship? And does the money prohibit them? There's all these other layers of conversations we can have. But let's not have revisionist history on his impact on what did get them their fourth championship.
No and you know what?
Which many think is the bonus championship.
Well, and it's what didn't get them the fifth championship because JP didn't play well.
Yeah.
He may have been a difference maker winning a championship last year.
That's a good point.
So
that's really
not having JP playing at a high level last year got you bounced by the LA Lakers in 6. Here's more Klay on Jordan Poole.
But I'm excited for him. Washington got a good one. Yeah. Future All-Star for sure.
I said the same thing. He stood out to me. In the beginning, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see the vision. Mm-hmm. He had a rough rookie year where
he was young though. He was 20.
Yeah,
and he was throwing the fire. We just got off a finals appearance. And
it was pressure on him.
All right, no Steph, no Klay.
It was
go ahead and take the reins, then, Rook.
But I was just watching. I'm like, I don't see it. But then year 2, he came out a totally different player, and I was like, wow,
that's the work ethic.
And then year 3, I was like, damn, like I felt like the league was like, all right, there's 3 of them now, like it's not just Steph and Clay anymore. It's 3 of them. Yeah, Jordan Poole is shooting on that level right now.
You know, we talk a lot about, are we going to regret the Niners not getting that dude at quarterback under Shanahan? Are they going to regret some of the decisions they made if they don't win another Super Bowl, or if they don't win a Super Bowl for the first time since 94, 95? Are the Warriors at some point going to regret letting go of Jordan Poole?
I don't know.
Are they? It's going to take some time.
But
That's
I
like
also
a 3 to 5 year exercise, you know?
Can we also, like, his success is going to be viewed through a variety of lenses.
It is.
Jordan Poole's.
It is.
The Warriors' success is going to be viewed through a variety of lenses. So just because let's say both of them fail, I don't think they're mutually exclusive concepts. I mean, I think they are mutually exclusive concepts, meaning just because Jordan Poole's awesome in Washington doesn't mean he would have been awesome moving forward with this Warrior team. Just because the Warriors are awesome and Jordan Poole isn't over there doesn't mean that he couldn't have adjusted here. Like, I just think there's too many nuances here. I don't know.
But I do appreciate Clay and Steph.
We're going to look back.
Yeah, we are going to
You're
look
right
back.
there. We are going to look back.
We're going to look back a lot at, and James Wiseman too. James Wiseman's not forgotten about. We'll look back at him if in case. Right now, people are laughing at him or whatnot, but we'll look at all those moves.
Similar to the Purdy-Lance convo, Poole showed way more than Wiseman ever did.
Oh, no doubt.
Way more. So to lump them together, to me, is disrespectful to Jordan Poole. And I'm not trying to rip James Wiseman, another young man.
You're right.
But there's levels.
No, Jordan Poole played like damn near the player of the month in the month of March when Steph was out. I mean, he was dynamic. So it was cool to hear Clay said it. And working out with Poole, what was that? Curry, Clay.
Look, I think they're all just good guys. Like, again, maybe, like, for example, like, I can like my brother. I don't necessarily want to live with my brother every single day, in and out, because I want to kill him at times, right? So maybe just because you like Jordan Poole doesn't mean you want to play with him next year.
Warriors are coming soon.
That might not have been a great analogy.
Yeah, I'm going to just keep going on. You want to kill your brother. Media day.
He was asking for an ESPN Plus login.
Was he? Yeah, you're not getting that, Dilly
Kick
boy.
down some money.
Damn. My final thought, David Phil, let's make it quick, all right?
Feel me?
We got things to do. That's my final thought. Make it quick today.
My final thought is this. Shohei Ohtani, that guy cares a lot. And I don't think there's an amount of money that I could pay him that would be out of line. I'm dead serious. I love Shohei Ohtani.
My final thoughts is I can't wait for joint practices tomorrow because there's going to be a lot of S-talking. Who's going to start that first fight tomorrow? My money is Marcus Peters for the Las Vegas Raiders. He's going to have a pick six on someone, by the way. Whether it's Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy, or Trey Lance, he will have a pick six.
Could be Brendan Allen.
He also might give up multiple
touchdowns.
He
will. It's hit or miss. It's all right. Pivot, don't panic.
Lovin'.
Yeah, I'm also kind of glad that that Klay Thompson said all that stuff about Jordan Poole. I'm always be very grateful for what Jordan Poole did for the Warriors and helping them win that title last year, how he filled in for Steph. And I do wish Jordan Poole the best. I do hope he balls out in Washington. And a big part of me is always going to wonder what could have been with Poole, Steph, and Klay, working together long term. But we'll never know.
We'll never know. We'll never know. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network. I was so ready for a Farhan take. Only from Xfinity, the future starts now. I for sure thought we were getting some Giants take from Lovin'. It's a nice upset there. Final thought, Hillary thinks Jimmy is better than Brock. Fast Five. Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz coming up from 10 to 2.
When I told my accountant that I wanted to do it.
right, good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. Guru will be back next week. Then I'll be gone. And you'll be gone.
Yes, sir.
When are you taking off?
Take off next Wednesday. So
Okay.
Goo and I will be in next Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, that may be a theme of the next few shows here on 95.7 The Game, 10 to 2. Evan and I both going to Europe.
Yeah, not Scandinavia and Switzerland.
No, I'm going to
But close.
Ireland, and you're going to Italy. And we may ask for some travel tips from you over the course of the week. I mean, what's the best way to get the Euros? How are you getting your Euros?
Well, that's a great question. So I've never actually been over the pond as an adult by myself, or just as an adult in general. So I really have no clue what I'm doing when it comes to international travel. If there are any tips, any tricks. I know you've done it before.
Yes.
Oh, love that. Thank you, Spadoni. But so when we're going to be in Italia, please let me know what I need to do.
Yes.
Where I need to go.
Well, it's a big country.
Well, I mean, I know it's
the
cities
old
I'm going to be
country.
in. That's
And,
no,
he's,
it's
and
cities.
he's single too, Steiny. That's a big factor in all this.
I can't.
I put you in a hard
I
spot
can't
there. It's
speak
all
to
right.
that.
Don't comment.
I can't
It's fine.
speak.
Pivot.
Come
Don't
on.
panic.
So what are
never
you
that.
saying? You're saying that he's going to have
action
in Italy?
I'm saying he's going to have a lot of fun.
Sounds to
is
me
what
like
I'm
you're
saying.
bad-mouthing Ireland and
Thanks,
the social circuit in Ireland.
A lot of green out there in the Emerald Isle.
It's an unbelievable country.
Potatoes,
Happy to
right?
be there. Yes. But
Heard there was a famine.
Ireland's pretty amazing.
One time.
Yeah. First time in Europe, though, for you.
Yes. Well, in Western Europe, I've been to Scandinavia.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I've
that's
been
right.
to
Your
Sweden.
sister.
My sister lives in Sweden, in Stockholm, so I've been out there to visit her.
Gotcha.
But yeah.
Hey, so here's what we got going today. We've got Tracy Sandler. She's going to join us at 10:45. She covers the San Francisco 49ers. They don't practice today. They're headed to Vegas later today, and they have joint practices with the Raiders tomorrow and Friday, and then they play an exhibition game, preseason game on Sunday.
Yeah.
And I was talking to the boss about this yesterday. This is going to be incredible, this 49er season. Like, does it feel... here's what when you come in on Monday, you and Guru, I'll bet you it's going to feel like a normal week one Monday, the way you guys talk about the game. It's not just a preseason game. It's not a game where we're not going to really look much into it. I think it's going to be the opposite. I think we're going to probably see Lance. I think we're probably going to see Darnold. And then when we come in on Monday, or you guys come in on Monday, it's on in terms of who the backup should be. It's going to be... The regular season starts, in a way, Sunday, at least for Trey Lance and Sam Darnold.
Absolutely.
And that's going to be fun. And I was also thinking, so let's combine the Niners with the Warriors. And the station's been around for like 10, 12 years.
12 as of, what was it, August 1st or something?
Yeah, I think this is I think you can make a case that this is the most intriguing, exciting, anticipated season for both these teams together since we've been a station. Because there is absolutely no doubt with the Niners, push is coming to shove. It's time. Can they break through? Can they get to the Super Bowl? If they get to the Super Bowl, can they win the Super Bowl? There's legitimate expectations, and this team's got a right to think it can win the Super Bowl. The Warriors, there's an unknown about the Warriors, and there's an intrigue with Chris Paul being a Golden State Warrior, and whether or not this team can put last year behind them and be better than they were when they only won 44 regular season games. They could absolutely be better next year, the Warriors. Can they be good enough to be one of the top 3-4 teams in the league and challenge again? Maybe. I'm not saying it's outside the realm of possibility. So the boss and I are talking yesterday, and we were just acknowledging that this is going to be an unbelievable next 4-6 months in the Bay Area. I don't think there's ever been a greater interest in what's going to happen with these teams. And I'll throw the Giants in there too. You got to figure in a couple weeks they'll still, ideally be in the race. So think about where we're at right now. The excitement level for sports in the Bay Area that's on the horizon. This is going to be a year like no other. I think there's going to be unprecedented interest in the 49ers and the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, and I think between those two teams and even to the Giants for some extent,
sure,
there is. I don't know if there's excitement because it's a nervous energy, because things could go really well, but I think there's also the possibility for things to go horribly wrong for both of those teams. Whether it's the 49ers having a bunch of injuries that could derail their season, or coming up short, or Brock Purdy not panning out, or Trey Lance or Sam Darnold doing the same. I think there's a lot of variables at play that make it that if you're a doubter, you kind of have something you can grab onto and you have evidence. But if you are a steadfast fan and a believer and kind of just hey, let's roll the balls out there and let's see how this thing goes, and we believe that our team is good enough to win, well, you can have that opinion too, and it's valid, especially with the Golden State Warriors. So, and I think there is so much more importance on both of these seasons, not as far as maybe guys getting fired or pieces being let go, but I do think that the 49ers window, however long it's open, I think is going to rest on the finality of this season. And the Golden State Warriors dynasty, we're going to have a very good idea at the end of this season how much longer that dynasty is. So I'm with you, and I think that's what the energy and the excitement comes from.
And I think that's a good point. And it's this, that while these teams have unbelievable expectations and they have a chance to go very far in the postseason and maybe even win it all, you're right. There's another group of fans that probably look at the Warriors and say, I think they're pretty much done. Okay, well, that's good too in terms of interest, because if they're not done, it's going to even create a more sizable enthusiasm from maybe some fans of the Warriors who think, you know what, I love the Warriors, but they're kind of coming up against it here, and they're probably not going to this, that, or the other thing. And then when they do, it's a monster deal. And I'm with you also on the Niners. If the Niners don't make a run this year, then obviously there'll be reasons why, but I don't think any of the reasons are going to matter. Whether it's injury, whether Brock Purdy takes a step back, whether Seattle and Philly and Dallas are better than we think and they end up better than the 49ers, it's all on the table. This, for the 49ers, to me, their excuses may be valid, but I don't think anybody's going to care about the excuses if they don't get it done, even if it is injury.
No, I do agree with that, because we're at the point now where, yes, you have the 3 out of 4 NFC championships to cling to, one of which you won. But that's also where the kind of start of the expectation is for a lot of people. So if you come up short, even if it's because of an injury, well, you've also seen that before.
Right.
So the 49ers have maybe unfairly kind of already used their excuses in years prior for why they haven't won a Super Bowl. Whether it's you didn't have the correct quarterback in 2019 or Shanahan's play calling. And then in 2021, it was more of a run and a late one after a 3-5 start. But you had a chance to beat the Rams. Maybe there was a drop pick. Maybe there was play calling. You had a 10-point lead going into the fourth. You didn't win. And then last year, well, the reason's obvious, because you lost your quarterback in the first quarter. Now, even if one of those 3 things happen this season, there's going to be the feeling of, yes, here we go again. But also, I do think inside the organization, too, it's almost, well, now there is a thought of doubt to me that can linger in of, well, did we ever really have it? Did we deserve to win it? Should we have won it? At the end of the day, that doesn't matter because you didn't. And also due to the amount of decisions that they're just going to have to make financially about players' futures,
correct,
some of the contracts, and big pieces of this team, some of which that are also getting older. Like, this is kind of an inflection point for the San Francisco 49ers, and they set themselves up to succeed. Now everyone has the feeling, I believe, from hearing callers from the Morning Roast, callers from Willard and Dibbs, and Styles has been in for Willard this week. Like, everyone's calling in, and it's like, this is the time. This is our year, and I don't want to hear an excuse if they don't get it done.
Yeah, I think most 49er fans are with you there. And one of the reasons that I think 49er fans feel good about where they are is because last year they ran through 3 or 4 quarterbacks and still knocked on the door. And if they can stay healthy at that position, then it turns into a position of strength. And I'm not sure we could say the quarterback position has been a consistent strong suit for the San Francisco 49ers. But it's kind of interesting because I want to bring this up, and it's amusing. And I did some digging on it about what is to it or not. But the San Francisco 49ers, they put out their first official, or it's listed as unofficial, depth chart. Mm-hmm. So the 49ers depth chart has come out, and Brock Purdy's the number 1 quarterback on their unofficial depth chart.
Is the leader in the clubhouse.
Yes, sir. And then the backup quarterback is listed as Trey Lance or Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
There's actually the word "or" on the unofficial depth chart. Now, we did some digging. We found across the league there are some scattered "ors" on depth charts, notably Indianapolis, you said?
Yeah, Indianapolis was the only other franchise that I could find that has not only a quarterback, like a legitimate quarterback competition, but one that also listed the depth chart as, in their case, Gardner Minshew or Anthony Richardson.
Right. Was that for the starting?
That was for the first quarterback. Okay. Yeah, so that one is.
Gotcha.
But so if you look at the Colts, they have a competition. The Washington Commanders have a competition. On their depth chart, Sam Howell, who has apparently been amazing in training camp, he's their QB1 for their first preseason game. And the other place, I believe, is Tampa, that has legit competition between Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask. But earlier today, Baker Mayfield was named the first preseason game starter. So they also don't have a either-or type of thing going on. And, of course, no team has an or specifically for their backup quarterback.
Right, exactly. So apparently these depth charts are put out by the PR department. But there's no doubt that the PR department either needs Kyle Shanahan to sign off on it, or they go to Kyle Shanahan asking for some information. Then they put together the unofficial depth chart. And we both came to the conclusion that maybe a guy from PR said, hey, I got to get that unofficial depth chart out before the Raider game Sunday. And Shanahan said, okay, so Trent Williams is going to be 1, and then the backup's this guy. And I'll bet you at quarterback, he said, well, Brock's going to be number 1, and then just, I don't know, put or. It'll be Trey or Sam Darnold. And they had to say, okay, we'll just put or. Or they had a 2 and a 3, and he said, let's put or in there to cover it. Anyway, it's just kind of amusing. But at the same time, it affirms what now has become something I think we all can acknowledge, and that's there's a battle for number 2, and we don't know who it's going to be.
We don't. Although the follow-up, if you're the PR person, could be, well, we got to say or, but whose name comes first? Because Trey Lance is first, and then it's or Sam Darnold. Right. So I don't know. We're probably reading too much into that, but it is kind of funny. Of like, well, Kyle, we don't really want to put Sam first, but you want to say it's or and it's even, and I'm sure. Like the conversation probably goes, hey, Kyle, it's for the media, it's for broadcasters. They're trying to set up do their job. We need a depth chart 4 days or 3 days before the first preseason game. Right. Who do you want to put down? It's like, probably put Brock first. All right, then what about Trey and Sam? I mean, I got nothing.
Right.
Like, he's just throw him out there. And
there's no way he wants to do a depth chart right now.
Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but anyway, Trey Lance was listed first. And I'm first in terms of second.
Yeah, so he's what, 2A and Sam Darnold's 2B or whatever?
That's correct. And we'll have Tracy Sandler in here at 10:45. She's the founder and CEO of Fangirl Sports Network. She covers the 49ers day in and day out. I believe no, that was Jennifer Lee Chan who suggested that she thought Trey Lance was going to start against the Raiders. We'll see if Tracy agrees with her. But it feels to me like Trey Lance is going to start against the Raiders in the game on Sunday, not the joint practices.
Well, number one, I hope he does because I want to see Trey Lance first, and that's who I personally believe should be the backup quarterback. But it would also align with the action so far of the 49ers, which is during OTAs, Trey Lance and Sam Darnold did split reps, but Trey Lance got the first run, so first crack. And then come training camp. Trey Lance on the first day gets the first crack at reps, even though overall they're split between Trey and Sam. So even though things are even though things are according to the unofficial depth chart, I do think we've seen the 49ers be willing to give Trey Lance at least the first opportunity to prove himself. And then Sam Darnold also gets an equal amount, but he's just got to wait because he's the new man in the building.
Right. Couple. I'm going to give this one a 3.5 from the 925. Trent Williams would be a 1 and stuff, and Brock right now is our starter and stuff. And you know what? This is kind of interesting from the 408. Both Lance and Darnold will be a backup. Shanahan will use either guy based on the situation. They'll both be quarterbacks 2s and 3s. That's kind of interesting, and I wonder if maybe that's what we're missing, is if Purdy's the number 1, maybe the number 2 all season long's fluid, depending on, and I get it, only one quarterback can take first-team reps, but maybe Darnold's the backup to start the year, but Lance supplants him halfway through the year, and Lance becomes the backup. I heard was Dan Graziano on with the Morning Roast?
ESPN, yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about the quarterback situation for the San Francisco 49ers, and he was talking about how Kyle reserves the right to change his plans, and he has over the course of his 6-year tenure with the 49ers. So it's going to be really interesting, and I think it's one of those things that you got to watch what happens, and that's more important than what Kyle says. Don't you think?
It is. No, sorry, Ernie Chavez just chimed in with a 4. It's a 1, 2, or 2.
That's not bad, Ernie.
1, 2, 2.
By the way, I DM'd Ernie Chavez because he had last Friday. He said, "Oh, you and Guru got heated," and I said, "Yeah." Breaking news sounder.
That's on me.
I mean, come on, Ernie.
That's on the both of you.
Come on, Ernie.
But it does seem, and at least this is how I hope it lines up, which is Trey Lance gets to start the first preseason game because from what Kyle Shanahan kind of, I don't know if he revealed, but he hinted at was that Brock Purdy will play at some point in the preseason games after this one just because you have joint practices and those reps to him are seen as more valuable. So if Brock Purdy does play in games 2 and 3, or 3, because we're using the word "or" a lot today, then Trey Lance and Sam Darnold are going to have to figure out, okay, you're getting the second series, the third series, so on and so forth. But if Trey Lance gets to start this first preseason game against the Las Vegas Raiders, in your mind, Steiny, does it become his job to lose? Like, is he the leader in the clubhouse to be the second leader in the clubhouse?
Yes.
That's the way I look at it.
He's going to get the first chance to be the second-string quarterback, I believe. And to me, that makes sense. He's been here longer than Sam Darnold. They invested in him via the draft picks to move up to get him. To me, there's a difference between handing a guy a job when he might not be ready and giving a player the first opportunity to win a job because of circumstances. Like, that to me is something that's very understandable. I don't think it's Trey Lance should have the first crack at earning a job over Sam Darnold. I don't think that's a controversial take or a hot take, do you?
I don't think so either, but also logically, to me, Trey Lance is someone that, if, to the text line's points talking about having those guys, in certain situations, then Trey Lance, to me, is more of a plug and play in a single possession or drive type of quarterback. Like Sam Darnold is not as, I think, useful in a close goal-to-go situation. We've seen Trey Lance, when Jimmy Garoppolo was here, deployed down near the goal line, deployed on a 3rd and short or 4th and short. Now, I know the Niners have not been running as many quarterback-specific run plays for Trey Lance in training camp, but to me, that doesn't make him not an option in those situations. And I just think Trey Lance's skill set is better suited to be an ancillary piece to the offense with Brock Purdy, whereas Sam Darnold, to me, would be more of a plug-and-play guy because he's just got more experience. He's been in more situations.
Steve, you don't get rid of Lance for one simple reason. If he does pan out, he can. I don't think we're near. I don't think anybody's saying you got to lose Trey Lance. Give him a chance there in the backup position, and chances are he'll end up playing some games because that's kind of the way it's gone for the 49ers over the last few years. All right, here's what we got going today. I'm really looking forward to today because it's going to be a little bit different. We got Tracy Sandler coming up at 10:45. See, there's a little difference right off the bat. An unusual time for a guest, but she's headed to Vegas to cover the joint practices, so she's going to join us in 20 minutes. Also got to get into some Warrior talk. Mike Dunleavy did an interview with Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area, did a podcast with him, the Dubs Talk podcast, and he mentioned Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson and made it sound like they've got some plans for both those guys this offseason when I kind of thought we might have been done with the Warriors transactions, etc. Lastly, did you hear about Sugar Man?
McWho?
Sugar Man. Sixto Rodriguez.
You're going to have to enlighten me on the other side.
10:20. Okay, I will.
But I do want to make one note, Stein.
Yes.
We went through an entire segment talking about the San Francisco 49ers quarterbacks.
Yes.
And it gives me glee because we didn't mention the 2 words Brandon Allen.
Not yet.
Well, I guess we'll get into
Brandon Allen
segment,
with Tracy Sandler for sure. Sixto Rodriguez, an unbelievable story. He passed at 81. I'll share some thoughts also. I got to play for our listeners what we're calling From the Corner Office.
Yes.
Our boss does a From the Corner Office where he talks to our listeners and says, hey, here's what's going on with 95.7 The Game, what we're going to be talking. And I got to tell you, to me, it's sheer comedy. It's really funny, and it's amusing. And I got to say, our boss has some talent. All right, Tracy Sandler coming up in 15 minutes. It's all sponsored by Cars.com.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Some dreams. R.I.P. Sugar Man.
This is the Kane Sugar Man.
Well, this is Sixto Rodriguez.
I know Sixto Sanchez.
How about Sixto Lezcano? Remember him? Former Milwaukee Brewer? Guy could hit. Guy had a great arm, too. What are you laughing at?
I don't know him.
You've never heard of Sixto Lezcano?
I have not.
Former Brewer. Okay. You might have.
Was it from the 80s or
70s, probably?
Well, we were watching the
There's
81
probably some
All-Star game earlier
overlap.
today.
And I tell you what.
I did know a few of those players.
See, I need more people to see me watching 1981 All-Star games because I'm just ripping through. Dave Parker, Gary Carter.
Mike Schmidt.
Schmitty, best third baseman of all time.
Who is that? Oh, I did get you on Mike Norris, though. He only made one All-Star game.
You know what? I just caught him briefly, and I thought, was that Blue Moon Odom? But I think Blue Moon Odom was a lefty. I think. Might be wrong. I know
Mike Norris is a 20-game winner.
And he's a righty. That much I know.
I think he's from the city.
Is he?
San Francisco. Yep.
I used to always play the A. Anyway, Sugar Man. Let me tell you, unbelievable story. Unbelievable story.
Do tell.
And I would highly recommend a documentary called Searching for Sugar Man, which won all kinds of awards back in 2012. So here's the story. It's unbelievable. Dude makes 2 albums in the early 70s in Detroit. He's a manual laborer, but he plays guitar. So he cuts 2 albums in Detroit. Nobody buys them. Nobody bought them. They had a promoter who said, I think he might have sold 11 copies of the album. Of one of the albums.
Okay.
So anyway, nobody's buying these albums.
It's
but
a tough market.
Somebody has the album, and what they do is they tape the album and they put it on a cassette tape. All right? And I think it was a woman. The woman then takes a trip to South Africa with the cassette tape. She meets some friends in South Africa. I guess she had a group of friends. She puts this music on from Sugar Man. This is years later, maybe a decade later. All of a sudden, these young people from South Africa are falling in love with this guy's music. And history back at that time, they had apartheid issues, etc. And Sixto Rodriguez, a.k.a. Sugar Man, became famous because he touched all these young people in South Africa with his music that he'd made years and years ago. He doesn't even know, as he's living in Detroit 10, 15 years later after he cut his 2 albums, that he is become an icon in South Africa. No, he has no idea. He's still living in Detroit. He's a manual laborer. Anyway, one thing leads to another. He finds out. He ends up going to South Africa, does concerts in front of tens of thousands of people. Anyway, he passed, 81 years old. International sensation. Just goes to show you. Just an incredible story. And he lived his whole life as a manual laborer, even when he went and played the concerts after he realized he was famous there. I highly recommend it. Searching for Sugar Man, a great documentary.
Yeah, Danker's with you on the YouTube chat. He's chiming in.
Good.
It seems like he has seen the documentary. He said it became the Elvis of South Africa.
He sold more records in South Africa than Elvis Presley.
I'm just glad he was able to...
Danker, you told me about that? Okay.
Oh, I guess he did.
Well, I have a buddy who's a huge music guy. I thought he might have been in on it too. But
What's his
Danker, yeah, I'll give you credit, Dank.
What's his name, Danker?
Thanks, Danker. I appreciate that. It was a great recommendation, and now I'm recommending it for everybody in the Bay Area.
Well, I'm glad it sounds like Sugar Man got his flowers while he was still alive, because there's a lot of people that are posthumously famous or don't necessarily get to experience the highs of their work while they're alive. Like Vincent van Gogh is now far more famous after he passed for his artistic brilliance than when he was alive. And, of course, there's a lot of scientists that have run into that kind of issue that were ahead of their time. I'm just glad Sugar Man was a little bit ahead, but not too far ahead. So, R.I.P.
Yeah. Anyway, that's... Now I'm distracted.
What happened?
I try to include our listeners. The text lines are important to us. The Xfinity Mobile text line.
Oh, don't.
510 Steiner, you're getting a gut. No, I'm not. Look at that.
Oh no!
Are you a sausage
there
guy?
It is.
Are you a sausage
gut? I still got my one belt loop is still open, which means it used to be 2. Now I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm sensitive.
SOTAweightloss.com.
You know what? Honestly, I don't.
Yeah, was that your Baron Davis when you pulled up
That's
the shirt?
Yeah, I just did a Baron Davis. All I needed was Matt Barnes going like this.
Yeah, and dunking on Kirilenko. My goodness. I'm just glad you did that before Tracy came on in about 7 minutes.
And I forgot, we got the big boss in here today.
Yes,
from
we
Philly,
do.
David Field.
You're dressed to impress, Steiny, over there.
I have a long history of dressing inappropriately at the wrong time. I forgot. I should have put a collar on today.
Did you care to share?
I should dress nicer. I should dress nicer than I do.
Do you, when you're going to an event, like something that you know that is supposed to be dressy, do you generally under or overdress?
Well, it depends.
Like, if it says business casual, you show up in like a polo?
I mean, remember when I came to work and I had like a sweat jacket on, and then I got tickets to the Warrior game, but I couldn't go home and change.
Oh, yeah, so you wore what was that yellow highlighter jacket courtside at a Warriors game?
Yeah. Don't ever say that I don't root for the Warriors. I was in my Warrior gold. I was gold-blooded that night.
Yeah, you were letting, who was it on the Oklahoma City
Lou
Thunder
Dort.
have it? Yeah.
Oh, Lou Dort. I was rent-free in his mind.
In his
absolutely. But I should have put a collar on. But you know what? Vintage Odyssey, another meeting during our show. We have not gone to a company meeting in 6 years. Guru, myself, you. Spadoni likes to hobnob, so he'll sidle out of the studio, but
1 foot in, 1 foot out. Yeah, they always have them at like noon or 12:30. Most of the time, it is in the exact middle of the show. Like, it is in the heart of our show. And so, oh yeah, we're just trying to lock you in here. We're trying to do some good work. I mean, I apologize. Odyssey's got to take a back seat sometimes.
by the way, did a lot of people commenting, yeah, my stomach. Yeah, it's pretty. Hey, who's doing laundry? Who needs a washboard?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. By the way, how many teams are we down to in the Pac-12? It's a 4-pack now, right?
It's a 4-pack.
You know, I got to tell you, you
just like your stomach, right?
I had
Number 4.
The great idea, and
what idea?
The elite conference, the combining academic with football.
Okay.
If I were Stanford,
I think that's called the Ivy League.
No. Here's the conference that I would start. Let me find out my note. It's.
By the way, the 4 remaining teams left while you look for your schools. The 4 remaining teams left in the 4-pack, as we're dubbing it now, would be California, Stanford, along with Oregon State and Washington State.
You have to grow some of these programs' football teams, okay? You're going to have to grow them. That's part of the deal. But I'm starting a new conference.
Wisconsin Whitewater.
Stanford.
Okay.
Cal. I'm going to go poach Tulane. That's a good school. What are you laughing about?
Well, I never thought about it as a Cal or a Stanford.
Oh, Tulane is a hell of a school.
Oh, it's a great school. The Green Wave are amazing. You know, they're on the come too. Watch out in the A10.
I would say they call it the Ivy of the South. Some people do.
Yeah, great medical school.
Thank you. Spadoni over there is like chortling.
The grad program?
I didn't know it was private. I didn't know that. Yeah. So there you go. The more you know.
Tulane. Now we're also gonna the University of Chicago. We're gonna have to get them a football program, but they're going to be in our conference.
Which one?
What about Northwestern?
Northwestern's out. They're having.
Yeah, they got bigger problems than getting in Steiny's conference.
Yeah, if you haze, you can't play in my conference. We're going to denote one Ivy League school. We're going to poach one Ivy League school for this.
And I guess which one you want?
You have no idea.
Yeah, that's why I ask if I can guess.
Oh, go ahead.
Penn.
It could be Penn. It could
Cornell.
I was thinking more of like a Yale.
Isn't Cornell like kind of just a hanger-on in the Ivy League? Like they're, it's kind of the backup Ivy League school for
the Big
everyone
Red?
who can't get into.
There is no backup
Brown.
Ivy League school.
Don't tell that to Nard Dog.
Yeah, if you get into an Ivy League school, it's not a backup.
Well, the only reason I say that is because a couple people I know who have gone to Ivy League schools have prioritized others beyond Cornell. And so they, hey, I'm trying to get into Brown. I'm trying to get into, Harvard. And Cornell was just there.
Cornell's in, you know what they say? Cornell's in Ithaca, New York. And you know what they say about Ithaca?
What do they say?
Ithaca is gorgeous. Get it? It's a play on words.
Because Ithaca's a woman's name, or?
No, Ithaca's the city.
Yeah.
And it's gorgeous.
Ithaca.
Beautiful. But it's also gorges, mountains. They're mountains with gorges in them. That's what the terrain.
So Ithaca's not the play on words.
No, gorgeous is.
Oh.
Thank you, Sibs. Thank you, Sibs. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Spadone, look, Spadone is now intrigued. Yeah, there's all these mountains, and they're indented, and it's...
Wow, that's pretty incredible.
You want to keep going with your list?
Okay, yeah, my list.
Yes. So we got Cal, Stanford, Tulane, and a TBD Ivy League school.
Yes, we're going to take Georgia Tech. We are taking Georgia Tech in our conference. We're open to taking Notre Dame, but they're going to have at least a $10 billion entry fee.
Why would you come down the road of the Catholics like that?
Well, first of all, I'm Catholic. Well, I was. If you're Catholic, I haven't been to Mass in forever, but I'm still Catholic.
Like when someone asks you, you're like, I'm Catholic. I usually just say I'm Christian or something. Then there's 17 different denominations.
Well, it's like that thing. I can criticize Notre Dame because I went to Catholic high school.
Of course.
So
from the inside out.
Yeah, and they're gonna finance most of the league if we accept them. We've got to start a football program at Gonzaga, ladies and gentlemen. Start a program at Gonzaga there and there, and then this one got controversial. I want the hub to be on the West Coast.
Okay.
So that's why we have Stanford, we have Cal, we have Gonzaga, and I thought to make it proportioned, we have a fourth team, and I said Arizona. And I'll tell you what, a lot of people are like, Arizona, that's not a good school. And I'm thinking, I thought Arizona was a damn good school. But anyway, I'm not taking shots at Arizona, but
in comparison,
a lot of other people did.
Arizona State, I think Arizona's probably the Harvard of the desert state.
And then we're going to go international. We're also going to start a football program at the University of Toronto. The University of Toronto. That's 10 teams, and that will become an exclusive conference of the best academic school, and we're going to grow the football programs accordingly.
Well, let's just go grab Oxford. I mean, let's hop across the pond then. Right?
Their football's different.
Well, yeah, but they have rugby. We can recruit just like everyone does. I mean, the University of Toronto, we can recruit for them.
Okay.
And we're going to take their hockey players because they're huge and they are athletic, and we're going to turn them into football players. I'm still out on Tulane, but
Tulane is the one that fits. By the way, Tracy Sandler, CEO, Fangirl Sports, joining us. She covers the San Francisco 49ers momentarily. She will be joining us. We'll get back to sports, but Steiny has come up with the definitive power conference. Power conference. Great academics, hard-hitting football. What's up,
just got an update from Tracy. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, the lines at SFO are just unbelievable right now. So she's a bit delayed.
Is she going to be delayed, or she can't do it at all? She want to do it 11? Okay, well, it's a fluid situation.
Yes, it is.
It's a fluid
just like Steiny's Elite Conference. It is fluid. Teams are applying left and right, and outside of Notre Dame, you can get them for free.
Here's my question to Bay Area sports fans. Is this the most anticipated season in terms of the 49ers and Warriors? And the reason I'm not throwing the Giants in there is mostly because it's a timing thing. Football and basketball kind of start around the same time. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the Giants are included if they're in a pennant race a month from now. But in terms of the excitement level, I don't remember anything being this much fun going into a season. And I'll be honest with you, full disclosure, I'm thinking about our station, and the interest should be off the charts. Monday's show, this Monday, after the 49ers play the Raiders, it's going to be lit. It is.
AF.
Because Trey Lance is either going to be good. It doesn't matter. Trey Lance is either going to be good or he's not going to be good.
Lit
or
AF.
He's going to be middle of the road. But it doesn't matter because it's going to be the buzz. This is the year for the 49ers. Push is coming to shove. I don't like when I'm looking into the control room and everybody's kind of giggling.
Getting in my ear.
About what?
I just love the lit. I was just saying no cap, Steiny.
No, absolutely not. No cap.
Well, not for the 49ers.
Big
homie's going to be fine, bro.
So,
what part about the 49ers to you is the most exciting part? Like, is it the backup quarterback position or is it something else? Because I feel like there's, depending on what kind of football fan you are, you could enjoy almost just any part of this roster. By the way, the other on the 49ers unofficial depth chart we were talking about earlier, the kicking position. Zane Gonzalez and Jake Moody. Zane Gonzalez or Jake Moody.
Okay, so
they got two of them. They got some big battles going on, Stoney.
Here's the way it's going to go with the 49ers. The story of the preseason is the quarterbacks. Once the regular season starts, quarterback issue is dead as far as I'm concerned. Unless 2-6 and Purdy doesn't look good. The story of the preseason is who's going to be the backup and who's going to be the third string quarterback. But once the regular season starts, I think the quarterback issue goes to die. Right?
It should.
If the 49ers, if there's any issue with their quarterbacks after week 1 of the regular season, is it fair to say something went wrong? I think so.
It does feel like
it's got to end, Evan, week 1.
It does feel like quarterback might be the only thing holding this team back. But the other reason why we're going to be locked in each and every week is because the team is also a lot of fun. Like, the team is exciting. The team is, at least from what we saw in the last 8 weeks with Brock Purdy, high-powered, high-octane. Like, one thing about the 49ers teams of years past under Kyle Shanahan is, yes, there were a few seasons in which the offense was in the top 5, top 10, but usually this wasn't a team that would run up the scoreboard. Like, we looked at the San Francisco 49ers as a defense-first group, as a defense-first franchise. You could make the case, based on what we saw last year from Brock Purdy, that if they come out and rip off 3 straight 30-point games, like, this offense is going to be something to watch. I want to see Brandon Ayuk. I want to see what Deebo Samuel's going to do or how they're going to deploy him. I want to see Christian McCaffrey. I want to see George Kittle. Not everyone's going to be getting their numbers each and every week.
Right.
But there's something that you either as a fan have to have your eyes locked on every single play, or, of course, if you're the defense, your eyes could go 6 different directions.
Exactly.
Like, do you still view the 49ers as a defense-first team?
Yes. Absolutely. Because I still view their quarterback position as a gray area until they're 4 to 6 games into the season and we feel more confident about Brock Purdy and his sample size, essentially.
Yeah.
Let's go to John. John's in Sausalito. He's got some tips for Evan and myself.
Who the hell is John?
Some say that Sausalito
Hey, Steiny, Evan, how you doing? Yeah, I've been to Italy.
a mini Italy.
Not Ireland, Steiny, but Italy probably 10 times. And
yeah.
If you're exchanging currency, don't do it at the airport.
Okay.
You're not going to get as good a rate because the rate right now is 0.91 euro to 1 USD.
Okay.
You want to exchange? Usually it's like, normally when I'm there, I use the ATMs or the banks.
Once you get there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's
you don't.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, because you don't really need their currency until euros until you get there.
That's true.
Question, John. If I'm taking a bus from the airport out to my
means you don't have a lot of euros to start.
Well, yeah, exactly. And if I end up being stuck at the airport, then I'm pretty much at the mercy of the airport exchange rate. Is what it sounds like.
Exactly, but there's probably bank ATMs there. So typically when I'm there, I'm always using the ATMs.
I think that's the way I'm going to go.
Express or Visa or whatever.
Now you can't get euros at a regular bank, right?
No.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can. I can hear the wind in back of you too, John.
Yeah, you scaling?
Yeah, I'm in my house, so there's no wind here. I'm on my landline.
Oh, okay.
All right, wait. So, John, how much off the rip? I get into a new country. How many euros do I need? Like, what is your general advice for that? Like, how much should I be putting in my pocket?
Well, like any traveler, right? Usually I'm going to get $250 to $500. I'm not going to carry, I don't know where you're going, but like my family, my grandparents, I grew up in Jersey, right? So all my grandparents are from around Naples. Put your money in your front pocket, Naples.
Exactly.
No, I normally get $250 to $500
in euros.
Yeah,
it feels like the exchange rate.
It's almost 1-to-1 right now. I checked the exchange. It's
gotcha.
That's
it's close.
Yeah. Hey, John, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man, and some good travel tips from John.
He's got a nice landline too.
He's right. Just go to the bank machine in Europe.
Also, cash back too. If they offer it, just do that. If you have a card, get cash back.
You know what's funny? What if I told you I've never gotten cash back?
Well, that way you don't have to pay the fee. That's how you sneakily do it. You don't have to pay a fee if you get cash back at if you're going to Walgreens or something like that.
At the grocery store,
yeah. You don't have to pay a fee like you do for going to a bank in Europe. If they don't have a Wells Fargo, obviously. They're going to get a fee, $3, $4, whatever it is.
Yeah, because there's kind of the built-in fee of you actually purchasing something. So,
gotcha.
I'm picking up a bottle of water here, and then oh, by the way, can I also get $100?
Hey, sure. Hey, by the way, I'm going to have some people over tomorrow if you guys want to come over.
I'll have to check my schedule.
Can I bring the baby?
The baby or
Benny's going to be at school. Can I bring the 10-month-old if she's sleeping with me? I'll bring the baby Bjorn. She'll be out of my chest.
The baby would love the dog, Steiny.
The dog is a menace right now.
Rosie's a sweetheart. What are you talking about?
She is a sweetheart, but she is cooped up right now. And when I come in, she's just jumping all over me. She's a sweetheart, though. So do we have an update on Tracy?
Gone.
Okay. So maybe we jump to some Warriors on the other side because this stuff isn't. And I've got to play the corner office today.
We do. We absolutely
I'm playing the corner office for our listeners.
We're going to be teasing that all show because that might be the pièce de résistance of today.
Exactly. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to jump into some Warrior talk. Mike Dunleavy did a podcast, the Dubs Talk podcast with Monty Poole. I had a couple interesting things to say that I want to run by Warrior fans. I'm also, along with Evan, taking advice. We're both going to Europe in less than a week. For example, I'm playing 9 rounds of golf in Ireland. So do I have to take 50 golf balls with me? That's going to make the bag very heavy. So anybody know if golf balls are more expensive or cheaper in Europe? Do I really have to take a bunch of golf balls? That's stuff. And then the Nahegan weigh-in. Well, on my miscellaneous, I've got. We can also talk about the least funny guy in
Simmer
in entertainment right now.
Simmer.
Theo Vaughn. You know him, Spino?
Could be Teo.
Jeez. You made me laugh once.
That's John's guy, by the way. He might fight you.
You like
on that
him?
One.
Oh my gosh.
On the other side.
He doesn't have a lick of talent. I'm just kidding, John. On the other side, talk some Golden State Warriors on 95.7 again.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive to East Bay. Take the wheel of your career and level up. No driving experience required.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Kevon. Even Kevon's intros are just so solid. It's just so solid.
It just sounds like gleeful. Take it away, Steiny.
You know, I get Looney isn't one of the big three. How do you honor a guy like that when it's all said and done?
Oh, give him a statue.
Well,
I got
you took it to the extreme, which I don't mind doing, but you know what I mean? Where does Looney fit? Okay, he's not Draymond, but to me, he's ascended KD. I get it. KD's a better player than Kevon Looney, but Looney, how do you honor a guy like Looney?
Well, I think you're talking about the fans' love for a player.
Yeah.
Like, I would agree that Kevon Looney's more universally beloved than Kevin Durant is, but
I'm not. Yeah, it's not beloved so much as the core of the success and the dynasty. Like, I think at this point, Looney, because he's been around longer, yeah, I'd put Looney above Kevin Durant. KD was only here 3 years. Looney's been here, 8 now?
He's
7 or 8?
Certainly the most solid center that they've had during the dynasty.
I'd take Bogut over everybody.
So Bogut's also above Kevin Durant?
Probably not. Because
Bogut was probably a better
early.
player, but Kevon Looney he hasn't missed a game in
That's
2.5 years.
I wasn't even thinking about that part of it, but you're right.
He's an Iron Man. You think he's going to play all 82 again this year?
Of course.
This is what he does.
He might play 84 just for the hell of it. And remember, there could be an extra game for the Warriors now.
Oh, that's
the
true.
play-in tournament.
Play all 83.
Yeah.
And he's going to get that extra one by just going to play in Santa Cruz for the new head coach of the Santa Cruz Warriors.
Who?
Steve Kerr's son, Nick Kerr.
Huh.
Nicholas.
All right. So what do we got? We got the Lakers and we got the Kerrs. Who else we got? Oh, we got Mike Dunleavy's brother is an agent for
Trace Jackson Davis.
Yes, Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they brought in Nick specifically to groom Pochemski. I mean, that's his guy.
Apparently. Wow. Nick Kerr's young. Isn't he like 27?
Yeah, I really got to step my game up.
You do? I was cutting grass at 27. Working for Waterfall Gardens in Pennsylvania. I hadn't envisioned the dream yet, even.
I thought I was headed graveyard shifts.
I thought I was headed to a blue collar career.
Well, you still are.
No, or a manual labor career. By the way, I'm not afraid of manual labor. Just let that be said. Gene's in Oakland. What's up, Gene? How you doing, my man? Good to hear from you.
I'm doing good. Yeah, it's been a while. So, First off, maybe I can give you a couple of travel tips, guys.
Cool.
Sweet.
I've been traveling to Europe about the last 12 years because my daughter lived in Italy for 6, Florence, and then Paris for 6, and now the last couple of years in London.
Oh, my gosh.
Damn. One little tip. Yeah. Evan, first of all, do you speak any Italian?
I do not, sir.
Okay. Learn just 2 or 3 phrases, okay? And just watch how people warm up to you. Just watching you make an effort to speak their language. You don't have to say much. Just a little bit makes a difference.
Do you have an easy kind of phrase or something that I can use and apply, Gene?
Well, here's the deal. I haven't been to Italy in about 10 years, and my Italian was pretty poor, so I don't think I'd take it from me. Maybe you can talk to Spadone or someone like that. Maybe he can give you a phrase or 2.
Yeah, Spadone's Italian.
Anyway, second tip, all right? You don't really need cash, except for maybe some of the taxi drivers will require cash. So keep maybe 50, 60 euros, maybe no more than that, because everybody uses cards over there, even more so than here. So, and I would recommend using a debit card. That way, if you lose it, you keep it to a minimum that you need. Keep transferring to it, so you don't lose much if you lose the card. So
over credit.
Those are my 2 biggest tips.
No, that's good stuff, Gene. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I got another. I got a tip for you, Steiny.
Okay.
Though you're going to Ireland, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Anyways, I went there last year, and one of the most delightful places I've ever been. But watch out for don't get addicted to the Guinness Jameson. Lunch.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Those are great. All right, and last but not least, I'm having a hard time. I've lived here 50 years, and I'm having a real hard time finding. If you're talking just these two teams, the Niners and the Warriors, where there's been this much excitement, because it seems in the past, maybe except for a little period in the 90s, I'm guessing, where one team was good, the other team wasn't.
Right.
Both teams sucked. So, I'm excited about the coming season, maybe as much as, like I say, ever been. Anyways, that's all I got.
Appreciate it, Gene. No,
man.
I am too. The 49ers season is going to be just chock full of stories and angst. I love angst.
Well, and to his point,
yes,
we were going back through the years and just kind of looking at, all right, when have the Niners been good, the Giants been good, and the Warriors been good all together? And probably the best recent example of that would be the early 2010s. But you had the Giants, 2012, they won the World Series. That's when the 49ers made the Super Bowl, but the Warriors were on the come.
Right.
So by the time that the Harbaugh era had faded, his last year was 2014, the Warriors won it in 2015. So there was never really any big overlap, I believe, like there is now, to where both sides have legitimate aspirations, both specifically the Niners and the Warriors have legitimate aspirations to win a championship. And that's why this year, I think also with the stages of their, in the Warriors' case, dynasty, in the Niners' case, just their run of success, albeit less than a Super Bowl, I don't know if we've ever been at this point to where we've been at two pretty clear inflection points successively, at the same time.
Right. And that's kind of why I think it's, for me, really exciting. The Durant years for me, I don't know how they were for Warrior fans. They weren't exciting for me. We knew what was going to happen. The number one thing I kind of want from sports is to find out about the unknown, to see what happens with these teams. The Warriors teams of the Durant era, not a lot of intrigue. Let me ask you this. I'm going to read this text from the Xfinity Mobile text line, Evan. You tell me if you think this is a troll.
Okay.
All right? Draymond Green and CP3 have stole my excitement for the Golden State Warriors. I've never been down on him like this in 30 years.
Wow.
Just Draymond in general. I love the Warriors, but I don't like him anymore, and I don't like CP3 either. That's got to be minority. See, in the minority. And see, when I look at Chris Paul, I put him in, he ups everything because there are a lot of Warrior fans that don't like him. And Chris Paul here makes more things unknown. How's it going to work? Is he going to get along with everybody? Will he start? Will he finish? To me, all that adds incredible excitement to the season. I get you might not like him. I get that. And the 510 saying, no, I'm serious. I'm not trolling here. I've been a Warrior fan my whole life. I'd be interested to see if any other Warrior fans feel that way. Because you know me, I'm objective. I'm not a hardcore fan. No. So I'm looking at the Warrior season from just an excitement level, from a level where they could be working out well. It might not work. There's so much unknown. That's what, to me, makes it exciting.
Yeah, it could be a drastically great or bad season. I think that's what's interesting about it. But to the 510's point,
yeah,
I think that statement that both Draymond and CP3 have made the 510 down on the Warriors more than 30 years, I think that's probably a minority opinion. But I bet you'd find a lot of people that are out on either Draymond or Chris Paul individually. Just because of what Draymond did at the beginning of last season, and his comments at the end of the year reflecting that maybe the year was on him. And then also with Chris Paul's history with the Warriors. I view Chris Paul, it's kind of funny. I view Chris Paul as a winning basketball player. And everywhere he has gone, he has dramatically improved their winning percentage, from the New Orleans Hornets, where he was first drafted, then to the Los Angeles Clippers, where he went, and then to the Houston Rockets, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and now the Phoenix Suns. Wherever he's gone, yes, he hasn't won a championship, but that team has been a good regular season basketball team. It's kind of funny because I think Mike Dunleavy Jr. has spoke to this as well. Chris Paul's a solid player. Like, you know what you're going to get from him. But I think because of the Draymond factor, which is the conflict and the personality, the different wild card that is Draymond Green, that also is kind of being applied to Chris Paul, because I think a lot of Warriors fans don't view him as the player, but they view him as the personality that we see on the court. And they don't know how that's going to work with someone like Draymond. Like, I think it all makes sense. I think the way that they've set up this offseason, even though I like Jordan Poole and I'm sad to see him go, I think that the Warriors have made some great, smart decisions to line themselves up to make a go at it this year. But for some reason, the external, the relationships are what everyone seems to be focused on, and that's where Chris Paul doesn't make sense to a lot of people. I think he's going to be able to help the team, whether he's a starter, whether he's a bench player, whether he's closing, whether he's not. But for some reason, because of the relationship that Warriors fans have with Chris Paul, they don't believe that he can just automatically assimilate.
I get that. And people got mad at me. Not mad, but I think it's also up to the core to assimilate for Chris Paul. And I didn't think it was a crazy statement, but I think that they got to be inclusive with Chris Paul. They have to be. And I said this sentence before, and people went nuts. They have to kind of treat Chris Paul like he is a champion. That doesn't mean you give him respect that he didn't deserve, but Chris Paul can't walk into that locker room and feel like he's beneath those other three guys, even if he is. And he is, and we know it. But they've got to figure out a way to make sure Chris Paul knows that he's part of this team for the whole year, and there's a goal to be accomplished, and that they can try to do it kind of together.
Yeah, and I think Klay Thompson, from the sound we heard yesterday speaking about Chris Paul on Paul George's podcast, I think he's trying to set the stage for that. He's talking about how Chris Paul is going to put the ball right in his shooting pocket. He's going to line up the seams. He's going to get Klay Thompson so many more open looks. He's a smart basketball player. He's a winning basketball player. Before they've even had the chance to step on the court with him, although maybe they've run kind of these mini camps that Klay was alluding to in a group message with the rest of the guys, it seems like they're trying to set things up for Chris Paul to feel comfortable, because they know how important he is going to be if they want to win a championship.
Yes, absolutely, positively. That's the way I'm kind of looking at it. And the other thing I was thinking is, are the Warriors better or worse than they were last year? I could see it going either direction. I think there's a scenario in which they're going to miss Poole more than they think. They may get hurt more than we hope they're going to get hurt, or we hope they won't get hurt. And they don't have as good a year as last year. I also think that Chris Paul could fit, that the load management is done for all four of those guys, and they try to keep them relatively healthy, and they stay healthy. And the next thing you know, the Warriors are a 50-win team again, and they have action in terms of maybe going far. Because and I'm thinking, Evan, if you're me, all right, let's say you're me.
I'll try to be.
And I'm honest to God, I'm like, I could see them being better, for sure. And I could see them not being better. So why wouldn't a guy like me just say, Warriors are going to be good this year? Warriors are going to be really good this year. I think they could make a run. I didn't think they could last year, but now you bring Chris Paul in, you get some youth in there, Corey Joseph. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna be a positive Warrior guy this year. They can do it. They can do it, Evan. They can do it.
I'll hold you to that. And I'll remind Guru of that next week when he's back.
You do realize that a lot of Warrior fans would really hate if I did that.
Well, I think because they believe you'd be trolling.
No, I don't know.
I don't think you are, but that's probably how it'll sound to people.
I kind of meant I could just take the easy way out and start rooting for them.
But I do think the same reason that you believe in them is also the reason why they could falter, which is age and experience.
Exactly.
Because to me, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. on the Dubs Talk podcast with Monty Poole discussed how he doesn't think they have too many young players, which is a reference to last season, and how they might have overloaded themselves with youth in the past. So for me, bringing in Chris Paul, exit Jordan Poole, the re-signing of Draymond, it feels to me like this team this upcoming season has a higher floor than last year. I don't know if their ceiling is higher, but I feel like they are more solid and grounded and aligned, which last year, at the beginning of the year, they were hoping that Kuminga could take a huge step. James Wiseman, Moses Moody, much of the younger kind of second timeline part of that franchise that's no longer around, mostly,
right,
was going to help them win in the regular season. They're not relying upon that anymore. Now, it's hard to separate age from this because that's going to lead to injury, it's going to lead to load management, and it's going to lead to you potentially losing or punting on some regular season games. But I do believe that if we're looking at the last year's Warriors as a 44-win team, I don't see why their floor can't be higher than that this year. I don't see why they can't have their floor be 44 wins with the potential to be a 50-win team, which last season would put you in the top 3 and get you a home court playoff series.
Exactly. I do think they're going to need to have a better regular season to win it next year. I just don't think it's realistic that they're going to be able to win it from the 6th spot. I thought that put them in a tough spot. But if the West is like it was last year, where there wasn't a ton of separation, then I think you want to try to get back to, or just get up to 4 and make sure you're hosting in that first round. Pat is in Foster City. What's going on, Pat? How you doing?
Good. Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Yes,
and if you get to Ireland, Matt, you got to go to Galway if you can. Great place to visit. So.
Yeah, this is my third. This will be my third trip to Ireland. This is all golf. I've been to Galway in the past, and man, that is a great place.
They got a guy over there that does a Neil Diamond imitation that you'd swear was the real Neil. You can't understand him between songs because his Irish accent is so strong. And then he sings, and you close your eyes, and it's Neil Diamond. There's nobody. I mean, it's kind of an amazing thing. But
Belinda was mine till the time that I met her. All right, go ahead.
So the reason I was calling, you were talking about shooting percentages of staff yesterday and the free throws during the regular season, the playoffs, and whatnot. And
don't talk about that.
You've heard the expression or the saying that a person can drown in a lake with an average depth of an inch.
Yes,
you've heard that before, right?
Yeah, I have.
And the reason for that is it's what we call statistically, and I'm a stat guy, is called variance or standard error or standard deviation. It may be, quarter inch in most of the lake and then 20 feet deep in one part.
Right.
You can drown in that part. So, I've never seen this stat, and I wonder if you guys have ever seen it. And I've wondered about this for quite a while, but your conversation yesterday kind of got me thinking about it again. And it's something I could calculate myself, but I wonder if people have ever looked at sort of the standard deviation or the variance, say, in points per game in the NBA. So you could look at Poole and say, what he averaged 20.4 a game.
Mm-hmm.
What was the variance around that? And my guess is it's a pretty high variance because he seemed like a guy that scored, 34 one night and 4 the next.
Gotcha.
Whereas someone like Steph, much more consistent.
Yes.
And if you kind of extrapolated that statistic, you could start to look at what the variance is during the regular season versus the playoffs versus home versus away. And you could really start to see who are the consistent players and who are the inconsistent players. And I've never seen that stat, but it seems like it would be an interesting one for people to look at.
I actually agree. And and thanks for the call, Pat. Appreciate it. That's kind of what I was getting at with Klay Thompson this past year. If a guy's a 40% shooter from 3-point range, and over a 3-game sample, wouldn't you want him to go 4 for 10, 4 for 10, 4 for 10 from 3-point range, as opposed to 8 for 10, 2 for 10, 2 for 10. Like they both come out to 40%, but I like our chances to win the game with Clay or whoever going 4 for 10 every night instead of 2 for 10, 2 for 10, 8 for 10. Now, you're probably going to win the 8 for 10. There's no doubt about that. But what about the 2 for 10s?
Yeah, you have a better chance at going 3-0 with 4
you would think
similar shooting games, and then you have a better chance of probably losing the 2 if Clay is 2 for 10. No, I hear what you're saying, and I think the standard deviation is it's interesting. Like, for example, and maybe injury had something to do with this, but Joel Embiid had the largest points per game drop-off by an MVP from regular season to postseason in history last year.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I think he averaged 30 or 31 points per game in the regular season. He was incredible. And in the playoffs, he was down to 24. Like, that's a massive drop-off. And it's one of the reasons I think James Harden catches a lot of hell, because during his glory years, he would put up 30-plus point per games all the time. And then in the playoffs, there would not be very many of them. Or there would be, like this past season, in their second-round series in which they lost. He had 2 40-point games. They won. The rest of them, they lost. And they fell in 6. Like, you need that consistency from your superstars. And to the caller's point, I do think you get that more with Stephen Curry than the majority of superstars. Like, you don't see a ton of stinkers from Steph, and when you do, they lose, but you don't see a lot of those come playoff time.
I think everybody would agree Steph's more steady and Clay's more streaky over the course of their careers. I don't think that's a compliment or an insult to either guy.
But I think it's also why sometimes guys get lost. Like, for example, LeBron James has averaged 25 or 26 points for like his entire career.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have those 50 burgers. He also doesn't have single-digit scoring games. Like, he is very consistent.
Yeah.
And I think it makes it hard to evaluate how good of a scorer he is because, he just scores 25 a night. And then he also gives you 10 or 8. Like, I guess Jokic kind of does that a little bit, although he's got larger scoring performances. But because players do other things like rebound or assist or block shots, if those are gaudy, then in a way you're almost expecting those points per game to just jump, and they don't.
Exactly. Travis Irby on the YouTube chat.
That Irby?
Or Irby?
I think if that's the Travis Irby I'm thinking of, I played baseball with him in Little League.
You got to Google it.
Really? Oh, how about that?
There could be 2 of them.
See, Travis says 40% is 40%. Yeah, I think I think he's trolling there.
He might be.
I mean, to me, there's a big difference between how you get to 40%. 888-957-9570 is the number. D in Walnut Creek. Don't go anywhere. We're taking your travel suggestions. We're a couple high flyers here. Evan going to Italy, Steiny going to Ireland. Eat your heart out, Bay Area.
I'm a snob.
But we will be back. We will return. 888-957-9570. And I'm going to get to this Mike Dunleavy sound on the other side about what to do with Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson, both of whom eligible for contract extensions. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Are you scared to put money in your bank?
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, no. Are you serious? Somebody put the video of me pulling my shirt up on Twitter?
That's on you, dog.
Who did that? Was that Whitley?
It was probably the great Whitley Sandretto.
If by Whitley you mean me, then yeah, Whitley did it.
Thanks, John.
Just doing
Who the
what I'm
hell is
told.
John?
Just doing what I'm told.
Who told you?
I saw it.
I ain't no rat.
I saw it on Twitter. I'll tell you, I'm hanging in there. Your boy's hanging in there. 888-957-9570, Steinmetz and Evan Giddings. Down the Guru Johnson. I said he was in Oxnard. He's not in Oxnard.
Body envy.
He's in Greensboro, North Carolina, I believe. North Carolina A&T, where his daughter's going.
Yep.
And
he's dropping her off at college.
Yes.
Not AT&T, North Carolina.
Poor guy.
A&T.
Poor guy's going to be a mess on the way back.
Oh.
You think so?
Yeah, that's a big one. That's a big one.
The final
yeah.
chick flying the coop.
Yeah. It's not easy.
Yeah, I know my family was just heartbroken when I went up to Oregon. You know, my brother stayed in state, so he's down in San Diego, a little bit closer, easier to get to. But
is San Diego further than
slightly? It's not that much further. It's 7 hours as opposed to 10. But
gotcha.
Yeah,
that's a big 3 hours for your parents, though. Hey, should we go see Evan or the other one? Let's go see the other one. Takes 7 hours. Evan's not worth that extra 3.
Well, the advantage, of course, is my mom is from San Diego, so she has more relationships and friends down there, and also she's just more familiar. I mean, also let's be honest, Salem, Oregon ain't really moving up the charts the way San Diego is.
No, but it's about
people
property.
Even know where
it's about
Salem
property
is.
value, and you can probably get a nice house for less in Salem.
Better wine in the area.
Oh,
like the Willamette Valley vineyards are just top notch.
Hey, what are the Dales?
Bro, I hear you.
The Dales.
Like Dale Ellis?
No, it's an area outside Portland. Or the Dales. Dales.
Oh, the Dalles.
The Dalles.
It's spelled like,
what is that?
It sounds like Dallas.
Right. What is that?
So the Dalles is just a town. It's called but it's the Dalles. It's right on the Willamette River, which kind of breaches and will go up and creates the separation between Oregon and Washington. So if you follow the river, God, it's like the gorge. It's called the gorge.
Doesn't
but if
feel
you
like
follow
you
it
really
up there
know.
towards Walla Walla, the town's so great they named it twice.
Yes.
Then that's exactly what you find. One of your other academic institutions that could use a football team that's at least a little bit better.
Gonzaga.
Whitman.
I love knowledge
What about
and
Reed?
history.
Reed doesn't have a
Gonzaga's in
football
Spokane.
program.
That's right on the border of Washington and Idaho.
I know that. I saw a game at I saw a Warrior game in Spokane, an exhibition game.
At the
yes,
the dog pen or the kennel.
No, it wasn't on the
kennel.
campus. They have a stadium. They have an arena there that has like 15,000. I think they have a hockey team up there. But I saw the. Let's go to D in Walnut Creek.
Columbia River, thank you.
He just got back from Italy. What's up, D? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. You guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I got some solid tips for you, Evan. I just came back from my second trip to Italy. I was there 3 weeks. And you don't need that many euros. I had to really work hard to spend them when I got back. Okay, number one tip. Leave the flip-flops at home. You're going to do a lot of walking. Get you a good pair of walking shoes. Skechers, Go Walks, work perfect. Second trip, don't pack as light as you can. If you use the trains, they're so packed with people, and you're going in heavy season. Getting luggage on board, my wife took 3 bags. It was murder. So travel as light as you can. Second tip, if you're going to tour the major things like the Colosseum, the Vatican, get those passes off online because there's so many people and you're going to have to wait in line forever. The tour guides that you buy online, eliminate all of that and wear a mask because you're going to be in proximity with so many people. We got COVID in Italy after escaping it 3 years here. So wear a mask when you go to those crowded situations like the Vatican Museum, which is fantastic, by the way. You'll be so overwhelmed at awe. And another thing that about Italy is make sure you go to Tuscany. It is so beautiful.
Yes, it is.
Florence is an incredible city. The train at Milan, you can go from that train anywhere you want to go. It's just incredible. You go to Levanto or any of the Cinque Terre places. Get used to the trains. You'll love them.
Now, D, are these things that I need to plan ahead of time, or like if I woke up on Monday and said, I think I want to take a day trip to Tuscany, would that be possible, or do you need to plan 24 hours out?
Yeah, no, you can take a bullet train from Rome if you're going to be stationed in Rome. Take a bullet train, and then you don't have to drive. I drove, and it was a pretty nice drive. You know, the freeways are just like here; they're well marked. It was pretty good driving.
Absolutely.
So,
woof.
It's better driving than here, and there's no doubt about that.
Oh yeah. Now, one thing about Italy, they live on three things: pizza, pasta, and gelato. But there are so many good things. Like make sure you get the steak Fiorentina. It's like a 3-inch T-bone porterhouse, and they grill it the way you want it. It's so fantastic. Get a Florentine steak. But if you want pasta, you're going to find out that if you order a red sauce, they don't put Parmesan cheese on it like we do here.
Right.
They refuse to put cheese on their red sauces.
Yep.
But it still comes out pretty good.
Great stuff.
Thanks, D.
I got to tell you, I like what he's saying there. I like the pack light. He's right, especially if you're going to be bouncing around. Sounds like you might be.
Yeah, I have a little travel pack that I got. Walking shoes are a must. Although I've been trying to find some like walking sandals because it's going to be probably 90, 95 degrees in August.
It's going to be hot.
It's going to be pretty toasty. And then just a lot of bug spray, a lot of sunscreen, and a lot of water.
I would. Are you going to Siena? I would highly recommend Siena.
How close to Rome is Siena?
I think it's about 3 or 4 hours.
There are some places that I'm planning on making day trips to, getting around the country, not involving, unfortunately, the southern half of the state.
It's and I would also recommend Montepulciano.
Is that where you're from?
I'm from Ascoli Piceno. It's not a real tourist place, but it is where I will spend my latter years in life. I'm moving to Italy, bro. I'm telling you that right now. I got family. I got dozens and dozens and dozens of cousins in Ascoli Piceno. It's about 40 minutes from the Adriatic Sea, and we're looking at maybe a little condo on the beach in Pescara. Think about that.
D was right, though. Go for the local cuisine of each different region. That's what you want to do every single time. So Florence, the steak, but each region has their own individual pasta as well that you want to go to.
Spinone, you got to get there. Seriously.
I've been there. No, I went
I thought
senior trip out of high school. We went, but I haven't visited my family who are in Bigliolo, which is a small village up near in the Tuscany region, about 60 miles outside of Florence. So I have a family graveyard there too, which is pretty cool.
That's uplifting.
Graveyard.
It is. Yeah, you can pay your respects.
Oh, so your family's near Siena, actually.
Yeah.
Nice.
Distant cousins, Steiny. You never know.
There you go.
Siena's badass. That's from the 510.
Siena's incredible. Siena is it's indescribable. It's so unbelievable.
Love this.
You're gonna have a great
pack light, stomach full. That's what I need. Time. Just gonna eat my way through.
Let me pile on or tack on what Gene in Oakland said. He is absolutely right. Make an effort. Make an effort to try to speak Italian. Yeah, it'll go such a long way. Jim Barnett, one of the great men in the Bay Area and one of the great play-by-play announcers. When he
don't talk about that.
When I was coming up in the business and doing television, I would get really nervous.
45.
Nobody's going to get that one, but I do.
30.
He said, Matt, don't be afraid to make yourself vulnerable. And I said, what does that mean, Jim? He said, don't think you have to be perfect. If you make a mistake, don't be afraid to laugh at yourself. If you're not great and some people if you make yourself vulnerable, you become a little more likable. Because you're saying, hey, I might need some help with some things. There you go. We're so much more than a sports talk show here. It's unbelievable.
Well, we try and let people in because we are vulnerable. We are willing to bring emotions and real-life situations into this. It's the reason why I'm a little bit nervous, Steiny, honestly, about my first expedition internationally, and why I appreciate D, along with the rest of the callers that have help kind of bolster my confidence when it comes to that unknown.
Hey, by the way,
I was trying to cry.
No, how many people are you going with, or are going to be over there?
So I'm going for a wedding.
Okay,
my friend is getting married in northern Italy, and then I'm going down to Rome for a week, and then I'll be meeting up with a friend who's starting a kind of like a culinary program in Rome.
Oh,
so I'll have a few days by my
culinary.
By my lonesome, and then she'll get into town, and we can hang out for the last couple days.
Oh, somebody's burying the lead.
She's a friend.
Gotcha.
And the other friend is also a woman, but she's getting married.
You know, I've always rejected.
What is wrong with you?
The
Biz Marquis, just a friend.
By the way, shout out to 408.
I actually know
Stasio. That's where I'm staying, that neighborhood.
Oh, okay. By the way, 95.7 The Game is partnering with a great golf event at Harding Park. We talked about this yesterday. Want to put it on everybody's radar. September 11th, it's going to be the 8th annual Pettinelli Charity Golf Tournament. 100% of the proceeds from this event benefit the San Francisco chapter of the American Autism Society. The Autism Society is a complete resource for families of autistic children and adults, providing activities, information, and education. We're going to have a couple of our guys out there at Harding Park golfing with us, and we would love for your company to join us. There's going to be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest. There's going to be an auction with some great memorabilia. There's going to be a chance to hit some golf balls at Harding Park and make that the iconic Harding Park. Some of us from 95.7 The Game will be there. Here's what you do. Go to sfautismsociety.org for more info. sfautismsociety.org for more info. Great golf, great cause. That's going to be fun. September 11th. That's got to be a Monday, I would think. Yeah. So if you want to hit some golf balls at Harding Park, you can do that. All right. I'll do the Nahegan thing at like noon.
Yeah.
So our boss, Matt Nahegan, you can follow him on Twitter. I don't know what it is. It's Nahegan something. I don't know. And he does this thing on social media every day from the corner office.
Like day 30-something, right?
60-something now. He's been doing it for 2 months. Wow. So he puts the camera on himself, and he says stuff like, hey, we got a great show. Great shows coming up today. We got a lot. It's what's it called? A preview. And anyway, I watched today's, and I've started to watch them, and I find them very amusing. Not like making fun way. I think the guy's got some comedic timing.
Well, he's also, I think our boss has a pretty good pulse on what the audience is either interested in or looking for, and so it's nice to get an idea of, well, at least that's what he says that he's really good at, advertises. So it gives us an idea of where his mind is, so when we come in, we have an idea of what we want to do, and then we can kind of combine.
Exactly. All right, this is sound I wanted to play. This is from Mike Dunleavy. You know what's weird is the general manager of the Golden State Warriors, Mike Dunleavy.
Junior.
2 months into the job, and they got Chris Paul. They re-signed Draymond Green. They traded Jordan Poole. They signed Corey Joseph. They drafted some players. What's left to do, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, those are guys we definitely want to get locked up moving forward. Been a big part of what we've done here, and I think they can still contribute, especially Clay on the court and Steve, one of the best, if not the best coach in the league. So high priority level in terms of getting those guys done. We'll see. I mean, obviously there's always a financial component and guys want to be here and all that, but we greatly value them and hope we can work things out.
Has there been much conversation on both or either?
Yeah, I don't give a whole lot in terms of what goes on in between the walls at Chase Center, but we've had good conversations, and I think we'll continue to do that. And optimistic that we can work things out for both those guys.
There you go. I guess I wasn't thinking about it. It surprised me a little bit.
They said that they've been having conversations.
Well, I'll be surprised if you think Klay Thompson's going to get an extension before the end of before the start of the season.
I don't. Well,
see, I didn't until I heard that.
So and even before I heard the sound, just based on the way that Lacob talked about Bob Myers' situation, this is more for Steve Kerr than Klay Thompson. I'm sure players and coaches are different. But when Joe Lacob said that he had already presented multiple offers, or 2 was the number, to Bob Myers at some point during the regular season last year in the second half, well, then I started thinking, well, maybe upcoming this summer, well, there might have been a position to where Joe Lacob or now Mike Dunleavy Jr. could have that conversation. There might be the first offer on the table, but that's kind of the starting point. Like there may be an offer out there currently for both of those guys, but no, I don't believe anything's going to be in ink before the season starts.
Well, then it's not going to get done.
I don't think so.
Interesting. I'm interested to see how Warrior fans think about that at 888-957-9570. So that's what Steve Kerr said. It was all part of a story written by Monty Poole at NBC Sports Bay Area. And the quote from Dunleavy is, those are guys we definitely want to get locked up. Monty Poole added, now this is Monty adding this in the story, by not signing him before the season, he said, it's the kind of tension that nobody wants to cope with during the season. That was the one that got me, because it feels to me like Monty's saying the worst thing, or one of the worst things that could theoretically happen, is you don't get these guys locked up before the season, and now there's uncertainty. You think that's a big deal?
Well, yes, just because of what happened last season. But there was also, of course, the guise of internal and literal conflict within the team. So in addition to Bob Myers not having a contract, there was also the team in kind of this strife that was very public. So, I mean, yes, if something happened in training camp or early in the season and there was a verbal altercation and, there's more of the same this season compared to last, then yeah, I do think those conversations are probably heightened or looked at a little more, I don't know, with more intent, because you're wondering whether Kerr's in, Clay's in. I think Klay Thompson absolutely wants to be a Golden State Warrior, and the difference to me between that and, say, a Kevin Durant situation is, of course, we didn't know KD wanted to continue to be in Golden State. Klay Thompson has stated he wants to be here, I think, for the rest of his career.
Right.
I don't know that about Steve Kerr. And we're also seeing Steve Kerr, he's working with Team USA. So he's still got other opportunities to coach if it's not in Golden State. I also believe that the Warriors are in a position heading into the new CBA, and also with the age and kind of experience and leash on their roster, like, I don't know if I'm Joe Lacob, if I'm okay giving that amount of years and money at this point, because if you're trying to win and this year goes off the rails, well, then it might be time to reset. Like, God forbid something terrible happens to Stephen Curry. Then you might have to think about the future.
Right.
And if you have everyone locked up for the next 3 years, well, then you can't do anything.
Exactly. The thing that I automatically came to, as you did, is what about Myers last year? Do you believe that Myers' uncertainty was at all a factor on the court last year? In terms of all that, Wiggins had his thing. We factor that in, or at least we give it merit as something that maybe detracted from the season. He wasn't there for You think the Bob Myers non-contract last year manifested itself in any way on the team's one-loss record?
I don't know, but I think it'd be hard to, like, if you're Draymond Green or you're Stephen Curry or Klay Thompson, if you are the elder guard and you're close with Bob Myers, I don't know how much it affects you on the court, but you do have to, I think it's logical, you have to wonder about the direction of the franchise, because Bob Part's a massive part of that. Now, he's gone, and you have someone that, at least from what I've heard from Mike Dunleavy Jr., he's very genuine, he's open, he's also smart, and he does appear to be kind of a Bob Myers clone in a way.
Yeah.
So that's comforting. Then you make the move for Chris Paul, so they're trying to give you help. I do think if you're the big three, there's probably less questions about the direction of the franchise this year than last year. And maybe that was because of Bob Myers. I just am not sure how it manifested itself on the court. Like, do you have a theory on that?
I don't know. I think, yeah, I do believe in that stuff. even though it's hard to measure or hard to take stock of in terms of specifics. But if I'm a Warrior fan and Steve Kerr, how do I want to say this? I don't know if I want Steve Kerr to get a 3-year contract extension. And it's not because I don't think he's a great coach. He's a great coach, but don't you have to leave open the possibility that, you know what, we may have to change direction in a year or two? Possibly. Maybe. And then the question becomes, would Steve Kerr be the best coach for this team after the Big Three? Or at least as the Big Three starts turning into role-type players down the line. You know what I mean? Or would you want to start with somebody new?
I mean, I think from what we've seen from Steve Kerr, he ain't here for the kids. Like he's not around to coach kids.
Well, then do you want to give him a 3-year extension?
Well, you have Curry for the next 3 years. You have Draymond for the next 4 years. And to me, that would be the reason why Klay Thompson and Steve Kerr get extensions before the season, is because if you really do want to have everyone aligned, and it's more mental, I think, than physical, then you do show them and you do provide that kind of confidence in the Big Three and the rest of the group that you do believe that they can win a championship. Because, like, if we're talking about the future, and this is where I think the Warriors got a little bit in trouble, was they were looking down the line a couple of years ago. And that clearly affected the way that the Big Three and the elder statesmen of the team, they felt like maybe the front office wasn't with them. And so now I think Mike Dunleavy Jr., by the moves that he's made, is trying to show them that they are fully believing that the Big Three can still win a championship. But if you're Stephen Curry, if you're Draymond Green, you're probably looking at him and saying, well, you know, I'm glad you got us this, I'm glad you got us that, but you haven't gone all in yet.
Right.
And so there's still reason to believe that you could, if you really wanted to, not extend Kerr, not extend Klay, and then just pull the rug right out from under us.
Right.
If you're Curry and Draymond. Because you want to retire with those guys, right? That's kind of who you rode in with in the dynasty.
I'll say this. I do believe that if Kerr doesn't get locked up, that there's a very real possibility he will go the way of Bob Myers. Like this will be his last year. I think that's very possible, because you have to allow for the fact that maybe things won't go well this year. And so now if they don't go well and Kerr's sitting without a contract, what do you do? 888-957-9570 is the number. Mike Dunleavy basically saying those guys are two guys we definitely want to get locked up before the season starts. Klay Thompson and Steve Kerr. It was strong to me in terms of, I kind of thought maybe we just head in with Klay one more year, and I guess I think Kerr's probably going to get extended, but I guess maybe there's uncertainty there. What do you think? 888-957-9570. Duck Sauce, one of our favorites on the other side on 95.7 The Game, and I'm also going to play from the corner office on 95.7.
Join Lucky Rewards today. You'll earn points for cash back.
rebuilt my ass.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors working out Juan Toscano-Anderson and Harry Giles.
Not Harry Styles.
Harry Giles, former Sacramento King.
What about...
He's over 6'9", I think.
Waiters Island.
Who?
Dion Waiters. You haven't heard of Waiters Island?
What about him?
I mean, he puts defenders on an island the way he just...
Wait, the
crossover.
The guy from Syracuse?
Yeah.
From 10 years ago?
Yeah.
What about him?
They're working him out.
For what?
For one of those last 2 roster spots.
Dion Waiters?
Oh, yeah. Along with Tony Snell. Shout out New Mexico.
NBA champion Dion Waiters. Don't you forget it.
That's
Purple
right.
and gold.
Kent Bazemore?
Why don't they work out
Trey
Johnny
Burke?
Flynn, too?
Well.
By the way, see, Ricky Rubio's taking the year off.
Yeah,
concentrate on his mental health.
Good for him. Trey Burke do anything for you? It gives me some kind of Terrence Ross vibes.
Yeah, nobody scores like Terrence. Alex Burke. Wait, Trey Burke, Alec Burks.
Yes.
That's the way I always used to remember it. Trey Burke was a guy who went to Michigan, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, no, he doesn't do anything for me.
Warriors are done with Wolverines.
Did I say on the air, or did I say it during the break about Cam Whitmore?
You said it during the break. You haven't brought that to the air yet.
510, Dunleavy's 0 for 2 with his young career. Horrible trade, and then passed on Whitmore. There is something about Whitmore that I'm intrigued with, too. He gives me... Now, follow me here. He reminds me of a guy I couldn't stand.
No, see, I like the player that you're about to talk about.
Corey Maggette?
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't stand him as a player.
It's a freight train.
He was so one-dimensional, but the guy's body was unbelievable. The guy could score. If Whitmore's like him, but more well-rounded, I'll take him on my team any day of the week.
You want to know why I love Corey Maggette?
Because of the walk?
No.
The video of him walking? Have you ever seen that?
No, I actually haven't.
I'll tell you about it in a second.
Okay, but when he was on the Los Angeles Clippers, he was in the NBA dunk contest. And still to this day, I've never seen anybody do a backflip and then standing dunk. And to me, it was one of the more underrated things I've ever witnessed in my life. The man did just without a running start, just standing still.
Okay.
Backflip in the air and then rise up and dunk the ball. And they gave him like a 7 across the boards just because the actual dunk didn't look that good. But to me, there's like one of the most impressive displays of athleticism I've ever seen. When I was a kid, I thought Corey Maggette was the truth.
Dublin Marge, what would Steve Kerr do with Cam Whitmore? I didn't get that far. I didn't. You're right. I didn't get that far. I just think he might be pretty good.
He would let his son coach him up.
Maybe he knew Nicholas couldn't handle him.
It's Cam Whitmore's too much for Santa.
You cannot give Nicholas Kerr raw talent. He can't develop it. He just can't, apparently.
Well, he's going to have to develop Brandon Pochemski.
Let's go to Duck Sauce. Duck Sauce is not going to believe this, but we talked about him at the bar yesterday.
Oh, we did.
What's up, Duck?
Hey, Steiny. What's going on, my man?
Hey, how are you, man?
Pretty good, man. I gave you some constructive criticism that night of the round table in Walnut Creek that you seemed to take well, and I give you an 8 out of 10 so far.
I appreciate it. I'm still working on it, and I'll share with the audience after you hang up what the advice was, because it was legitimate. And I hope I was
okay.
I wasn't defensive at all, was I? I said, you know what?
No, not at all. You took it well. Which I thought was that was big of you.
I appreciate that.
I love it.
What do you got, buddy?
Hey, what'd you say about me at the bar?
Well, we were talking about Duck Sauce, the nickname. And go ahead, John. I kind of forget.
So I talked to him yesterday,
yes.
And I had said to Duck Sauce, I was like, oh, like the DJ. And he had never heard of the DJ, okay. So I gave him a little rundown of who Duck Sauce was and what kind of music he did, and to look him up.
I hadn't either, Duck Sauce.
Yeah. Yeah, I hung up yesterday because out of respect for the show's flow, you guys started talking about that Baltimore baseball analyst guy. So I was talking Dubs. I didn't want to mess up the flow of the show, so I just hung up.
What a team player, Duck.
Been ready to run.
Hey, so a couple of takes. I had the guy earlier who was saying, you guys were asking would it put a damper on the season, being Chris Paul being on the team.
Yeah.
Draymond, lately. To me, it will be very hard to root for Chris Paul. I'm just not a fan of the guy. He's probably my least favorite player in the league. So I will be conflicted. It's just a fact. It's going to be hard to root for him.
Really?
As far as Draymond goes, I mean, I'm tired of his antics, but, not to get too sentimental, but the big three for me, it marks a timeline in my life, and if that era would have ended by him not re-signing, as much as I really don't care for him off the floor, I would have been sad about that.
Right.
So for sentimental reasons, I wanted him to stay, just for that fact. And then the last thing I wanted to say is what I wanted to say yesterday when Steiny was kind of talking about Klay coming off as, selfish, which I 100% agree he was being selfish, and it was 100% affecting the team very negatively. The only nuance that I wanted to bring up yesterday is that, to me, the reason he was being selfish is what is different about him, whereas maybe like a Carmelo Anthony or, guys from the past who were labeled selfish, like they were out there because they wanted to lead a team in scoring or, be one of the leading scorers in the league. To me, Klay was selfish because he just wanted to prove himself that he could get back to where he was. And the bad part was that he was using live game action to do that. So that to me is where the nuance is, and I know I've talked too much, so that's all I got, guys. I appreciate it. Good talking.
Gotcha, Duck Sauce. Appreciate it. He knows. It's like Christopher Walken in The Dead Zone. You knew. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
I don't know. But he did bring up an interesting point about the sentimentality and the connection, which I'm sure he's not alone in, Duck Sauce, about fans that want to see the big three exit as they entered. But my question is, are you potentially okay? So let's say they sign Klay to an extension, they line him up with Steph and Draymond, same with Steve Kerr. More so about the big three. Are you okay with the possibility of your heroes becoming zeros? And that is, if by the time they're at the end of their contract, their powers have diminished. Curry's going to be 38 by the end of his deal. Klay Thompson, Draymond, 36. They won't be as great. At least I think it's going to be very hard for them to be as great then, even as they are now. Are you okay with watching those three guys finish their careers, but not finishing as we remember them? Like that's kind of, I think sometimes it sounds great to see someone ride off into the sunset, but very rarely do athletes have a Kobe Bryant 60-point game in their final game in the NBA. Very rarely do the Tim Duncans get to win a championship just before they retire. That doesn't happen all the time. In fact, oftentimes you see the ones and the athletes that are so important to your lives kind of just be a shell of themselves.
Yeah, and you got to be okay with that. And I think maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I think the majority of Golden State Warrior fans are ready for that. They're getting prepared for that, and they're okay with it. I think most Warrior fans want those three guys to retire Warriors, even if the back end might not look great. And I can't hate on that. I can't. I mean, I would have loved to have seen some of the great players play a little longer. I would have loved to see Bird play longer for the Celtics, but he couldn't. He physically was debilitated. So I maybe I'm wrong, and maybe there's a percentage of fans that are so kind of cold, not cold and calculating, but yeah, I guess there are some fans that'd be like, no. I'm with Bill. Get rid of Bill Walsh. Get rid of him a year early rather than a year late. I don't want to be stuck. I think most of the Warrior fans are willing to ride this out and would be willing to have those three guys retire Golden State Warriors, even if the last year or two isn't very successful.
I mean, I think I would be too, but it's just for the possibility of, generally we see the greats, like, Kobe had a farewell tour. Famously, Draymond Green said Paul Pierce doesn't get a farewell tour because they don't love you like that. Someone like Mariano Rivera at every single city he went to, or Derek Jeter, the greats that have played in one location for their entire careers generally get the love and respect in their final farewell tour from everywhere they go. That, to me, would be something pretty cool to witness, not just for one athlete, but it would be for all three of them.
Right.
And that would be extremely unique, something that I have not seen before. And to me, that would be the one thing that I would be all right with watching over the next 3. I mean, yes, I expect them to compete for a title this year, and then it probably continues to go down the hill, the back end of the dynasty. But if they do align themselves together and they do ride out together the way I hope they can, well, then we might be able to see something special that overshadows the fact that they're probably not champs anymore.
I think that's possible for sure. 510. And see, this is where you can always turn over a new leaf. This might have triggered me a little bit in the past, but I'm going to use it as a springboard.
You're better.
I'm going to use it as a springboard into possibly a conversation. 510, not extending the head coach of Team USA, in addition to the Warriors, who's a 9-time champion, has to be one of the dumbest takes I've ever heard. USA! Now, I didn't say don't do it. I didn't say don't do it. What I said was, do you want Steve Kerr to be the coach of your team if the big three is winding down and it must be transition time? And I'm not saying that's this year. It could be next year. It could be 2 years from now. Is it unfair to ask, I guess would be the way I would phrase it to the 510. Is it unfair to ask whether Steve Kerr would be the best coach for the Warriors as this thing winds down? That's got to be a fair question, doesn't it?
I don't think that's unfair of a question, but to me, the biggest factor in the solution is Steve Kerr. I think one of the reasons that Bob Myers is no longer with the Warriors is because, in addition to maybe not getting the offer he wanted when he wanted it, having to go through the turmoil of last season, the added stress of course, built up over a decade that he's been with the organization, he might have also just been done. And Steve Kerr, to the 510's point, listing his resume as the head coach of Team USA, 9-time champion, 4 times with the Golden State Warriors. Maybe Steve Kerr is looking for another challenge in his life as a coach. It could just be with Team USA. It could be maybe he's done this for a long time and he doesn't want to anymore, or he doesn't feel like the juice is worth the squeeze. I think we have to allow for that a possibility as well. It's not just do the Warriors want him, but does Steve Kerr want the Warriors?
I think he'd want the Warriors for 3 more years at $40 million. And the bottom line is that's the other thing that's a factor in here, and it's the Monty Williams contract.
Oh, and the Popovich deal.
Yes, and the Popovich deal. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking some Golden State Warriors basketball and whether or not it's a priority or it should be a priority for the Warriors to get Kerr and Klay Thompson locked up before the season. I mean, if you lock these guys up before the season, you've got Steph, Klay, Dre, and Kerr all going to be with us for at least another 3 years. I'm not saying that's good or bad. In fact, I think what I'm hearing from Warrior fans is we can live with that, and what happens, happens. Yes, Spadon.
I'm trying to think in the history of the NBA, has there ever been a coach to stick through this long from one iteration? So bringing in that old guard, they leave, and that head coach sticks around, because we're seeing with Popovich right now, and has not been successful post Duncan, Kawhi, I almost said Kyrie, Kawhi, Tony Parker, all that stuff. Maybe Spoelstra? That's the only one I could think of that's been able to get back to the finals with a whole new iteration post LeBron, D-Wade, Chris Bosh, all them.
Yeah, that's a good question. Or a coach who won some titles, hung around, struggled maybe with a different team, but stuck it out and It's a good question.
Never happens. They always usually leave. Phil Jackson, he left the Lakers, right? Maybe those old Celtics teams. You could speak on that. They left Auerbach, all that sort of stuff. I can't think of
what about
any situation in the NBA at least.
What about Rick Carlisle? He won a title, then he didn't do anything.
But didn't he kind of just hang on as long as Dirk Nowitzki did?
Yeah, he did. He did.
And I think the difference between a Popovich situation, and even Spoelstra to some extent, than Steve Kerr, as Steve Kerr has entered the league with those big three, none of them have left yet.
Right.
Meanwhile, Greg Popovich, yes, he's been through Duncan and even further back Robinson, through Kawhi, and then now what he's got built there now with Wembanyama. But Greg Popovich is also the president of basketball operations. So he makes every single decision for his team year in and year out. Eric Spoelstra was pretty much brand new and fresh, even though he'd been within Miami. So the other understanding about the LeBron James and the Heatles era was that was going to end, and it was not going to be a decade-long relationship. Even if LeBron had stayed in Miami, Bosh or Wade would have moved on because those guys were a little bit older. So Spoelstra, to me, was always going to be involved there, and he's under Pat Riley.
Right.
So that's the other relationship there. I don't know if Steve Kerr has any real allegiance now that Bob Myers is gone to someone in that front office, of course, than the guy who signs his checks, Joe Lacob.
Yeah. Louise Roberson, I'd rather have them diminish here in their old age and comfort and security with us. I think most Warrior fans are with Louise there. Chengers says, you said you wouldn't want to re-sign him. No, what I said was, do you want to re-sign? The reason I would, first of all, I didn't say not to re-sign him, but I would think that, do you want Steve Kerr here see, here's what I think. And you were the first guy who said this, that it resonated with me. I think there's a very real possibility the Warriors could have Kerr another 3 years. They re-sign Clay or extend Clay. So now it's like we have Curry for 4, Clay for 4, Draymond for 4, Kerr for 3 or 4. Okay, that's great. But I don't know that that's where they exactly want to go. What I'm saying is, if you do that, I'm still with you. It doesn't mean they're all retiring here in 3 or 4 years. It means we've got you all under contract for 3 or 4 more years. Let's see how this year goes. And if this year goes well, however that's determined, guess what? We'll come back again next year with the same guys. But if things go sideways, let's say they extend Clay, re-sign Kerr, and things go sideways this upcoming year. I don't know what that means, but they do. It's over at that point, right? They'll trade somebody. They'll get off one of the big three. Maybe Kerr would even get fired. I don't know.
Yeah, I do think that if you re-sign Clay or extend Clay and Kerr, the one thing you can guarantee in my mind is that you have a 100% buy-in from everyone. Because right now, Klay Thompson is playing under a final year of his contract. Like, there are things that he has to think about on a daily basis that he otherwise wouldn't if he was locked up.
Yeah.
So you guarantee, again, with the off-season direction and the moves, you guarantee that everyone has bought in on this one season. But that also, in my mind, makes me think that it is year to year. Like, from here on out, it is year to year.
Yeah.
There is less vision for the future than there ever has been during this dynasty. And that's natural. That's what happens towards the end of these things. But that also means that they can end in the snap of a finger.
Yeah.
If someone has a catastrophic injury, if the team doesn't have a catastrophic injury but shows that it can't even get back to the second round next year, well, then if you're Joe Lacob, you have some very difficult decisions to make. And it's not just, oh, well, I guess we'll bring them all back and we'll just ride this thing out for 3 years, because I don't think that's the kind of person he is.
I would agree. If he's gonna, like, Joe Lacob to me is the kind of owner who would say, okay, all right, let's go ahead and pay Clay. Let's go ahead and bring Steve back for 3 or 4 years. We're all in on the big three this year.
Mm-hmm.
But all bets are off if you guys don't continue, if you stop producing.
Well, especially because Chris Paul is, in all likelihood, not going to be a member of the Warriors beyond 1 year.
Right.
I mean, I don't know how they would pitch to him continuing to sign one-year deals because that's the only thing that logically and financially makes sense. But you also got Chris Paul in the first place so that you could get off of $30 million before the new CBA kicks in. So you can't go and just replace that player with someone younger, better, who also makes $30 or more million. So yes, that's why this year does line up to be their best crack. And then you're just hoping that someone like Jonathan Kuminga takes a massive step this year. And then you don't even have to worry about filling that void of Chris Paul because you got your next iteration. You got Moses Moody flashing signs. Maybe Trace Jackson-Davis turns out to be a player for you this year. Brandon Podziemski does great in the G League, and he shows himself to be someone that could run a second unit next year and the year after that. And then you have somewhat of a vision of a bridge to what you want to become. But again, that doesn't involve, to me, that the big three must have to be around for 3 years, even if you extend all of them.
Right. Yeah, it's where the Warriors are at is an incredibly unique spot, and how they handle it, there's no one way to do it. There just isn't. And maybe they've already made mistakes that they don't even realize. Maybe we'll find out, hey, they already made a mistake that's going to kill them by extending Draymond Green. Well, Steiny, how do you know that? Well, maybe he gets hurt. He's never the same.
Or maybe he's not as invested.
Exactly. Or maybe re-signing Draymond for 4 years is the move that galvanizes this team, that makes everybody recommit to the big three, that makes the chemistry better this year because, look, if you're a young, I think let's take a guy like Jonathan Kuminga last year and this year. He's got to go into this year with his eyes wide open. You know what I mean? If I'm Jonathan Kuminga, I'm going into this season saying, I ain't getting no favors done for me this year. None. He's got to go in that way rather than expecting something because he's going to probably be behind guys who have more experience than him. Wiggins, for example.
Yeah, and who knows? I mean, Draymond Green, the way that Anthony Davis's Supermax extension is looking, and Jaylen Brown making $300 million, maybe $25 million a year is a discount. And he actually did the Warriors a favor.
Max Carlos on the YouTube chat. What's everyone worried about?
Did you watch last season?
You hear that, Max Carlos? Did you watch last season? I'm not worried about the Warriors, but to ignore where they are kind of in their history and where they are in the dynasty, I mean, I'd be worried. If not this year, next year, if not next year, you know what I mean? How could you not be worried? Steph Curry's entering his 15th year in the league. I mean, that's why you worry. You worry what's going to happen in a couple years. That to me is natural, and it's not a negative.
But I also think, too, because of the direction, I am taking this thing, as I think the Warriors are, year by year.
Right.
So, and there's no offense, I'm not thinking about 2 or 3 years down the road. I don't have as much foresight in this scenario as you do. And that's not to say that your opinion is invalid. I think there are reasons, if you're an optimist, you have reasons to feel good. If you're a pessimist about where the Warriors are at, you have ammunition, if you really want to use it, to feel that way. Me, I'm choosing to look at this season as that's it. That is all I am focused on, and everything after is going to be determined based on this year. That's why I have a hard time looking 2-3 years down the road.
I think that's fair. Then we get into the question of if they bring everybody back and if they extend everybody and it doesn't work, well, what are you going to be able to get for those guys if you're willing to move off them at that point? Or won't you be able to? 888-957-9570 is the number. I see MJ in Alameda. He's got some travel tips for us. Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings. Hey, we're going across the pond in a week. And anybody got some travel tips to offer us? I'll be headed to Ireland. Less romantic than Italy. But then again, Evan's not taken. And I am. On 95.7, The Game. Who the hell are you? Who asked you?
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us...
Who are you? Who are you? Why would I ask you anything?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Evan Giddings in for Daryl, the Guru Johnson. Guru will be back on Monday, and you're with him on Monday. Is that correct?
Monday and Tuesday, I'll be with the Goo.
Okay.
Then I'm out for Italia, and Alan Stiles will be in with Guru for the rest of that week. So
Nice.
looking forward to that.
Of course, Styles with Dibley this week.
Yeah.
He'll be here at 2 o'clock. Crossover before then. Somebody has remembered, Steiny, what was Duck Sauce's advice to you? I kind of don't want to say it, but I will. So I'm with Duck Sauce.
It was good advice.
It was great advice. I'm with Duck Sauce, and he says to me, Steiny, you really, you know a lot about sports. You know a lot about sports. You obviously are a basketball guy, and people that listen to you on the radio know that you're a sports guy. Yeah. And he goes, so you know your stuff. So why do you spend so much time dealing with the 2 or 3% of the people that troll you with negativity? He said, you don't have to do that. Why do that? Why cater to those people? It's a small minority, and you're giving them an outsized emphasis onto your show. And I was like, yeah, I think you're right, Duck Sauce. I appreciate that. I still do it occasionally, like with Nishi. Nishi Martin. But that was Duck Sauce's advice, and he was absolutely right about it. He's got just a focus on the positivity.
Well, it's probably because the ones that get heard generally are the loudest, and the ones that are the most disagreeable and sometimes angry are also the loudest. So that might be why the 5% sticks out to you. Jeff on YouTube thought I was going to be stop touching the mic.
Oh. No.
He didn't mention that. He didn't mention that part.
Let's go to MJ. MJ's in Alameda, the home of JL. What's up, MJ? How you doing, man?
I am doing fantabulous on this gorgeous summer day here on the island.
Nice.
What about you guys?
I'm having a pretty good day, to tell you the truth. It's going to be over.
Can't wait to get outside.
It's going to be over at 2 o'clock. I'm going to go hopefully get a quick X-ray at Kaiser, and then we're off and running.
Kaiser, good people, good medicine. Hey, I wanted to tell you guys, you might have missed some of these earlier, but you had a couple of questions on the Euros.
Yes.
I go usually twice a year, usually in the fall and then a couple of months later in the winter.
Okay.
And I used to take, $800,000 in euro. Nowadays, post-COVID, it opening up and everything, the world over there has switched to cards generally, but you still will need euros. So I took 300 euro with me when I went in December, again, just for small restaurants, small tips, cabs, that when I couldn't find an Uber, that type of thing. So I think you're good with a couple of $100. And if you need more, you can get them over there at the ATM, like you were saying.
Yeah.
The other more important thing was, I didn't hear this mentioned, was getting a SIM card to use your phone. A lot of people here use their carrier international service, which can be really expensive depending on how long you're over there. I typically grab, go into like a little kiosk, like a, I don't know what they call them in Germany, Spacey, like a little 7-Eleven place, and grab a little card from there and put it in your phone, and you're good to go for a little trip. So that's pretty important, the SIM card. The last thing I wanted to mention was, it's your first time over there. Is that correct, Evan?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. So, everybody rolls differently. I understand that. Myself, I kind of like to speak with the locals all the time, no matter what country I'm in, whether it be Germany, France, Switzerland, Italy, what have you not. And I always, my cheat sheet is I have a little flashcard, like the one the kids use in school, a little flashcard, a blank one. And on those, I write 2 or 3 sentences in each side. For example, the ones I use is kind of a template is say something like, my blank, insert language, my blank is not so good in whatever language.
Mm-hmm.
I come from blank. Where is the blank? How much is the blank? That type of thing. And you write it in English, and then you put it in the native language, and you sound it out. And when I go to a restaurant, for example, I'll sit outside for a minute, and I whip out my card, go over it once or twice, walk right in, and say what I need to say, and they'll say, follow me, and I'm in, and I'm sailing. I'm going.
Nice.
Also, hey, MJ, quick question. For an eSIM, now I've been told that this app called Ola Fly is a place where I can get an eSIM card for however long I need. Is that a service that you've used in the past?
It is not. I am going to use that when I go back in December, actually, because I heard of that too. It's the new thing, per se, last couple of years. I haven't heard anything bad about it, so yeah, I'm willing to give it a try.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Appreciate it, MJ.
My man.
Yeah, there you go. Just make an effort. Make an effort to speak the language.
Well, it sounds like I also got to purchase some flashcards so I can.
Well, that's a personal choice.
Keep them handy.
But the phone things, I don't know how many times I've been somewhere and they're like, you've exceeded your limit, and I've been there for 2 hours. And now I got all kinds of trouble brewing. I'm gonna have to have somebody work that out for me because I don't know how to do that. Yes.
My beautiful girlfriend Tracy just texted me. She's listening in. She says to Evan, you got to try Lake Como if you can get up there.
I've heard a lot of great things about Lake Como.
Well, I've never met Tracy, so I don't.
Uh-oh.
I want to get on her.
Thursday's coming.
I want to be on her good side.
Uh-oh.
I prefer Lake Garda over Lake Como. Como's very touristy. It's where George Clooney owns his house. I find that Lake Garda is a little more authentic. And if you're going to go to Lake Garda, I would go to Sermione, which is a fascinating place. So it's a big, big lake. All right, big lake. But at the bottom of the lake, there's like an isthmus. And it goes all the way out to like the middle of the lake. See what I'm saying?
So I will be on Lake Major. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's the one just to the left of Lake Como. So from I think the country they border with is Switzerland. It kind of divides into a few lakes. Como's in the middle. It sounds like the one you're talking about that I can't pronounce with the accent that you do is on the right. And then Major or Maggiore is on the left of Lake Como. And that's the one that I'm going to be on in the city of Luino.
Oh, God, you're going to have
I cannot wait.
You are going to have a great time.
Thank you, Tracy.
Yep. Phil's in San Francisco. Hey, Phil. How you doing, buddy? What does "it's not a Friday, guys" mean? What does that mean?
Well, I had a quick reference for you guys for your trip to Ireland.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
No doubt. I've been to Ireland about 8 times. I'm originally from Europe, and I had a good chance to be able to travel when I was much younger. And if you're in the southern part of the island, there is a Baltimore in Ireland, which is actually kind of unknown to a lot of Americans. A great pub scene, great gastro scene. They're not that far off from a couple of distilleries either, and it's a really relaxed spot. If you're south of Dublin, though, you might want to go to Bray. It's one of my favorite places in Ireland. Still metropolitan, still has a nice feel to it, but you're looking at a lot more of that smaller town kind of feel. And the locals are really sweet. You tell them that you're from the United States, and they're really welcoming to you.
Yeah, that's and I'm looking at Baltimore right now. Just below Donegal. Let me tell you something about the Irish people. That's why you go to Ireland, ladies and gentlemen. You go to Ireland for what they call crack. Conversation.
Be careful.
C-R-A-I-C. That's Gaelic. Crack. The crack is good in Ireland. Means the conversation is good. It's a culture built on the pub situation. You would go to the pub way back in the day. That's where you got your news. That's where you found out what was going on in your town. That's where you met people. Of course, everybody thinks mostly of drinking at a pub, and certainly that goes on, but it's actually more about the conversation at a pub in Ireland. You cannot go to a pub in Ireland, sit at the bar where a lot of people are at, or sit at a table, and not expect to get into conversations. It's unbelievable. You don't sit at a bar in Ireland and look on your iPhone and not talk to the people. It's just completely understood. When you walk into a pub in Ireland, it's to converse with people.
When does that crack come into play for you?
Yeah, in this case,
what the hell was that?
I don't know who that was.
I don't either.
But in this case, crack does not kill.
So, I'm just saying. Ireland, and it's a great pub.
By the way, speaking of great conversation,
sure.
There's one that comes from the corner office of our boss.
Oh.
I mean, just about every single day for the last 2 months. Is this at the point of the show where you'd like to reveal what he said today?
Sure.
I'm proud of him.
Yeah, I am too. So Matt Nahigian, our boss, has started this social media thing where he says from the corner office, and he puts it out very early in the morning where he says, hey, what's going on in the Bay Area? You know, we'll talk about Ohtani a little bit later. He's pitching tonight against the Giants. And Nahigian does this daily to kind of keep our listeners abreast on what's going on with the station. And I don't know. I watched it today, and for some reason, I just got a kick out of it. Take a listen. Our boss. You see him every day. I deal with this guy every day. Take a listen.
All right, gamers. From the corner office, day 63. Before we get started with some station stuff, I do want to say that my best friend called me yesterday and said, man, watching your videos, looks like you've lost some weight. And he's not one to compliment me very often. So I said, yes, I have. And he said, how'd you do it? And I said, SOTA weight loss, SOTA. He said, wow. So I've been doing it for 3 weeks. I've lost 12 pounds. And think about it this way. One of those weeks was a vacation week, and I'm still down 12.
Ooh, still.
I'm not patting myself in the back. I'm patting SOTA weight loss in the back.
Sure.
If you want to lose weight, I'm telling you, I couldn't lose weight. I kept gaining and gaining no matter what I did, and I spent all this money on bars and pills and all this stuff. It doesn't work. SOTAweightloss.com. SOTA weightloss.com.
That's great.
Tell them I sent you. They won't know who I am, but tell them I sent you. I'm feeling good. It's a great product. Trust me. Joint practice tomorrow and Friday. We're getting ready for it. Niners. Awesome. Giants lost. Shohei pitches tonight. Should be very interesting to get a look at him and just showcasing him to the entire Bay Area.
Oh, yeah.
$100 million. Bonte positioned it to Flem yesterday.
For a year.
And he said, let's frickin' go.
That's Matt Nahigian.
A lot to break down.
There really is.
A lot to get on, an awful lot to get into there.
Where do you want to start?
I think we got to start with SOTA. I mean, just the pitch. The way that SOTA has just flooded throughout this station is really, it's unparalleled. I've never seen anything like it. And for it not only to, of course, impact not one, not two, but now three of our coworkers, Steiny, and it is effective. I mean, it's got everyone in better moods than I've ever seen them before. And certainly the ones that they sound like it. Mm-hmm. I mean, the corner office videos have gotten more cheerful each and every time I've heard them.
So, John said, what did he say to start? Take a listen.
All right, gamers. From the corner office, day 63.
Sorry.
It's Hey Gamers.
Hey Gamers.
All right, gamers. From the corner office, day 63. All right, gamers. From the corner office, day 63. Before we get started with
I've never heard Gamers before. I kind of like it.
We got a lot of gamers on the YouTube chat, which is, of course, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Text line as well.
You want to, anyway, a couple things that were 12 pounds. That's, you know what? And he had a weigh in today, and he's a little discouraged. And I said, hey, look, because this is what I do. I motivate. There's no such thing as it not working. Like 2 pounds is 2 pounds, man. So good job to all our guys. Guru, Bonte, Nahigian. My understanding is one of our P1s, Jason Battle, is also on SOTA.
Recently started.
Okay.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, it's not an easy battle. One kind of, it's almost like, you know, the Golden State Warriors right now. Like they're trying to fight age, they're trying to fight metabolism, they're trying to fight inevitable decline that is coming their way.
Careful.
Oh, sorry. I'm not speaking to the 5% here. Shout out to Duck Sauce. But what our coworkers are doing are trying to implement the right and necessary methods for their body, for their situation, and it's worked for everyone, much like we hope that those methods for the Golden State Warriors can produce a championship this year.
Yeah, well said. Well said. You know who else had some things to say? Was Mike Dunleavy Jr. He's the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. We played the sound of him talking about the contract extensions of Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson. He hopes that gets done before the start of the season. This is an interesting question. I'm not surprised, but I'm glad Monty Poole asked him this. He's talking about Greg Popovich and Monty Williams and what that means for Steve Kerr.
Yeah, I mean, this is the landscape we're in. Players, coaches, everybody's taking advantage of the money that's out there, and I think it's great to see in the league as a whole. Like, it means the league's doing really well, and people are watching and enjoying the game. So, I think all in all, it's great. And from the coaching standpoint, I'm sure the coaches are happy. From the player standpoint, I'm sure they're thrilled about the deal the guy in Boston just signed. So. That's the way this league works. When teams and players do well, everybody benefits.
Mike, you didn't answer the question. Are you going to be able to pay Steve Kerr what Monty Williams makes? That's really what it's about.
Well, do you think he's even the person that can answer that question?
Yeah, I think he can. I think he's probably talked to. I mean, I'm not sold that it's his decision. I think it's Lacob's decision, but. I would hope Joe Lacob didn't say to Mike Dunleavy, hey, you got to negotiate a contract extension with Steve, but we're not paying him Monty Williams money. Like, yeah, I got to. Okay, then I'm out. Like, what are we doing? So, I mean, the reality situation is Steve Kerr must get paid more than Monty Williams. He has to. Like, he has to.
I believe so. And to the question from Max Carlos on YouTube, it doesn't count against the cap question mark. That's true. So who cares? Well, Joe Lacob cares because he's the one that's going to have to foot the bill. In addition to this season,
right?
I don't know about next season, but this season, another massively large luxury tax. And if you're trying to cut some costs, well, a head coach might be a place to do it. I mean, I would imagine they're probably saving a little bit of money on what they would have had to pay Bob Myers to what they're now paying Mike Dunleavy Jr. Yeah. It's not a massive amount of money, but each and every dollar counts when you're spending $400 million on your basketball team.
Exactly.
Or at least it matters to the other owners outside of just Joe Lacob.
And you know who else it matters to? The Golden State Warriors minority owners. The owners that aren't Joe Lacob. They're a part of this story that I think eventually will become more and more important. And that is, Joe Lacob's got to broker deals. Like I get they're minority owners, but if the minority owners start looking at payroll, then that's how Joe Lacob begins to feel a little pressure about the payroll. And then that's when he's got to appease and mollify, maybe on both sides. And it's obvious that he has convinced whoever he has to convince that they're still in this thing and they intend to make a run at it, at least for the next couple years. Dunleavy talked about Chris Paul III, and somebody on the text line was asking me about, I said, you know what, Warriors might be better than last year, or they might not. I mean, there's a bold statement. But what he was saying is, how could you possibly say they're going to be better when all they really did was add Chris Paul, sixth man for this team? But this is what I'm trying to figure out.
We believe he'll be the sixth man.
Correct. This is what I'm trying to figure out. Take a listen to Dunleavy and how he talked about Chris Paul III.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, to be fair, been an issue for a few years, and it's just sort of the way we play. And you got to live with it because what it leads to in terms of shots and chaos and all that. So there's that balance. But knowing Chris and believing that I think he can do both, he can thrive within the chaos and help our guys, Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggs, and at the same time also have some just stability where we're taking care of the ball, creating more possessions, not giving up possessions. It just seems like on paper and in person makes a lot of sense.
I agree. There's a lot to like there. And to me, here's what I think. From a basketball standpoint, we were talking about why this is exciting. For me, the reason that this season is going to be must-watch is because, you know what? They didn't do a lot. But what did they do? They traded Jordan Poole and they brought in Chris Paul III. Two significantly different players. One guy's a scorer. One guy's a passer. One guy turns the ball over a lot. One guy doesn't turn the ball over at all. One guy can shoot. One guy shoots a lot of threes. The other guy is more of a mid-range shooter. One guy's young and erratic. One guy's a veteran and established in this league. The fact that the Warriors haven't changed much of their personnel, but for this, and I get it, they still have they got Corey Joseph, and they're Wiggins is coming back, so that dynamic will be a little bit different. But to me, this is what basketball is all about. They got rid of a 20-point scorer, and now they've got a distributor, a guy who takes care of the ball. How does that change who the Warriors are, if at all? Does it make them better? Does it make them worse? Will we find out, you know what? We can't score enough. We can't score enough without Jordan Poole. Or will they say, oh, my goodness, we don't turn the ball over anymore the last 5 minutes of a game. We're getting good shots. Not all of them are going. So that's the reason why I cannot wait to watch Warrior games this year, to see how you substitute a way different kind of player for another kind of player. You give up some things, you gain some things, and what does it do for the entirety of making the team better or maybe not making them better? I can't wait for that part.
No, it's going to be fascinating, but it's also interesting to me because the messaging about the play style or the pace is, I don't know about you, Steiny, but it sounds a little conflicting to me because we've heard some of the players discuss how Chris Paul is going to come in and slow down the game, and he's going to take care of the basketball, and he's going to run either the second unit or make sure that people from the starting unit are going to be in their spots. And Steph can play off the ball, and so can Clay, and it's going to be kumbaya on the offensive side. But also, the Warriors have been a team that likes to get up and down. They tried to do it, I think, against Los Angeles. They couldn't do it as much against a younger, more athletic Sacramento team or faster Sacramento team. But we've also heard kind of I think Klay Thompson was the one that hinted at how Chris Paul can help run the fast break or can help do some of those things that we associate with Warriors basketball. And so I don't really know whether the vision is for Chris Paul to come in and slow the game down, pound the rock, pick and roll, the way that he likes to play, or are they going to ask him to kind of change the way he has played his whole career and get more up and down, but, of course, also take care of the basketball because that's what he does. I don't really know how it's going to work, but that's another reason why I'm so interested in this season is because as much as Chris Paul is kind of sixth on the totem pole right now behind, of course, the Splash Brothers, Wiggins, Looney, and Draymond, I also think that the way he likes to play the game is so much different than the way Warriors basketball looks that I'm not sure if everyone's going to be on the same page from the get-go. And so I think we're going to hear very early in training camp whether or not the offense is going to be how Chris Paul wants it and likes to play, or whether he's just going to be the guy that kind of has to fit in.
Yeah, my feeling is, and we can talk about this more on the other side. I see Dennis has some more travel tips, but we can talk about this more on the other side. To me, there's two things about the pace of play. I'll get into that on the other side. I don't want to get into it now because I'll just blow through the break. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Yes, that's one of the big reasons why I cannot wait for the Golden State Warriors season to see if Chris Paul kind of makes the old adage true that less is more. Can Chris Paul, less of a scorer than Jordan Poole, make the Warriors better than they were with Jordan Poole? 888-957-9570. Back and talk about it. Mm-hmm.
It's your boy Guru. Yeah, I'm here to tell you about SotoWeightLoss.com. State-of-the-art weight.
Credit Union.
This is Matt Steinmetz, Oakland, California, in the hizzle.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Evan Giddings with you on 95.7 The Game. Guru will be back Monday. You ever been to Greensboro, North Carolina? I'm pretty sure that's where he said. North Carolina.
Yeah, I've been to Greensboro.
How is it?
It's fantastic.
I got to tell you something. You've been around for a youngster. You really have.
I lived in 7 states in 6 years, in and out of college.
What was the problem?
Employment.
Communities just eschewed you after.
Well, no, understandably, I kept moving up, Steiny. People were pursuing me every 6 months.
You ended up in Sioux Falls.
Fargo. Bonte actually made that mistake
How the hell do you
yesterday.
move up to Sioux Falls?
Well, you literally geographically move up.
Okay.
That's. But, yeah, so I've lived in Oregon, Minnesota, North Dakota, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Texas, and California.
Where in Pennsylvania?
Erie.
That's not Pennsylvania.
We
That's
actually
Ohio.
went over this at the cafeteria yesterday.
Yeah,
is.
It's not. Sure, you're going to win on the
Erie,
technicality.
PA.
You're going to win on a technicality, but
It's actually the summer location for the Pittsburghians, who are also in Pennsylvania, right? Technically.
But
see, you East Siders don't give anyone on the west side of the state really a lot of credit for being from Pennsylvania. You look at them as Midwesterners, which they're not.
If you're west of Harrisburg, night. I mean, you may as well be.
Harrisburg's not even that far into the
Dubuque.
state.
Huh?
Harrisburg's not even that far into the state.
It's the middle point.
You ever been to Altoona?
Yes, I have. I did. Oh, God. Oh, man.
Yeah, right on the curve.
You remember when I was mentioning Waterfall Gardens when I was a blue collar worker?
Okay.
As a landscaper, I drove a truck to Altoona with 3 other guys, and we did a yard work project, monster project. It was a monster package. Yes, I did landscaping in Altoona for a 3-day period where we transformed somebody's lawn.
I've also been to your side of the state. Been to Reading. Been to Allentown.
Have you been to Municipal Stadium?
Yes, that's where the Fightin' Phils play, right?
Yes.
The Red and Fightin' Phils.
We call them the Fightins.
Exactly. So, yeah, I used to work in the Eastern League in 2019, that summer.
Look at you.
I worked there. So
Troy Rivieras?
They didn't have a team there. It was Binghamton.
Waterford? Waterbury.
Is that Connecticut?
Albany, I think, maybe had a team. Batavia?
You're thinking of the old Eastern League, which was a lot of we're talking about minor league baseball here. for those that are out of the know. The Appalachian League, and then there's a rookie league up there, which is now called, I think, like the Penn League. But
so the Eastern League's no longer?
No, the Eastern League is still
Senators.
around. Yes.
Yeah.
Harrisburg's still in the league.
Okay.
Reading, AA. Binghamton, AA for the Mets, southern tier of New York. And then you have Richmond, VA, which is actually where the Giants AA affiliate is, the Flying Squirrels. Mm-hmm. And then you have the, what's the new one in the Hartford Yard Goats.
Oh.
Those are also up there. And then you got Portland, Maine, and Manchester, New Hampshire as the New Hampshire Fisher Cats. And then you got the Erie team from Detroit, and you got the Akron Rubber Ducks.
Did you say the Erie team from Detroit?
Well, under the Detroit Tigers.
Oh,
sorry.
Gotcha.
The Erie Seawolves, and, of course, the Akron Rubber Ducks.
Okay. I've actually never been to Erie.
Because it's not a part of Pennsylvania, right?
I mean, even if it were, people don't realize how big Pennsylvania is.
It's a great port town, Sonny.
That I know. And if anybody wants to look at the map of Pennsylvania, you'll notice that something happened. Something happened in that upper left-hand corner of Pennsylvania where they said, if we keep the state the shape that it should be, Erie's going to get schnookered. So they said, we'll give Pennsylvania Port Town.
But of course, the reason you brought up Greensboro in the first place is because Guru's dropping his daughter off there for college, going to North Carolina A&T, and it's a great town. So I'm sure Malia's going to have an excellent time there.
Milan.
Oh, geez, my bad.
Dennis is in Oakland. Hey, Dennis, what's going on, man? How you doing, my man?
Sorry, Goo.
Hey, Good. How are y'all doing?
Doing well. Thank you.
So I have some travel tips for Italy if you want.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Evan's going to Italy. Fire away.
All right. So crossbody bags. I don't know if anyone mentioned that. Make sure you put all your valuables in your crossbody bag.
Oh, like a valuables kind of sack?
Yeah, like
I could hear that.
passport, your wallet, maybe your cell phone. Just make sure it's in the crossbody bag because there are a lot of pickpockets there.
Gotcha. So when I get that body bag, I got to keep it on the front, right, not the back?
Yeah. If you ever want to look up the videos of the people being caught pickpocketing, like out in public in Italy. They're pretty slick. They're no joke.
Good to know. I'll keep an eye out. Anyone who's touching me.
Dennis. I gave you the sandwich. I don't know what you're looking at, Grandy. Every other host eats during the show. The first time I've ever put anything in my mouth during a show. And it was one potato chip.
Sorry, I stepped on that.
It's all right. Lightly salted. How is that sandwich, Grandy?
Oh, I'm saving it for a little later.
Like Jerry Seinfeld with the Drake's coffee cake.
I haven't seen that episode.
It's pretty funny. Let's talk Chris Paul, ladies and gentlemen. Joel's in Berkeley, wants to jump in here, and I'll just kind of reset. I don't know that the Warriors are going to be better than next year. I think a lot of it obviously hinges on Chris Paul. Chris Paul, can he make the Warriors better by being the type of player he is as opposed to Jordan Poole? Stylistically, can he help the Golden State Warriors?
Before you go to Joel,
Yes.
are you comfortable with that?
With
how much rests on Chris Paul and the outcome of the Warriors season?
Well, you know what?
Because a lot of people have placed the majority of the blame of last year on Jordan Poole. So Chris Paul is the one replacing him. Chris Paul is I think an easy scapegoat for a lot of people just because of the relationship between fans of Golden State and Chris Paul and his other jerseys. Like, are you comfortable with how much of the season appears to rest on a 38-year-old shoulder?
Well, what I'm concerning myself most with is the perception that stylistically Paul doesn't fit. That he's a half-court player, that he slows the ball up. It's exactly opposite of how the Warriors want to play. And I've been thinking about that part of it. So let's just take it further. Golden State Warriors are playing defense, and Chris Paul's on the floor. The other team scores, all right? They're playing the Blazers. Blazers score, all right? Well, guess what? Chris Paul's going to walk the ball up the court after a bucket. He is. And for the most part, that's what the Warriors do. I know during their heyday they could run off makes more than they do now, but essentially, you score, Chris Paul's going to walk the ball up the court, just like Draymond's going to walk the ball up the court. The issue is what happens when the Warriors miss. I'm sorry, what happens when the opposition misses and Chris Paul's on the floor? Because there seems to be a feeling that, let's just say hypothetically, Looney gets the rebound and he kicks to Chris Paul, and here we go. Well, he can't do that. That's not what he does. He doesn't lead the break. All right, you know what? I think there's something there. But you know what he does do? He kicks the ball ahead. Chris Paul kicks the ball ahead. And they have Draymond Green. Steph might be on the floor. Steph can play with Chris Paul. So it's not, I don't look at it as, well, I'm worried that when Chris Paul catches it at the hash mark to start a Warrior 3-on-2 break, he's not going to be able to push the ball fast enough to the opposite foul line and then make his decision on the 3-on-2. He'll kick it ahead. And you know what? Who's to say Chris Paul has to be the guy pushing the fast break? Like, nobody's ever really asked Chris Paul to run the break without the ball, is what I'm saying.
Not in a while.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, he hasn't done it, certainly since he's been in Phoenix. So you're going to have to be okay with a slower pace when he's on the floor, it would seem.
I don't have a problem with that. The question is, is it a positive that they're going to differ stylistically with Chris Paul in there? Well, let's see what it looks like. Maybe we won't be that struck by how different it is. Joel's in Berkeley. Hey, Joel, how you doing, man?
Doing well, Steiny. Long time no call. How you doing?
Oh, well, thanks for reintegrating.
Yeah. Well, Niners season's coming up, too, so that'll be big.
Yes,
I think Chris Paul is a good fit, and it's because of what you touched on. He's a great passer, and he doesn't have to run. He has to hit the dude that is running. And my thing is there's a couple of things that he's great at, and is like borderline best ever at is assists. And I mean, dude, for a guy like that to be passing the ball to Steph and Clay and Wiggs, and I mean, everybody but Looney is a scoring machine. And if he could unlock Kuminga and Moody and make all of those basket cuts and things that they can do well, if he can make that, turn those guys into like gold above the rim, which, I mean, Kuminga above the rim, I don't remember seeing him miss. If he's over the rim, it's going down. And man, Chris Paul is a genius at finding guys like that. And I think that's where you replace the scoring. You get Kuminga and Moody 10, 15, 20 points a game each, and we're good on scoring. And, yeah, as far as fast breaks, he can throw ahead as well as anybody, and that's all he needs to do. So I'm in on Chris Paul, although, you know, like all other Warrior fans, I have been out on him for a long time, but I'm in now. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be great.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, too. I'm not sure how it's going to be, but it's going to be different. And here's the one thing that I've thought forever and ever and ever, and it's something that I've kind of never wavered on because I truly believe it, is I don't believe there's ever a problem bringing a passer onto a team in basketball. If you want to, if a guy's a scorer, he needs shots, that's one thing. But if the guy is first and foremost has there ever been a passer, a guy who was known for passing, who went to a new team and couldn't fit in or didn't fit in? I'm asking that question figuring that, no, there's never been one. Maybe somebody could come up with one. But my point is, nobody on the Golden State Warriors said, we're getting Chris Paul? Uh-oh. I might have to work a little harder for my shots, or he might take some of my shots. Like, there's none of that. You're going to get more shots with Chris Paul. That's why I'm a huge believer that when you bring a guy who's a passer first and scorer second, he's never going to mess with your chemistry. He's never going to mess with your pecking order.
So I don't think it's going to mess with the Splash Brothers pecking order because both Steph and Clay have shown they can play off the ball and still be as effective, if not more effective, offensively. But I do wonder how Chris Paul's presence is going to affect someone like Draymond Green, because Draymond Green is used to being the primary offensive ball handler outside of probably Stephen Curry, or I guess last year when he was on the court, Jordan Poole. So Draymond's not really a shooting threat. So if Chris Paul is the one that's going to be controlling the rock when he's on the court the majority of the time, and like I would identify him as a passer, but his usage percentage and the amount of time he controls the basketball is, pretty high. How does that affect how Draymond operates offensively?
That's a great question.
Because Draymond is an important part of this offense, even if he doesn't always score. And if there's not really a role for him, then he becomes someone you don't have to defend. And we already saw last year in the playoffs what happens when you don't have to defend Draymond and someone like Kevon Looney on the floor at the same time. Things get bogged down. You can double Steph. You can double Clay. And the Warriors were not as effective offensively. That is a concern that I have. It's not about Steph and Clay. It's about Dre.
I think that's a fair question. Because, let's face it, Dre is kind of the Warriors' point guard. At least half the time when Steph's playing off the ball. The idea, it's interesting. I haven't really given it a lot of thought. The idea that Draymond Green, let's say Draymond Green is playing with Chris Paul. So Draymond Green is handling the ball less. So he's passing on offense less, which is probably the thing he does best on offense. Mm-hmm. Is it fair to ask, what the hell is Draymond going to do if Chris Paul is handling the ball, he's on the court? Well, then he's got to be what? A screen setter? Then he's got to be a passer to the passer or a passer to the shooter? I think that's a fair question to ask. I that's another thing that'll be fun to kind of watch unfold. Phil's in San Francisco. What's up, Phil? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, Steiny. Just wanted to add to your discussion, I guess, about Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Whether he'd be, an attribute or not to the team. I think his real asset may come from his willingness to take on, sort of a senior mentorship role with the younger players, coming in, the first timers like Podziemski and, as well as Moody and Kuminga, that I think he could make a difference in that area, as well as just what he can do as a floor general, basically, with assisting other players. And I think when the Warriors, they used to average, I don't know, like it seemed like they were averaging at least 25 assists a night for a while. I mean, not so much recently, but I think if they can boost those numbers up, because it's pretty hard to beat if your team's getting 30 assists in a game.
That was always the magic number. Yep.
Yeah, so I just feel as if if Chris Paul can contribute in those two areas as a mentor to the younger players, and whatever sort of style or tempo of game that he predicates on the floor out there, I think that he could be a real asset to developing those younger players.
Interesting. Where my mind went, Evan, was, okay, we used the word disconnect between the veterans and the youngsters last year.
Yeah.
Let's just say hypothetically that Draymond, Steph, Clay, they can't stand Kuminga. Or they just don't think he's ready.
Sure.
Or they're trying to win a title and they don't think he's got the goods. You know what? Hey, Chris, we're sick of this guy. So why don't you deal with him for a year? You try to help the kid for a year. Yeah?
You think Chris Paul's that kind of guy? I actually personally, I understand. I think it's in the right place of wanting someone that's a veteran to come in and help teach. I think specifically that the Podziemski example is interesting because to me, Podziemski at this point in his career looks like he's probably more of a point or a 1 than a 2, at least the way he played in Summer League. So maybe Chris Paul and learning from him could help. I don't really think Chris Paul's here for the kids either. I don't think CP3's here to be a mentor. I think he's here to win. And if the kids can help you win, well then great. We want to bring them along and we want to integrate them and they want to be a part. But you think Chris Paul is going to be okay if he sees Jonathan Kuminga pouting on the bench? He's going to be the guy to go over him and sit down and say, "Hey, it's okay, young fella. Keep your chin up. It's going to be all right." To me, that ain't the bulldog that I've seen the last 18 years from CP3.
You're probably right about that. I give you that one for sure. Here's more Mike Dunleavy. There's the other cut on Chris Paul.
Sure. I mean, I think you can talk about all the skill stuff you want with him, but first and foremost, you have to acknowledge his winning. The guy just shows up to organizations and teams, and he makes them better. And when he leaves, there's usually a drop-off. And so adding that into the mix, which is what we're all about, is huge. The other stuff you can talk about him addressing is taking care of the basketball, getting us into our offense. And then he's a guy, we really value guys that can shoot, pass, and dribble. He can do all three of those things. He defends. And you know what? He brings an element of leadership that I think we'll embrace. To me, you can never have enough leaders. So Chris I think he brings so many things to the table, even at his age. To me, the fit will be pretty seamless, but, we'll see.
That's Mike Dunleavy. This is his move. This is Mike's signature move, right? Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. It's his signature move up until this point.
It seems like it's his only move up until this point.
And re-signing Draymond.
True.
Committing to Draymond and the 2 draft picks. If one of them takes off, he'll get all the credit in the world for that.
But I think also that they're smart moves too because they make sense. And I think people can see the thought process behind each of them and how they don't appear to be moves that you're making because the fans are impacting you one way or the front office wants you to go another way or ownership is bringing you in to do something. I think Mike Dunleavy Jr. is in a position where he gets some benefit of the doubt because he's been inside the organization. He's been promoted. But also, if these moves don't go correctly, I don't really know how I can criticize him because all of them seem, and if you take the context of where the season ended,
right,
where he started, I think he's made the correct decisions. Now, if they don't work out, then yeah, he's not going to get credit for them. but I don't necessarily know if I can blame anything that Mike Dunleavy Jr. has done so far. And if it doesn't pan out in 365 days, the season's gone down the drain and they got to pivot, I also can't look back and say, you know what, that was an idiotic choice.
No. And that's the one thing I tried to stress in this offseason is the minute it started was there's a lot of tough choices that Mike Dunleavy's got to make, and he's already started to make them. I mean, he moved Jordan Poole. He re-signed Draymond Green. Not everybody likes either of those moves, but the one thing I do understand, I guess what I'm saying is this. I think where the Warriors are at, kind of at the end of this dynasty, there's something natural that happens in sports, and that is I expect the Golden State Warriors to decline over the next 3 to 5 years. That's what happens most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So if that were to happen, I'm sorry, I'm not really going to hold that against Dunleavy, if you know what I mean. Now, if they can stay competitive through Curry and the Big Three on to some iteration of what comes after, then I'll look at Mike Dunleavy and say, do you guys realize that what he did is really, really hard to do? And that as they moved off Curry, Draymond, and Clay, they still made the playoffs 3 out of those 4 years, let's say, and 2 of those years, and 1 year they got back to the Western Conference Finals. If he can do that, that would be a pretty amazing task. I expect Mike Dunleavy he's like Gabe Kapler. He's not at ground zero. He's not starting with a level playing field. He's starting a little below. Now, I get it. You could say, what are you talking about, Simon? He's got a Hall of Famer, Steve. Yes, you're right about that. But he's getting them at the tail end or at the end when there must be decisions made on them. And that's what's really hard at this point in those 3 guys' career and even Kerr's career to a certain extent.
And I think most importantly to me, he is qualified to make those decisions, not just because he's been with the Warriors and he knows all 3 of those guys along with the rest of the roster, but he's got the benefit of being a 15-year NBA vet. He comes from an NBA family. He understands, I think, the kind of fragility of the position that the Warriors are in from a multitude of perspectives, and that means that I'm more inclined to trust him than, say, someone that came in and was brought in from the outside or that doesn't have his qualifiers. And look, from the 707, and maybe we can get into this on the other side, I think it's a real but fair question. What if the Warriors struggle and Poole's an all-star this year? I also don't think that I can fault Mike Dunleavy Jr. for that reality because it was a possible one regardless, and he had to do something. And again, I think he was qualified to make the decisions that he made, and he made choices that are going to be in the best interest of as many people as possible outside of Jordan Poole.
I think get ready for Jordan Poole to score a lot of points.
Yep.
I mean, the only thing, here's the worst case scenario would be Jordan Poole scores a lot of points. The Wizards make it to the postseason in the East, not outside the realm of possibility, and then the Warriors don't make the playoffs. That's the worst case scenario. Would I bet on that? I actually would not. I would not bet on that. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, there's a couple texts here on the YouTube chat I think are really interesting. I want to get to them on the other side. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. And now receive a free Aspire under-counter refrigerator valued at over $1,500 with qualifying purchase at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
I got thug tears.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Second time in your life been eating on there.
All righty. I don't care what anybody says. We're having a hell of a show. Good job today, Evan.
Back at you,
I'm gonna
Steiny.
say, you know what? And I should do that with Goo more. I'm going to start, you know what? I'm sick of this Bobby Knight impersonation I'm doing. I'm going to be more like John Wooden. Preparing to fail is failing to prepare. Stuff like that. I think there's a lot of people out there hungry for life lessons.
You think?
And to be receiving those life lessons in a positive way.
You can put it in a book.
Yeah, I can't write a book.
Why do you think you can't write a book?
Because I have no discipline. We've been over this.
Yes, but
it actually hurts.
But you could write like 20 chapters over the course of however long and then just put it together. You know, you could just write, your book could be
What would
essays.
my book be about?
Basketball.
That's right.
Basketball life
very
lessons.
limited.
Basketball life lessons. I don't know.
I did think of something like that. Like 24, you could do like 24 life lessons for basketball. Like,
You could write 24 separate stories about individuals that impact the way that you view the game of basketball. Put it together like that's your shot clock. And then each of the chapters don't have to necessarily run together, but by the end, the reader will have a picture of how you view the game through your 24 examples.
Here's what I would prefer.
Boom.
I would prefer for some young go-getter to tell me, Steiny, I want to write your book. Okay? How we do that? I'm just going to sit and interview. I'm just going to talk to you about all your stuff. You tell me stories, and then I'll just write the book for you. And you'll get all the money. That's what I would like.
So the young up-and-comer will get all the money.
No, I will. I get the money. Whoever it is, he or she, gets the publicity of having written my book. You want what, John? You want to do it? Is it? Sure. Yeah. She better be careful. Okay. Huh.
Now, is this book going to be for public consumption, or is it something just for your family? Like, I know that some people will just keep it in the...
Yeah.
blood, yeah.
I thought you were asking me that. I'm trying to get paid too.
Well, I know you are. But you won't write the book, though. So those two ideas...
So I could say, like I could talk about how, let's say my college coach, he was a tough love guy.
Yeah.
And so we butted heads occasionally. And I could write about how I didn't have an appreciation for my head coach in college, but I do now as a grown man. Something like that. And then the message could be one of, don't, a life lesson on growing up. Something like that. I think you might be right. I need a publisher.
You got to bring a tape recorder down to the cafeteria. We'll just have Todd keep it behind the shelf. Just in case Steiny
Along with the
feels like...
iPhone charger that we always need, too. Hey, Ohtani tonight.
Oh, yeah.
You excited?
I am, actually. Well, so I don't know about, I would say the majority of baseball fans, but I try and watch Ohtani whenever he pitches as much as I can. Just because you never know, and I don't know, he could have an arm injury, could get hurt, but I've never seen a talent like him in my life. And so I try to make a point that whenever he pitches, that I watch. And generally when the Angels are on, maybe not now as much because they're on a 7-game, well, they were on a 7-game skid before last night, but they're not playing very well. When they were getting hot and Ohtani was just cranking home runs left and right, then I would try to always keep their game on like in a quad screen, right? So if you have the MLB TV package, which I would recommend if you like baseball, you can put 4 games on at once. So I'd have the Giants on, I have the A's on if they're playing at the same time, of course. And then I would cycle between the Angels, the Mariners, the Astros, the Dodgers, the Padres, and just kind of keep it all West Coast-ish because those are the games that are on around 7 o'clock. And then I pretty much just pick between the broadcasts. But when Ohtani's pitching, I will listen to the broadcast because I want to hear them talk about him. Like, I will be... And I'm actually really excited that Kruk and Kipe are on the call tonight because
that'll be fun. You're right.
They don't do a whole lot of road games throughout the year. Even though they're remote, they don't do a ton. But this is the first time I will have heard them broadcast a Shohei Ohtani pitching, or him pitching against the Giants.
Right.
So I'm going to be fully locked into that. And even though I don't think there's a great chance that Shohei Ohtani becomes a Giant, I do think that a lot of fans maybe aren't seeing him for the first time, but are potentially opening themselves to the possibility that the guy on the mound pitching against their team tonight could be in the same jersey that they want next year.
Yeah, I'm not watching it so much for that as, did you have Dave Fleming on? They just haven't crossed paths a lot with Ohtani, the San Francisco Giants. You know, he's 3 for 26 lifetime.
Against the Giants?
With 3 singles. I mean, who's going to say it? He stinks.
Oh, he got a double the other night. Maybe they ruled it a single because he
That's got to be a
advanced on the
single in
air.
an air.
I don't know.
See, where did that conversation come? We were talking about that the other day about errors. Where the heck did I see that conversation?
Like when an outfielder loses track of the ball and it falls next to his glove, that's technically a hit.
Yeah.
Not in the Steinmetz book. You can put it in your book.
Well, see, let me tell you, official scores, the first day that I'm president or I'm baseball commissioner, every official scorer is going to get fired. Now, they'll have a chance to get their job back. They'll get first dibs on it. But this is a freaking joke about how we can't give errors anymore. We don't give errors anymore. Come on. And you know what? You know who bears the brunt of it? The pitchers. The pitchers.
That's a fact.
The guy, Ohtani cannot hit a ball up the middle, goes over second base with the center fielder there, make it to second. That cannot be nothing. That can be nothing other than an one base error on the center fielder. It must be.
Why can't that be a display of unmatched athleticism from a 6'5" unicorn that we've never seen before running at peak speed of 30 miles an hour? Like, why can't that be the
That's an error on the center fielder for not recognizing that this guy's got the potential to do it.
But it's just like the court. You can't assume intent.
You can assume that every guy's going to try to stretch a single into a double. That's what they teach you in Mighty Mites. And that's where my bread is buttered. Don't do this. You agree with me.
No, I don't, actually.
Come on.
As a pitcher, I would hope that my center fielder can make that play.
As a pitcher, you would hope that he gets an error.
No, I'm pissed
because that's unearned.
Well, no. I'm not pissed at the official in that specific scenario. Now, if a guy like A.J. Pollock falls down in right field the other night, ball gets over his head, that's a hit, but I'm pissed at the outfielder for falling over. Like, I'm sorry. That's just how it goes.
Did you yell at your right fielder when you were in college? When he cost you?
No, but if they come in after the game and they don't apologize.
What is this, preschool?
No.
Apologize for what?
For floundering.
Trying to make a play for you.
For tripping over your own shoestrings. Hey, I'm sorry about that, man. Yeah, I'll be better next time. And then I will respond with, yeah, no, that was my bad. I probably shouldn't have had that ball barreled.
I tell you what do you say we do this?
We kiss and make up?
No. We'll take it to the Division I athlete.
Yeah, let's.
We're just a couple Division III hacks.
Well, he's an outfielder.
I bet he
few errors.
I can't come up with anything off the top of my head to denigrate Alan Stiles in baseball.
Got a break.
Yeah, we got a break.
Join Lucky Rewards today. You'll earn points for cash back every time you shop.
Completely improbable. I highly recommend it. Searching for Sugar Man. It's a documentary.
Did they find him?
Unless, of course, you're just one of these limited sports guys who has no interest outside the 49ers, the Warriors, and the Giants. Hey, what's up, gents?
What's going on, boys?
Dan Dibley, Alan Stiles. Remind me, what is John again?
A John is, so that's the difference. So when people say, Philly and PA, there's a big difference because Steiny is not from Philly.
Correct.
So he does not know what John is. So our guy Jason
Who
Dumas.
the hell is John?
No, it's a John.
Sorry.
It's a John. Everything is a John.
It's a variable. It's
a variable. It's a
Who
noun.
the hell is John?
But see, now... Well, hold on
this is
a
a
second.
John. That's a John. He's a
Where'd you go
John.
to high
You're a
school?
John.
De La.
Sal.
So you,
Not everyone knows.
where did you get
here.
off?
I went to school in Philly.
He was in Philly for 2 years.
I got a John
Where
shirt
do
on.
you get off?
I got a John
Rating
shirt
whether
on.
I'm from Philly. Dude.
Yeah,
You better be careful.
Number one, you don't know what John is, and
Right. I've
and
been
right
there
now,
3 decades.
Say water. Say water.
Water.
See, yeah, you're not from Philly.
Water.
It's water. So you're from PA though.
But people in the Midwest say it like
You know
that
what?
too.
That kind of bothers me because I determine where I'm from. And here's the bottom line. Somebody like you who has spent time in Philly, if
Sure.
you say, Steiny, where are you from? I would say Reading because you're familiar with Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Reading is in Northern California. Yes. Out here.
Shout out Megan Rapinoe.
Well,
Thank
you can judge me.
Siskiyous.
You can judge me if
Shout
you
out to
want.
Sundown Bridge.
When I'm out there,
The final
no,
frontier.
hold on. Yeah. So when I'm out there, right? Whenever I'm not in the Bay Area and people ask where you're from, I'll say the Bay Area, but I'm not going to tell them Concord.
Right.
Right. I grew up in
That's
Concord.
New Hampshire.
Well, so I'll say,
Yeah, you wouldn't be
I'll say it's 20 minutes out of Oakland.
You wouldn't want to be truthful.
That's fair, right?
Yeah. Like if I meet somebody
depends
from
on
out
traffic,
here
bro.
who has no idea. Hey,
And you
where
wouldn't say 40 minutes out of San Francisco because you want to say 20 minutes out of Oakland.
Exactly.
But you wouldn't say 12 minutes out of Discovery Bay
No.
because they meant, they would know that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Pittsburgh or the Ock.
So somebody,
exactly, the Yock.
if somebody out here, so Steiny from Philly, I'd say like 40 minutes from Philly.
Sure.
But I would never tell somebody who's actually from Philly, oh yeah, I'm from Philly.
Right.
They'd
right.
laugh. They'd laugh me off the stage.
Same idea. If somebody in California, NorCal, asks me where I'm from, just tell them Concord. Yeah. They still might not know where that is, but I'm going to tell them anyway.
And we don't want to bog down those that don't understand Pennsylvania geography with, well, wait, where's Reading in relation to Philly? And
Well,
then-
apparently you don't think Erie's in Pennsylvania,
not.
so we need to discuss if you have a nice compass when it comes to geography.
The Midwest starts at Pittsburgh.
That's not.
What?
It's not true.
Well, you don't know. You've
That
never
ain't
even
true.
been there. Have you ever been to Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Ooh.
Permanente Brothers?
Yes. Steiny, you know this about me.
I know.
Nah, that's fine.
Hey, I heard you guys talking about some Warrior stuff. I don't want to spoil your show, but you guys got some action with
A lot of action.
Some heat.
with the Steve Kerr, Klay Thompson,
Yes.
possible extensions. What does it mean?
Well, also his son, Nick, getting the gig in Santa Cruz.
Yep.
And what does that mean in terms of Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson? And also, to me, the interesting thing is between now and the start of the year, which is basically, only 2 months away, by the way, from Warriors season, 2.5 months until the first tip-off of a real game. What does it mean if Steve and or Klay is either signed or unsigned? I think the next 10 weeks will tell you a lot about what they think about the next 3 years, not just this year.
No, 100%. Yeah, that's what we've been kind of kicking around. I mean, to me, I think, and I want to run this by you guys, even if Klay Thompson and Steve Kerr are extended, so they're in a contract and ideally everything lines up, the big three and Steve Kerr, next 3 years, I don't know, maybe there's a player option thrown in wherever. I still think the Warriors are year to year at this point. Like, just because Klay Thompson and Steve Kerr align with the other two members of the elder guard doesn't mean to me that if this season goes terribly wrong, they wouldn't hesitate, or Joe Lacob wouldn't hesitate to shuffle things again. And that would include them not retiring here together.
Yeah, I think that's a
I would
great
agree
point.
with that.
I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I mean, I don't think that you're going to shuffle up anything. If you give Klay 2 more years on top of this year, and he's coterminous with Steph, and then Draymond's got the player option, and you give Steve 2 more years to end it with Steph Curry, you're not touching any of those 4. Steph, Klay, Dre, and Draymond. and Steve Kerr. If you decide that you want to ink those guys and have them line up with Steph Curry, what you're telling them is you've got 3 years to either make this or break this. Now, everyone else, Wiggins and Kuminga and Moody, we know that Chris Paul is probably one and done. But to me, if you sign Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson to those extensions to line them up with Steph, you're telling them and Draymond you're untouchable. That's my opinion.
For the rest of the run.
For 3 more years.
For 3 more years.
If you do that, you're telling all these guys you've got 3 years to get number 5.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Evan on the year-to-year thing. I think it's kind of like Poole, and I get that Poole's way, way different.
Right.
But
right.
when the Warriors re-signed Poole to the big contract, I just remember JD saying, it doesn't mean he's going to be here 4 years.
Jordan Poole.
Yeah, it just means that they got to sign him because he's an asset, and if doesn't... Let's say the year would go sideways. I don't know what that means, but...
Let's say they go 43-39.
Okay.
You're the 7 seed, and you win the play-in game, and then you get rolled in 5 games in the first round.
I think all bets are off.
You're out.
Or even a second-round exit.
I think all bets are off at that point.
And what does that mean? Steph Curry?
No.
Pack your things?
No.
But
Draymond, who's gonna want?
Well, that's
honestly,
a great
who's
question.
going to want any
Fair.
of these guys if the year goes the way that you're describing?
That's fair.
Because if the year goes bad, Draymond's not going to be averaging 14, 11, and 9. It's going to be because he was hurt and he was ineffective, or Steph came back to earth, or Klay was inaccurate. If the year goes bad, these guys don't have trade value.
Well, I think... Let's take Klay for a minute.
Don't you get it?
I think Klay could have a similar year this upcoming year to as he had last year, and things could get sideways.
Yeah.
I think Klay would have value still.
Not by himself, I don't think. I think
I
you
think he's
package
got
him.
I think there might be a team that feels
may
like
have to.
we're a shooter away. Like if we get Klay Thompson, he could help us get over the hump. Like
we're assuming that Klay signs though between now and the start of the year.
Yes.
Because if Klay doesn't sign and it goes sideways, then Klay go be a free agent and get what you get. But if Klay signs a deal, and I think that if the Warriors are going to sign him to an extension, it would be maybe 2 years and $60 million.
Yeah,
but the way that the market is looking, and I'm talking about the extension for Jaylen Brown, the one for Anthony Davis,
my God,
that are just ridiculous. Right now, $30 million a year for Klay Thompson is not looking like that bad, and I think those contracts. Klay Thompson's hypothetically, but more importantly, Draymond Green's at $25 a year for the next 4 years. I think in 4 years, that's going to look like a pretty decent discount or decent bargain. And if you're a team that feels like you're a defensive bulwark away from a championship, and there's a lot of teams that can convince themselves that they might be a Draymond Green away from winning it all, even if they actually aren't, I do think that both Draymond Green and if Klay Thompson is extended, they would have trade value beyond next season. Now, you're not going to get, I don't know, maybe a big boy back, but if you decide at the end of next season that things are not going the way that you want, and I'm talking about Joe Lacob here, well, then you might start thinking about rebuilding, and the only piece at that point, to me, that's untouchable is the same piece that we talked about last year before everyone got these deals and the trades all went down, and that's Stephen Curry.
Yeah, I agree there, and I would say this is probably the most important year, the most important season upcoming of the dynasty, and I would still call it a dynasty for this reason. Every year, and we'll get into it more obviously during the show, but every year that the Warriors haven't won, there's been a reason, right? 2016, since the dynasty started, 2016, you had Draymond and you had Steph being injured. You had that situation. Then you have the KD year with the Raptors, and KD is injured, then Klay gets injured. Then you have the couple years where everybody is injured. This was the first year where technically nothing went wrong, right? In terms of injury. Nothing went wrong in terms of injury. But because of the punch and because of the everybody not being on the same page, I don't think any Warrior fan is looking at it like that. So now you go into this next season and truly what you would really hope for if you are the Warriors brass or even a Warriors fan is that there's just no injuries simply so you know what you have. Because what I would hate to happen is that the Warriors are middling and they're not really, they're not really figuring it out. They're a 5th seed, they're a 6th seed. Then an injury happens, and now we all get to say, well, if it wasn't for the injury, the Warriors never lose when they're full strength.
Right,
when in reality, we know that they weren't going to turn it on. So this is by far the most important season of the dynasty, just to figure out what to do these next 3 or 4 years. Nobody really knows.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I think that's I think the punch gave him a little excuse last year.
Exactly.
And I'm not sure that.
Would you put Wiggins in there as well?
Yes. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is that I would look at last year's team and they'd say, well, it's a punch and Wiggins. And I don't need reasons. Sure. I just know they didn't get it done.
Right.
And to me, if you want, you could say, this thing's over. Well, why? We had bad luck last year. Okay, they chose, let's do it again. Let's pretend that it wasn't the punch and it wasn't Wiggins and we've had too many guys out. Well, if you have an okay year this year, but you're still the same kind of team, then what are you going to do?
Exactly. Because everybody's been Steph's been going on every podcast. We have guys that we have the right mentality.
Yeah.
We got the right team. I mean, this is the closest Steph has gotten to lead GM. Okay, it was, we got to get the young guys out of here. This is the team that we want. We want an older team. We want a team that takes care of the basketball. This is Chris Paul. This is what we want. And if you don't get it done now there's no, well, Jordan Poole was over there and well, James Wiseman didn't pan out. There's none of that now.
Yeah.
There's none of it. So,
So there's no excuses.
There's zero. There's zero. And that's why obviously I pray nobody gets injured anyway, but specifically in terms of knowing what the Warriors are going to have here, they got to stay healthy so we can truly assess what they are.
And I think we truly assessed it last year. And the whole notion of, they've never lost a series when everybody's played every game. Mm-hmm. Well, you've got a guy who constantly gets suspended. And this time, because he stomped on an opponent intentionally.
Stomped the yard.
He stomped. That's a 4. Underrated movie, by the way.
Very.
Stomped on Sabonis and then pivoted and split-stepped off of him, and he got suspended. So, they've never lost a series when everybody was healthy and able to play. That, to me, is one of the weakest arguments that I could possibly hear.
Agreed.
You lost. You lost to the Lakers because you weren't good enough. And, you had a guy, your Splash Brother, who couldn't hit the broadside of a barnyard while he was standing in the cornfield.
Yeah.
And yet, I'll be fascinated to see if they give him an extension before the year. I didn't think that they would, and we'll play the Dunleavy comments. You guys have played it already. And Steiny, I was surprised at your take on the comments, thinking that it seems like that they're working on it and they're working toward it.
I guess I'd put it out of my mind, so I hadn't really been thinking about it. I don't know. Like, can you bring Steve Kerr back without extending him after what happened to Bob Myers, or is that just completely irrelevant at this point?
I think it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant.
I think it's irrelevant, yes.
Because I can almost get the sense, whether he's telling the truth or not, that Joe Lacob was like, man, if you talk to him, he's like, I still can't believe Bob left, really.
Right. Yeah.
So if that's the way he felt about Bob, maybe he feels like, well, I don't have to give Steve his extension. I'll get him. I know Bob left, but that was an anomaly. Mm-hmm. I'll get Steve. But then again, if you're Steve, like, he's a nice guy, but he sees what Monty Williams just got and Greg Popovich, and this is the time. Yeah. This is the time for him to get it. Clay's an interesting one for sure. This is what I mean about tough decisions. Either give him an extension, that's fraught with some risk, or you don't give him an extension, and that's fraught with some risk because now he's the only one who doesn't have security.
And that's what I'm thinking about. Is there any part of this where Warriors front office is worried about if you don't extend Clay, he's going to, I don't know that you want contract Clay. I don't know that you want that because it's we know he's trying to come back from last year where he was forcing it a little bit and he's accepted that, he's owned up to it, but now he's in a contract year. It could be the same thing that we've seen. I'm trying to prove that I'm still this level. I'm trying to prove that I deserve this money. And even though you don't have Jordan Poole, so you do need more offense, I don't know if you want heat check Clay all season long.
Yeah, but he also doesn't have to worry about sharing those heat checks with another player now because Chris Paul is someone that's going to in Klay Thompson words, put the ball right in the seam.
Sure. Yeah.
He's
Right
going
in
to
the
get the
pocket.
ball right where he wants it.
Yeah.
And so if you're Klay Thompson, I do think maybe part of the reason that there were some more heat check games in a negative fashion for him last year might have been because, there's another shooter on the floor outside of Stephen Curry. Jordan Poole is going to be taking a lot of those shots. And I think Klay Thompson might have got caught up in a little bit of that. I think he might have saw himself as, I'm still trying to prove I'm this, prove I'm that. Didn't work out last off season.
Yeah, that to me is
riding
where
high off a
it is,
championship. And
Yeah.
I think all of that together was why we saw the slow start until it sounded like Draymond Green was the one that kind of checked him at the door and said, you got to figure it out.
I think that, to me, is more of the way Klay's year unraveled, which was he didn't work out at all during the summer, and he came in and kind of tried to play his way into shape. And the way that Klay does it is by shooting. A shooter shoots. He shot his shot, and that's really all he's got. And so he tried to work his way into it that way, and it didn't work out. And you had Wiseman who struggled, and you lost all those games on the road. And as a team, you stunk. And so you were 3-7, but Klay was still trying to, get his way into his year. And now he's different. And this year he's worked out. He's worked out with Jordan Poole. He's been in the lab. Shout out Guru. So you would hope this year he goes into the year thinking in terms of the team. But if he's unsigned, maybe in the back of his mind, he's thinking, I got to go out there and show that I'm worth $42 million, which is what he's making, so I can get that last big contract.
Yeah, and you think about last year, I think maybe looking back at the season now, one of the biggest issues was that Klay came in out of shape. Because otherwise, why would Steve Kerr basically mention that right off the bat once the offseason started? But then taking it a step further, Dibs, I think you're right. So Klay comes in out of shape.
Yeah.
So that Klay's out of shape isn't overweight. You know what I mean? It's just not good stamina-wise. So he's not in good shape. Now he gets off to a tough start because he's not in shape. And now people are saying, this guy's done. This guy's done.
Washed.
So he's trying to be... So he's actually trying to do all this when he was still out of shape.
Yeah.
So it was never going to happen. So if he comes back in shape this year, he's going to have a much better chance handling the stuff up here, too, mentally. And if he's not shooting the ball particularly well, he'll at least know that he's in shape and it probably will get better.
But if he's not shooting it well and he has a contract for 2 years and $60 million on the back end of $42 million, at least he can think in his own mind, I'm taken care of. It doesn't matter if I start slow, but if he's not taken care of, Alan, if he doesn't have that new deal, he might try to shoot his way into showing everyone that he's still the splash brother.
Well, I think the other part of that is taking it back to the contract that Klay had, and maybe the saving grace is that Klay knows he's probably going to have to take a hometown discount anyway. Maybe he knows that his salary per year isn't going to be up there because he's in the top 12 of salaries right now and has been even when he was rehabbing and not playing. So maybe that would be a reason why he wouldn't press too much, because he knows based on his situation and his wanting to stay with the Warriors, he's capped a little bit.
Well, and that's why I also think it was more applied to Steve Kerr, but now that I'm thinking about it, I think the Kerr extension is more on him than it is on the Warriors of what he wants to do, and maybe the fact that his son is now in Santa Cruz affects that a lot. But if you're Klay Thompson going into contract year and you're kind of hearing, Bobby Marks is saying, I'm only a $30 million player and I'm making 42 this year. Draymond didn't have to take a pay cut, even though he didn't make more money, but he didn't have to take a step financially backwards. Well,
he did. He did. By the only year where he'll make more than he would have made this year is the last year.
Well, I'm saying like 4 for 100. That was his previous
I get what
deal.
you're saying, but the average annual, Draymond did, and I hope you're listening, Draymond. You took a pay cut, Draymond. You took a step back.
Hey, you want to stick it to him, it sounds like.
I've always wanted to stick it to him because he wants it to stick it to everyone else.
That's fair.
I just want Draymond to know, and when he looks at his pay stub this year, it's going to be smaller than it would have been, and the year after that, too. These are facts.
And here's another fact. It's also going to be smaller than Jordan Poole's.
No doubt. No doubt. See, and you want to stick it to him, too, but only after I stuck it in him first. So.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Someone cut
Gravy
that.
train.
Yeah.
Right. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, maybe
I'm sorry.
Well, maybe Klay Thompson believes he can shoot himself into $40 million a year. like in a contract year. Maybe he's willing to play with fire from that perspective.
I'm not. No, thank you.
And he's saying I'm not from the Warriors' point of view, I think.
No,
is
he's
what
saying
you're
it from
No,
Clay's
he's saying it from
standpoint.
Clay's
Yeah.
standpoint.
Oh.
I mean, yeah.
No. I'm saying it from the Warriors.
Yeah, that's-
I don't want that.
Yeah.
I don't want him trying to do that.
But if he's like, yo, I just led the league in threes, I can do that again. Like, I came in out of shape.
He
and I
led,
just led the
he led the league in 3
And
points
attempts.
attempted.
Hey,
Yes.
You can't say that.
No, I've said it repeatedly.
That's like what Kevin Brown did, and you're going to get suspended.
What about
Indefinitely.
this?
Sorry.
What about this? What if the Warriors? Is there any world where the Warriors come to Clay with an extension and he doesn't think it's enough?
Yes, and actually, that's something I ran by Steiny. The fact that the way that Joe Lacob talked about Bob Myers throughout the year was that he'd already offered him multiple contracts. They were just turned down. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that both Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson have been presented with offers that are the beginning of the negotiation. They just haven't probably liked them so far, and that's where you start.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Clay, I like let's say 2 for $60, $30 million a year. I get it; it's a pay cut. That's a damn good number for him where he's at right now.
He's half of Jaylen Brown.
Man.
Not
even half of Anthony. Thank you.
Used to be.
Well, I think it comes down
That's what I'm
to
saying,
You like that
though.
song?
He starts looking at the
Jaylen Brown
deals
does dribble better than Clay.
with his right hand.
Maybe in totality.
Jaylen Brown's better than Klay Thompson.
Well, no, but he's saying,
Yes.
is he
But
twice the player that Klay Thompson is? Because I think that
I
might
mean,
be Clay. I got to take
that's a
half what this guy's making.
Well, so
Well,
Clay,
he's in his prime,
Clay
right?
can go out and get 35 or 40 elsewhere or 30
Right.
here. So what do you want to do,
Right.
Clay? Do you want to take a pay cut to only make $30 million a year to float on the weak side and wait for the ball to come to you and know that all you have to do is shoot it, it's a make or miss league, and defend as well as you can, but you got 4 titles and you've shown all of us your 4 rings, and that's fine. Do you want to take 30 to stay with this team, or do you want to chase 35 elsewhere? That's what it's going to come down to.
You are a Cleveland Cavalier.
Or an Orlando Magic.
Or Los Angeles Lakers.
At some point, we got to stop using the Magic. I feel like it's my default.
No, it's been my
Draymond's
default since you were at De La Salle, so I will not get off
Oh,
it.
sorry, I thought it was just
Until they make the
Dela.
playoffs. How about that?
They have made the playoffs since I was at De La.
Well,
Stop.
did they? Have they?
At De La.
Yeah.
The
I know
They
De
don't
La
call
Soul.
it
That's
De
about
La.
the
it.
arrogance
We do.
that comes along with De La,
Okay.
it has
You wanna-
eroded. So let's
Yeah.
What are you
be
talking
honest
about?
with.
What are you talking about?
Let's start, and
Hold on,
The
hold
shout
only
out
word
Bob
that should
Lattiser.
follow
I'm
De La
here
is
for this
soul.
pile on.
Dude,
That
it
is
is-
hold on a minute.
The,
what are you talking about?
And I would never want to
State
disparage
championship is the De La Invitational.
Justin Almbaugh,
Used
who
to
I've
be.
known since when you were in junior high. Since I've known Justin, but De La is not the De La that it used to be. De La is back to being De La Soul.
No, okay,
Thank you.
they're
Thank
not
you.
they're not winning
3 feet high and
100.
rising.
They're not winning 151 games in a row anymore. But they
That's
still
right,
win.
they're
They
not.
still win section every single year. They still go to the state championship every
Did
single
they
year.
go
What are we
this
talking
year to the
about?
state? To the state title?
Yeah, they
Hey,
lost.
you have
The-
your movie about the team. It's okay. Just leave it
It
in
was
the
a
past.
bad movie too.
Yeah,
Bad.
I know.
Hey, that's Neil Hayes, my former colleague.
That's
When the game stands
getting
tall,
personal.
I love it. I
Great
actually love
book.
it.
The,
Yeah.
the
Great
real
book.
issue is more name recognition.
And
I
you
think
know what?
Carondelet right now is more people know about
Juggernaut.
Carondelet.
I don't know
It's a
about
juggernaut
that.
at Carondelet.
And I
That's
love
it.
Carondelet too.
Damn
I love
right it is.
Carondelet.
You better be careful.
But
when
here's the
talking
thing.
about
Here's the
Carondelet.
thing. Even when Sarah, we had everybody. Oh my gosh, Sarah finally beat De La Salle. Where did that coach come from? It always comes back to De La. We're like Thanos. You couldn't live.
What, you take the L in the end?
I love when Giddings goes at Styles. This is my favorite.
The end of the. It was the end of the last. Not
End of Infinity War. I got
Infinity
you.
War. Infinity War. Should have do that.
What are you
caveat
talking
in there.
about?
Half of us are going to be
Hot
out of here.
take.
Well, half of us are going to be out of here in a second. So
Terry Eidson built the program, not Lattiser.
It's Edson.
It's Edson.
Yeah, that was
And
a
that's
good
my.
effort.
You know what?
That's a great
Yeah.
effort.
Lattiser back in the day, I would always show up late to class, and he would always say, and I hope he's listening right now. He would always say, "What do you think this is? The Alan Styles Show, starring Alan Styles." I just want to tell you, Lattiser, I'm not there yet, but I'm close.
He's damn close.
Alan was like, "Yep."
No, 2 to 6 today. It is the Alan Styles Show, along with a long list of guests. I can't even get into all the guests we're going to have today, but it's really all about Alan Styles today. It is the Alan Styles Show. From 2 to 6.
By the way, let me make it clear. Bob Ladouceur, legend.
Oh, yeah.
Great guy.
Mm-hmm.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
Yes, and I see you on the YouTube feed, and you are accurate. From Charles on the YouTube feed, and make sure you follow us on YouTube and Twitch. Charles saying, Dibs, Tom Sula, and Alan Stiles. So I guess I'm Tom Sula, and you are the real star of the show.
There you go. I
My
love
man.
it. I love it. I appreciate you for that.
Good to see you again, brother.
They
on
were
this,
trying to come down my road again. I'm
well,
glad
and I
you had
kind of
my
led
back.
the way because, De La is not, in terms of high school football, De La is not what De La was.
Sure.
Certainly, and I remember my senior year, 1985, at Marin Catholic, back when we were in the same division as De La.
I love the young people.
Randy, I'm trying to tell a story here. I'm trying to come across here as all-knowing, omniscient. We played De La Salle in the NCS final. We were the same division, and we were down 14-0 after about 2 plays.
There you go. I mean, I hear you. And here's the thing. De La Salle, still a very good program. Maybe not. That's the thing. When you set the bar, nobody's going to be able to survive at that bar forever. They set a ridiculous bar. So, yeah, finally, they've taken a few steps back. They're still an elite program. They're still nationally ranked. And all that De La Salle's done instead is they've just hyped up the baseball program. Now, the baseball program wins NorCal titles every single year.
Yeah,
so
the baseball program's always been good.
We just trade things around.
Back to when the other Chris Carter was there when I was covering them. That was probably before your time when not the A's Chris Carter, but the other Chris Carter was there. And they've always had good baseball teams, and I'm happy you were a part of that, Alan.
Hey, thank you. And I see you on the Xfinity Mobile text line. This whole idea about recruiting, let's just shut that down now. You don't have to recruit when you're the best. They come to you.
Sure. And that doesn't mean that you don't recruit, which is always the way it's done. And
maybe I'll call up Maurice Jones-Drew, get him on the show.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm sure he lived within walking distance of De La Salle.
Yeah, pretty much.
As did Najee Harris.
Najee went to Antioch.
Oh, Najee went to Antioch.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who, like DJ Williams, Demetrius Williams,
Austin Hooper,
Matt Gutierrez. When this is back when I was covering De La before your time.
Yeah.
Back when you were just a young little G.
Well, all the
value
guys from When the Game Stands Tall, pretty much.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
So there you go. A little high school football visit there. Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard. And you talked about a team that was once great and maybe isn't anymore. The Golden State Warriors, top of mind as we start to pick through the comments from Mike Dunleavy Jr. today on the Monty Poole NBC Sports Bay Area podcast. What did you make of some of the things he said, and how you feeling about the Warriors going into this offseason with about 2 months until the season tips off?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it sounded like the typical, it wouldn't be coaches speak, but GM speak. Hey, we're going to see how things play out. It's just a business, all the things that you typically hear about. But I mean, to the point that we were talking about earlier, I didn't necessarily think that the Clay extension was going to happen now. I wasn't sure about the Steve Kerr extension. But when you do look around the league, Steve Kerr's been an interesting case just because of the injuries that he suffered, and you haven't really known how long he's going to do this. Not that you could ever envision a world with the big three and no Steve Kerr, but just because of everything that's kind of happened to him, you weren't sure. So I think the fact that both these guys are up and the conversations are happening now is a good thing. But it was similar to, is the Clay situation any different to Draymond last year when he came out around this time and said he wants the max?
Right.
And number one, didn't get the extension at the time, and number two, didn't get a max.
I think it's interesting, and it's a little bit different because of the nature of the contracts. Draymond had a player option, so there was that threat of Draymond opting in, Draymond opting out, and then becoming a free agent. Klay Thompson's just on the hook for, $42 million this upcoming year. So Klay's got a little bit more of a say in terms of if he doesn't get a contract, then maybe he's playing for his next destination, or maybe he would take a bargain now, a hometown discount, if that's the way you look at it. So I think it's a little bit of a different deal in terms of Klay Thompson. The Steve Kerr one, to me, is even more interesting because Bob Myers left. And so there's the feeling that, not that Steve Kerr doesn't want to work with Mike Dunleavy, and we'll play the sound here coming up on the other side, but it feels like Steve Kerr is at a spot where he either has to decide to coach through the end of Steph, Klay, and Dre, or decide that maybe now is the time to step away and call it a career after, not a career, but call it good after this year.
Right. And Bob Myers stepping away maybe threw a wrench into all of this, because I think Bob Myers was a big part, as everybody knows, and they all wanted to walk into the sunset together, but you try to plan things out and doesn't always happen that way. So now Steve Kerr, he's probably looking at, okay, do I want to, finish with Steph? Do I want to finish with this big three? The chances of that happening, I mean, it could happen, right? And you would be very grateful if it were to happen, but I don't see Steve Kerr. There's no shot he coaches with the Warriors after the big three are gone. There's no shot.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that he would want to, and it just depends on how things are trending. If you get to the end of Steph, Klay, and Dre, and Kuminga has turned out to be a borderline all-star, and Moody is a legitimate.
Yeah,
I mean that would be the only way,
right?
And I'm kind of thinking in terms of like a dream scenario, but Steve Kerr took over the team at the beginning of the dynasty, and he won 4 titles, and Steve Kerr has won 9 of the last 28. In the NBA.
Yeah.
When you think about like what Steve has done from 3 in Chicago, he goes to San Antonio and he wins 2, and then he goes to Phoenix in the front office. They don't win. Then he comes here and he wins 4. He's won 9 of the last 28, which is a remarkable run from player to, to player to coach. And so what does Steve have that he hasn't done in the association? And if you're Steve Kerr and you're coaching Steph Curry, one of the greatest to ever do it, certainly one of the 3 or 4 or 5 best players in the game right now, how could you walk away from that? But if Steph Curry decides at the end of 3 years that he's good, and Steph's got so many other things that he could do in this world, if Steph is going to stop and Draymond's at the end and Klay's at the end, to your point, does Steve really want to, pull himself up by the bootstraps and coach a bunch of 20 and 21-year-olds and try to make it a go again?
For what? For what?
For what?
I mean,
exactly.
it's exactly the same thing as we were talking about with De La Salle. When you are at the apex, De La Salle won 151 games in a row. When you're at the apex, the only place you can go is down. So Steve Kerr just coached the greatest shooter of all time, the greatest shooting backcourt of all time. He coached the team with Steph Curry and Kevin Durant on the same team after they won 73 games and won the regular season record. What person in their right mind would want to go back from that, right, and start all over? Now, the only person I can think of a little bit is Popovich, but that's really the only comp I have. And Popovich, he went out, they're able to get Wembanyama. I don't know what was going to happen with Popovich if they didn't get Wembanyama.
Right.
So, and even still, Steve Kerr with his situation again with his health, I'm just not sure he'd want to press the restart button. You save a game, Dibs, you just beat the game on your PS5 or PS4, whatever you got. I'm not a gamer, but I know they're out there. And now you want to just start all over? Some people like doing it. Some people say, I'm good. And I feel like Steve Kerr would say, I'm good.
Unless he's really driven by money, which it doesn't feel like that he is. Greg Popovich signed a 5-year contract worth an estimated $80 million. Monty Williams got a deal for 6 years and 78.5, which is about $14 million, $13 million per year. So Steve Kerr would be looking at that sort of value in terms of average annual to be the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. And if you are money driven, which I don't think that he is, and I don't pretend to know what his finances are like, but he's probably doing okay, having been an NBA player and now been a coach here for darn near 10 years. So if that's what you're looking at, and Greg Popovich is 74, so this is a lifer. This is a man who has spent his life as an NBA coach, and at 74, he signed a deal for 5 more years, which means he'll coach until he's just about 80 years old. assuming that he coaches through the life of the deal. So
Right.
does Steve Kerr fancy himself
He's
as one
57.
of those guys? Yeah.
He's
I
57.
knew he was just a titch older than I am. I remember when he was at Arizona and I was just, graduating high school. So I know where Steve is in terms of his life. And
Right.
he doesn't have a baby like I do. Right. His kids are all older, including Nick. Nick Kerr, who is now the coach in Santa Cruz. So does he want to get to a point where Nick comes up and coaches with him, and then maybe he has a chance to hand the baton to Nick if Nick is ready to be head coach?
I don't like the sound of that.
You don't like the word nepotism gets a bad name.
No, I'm not saying.
Are you saying that he's Team Nepo?
I'm not saying he's Team Nepo. I'm not saying he's not Team Nepo. Team Nepo also doesn't mean that you're not qualified, right?
Right.
Team Nepo just means, it might have helped. I don't know. It did not help. You can't say it did not help, but I wasn't even necessarily going to Nepoville. I'm just saying
it's a ville.
I've never been. I've never been. Have you been, Dibs? I've never been there.
No,
I heard it's a nice place.
My father was an industrial linens delivery driver.
Okay.
So if I wanted to deliver tablecloths and napkins to restaurants, I could have been Team Nepo. But I don't know if you can see this on the YouTube and the Twitch, but your boy is not known for his upper body strength.
Sure.
And I've got small hands. So it was never going to be. My father carried 60-pound bags of linens, fresh, soiled, all the rest of it.
Strong
he worked 10-hour days.
Yeah.
My father put in the work for our family, and I was never cut. I'm not cut from that cloth.
Right. That would have been a different Nepoville. I don't know if. Yeah, that's not the Nepoville. I don't think a lot of people probably want.
Well, in the Nepoville that I was kind of into was my brother Mike, who we had on the air on Monday, and he's now gone viral.
Yeah, good for him.
Intentionally walking a female slugger from Canada twice. But I followed him into coaching, teaching and coaching, and I was a elementary school PE teacher, and I was a youth coach, and I was good at it, like my brother's very good at it, and then I found my way into radio, so I could have gone Team Nepoville,
sure,
but I eventually chose not to.
Well, and that's the thing. And I wasn't even necessarily talking about having a problem with it being Team Nepoville. I was just saying in terms of the timing, unless it would be super Nepo, it's going to take Nick a while to, if he were to take the reins. It should.
Yeah, that's better.
So that would mean that Steve Kerr would be, but the timing doesn't add up for me, because that would mean that Steve Kerr, unless you're saying Nick is going to coach for what? The amount of time that Steph is with the Warriors, Steve Kerr steps down, and then Nick takes over once the new regime is there, which I guess is technically possible.
Maybe 3 years. And Nick Kerr was previously in the Spurs video room, and he worked in the Warriors video room, so he's not just fresh on the scene.
No.
He's a guy who's coached, and he's done some things in the association before. Coming up on the other side, Mike Dunleavy Jr. had some comments about Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson that Alan and I both thought were very interesting. We'll play those for you, and we'll take your calls. 888-957-9570. Do they need to extend Kerr and Klay to avoid distraction? Would love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Styles in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Styles in for Willard. We are sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. And Alan, his first name starts with an A, and he brought the A game today. Guy came in hot this morning on the show thread.
Yeah.
There were takes, there was opinions, there was topics, there was links. Alan Styles, ladies and gentlemen.
You know,
My God.
I just woke up motivated.
Kelly rolling.
Well, you know, we get at, hey, what are you hot on? I wanted to take the initiative and say, they're not going to have to ask me. I'm going to tell you.
Yeah.
And here we are.
I was knee deep in mega blocks and diaper changes, and the texts are coming in. Zzz, zzz. I'm trying to fade baby girl eggs and strawberries today.
Goo.
Yeah, and a little bit of buttered Levon. Shout out bread and butter.
Okay.
We got her in the prison in the crib, so I had to get her a little bread and butter and water. And I'm like, man, my phone is blowing up, and it's Styles.
You know what? I will say, and anybody that knows me that is listening, some people do the big paragraph text, right?
Yeah.
I'm not a big paragraph texter. I'm a boom, boom, boom. I keep thinking of things and I'm sending them off. And a lot of people, namely my wife, they get pretty annoyed with that because it's just 8 texts in a row when I probably could have really made it a bit more concise and send one, but I just got to go. Sometimes you just got to send off the text and figure it out later.
And I like it. And I'm looking at the show thread, which is Lucas Grandy, Styles, and myself. Mark Willard excluded for this week. He'll be back in on Monday. He's living his best life. And I'm looking at from 9:07 this morning, Styles, Lucas with a little quip. Thank you, Lucas, for chiming in. Styles, Lucas, the Grandy man, quietly absent, which is unusual because normally, which I love about Mark Grandy, he's not one for like frivolity or hilarity. Generally on the thread, he will come in though with like 30 to 70 words of like pointed analysis.
I'm brainstorming on the YouTube chat. Chris A is saying I'd have to block you or put you on mute. LOL. I'm a huge muter though. Like all of my group chats are muted with my family. They're all muted. I'll grab it later. So if you mute me, it's fine because you're probably muted.
Yeah,
this chat's not muted because I was waiting for a response.
Right, and I'd have to check on Twitter if I have you muted because I follow.
Wow.
Well, I follow everyone here at the station.
Okay,
and there are between like the producers and look, the program director and the great Whitley Sandretto in digital and the other members. I follow everybody, but I would say I have at least a third of the staff muted.
If you have me muted, you're missing out on top tier content. Wow. But that's your choice.
Let me see.
I don't judge.
It's _Styles Files.
That underscore really bugs you, by the way.
It does. It's unnecessary. Like my Twitter handle is Dan Dibley, 1B, and I got there first, and it's just me, Dan Dibley. You joined in 2011. Are you telling me that there was already a Styles Files who beat you there?
Apparently.
Or did you sleep on the proper name?
All I know is it wasn't my idea to put the underscore initially, and I had to add something, so I added an underscore, and it works.
Yeah, it works. And Mark Willard also has an underscore on one of his accounts.
I don't want it.
Right, then you need to shake that. You need to shed that underscore.
What do you want me to do?
Come up with something like just Alan Styles.
No, the brand is already.
The
brand is already branded.
Okay, look at you. The brand's gonna brand.
The brand gonna brand.
I love that. Well, let's talk about the brand of the Golden State Warriors and in particular the future of the Warriors. Mike Dunleavy Jr., the new general manager of the club, now 2 months into the job and being faced with questions about future extensions. This is On with Dubs Talk podcast with Monty Poole and Dalton Johnson on NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yeah, I mean, those are guys we definitely want to get locked up moving forward. Been a big part of what we've done here, and I think they can still contribute, especially Clay on the court and Steve, one of the best, if not the best coach in the league. So high priority level in terms of getting those guys done. We'll see. I mean, obviously there's always a financial component and guys want to be here and all that, but we greatly value them and hope we can work things out.
Greatly value them. Hopefully things will work out. I didn't sense a lot of urgency there, but And I got to ask you, and I'll ask all the audience, 888-957-9570, how urgent is it to get Klay and or Steve Kerr signed before the start of the year to avoid distraction?
But those are two guys that maybe the question is who would be a bigger distraction. That's where I would start. Because they're both two guys that they're not going to huff and puff and you don't have to worry about them. Draymond kind of, like you said, Draymond had the escape valve because he had the player option. Klay doesn't have that. We all know that Klay wants to be better this year, so I don't want Klay pressing. But I'm also not going to overpay Klay. And this goes to the question of if you go to Klay, when we talk about 2 years, $60 million, Dibs, would you call that the hometown discount?
I think that's about what the market will bear, honestly. Yeah. I don't know if that's a hometown discount.
I didn't think it was necessarily either. It's just he was just making a lot of money, and I'm not going to use the O word and say he was overpaid, right, for what he did these last couple years, but I don't necessarily think he would be underpaid at $30 million. So then what happens if, and Evan was talking about it a little bit as well, then what happens if you come to him with $30 million and he says, I'm not going for it. And now that creates a distraction. I think if you don't offer an extension, no distraction. Hey, we're just going to see how it plays out. It's a business. If you offer something that he deems disrespectful and he turns it down and now wants to show you and prove to you that he can play at a higher level and deserves more money, that could be a distraction. Because then every time he has a game where it just doesn't make sense and he's shooting the ball all over the place, then you start to think, all right, is this because of the extension situation? Now it's going to be on everybody's mind. But if you don't offer him, I don't think he can, because of the cap situation and how awful it is for the Warriors, I don't think that would be a distraction. If you offer him something that he doesn't like, that could be.
It could be, but ultimately if you sign your contract, you've agreed to play for that going forward. So you can't sign a contract and then complain about it. Mm-hmm. And I've never thought that in terms of any aspect of life where, you want more money and then you get offered a contract and you sign it and that's it. As soon as you sign the contract, for you to then complain about the fact that you're underpaid, well, you signed the contract. You didn't have to sign that. So now you're on the hook for whatever you agreed to.
But I'm saying they come to Klay and he says, I don't know. I don't want that. Right? I'm saying they can't agree on an extension before the season, and now he wants to prove to the Warriors and whoever, hey, you're offering me $30 million. I think I'm worth $36 million a year, or whatever the case is. I think that could be a distraction. So the Warriors have to be very careful if they are going to offer him that you're pretty sure it's going to be a done deal. And you would think that they're going to talk with the agent and really get a feel for it. Because I was going to say something, Dibs. We have this saying, and Klay, he's jumping off rocks into the water in Greece. He's on his boat. Steve Kerr, same idea. Steve Kerr, very open about how he feels about certain things. And it doesn't seem like they're guys that are worried about money, right? That's what you'd say. But then when it's time to get paid, and then when it's time to compare yourself to other guys in the league, whether it's a coach or a player, that's when you really see who, I'm not driven by money. You could not be driven by money, but still think, well, I'm not driven by money, but you still deserve to pay me this. Yeah. So this idea that Klay, he's just hanging out, and it's Klay, he's going to sign for $15 million a year, that's not realistic either.
Right, but that comes down to just ego, and that depends on the player or the individual, and in this case, Steve Kerr. Is Steve Kerr going to sit there from an ego standpoint and say, well, I need to get more than Monty because I've won more titles than Monty. I need to get Popovich money, plus maybe a little bit more. He's my mentor, but I need to make more than Pop, or else I'm going to walk. He doesn't strike me as that guy. And Klay Thompson, I don't think that he's looking at it in terms of, look, I'm 12th in the league in payroll or whatever he's going to be going into this year with the new deals that are being signed. I don't think that Klay is going to say, I need to be top 10 or else. And also, remember, Klay Thompson got paid for 2 years where he didn't play. Yeah. So for me, it becomes a little bit of a reflection on Klay's legacy if he decides to play hard ball. Now, it doesn't mean you have to take an absolute hometown discount and play for the veteran minimum because you feel like you owe it to Lacob and the team. That's nonsense. But I don't think that Clay is very well served by like drawing a line in the sand and saying, well, I need to make at least 40 because I'm worth that or else.
And I don't see him doing that. Here's some of the numbers, Dibs, and obviously not everything is the same, but to give it context, but just say here are some of the numbers. If you're talking about 2 years, 30 mil, just talking about other guys that are in the range of making 30 mil a year. Julius Randle is making 29.2. Gordon Hayward is making 30 mil exact. That's probably a bad contract. Tyler Hero, 30 mil exact. Chris Paul, 30 mil exact. Then you go up a little bit. Chris Middleton, 31 mil. Jamal Murray, 31 mil. Brandon Ingram, 31 mil. So to your point, those guys that we named off in that 30 mil category, that feels fair to me if you're Klay Thompson. I don't think you need to drop any lower than that, right? We know Andrew Wiggins, that's a very much a team-friendly deal for Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
So I think the guys that you also named off at that 30 mil, and obviously all things aren't the same based on years and things like that, that feels right to me. Any higher, you'd be like, eh. Any lower, you'd be like,
Well, again, it comes down to what the team's going to be able to shoulder going forward because Joe Lacob wants to get below that second apron of the luxury tax threshold. If you're still in the second apron in repeat years under the new CBA, you start to lose draft picks in future years. I think it's 29, 30, 2029, 2030. You lose your first-round pick, or your first-round pick actually shuffles all the way to the bottom of the round no matter what. If you are a repeat offender over that second apron.
That's hardcore.
No, it's especially if you're looking to think about life after Steph and Clay and Draymond. So, at that point, you've got Kuminga, hopefully, who's 25, and you've got Moody at 25, 26, and you've got, Podziemski, and you've got, Jackson Davis, or whoever you have. You've got a young core of guys, and you're going to want draft picks to continue to move this thing forward into the future. This is Mike Dunleavy Jr. on the Dubs Talk podcast with Monty Poole and Dalton Johnson on NBC Sports Bay Area, talking about optimism with these contracts.
Yeah, I don't give a whole lot in terms of what goes on in between the walls at Chase Center, but we've had good conversations, and I think we'll continue to do that. Optimistic that we can work things out with both those guys.
Yeah, optimistic that they'll work things out with both those guys, Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson. No sense about the timeline of those things being worked out, but unlike the NFL, I don't think that there's a hard deadline where this has to be done or you can't negotiate until the next year.
Right. So again, he said himself, I'm not going to give you guys too much because why would I do that?
Right.
But not overly worried, and I don't think anybody is. I do think going back to the conversation of, okay, do I have to show that I'm the big man on campus and I get paid this amount of money? It doesn't seem like that's Clay. He doesn't want to be disrespected, but we understand. He knows he's so grateful, and he said that when he came back after, I think when the Warriors won in 2022, he was very grateful to the organization for how they treated him during those injuries. So it's not a matter of, all right, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, but also, hey, I get it. We're also in a specific position, and that's why it's not disrespectful. That's why I don't think that Clay is going to look at whatever. He knows that they're going to operate in good faith, and I don't think he's going to look at any contract extension offer that the Warriors come to him with as disrespectful because he understands the situation. If this was Detroit or your favorite team, the Magic, that came to him with 30 mil, that's different than the Warriors who are strapped for cash in the CBA situation. That's and the luxury tax, that's different than if a team who hasn't really done anything and doesn't have that contract situation, hey, Clay, we're going to give you 30 mil. All 30 mils are not created equal, Dibs.
True, but the 30 mil here becomes a little bit of an albatross in terms of signing other players. So let's just assume that Chris Paul moves on about his business after this year, and Clay signs for $30 million. Well, does that $30 million bring you down far enough to where you're below that second level apron for the luxury tax and gives you a little bit of room to still improve the team going forward? Because if you're going to keep Steph, which you are, and Draymond, he signed, and Wiggins, who's inked longer than any of these guys, and you want to keep Clay, and Kuminga has a team option next year, and then you got to start paying Kuminga. So what are we doing roster-wise for the next, not this year, but the next 2 years after that when Steph is going to be making up to $61 million? So, yeah, Clay deserves to get every penny he can get, but all the money that he might command would eventually take away from being able to help them get a player to help them win a chip.
Right. And now you start thinking about the timing of everything. If when, Clay gets signed and where Andrew Wiggins is at in his deal, now the question is, okay, it's just always time to pay somebody. That's the thing. When you draft well, it's always time to pay somebody. And, okay, let's say Kuminga takes that leap, and now you're looking at Wiggins thinking it's a good deal, but Kuminga might be our guy. Maybe we move off of Wiggins. What if you move off of Wiggins, and by the time you move off of Wiggins, now you got to pay Kuminga anyway? So it's just this circle of money that's just going to keep getting spent over and over again.
The beauty of it, though, is that Joe Lacob has never been one to present himself as somebody who wants to go on the cheap. Mm-hmm. And you can look at the Jordan Poole move, and you could say, well, Jordan Poole, they traded him because they didn't want to pay him over the long term. That could be true. And it's also, I think, accurate that they brought in Chris Paul because they thought that he could help them more now than Jordan Poole could in this upcoming year. Right. So that you get a veteran for this year and you also save money down the road. For Joe Lacob, that's a win-win. But exactly. I don't think that Joe Lacob has ever presented himself as somebody who has shied away from spending the money necessary to win titles.
Right. But with Clay coming off the season he just came off of, you might want to lock him down here because what if, I don't think Clay would walk. What happens if they don't sign Clay to an extension and contract Clay, heat check Clay is actually good?
I like that.
Let's say he balls out. Let's say he turns the clock back. He shows Charles Barkley that he's full of it and he's an all-star. And you didn't sign Clay. Let's just say it happens. I don't know if it's going to happen. And now that respect changes because now Clay has shown I am back and I can be that player. And there will be other teams that are legitimately after Clay. Now the Warriors are really in a pickle. So, I don't want to be disrespectful to Clay. Right. I don't know the chances of that happening, but it's a chance. It's a different situation to Jordan Poole, but it's also a chance. All the Warriors willing to take that chance and Clay balls out. And now you put Clay in a pickle because Clay, you know what we can offer. Regardless of, that's the thing. They're basically capped. So Clay, whether you're an all-star or whether you have another rough season, right, or a rough first, whatever you want to call it,
yeah,
the numbers aren't going to be very much different. So really, this is your call. We can't offer you $42 million a year, even if you play like that this coming season. And you know we can't. So
right.
What do we want to do here?
Well, can anybody else or will anybody else offer Klay Thompson at that age, and I think he'll be 34 by the time next year rolls around. Yeah, he's 33 and a half.
He's not going to be 42.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's just say, and I was asking the guys when you were out about what kind of a year he had last year. Like, where would you value that? And I think it was Steiny, Guru, and Mark Willard. They all put Clay's year last year at about 30 to 35 million.
Right. And go ahead.
He shot 41% from three. He averaged damn near 22 a game. Mm-hmm. Clay was, at the end of it, Clay was really solid. Mm-hmm. Now, he was terrible early. Then he was, oh my God, remarkably good. Then he was really quite fantastic. And then he was god-awful at the very end of it. But if you look at his year in totality, we all agreed it's about a $30 to $35 million a year season that he had. So if he has that same year this year, then does he want to sign for 35 somewhere else or sign for 30 here and remain a Splash Brother and a Forever Warrior? That's the question that's going to come.
That's the question. And it is hard to do because I see people on the Xfinity Mobile text line, the 415. Styles, are you joking putting Clay in the same category as Murray, Middleton, and Hero? It also depends on the amount of years. We get all that. Because, on its face, yeah, Michael Porter Jr. at $35 million a year, then it's a matter of age and things like that. I don't know That's why I asked you earlier if 30, would you count that as a hometown discount? It's the lower end of his range, but I don't know that that's a hometown discount.
It feels like, I mean, again, if he can get 35 elsewhere, if he gets 2 years and 70 as an offer from the Lakers, and let's just say the Lakers because it feels like the Clippers, the Lakers would be the places that he would go. I also thought that Portland might be a destination, him having spent time up there as a youth. But if it's 2 and 70 elsewhere or 2 and 62 to stay here with the Warriors, it is a hometown discount.
Yes.
But we're still talking about $30+ million a year. And this is something that Mark Willard has mentioned, and I agree with him in terms of value on the back end. If Klay Thompson is a 14-year Golden State Warrior, and he's only a Warrior, and Draymond's only a Warrior, and Steph is only a Warrior, Steph's a little bit different because he's in another stratosphere, but guys like Kevon and Draymond and, you know, Klay Thompson, if you have your whole career with the Warriors, that gives you a certain amount of value on the back end in terms of being a forever Warrior. We can get into more of this on the other side, Styles, and there's also more Mike Dunleavy Jr. sound I do want to get to. Plus, it's a big one tonight. Shohei Ohtani. Grandy, nothing from Throwaway Ohtani? That's a 2.
2.5?
No, we don't do halves.
All right.
You got to make a hard choice. I'll take a 2. Throwaway Ohtani on the bump tonight for the Angels. We'll get into exactly what that means for the Giants this year and on to next year as well. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs, Styles in on 95.7 The Game.
fantastic, Janet. For more on this story, visit BMO.com.
Conditions apply. Accounts are subject to approval and are provided in the United States by BMO Harris Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Back at it here. Styles and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. A little bit of a down day for the 49ers. They're in Las Vegas acclimating. It's an acclimation sensation is what it is to the Heat, Alan. I don't know if you're a big Heat guy or if you like the cold weather. Which one do you prefer?
Yeah, I love the Heat. I love it.
You like 100 as opposed to 40
all day. And you know what? You bring up a good point, Dibbs, because the summer is slowly coming to a close, and I just really can't deal with everybody that just wants to be contrarian. I can't stand the summer. I just love the fall. I can't wait for the fall and Halloween. Well, you know what? You're not so different if everybody is saying it. So now nobody likes the summer. Everybody likes the fall. And I'm just sick of it. I love the summer. What is there not to love about the summer?
The heat. Oh, it's so damn hot.
I love it.
Yeah. Well, you're in the Meta.
I'm in the Meta.
I love it. Shout out Alameda.
Alameda.
Yeah. Well, some would call it the Meta. Yeah. You got a 2 from Grandy, where it doesn't get that hot in Alameda.
Right.
And if it's 85 in Alameda, that means it's 105 in places like Concord, where you grew up.
SeaWorld.
Yeah. SeaWorld. Oh, yeah. That's what Concord is? SeaWorld?
SeaWorld.
Okay. I had never heard that. I thought SeaWorld was down in San Diego.
Yeah, spelled differently.
Yeah. One is SEA and one is just the letter C.
That's right.
SeaWorld.
You know, to be completely honest with you, growing up, everybody from Pittsburgh called it P World. And I'm not from Pittsburgh, and I felt jealous. So I started calling Concord SeaWorld.
So Pittsburgh was P World.
Mm-hmm.
And Concord was...
We didn't have anything.
I thought it was just the Cord. Shout out the Cord.
Yeah, I mean, I can go with that one.
I don't know. I grew up in Fairfax.
Okay.
The Fax
Yeah,
town.
that's a cool one.
Yeah, small little town up in Marin County. So we didn't really do a lot of nicknames.
You didn't need it.
There.
You didn't need it.
Yeah, Petaluma was the Luma, which was, the North Bay.
Yeah,
and,
I could see that.
Roanoke Park was the RP. Santa Rosa was Rosa.
RP, I heard Ropo for Roanoke Park. Ropo.
No, you didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Thank you, Grandy.
No, all right.
It's Ropo. It'd be Ropa.
Yeah, I know, but, people do that sometimes.
It took me a long time to realize that Hayward was the Stack, which is maybe my favorite of all the Bay Area town nicknames.
I like that.
Haystack.
Right.
The Stack.
Yeah.
And, San Francisco was the city, but Oakland was the town.
Love that.
And I love the town.
All great. We got on the Xfinity Mobile text line 925, Antioch, the Yak. And I'm sitting there in Concord.
Yeah.
With nothing.
From the 650, go back to New York, Steinmetz, which never gets old. It's from Pennsylvania. It's always my favorite because people would always come down his road by saying, go back to New York, Steinmetz.
Right.
And the other one would be stick to basketball, Steinmetz.
Go back to New York, Steinmetz. I'm from Pennsylvania.
It's so great. It's so great. He's kind of from Pennsylvania. He's really from Eastern Ohio. And I know you're out there listening, and he gets triggered by that.
Yeah.
Because
I'm so out.
I would always ask him if, Reading or Reading, as we would, pronounce it, was closer to Pittsburgh than Philadelphia, and that really gets him angry.
There you go.
Anyway, totally.
Even the other East Bay, Walnut Creek, Dub C, Pleasant Hill, P Hill, Concord just got nothing. So I had to come up with something.
Okay.
Not great. Not proud of it.
I didn't know that was a Styles original, but
people shouldn't know that. It's not good.
Okay. Let's get back to Mike Dunleavy Jr. and his talk on the Dubs Talk podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area with Dalton Johnson and Monty Poole. He talked about contract extensions for Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson.
Yeah, I mean, those are guys we definitely want to get locked up moving forward. Been a big part of what we've done here, and I think they can still contribute, especially Klay on the court and Steve. one of the best, if not the best coach in the league. So high priority level in terms of getting those guys done. We'll see. I mean, obviously there's always a financial component and guys want to be here and all that, but we greatly value them and hope we can work things out.
Has there been much conversation on both or either?
Yeah, I don't give a whole lot in terms of what goes on in between the walls at Chase Center, but we've had good conversations, and I think we'll continue to do that. And optimistic that we can work things out for both those guys.
He's already into full GM mode.
Yeah,
I was hearing these cuts earlier with Steiny and Evan on the Stein Metz and Guru show, but just listen to Mike Dunleavy Jr. He's in his bag now in terms of like non-answer answers and cliches and dodgeball.
Yeah.
You can dodge a wrench. You can dodge a question.
Mm-hmm.
He's brought his A game to the table.
I think maybe it just comes, you talk about being a parent and some things just come as soon as you become a parent. I think once you become a GM, it just comes to you. Now you get it. Once you become a pro athlete, the athlete speak just comes to you. A coach speak, it just comes to you once you get to that position because he's got it down.
He does. I mean, in terms of, what he answered was basically, yes, they would love to extend him, but we're going to keep it in-house. And, talks aren't necessarily ongoing, but we feel confident that, we're going to get it done. And basically, he spent 41 seconds in that answer saying nothing, but it feels like they want to keep these guys, and they will keep these guys, but, we're not going to let you inside Chase Center and give you too much about the process.
Right. And even after he took the job with Jordan Poole, I mean, even he said something to the effect of he's going to be a part of this team or something he said when he first got asked about it. And technically, right, they never lie because technically they're never wrong. I mean, Jordan Poole got traded and he still contributed by whatever Chris Paul contributes because of Jordan Poole's contributions to the team and his ability to get that contract. You were able to get back Chris Paul. So even when on the outside, you would say, well, they didn't tell the truth there or they stretched the truth. Technically, we never said he'd be on the roster. We said he'd help.
Right. And he's not wrong. I mean,
he's not wrong.
He would help had he been on the roster, but he never said that, he would be on the roster. And so that's just where, when they come back at him and try to question him for either lying or telling half-truths, it's not the case because he's able to defend himself based on what he exactly said or didn't say. But
there you go.
I wonder how fans are feeling about these two possible extensions, 888-957-9570. Do you feel better if Clay gets extended now? Would you want Steve Kerr to not go into a lame duck year? And I don't think that it's necessarily a typical lame duck year because Steve Kerr has won 4 titles. So there's not the sense that, to me anyway, that Steve Kerr is going to go elsewhere. It's either Steve wants to coach and they pay him, or Steve decides he wants to do something else.
Yeah, I can't see. Very similar to Clay. These guys have been together for so long, starting somewhere new. Doesn't matter if it's basketball, the NBA, whatever you're talking about. When you've been somewhere for as long as they've been, it's really hard. And specifically when you make the money that they have and you don't have to do anything else and you're accomplished, it's really hard to think, all right, I'm just going to start over for really no reason other than what? I mean, if we're making an argument for who would be more motivated to try to prove whatever they feel like they have to prove somewhere else, that answer would be Klay Thompson. That would clearly be Clay. I don't think Steve Kerr has anything to prove to anybody. Right. But Clay, if he doesn't get the extension and maybe he has a down year and the Warriors, again, because of their money situation, they offer this, but the Pistons or the Magic offer him a better bag and he's able to get more money somewhere else and says, you know what? I want to at least show people for a couple years that I still got it. It's going to be heat check Clay all day, down in Disney World, whatever it is. I still don't see either of them wanting to start all over.
Yeah, and starting all over for Steve Kerr to me makes less sense than it does for Klay Thompson because Steve Kerr has done so much here, and I don't get the sense that he needs to be a basketball lifer. It feels to me like he would want to go out with Steph Curry, and why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
When you're coaching a player of that caliber, a guy who's won at that level, one of the greatest to ever do it, it feels to me like if Steve Kerr wanted to keep coaching, he would keep coaching here. Now, the other part of it is the Bob Myers angle where Bob just got to a point where he didn't want to do it anymore. And maybe it was because of Joe Lacob, maybe the pressure, maybe the fact that his young family is growing up, before his eyes and maybe passing him by, maybe a number of those factors all together. But for me, I don't get the sense that Steve Kerr would want to try and go out and do it again somewhere else. So we'll see what happens with the Golden State Warriors. Interesting comments from Mike Dunleavy Jr. We'll get into more of that coming up a little bit later. But up next, Shohei Ohtani on the bump tonight. All eyes on Ohtani and the Giants quietly with a big game here, Alan, after last night's dud down in Anaheim. We'll get into that coming up on the other side. It's Willard and Dibs. We've got Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Sam Hunt, Summer on the Outskirts 2023.
Soon as I get out here on the outskirts.
Saturday, August 12th, Shoreline Amphitheater.
Body like a
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
And now that it's over, I'll never be sober. Alan, that's the lyric right there. Childish Gambino, for those of you who partake.
Oh, yeah.
Look at me, the old guy coming through. Look at me, Styles.
Do you know his relation to Donald Glover?
Yes, I believe that's his father. Donald Glover would be his father.
There you go.
Yes. Gambino is son of a Glover. You son of a Glover?
Yeah.
Donald Glover. Shout out San Francisco. Childish Gambino.
Childish Gambino.
What else you got for me? You want to try to hold my feet to the fire? My old feet?
No.
My old calloused,
Hold on.
wrinkled.
Are you saying Danny Glover? You mean Danny Glover?
No, Lucas Glover, the golfer.
Okay.
Wait,
Donald Glover is him. They're the same person. You know
Danny
that.
Glover.
Unrelated.
Lucas Glover.
Wait, is Dibbs trying to sneak out of this? I can't tell if Dibbs knew or not.
Of course I knew. He's a son of a Glover.
Wait, do you not know? Oh, my gosh. I'm sorry, Dibbs. I figured you knew. You started it.
He's Danny Glover's kid. No, he is Danny Glover. He's Donald Glover. I know that Lucas Glover won at the Wyndham this week, and it was an emotional win. He won by 2.
I should have just
He was
let you
20
take
under.
the W.
You should have let me take the win.
That's on me. That's on me. But yes, Donald Glover is Childish Gambino.
From the YouTube feed, Dibbs, you're a fossil. I made that up.
That's
but
on
it's
me.
Coming.
That's on me.
It's because he was really into video games when he was a child, and he was very childish with the way he would act.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Wu-Tang name generator?
Yeah. And when that came out, I don't know about you, Grandy, but we all did it. I don't remember what mine was, but I definitely put my name in there.
Is it still working? Because I'll put mine in there.
We need Dibbs to do it.
All right.
I just did for you.
You did not.
I did. Do you want to know what it is?
WuTangClan.net. Let me do it live on the air, Lucas, because it'd be better if I
hope it gives you the same one. That'd be weird.
It says Woo Me. So you click on the button that says Woo Me, and Phantom Enchanter? Is that what you got?
I think you got spammed. You're definitely on the wrong website.
WuTangClan.net. .org?
Your name is Woomy?
Phantom Enchanter.
Phantom Enchanter.
I like mine way better.
What is yours?
The one that I put in for you, Dan Dibley, is now Optical Crow.
I like that.
Yo,
like
it's
that.
Optical Crow.
What up, OC?
Yeah.
Optical Creasy. Chris M. Careful, Dibbs. Yeah. I'm treading into some deep water here with these kids. It's Grandpa Dibbs and Alan Styles here on.
Man, I thought you knew.
I thought I had it.
I
So
thought
no
you knew.
relation-
You because you are you, I thought you were joking with me.
No relation to Danny Glover.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Just they share a last name.
Actually, there's a line. Donald Glover, no relation. Yeah, he literally says he's not related.
He
to
does.
Danny Glover.
All right. Well, I should have quit while I was maybe ahead.
No, you still got
Slightly
points.
ahead?
You still got points.
Y'all can't fail me.
Yeah. Hey,
No vacation.
Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah,
Man, good
right.
player, am I right?
Yeah, you're throw hay. Go, you can go throw hay.
No,
Get it back.
I'm reeling right now. I'm on my heels.
I like your throw hay. It's
No, I'm on
now
the
at 3. It's now at 3.
I'm on the
I'll
ropes
give you a 3.
over here. I'm on the ropes right now. Yeah, Shohei Ohtani, Alan. Man, good little pitcher, right?
He is.
Now you talk for a while I try to lick wounds over here.
No, he is. And obviously last night the opener situation didn't go the way that the Giants would have hoped. And when you do put up 5, that's not bad specifically for this offense. But when the other team puts up 7, last time I checked, that's an L. And I want to say this. We've talked about the Giants lineup, and I said you can't win a World Series with Wilmer Flores as your best hitter. And I still don't think you can. But I got to give Wilmer Flores his flowers because that dude, get him some ibuprofen, Dibbs. Get him some ibuprofen because his back got to be hurting because he is carrying that offense.
Nice. That's a 3.
Carrying that offense.
And, I mean, he is that offense. And the Giants unable to really get on top of that game. Every time they made a little bit of a rally, the Angels would clap back and strike back. And, oh, boy, the opener, the Giants are ahead of the curve. We do openers like nobody else. And Scotty Alexander, and I assume that's his real name. I don't know if that was in the Wu-Tang name generator, so I got to be careful now with anybody in their name. But turns out the opener maybe doesn't as work as everybody had dreamed about.
No. Well, it works. I mean, I think in theory it could work if your offense is on fire. And to be completely honest with you, there are days where you can do the opener thing and 5 runs will be enough. This just happened to not be one of those evenings and not one of those games. But you put up 5 on an opener day, you got to like your chances. I think the thing is, putting up if you try to go opener against an ace, that's never going to fly. But I don't think that happens very often just based on rotations. But you put up an opener against a team like the Angels, fine, sure.
It should be,
Yeah.
but last night it wasn't, and you fell behind early and were unable to recover, and now you sit in a flat-footed tie with Philadelphia atop the National League wild card. And for the Angels, they snapped a pretty ugly losing skid, and they now sit 7 back of the wild card in the American League. Shohei Ohtani, how big is this tonight in terms of not only his future free agency, but the optics of going up against a team that really badly wants you? Shohei Ohtani on the mound tonight.
Well, I don't think Shohei is the type of person to need to be amped up or extra amped up. I think Shohei goes about his business the same way. I think when you think about that Mamba mentality type guy, I think Shohei has it. And I will continue to go back to that World Baseball Classic speech because that one just got me, and I haven't seen enough of Shohei being on the Angels. I haven't seen a lot of Shohei, so that's the main thing I can go off of. The All-Star game is different. Everybody's in a good mood. So that's the one time, and Shohei being on the Angels, not only do you not see them a lot because of where they play, but also how they play. So you don't get to see them in October and a lot of primetime games. So that is the one time I got to see Shohei in a true competitive element, and I loved everything I saw. And that told me that Shohei doesn't have to, I'm gonna really get up for this game. That's just how he's wired, right? We talked to Matt Vasgersian last night, and he talked about the stuff that Shohei does on top of what other pitchers do to stay ready, to stay prepared. So Shohei is going to be on his game. Could there be a little bit more mustard because he has been connected to this Giants team and what is going to happen in this offseason if he moves on from the Angels? Yeah, maybe a little bit, but I think Shohei is going to be Shohei no matter what.
Yeah, Shohei should be amped up, though, knowing that he's going up against a team that really wants him, and the Angels trying to fight like heck to stay in this wild card race, and it's the third game. It's the rubber game of a big-time series, and then after that, the Giants are facing a gauntlet in terms of opponents. You got Texas coming in, and then a whole slew of winning teams. And Giants again tonight going with the opener. It's going to be Walker on the bump for an inning or an inning plus, depending on what they can get away with. And coming off of a bad performance yesterday with an opener, how concerned are you about this bullpen becoming more and more fatigued as the year goes on?
Right, and it's just not something that we've typically seen. A lot of people don't like it, and I like Walker. I like him in spots, and that's the thing, Dibs. The argument that this could work is that it's very similar to what these guys do anyway, right? You're coming in for an inning here, an inning there. We're not subjecting them to go through the lineup. One would argue if you don't have a starter that you trust enough, going the opener route isn't bad because you're not sending hitters through the lineup multiple times where it's okay, well, I've seen him a couple times and I feel more confident. So in theory, I get it. The problem is the game isn't played in theory.
Right.
And to be honest, if these guys were good enough to be starters, they'd be starters. That's just what it is. So throwing out relief pitchers for starter innings, that's always going to be a gamble. And in terms of the eating up of innings, I don't know if technically they're not pitching more than they would normally pitch if they did it more traditionally, maybe only a little bit more, but it's also just the mentality. And going into the playoffs, assuming the Giants get there, and you're either going to honestly, you're going to have to stick with the opener route if you do get in,
right.
But just the mentality of a relief pitcher, these guys are trained a certain way. Once it's deemed, hey, you're not going to be a starter, you're going to be a reliever, and now you get to a situation where, hey, guys, we're coming up with this hybrid thing where we're a collective starter. We're all starters. You're a starter, and you're a starter.
Nice.
We are all a starter together, and that's something that these guys have not done. I mean, prior to this year, and obviously last year and during this Kapler regime. So I think it is a bit different. And to be completely honest, if you're the other team, you're thinking, wait, we don't have to deal with the starting pitcher, and no disrespect to these guys, but you guys are throwing out a bunch of relief pitchers at us in random spots that they're not typically used to outside of what they have done on this specific Giants roster, then you have the other team feeling more confident, like, hey, guys, let's go eat. Let's go eat. We don't have to face a starting pitcher today.
Right, and they eventually faced a, quote, starting pitcher last night in Alex Wood, who came on after 3 innings. So Alexander gets nobody out in the first, gives up 3 runs. Jacob Junis comes in, does pretty well for 3 innings.
Yeah.
And then the starter, a guy who used to fancy himself as a starter, Alex Wood, comes in and gives up a couple of runs over 4 innings. So to your point, I see the value in terms of, not facing the same guy more than one time. And Alexander faced 3 batters, and all 3 would eventually score. He gave up 3 hits, and all 3 runs were charged to Scott Alexander. But by the time you got to Alex Wood, who would have been your starter on a normal team, that game was already, largely over by the time he got the ball.
Right, just trying to tread water at that point. And when you win the opener games, Dibs, doesn't it feel as if you got away with something? It doesn't feel that it doesn't feel that you actually game planned it out. It feels like you did not. Would never say cheat the game, but haha, I got you. We didn't use a starter, but we still got the W.
Right,
it's just not sustainable.
It's not. And then tonight you're going to come back with the same approach, and you look at the way it's going to happen with Ryan Walker getting the start, and it feels like it'll be Sean Manaea as the innings eater, the bulk innings guy behind him, depending on how that goes. And I guess the good news of last night is you didn't use either of the Rogers brothers, and you didn't use Camilo Doval. So if you do get...
I know you were happy about that.
Well, if you do get into a spot where you have the lead, you can use Doval. And I'm not happy about it to the extent that you lost the game, but it was nice to give Doval the night off, and you didn't have a spot to use him because you were down 4-0, then 4-3, then 6-3. You cut it to 6-5, and then you never were able to get that lead and get to where Doval was going to pitch. So the good news going into tonight is if you do have a lead, you feel like you can use Camilo and you can use the Rogers brothers to try to bridge the gap to get to Doval in the 9th if you have the lead, but you're going up against Shohei Ohtani.
Exactly.
So it's going to be a tall order tonight as the Giants face a righty and they go with their lefty-heavy lineup.
Right, and you got Shohei. You're going up against openers. Maybe the Angels are definitely going to feel juiced up. They got a W. They're trying to right the ship and turn things around, and you get to go up against an opener, and you got the innings-eating situation. So Angels, I mean, not that they have a ton of confidence on a nightly basis, but they always have some because they have Shohei, and they probably have a little bit more because we looked at it from the Giants' point of view, Dibs, and Shohei's point of view. What about the Angels, the rest of the Angels? What about the Angels fans, right? That place is going to be rocking today because everybody knows that Shohei's been connected to the Giants. And how much is he connected to the Giants versus the Dodgers or other teams? Sure, we're not saying he's going to go to the Giants, but we know he's been connected. So that whole team is going to be juiced up, and you're trying to get a W against a team that we all know that you're better than. They know you're better than them, but any given Wednesday, specifically when you have one of the best pitchers in the game on the mound.
Yes, and a little bit of news coming out of Anaheim for the Giants. Elliot Ramos has been recalled from AAA Sacramento.
Let's go.
We're getting word that he's not in the starting lineup tonight. AJ Pollock has been placed on the 10-day IL with a left oblique strain. So AJ Pollock, the AJ Pollock era for now has come to not a dramatic conclusion. So AJ Pollock will go to the IL for 10 days. Elliot Ramos added to the club. So add another one of these futures guys, another one of these youngsters.
He's been hot.
Down in the minors. Yeah, but he hasn't done it up here with the big club.
Not yet.
Right.
But he will.
You're high on Elliot Ramos. I can see it on your face.
You
love him.
I'm high on, and look, this is no disrespect to AJ Pollock, but like I said,
you could disrespect AJ Pollock.
Well, you know what I was going to say, Dibs, is a lot of people, when everything came out, the quarterback Netflix came out, everyone, wow, seeing Kirk Cousins in a different light. People just forget that these guys are human. So when I see AJ Pollock talk after the game, he really looked, he looked sad. He looked sad that he got this injury. No, he's not trying to, play soccer out there with the baseball and completely miss it. And then when you hear him talking, all right, we forget sometimes, all right, man, we know you weren't trying to do that. Yeah, it still stinks, but we get all that.
Yeah.
So, but with that being said, Elliot Ramos is a guy who, look, he got pulled up last year, and Giants, it felt like they were in a different mindset last year where Elliot Ramos, I don't know if you remember, Dibs, of course you do, that Elliot Ramos was only playing against lefties, right? He didn't really play against righties. So I'm curious to see if that will still continue, but the fact that he's coming up, I'm of the mindset that I don't think the Giants have enough to win the World Series. So why not get these? This is what we were all, maybe not we, but I know me and a lot of other Giants fans were banging the table about, hey, get these guys up here and let's get some reps. Give us something to be excited about. I want to go to the ballpark, and no offense, I want to see other jerseys than Brandon Crawford. That's the last jersey that we've seen left. And maybe Logan Webb now, and you see some Jock Petersons because he's a Bay boy and we love Jock, but that's it. I want to go to the ballpark, and I don't want to, and I'm not talking about throwbacks. I don't want to see Lincecum anymore. I don't want to see Posey anymore.
Right.
We'll always see them, but I want to see some new ones, and that starts. I'll guarantee you this much, Dibs. You go to the ballpark next year with your daughter, and by that point you might be eating nachos or whatever the case is. You got to get some Ghirardelli.
She has 2 teeth, so
maybe I'm saying next year. I'm gonna say next year. Okay, well, some ice cream.
Cheese only right now.
Cheese
on the nachos.
only, right? So some ice cream, and I guarantee you go to the game, and you're gonna see some Patrick Bailey jerseys.
Sure,
and that's a start. And I'll take that start. That's what we're looking for. So that's why I'm excited with Elliot Ramos. I have no clue what he's going to do,
right?
But we're going to find out.
Well, the baseball card, the back of it would tell you that he's not going to do a lot. He's batting 192 this year.
All right.
In the majors. He's 5 for 26, an OPS of 491. Mm-hmm. So to me, you are replacing a guy who hasn't gotten a hit as a Giant, A.J. Pollock, with a young player who has really not yet shown that he can handle big league pitching and life in the bigs. Casey Schmidt, he flashed early, and then he regressed to the mean, and then he really, really fell off. Brett Wisely came up and didn't do much at all. Marco Luciano has been okay in his short time.
He looks comfortable
up here.
Yes.
Luis Matos looks comfortable.
Yes.
Patrick Bailey looks like he belongs.
Yes.
Elliot Ramos, to me, does not look like he belongs just yet. Mm-hmm. So this, to me, it's a move, yes, and Lucas pointing out that he's not in the starting lineup tonight, and the game starts in about 3 hours, so maybe he'll be available to pinch hit. He most likely will be, but you're adding more young players to the roster, and you're not going to play him, and it's an offense that's desperate for an infusion of something.
Well, the trade deadline is passed, so what else are you going to do at this point?
Nothing.
There's nothing else you can do.
No, and that's why I look back at the trade deadline and still think that they could have and probably should have done more, but they felt like by standing pat, they had enough faith in what they already have to where they could make the playoffs, and then who knows?
Yeah, and it's a good thing you bring up Dibs, because NBC Sports Bay Area, they just put out an article about the Giants and their interest in Ohtani, and in that article, they spoke about last year and Juan Soto, and how Juan Soto was somebody that the Giants did want. They ultimately got outbid by the Padres, and Lucas helped me with who wrote the article, put it in my ear. And what they were saying is that if Luis Matos had the breakout season that he had this year, Pavlovich wrote it, and if Matos had the season that he had this year, last year, Giants might have been able to get Soto, but because he hadn't broken out yet, right, they didn't have enough, and the Padres ultimately were able to get Soto. So now going into this year with the amount of rookies and prospects that the Giants are pulling up, I don't necessarily know what it means, because you might be messing up some of their value. Somebody who's killing it like Luis Matos was in AAA, that value, what looks better? I mean, that value or just looking comfortable in the big leagues? I don't know.
Well, the hope of a player in AAA where he's tearing it up, you can at least sell that as, hey, this guy's tearing it up in AAA. Mm-hmm. He's going to be great when he comes up to the bigs. And when he comes up to the bigs, and Luis Matos has been fine. Right. He's been better than average. He's gotten hits in the majority of his games, a lot of 1-for-4s, but he's shown a great ability in center field, and he's shown a capability at the bat. You mentioned Shohei Ohtani, and Kruk and Kipe weighed in pregame yesterday on just how the Giants can be players in the Ohtani sweepstakes.
I think you send him roses and rub his feet.
Yeah, and
it works in my house.
Yeah, and be professionals. Don't do stupid things on the field. Don't do somersaults when you hit a home run. Act like you've done it before, and I think he notices those things.
He's a humble player. And I love that about his game. He respects this game, and I think as an organization, you gotta play it that way. But I mean, I think the city itself has everything to do with where he wants to go. It's going to be a very interesting story in the offseason. But flowers and rub his feet.
Candy.
Is that your go-to, Styles, when you're trying to curry favor on the home front?
Oh, yeah.
Flowers and a foot rub?
I go back rub, but same idea.
Yeah.
Can I say something, though?
Talk to me, Alan.
I'm just hearing that cut. I got to be honest.
That's from NBC Sports Bay Area, Krug and Kipe, of course, the legends.
They're legends, but that bothered me.
Wow.
That bothered me a little bit.
What bothered you about that cut?
The cartwheels thing. Because number one, that's completely unnecessary to me because the Giants don't do any of that. Right?
Well, and the Angels actually do with the headwear.
And Shohei seems to love it. So, I mean, I don't get why that was necessary to say because it's a team who doesn't do it unless they're trying to say that the Giants are in a better position already because they don't do it. And just this whole idea, I don't know. And I love Krug and Kipe. And look, those are the last two that I would ever try to pick a fight against because I know I'm going to lose it in the Bay Area. But that's just kind of a unnecessary statement to me. I mean, look, we don't know what Shohei likes. Let's be completely honest. So the idea that Shohei is humble and doesn't like bat flips or quote unquote cartwheels, we don't know that. We don't know that. Nobody knows. Just because he doesn't do it doesn't mean he has a problem with it. Might mean he likes it. The Giants, they were still doing the dab. They still do the dab. Move on, right? Is there does Shohei not like the dab? The Angels do a lot, and it's about having fun. So I don't know. That irked me. That irked me.
I'm glad you put your name on that because I think that they were
just unnecessary.
Right. I think that their message was do whatever it takes to.
Besides celebrate home runs.
And that's kind of, they're a couple of old school guys. And
I get
even
it.
more old school than I am. They're both a little bit older than even I am. And so I think that that's a sensibility that goes to when they played in the bigs. And they both played in the late 70s and the mid to late 80s. And so at the time it was, keep your head down and do your job and don't show up the opponent and respect the game and all that. But here we are 40 some odd years later, and that's not the same ethos that we see. So I'd ask you to not hold that against him too strongly.
But we don't even know if Shohei, how do they know that Shohei doesn't like that?
And that's a fair point. Maybe Shohei wants to be on a team like the Padres where it's Machado and Tatis Jr. and, these guys showing out and popping the collar and all the rest of that nonsense.
So I don't know.
Yeah, we really don't know.
Yeah.
Just Krug and Kipe weighing in on the Shohei Ohtani recruitment. And again, tonight, Ohtani on the mound against the Giants. And the news has come out. Elliot Ramos recalled. A.J. Pollock put on the injured list. So the Giants getting younger. Ramos not expected to be in the starting lineup, but we'll keep an eye on who is in the lineup when that comes out. I would imagine a lefty-heavy lineup going up against the right-hand throwing Shohei Ohtani. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises. Coming up, more Giants baseball preview, and we'll listen to some more Mike Dunleavy Jr. sound. He said some interesting things in terms of what he is talking about the free agents coming up for the Golden State Warriors, particularly Klay Thompson and Steve Kerr. That's still ahead. Alan Styles in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, this is that Childish Gambino guy. I believe it's
This is Donald Glover.
Yeah, its song is from a movie called Get Out, which was about somebody who was trapped in a maze. It was like a hedge maze.
All right, man.
This guy was like trying to get out of the maze and he couldn't.
Right.
It was really kind of a complex movie, Alan. I don't know if you've seen it.
I've seen Get Out.
Stay woke. Yeah, Get Out. It honestly, there are many movies that I've seen in my life, and there are few movies that I overrate more than Get Out. I think that Get Out is one of the 10 greatest movies in the history of movie making.
Okay.
And well, I had the luxury of seeing it without having any idea what it was about.
Got it.
And I was late to the party, admittedly. When Get Out came out, I didn't see it, nor did I really hear about it, because it's one of those movies where if you know like where the plot twists, it kind of ruins it for you.
Sure. And nowadays, with social media, if you don't watch something immediately when it happens, you're going to find out whether you want to or not. My question is, have you followed it up with his other films? Have you seen either Us or Nope?
I'm glad you asked me that, Alan, because I didn't see Us.
Very good as well.
Okay. And I've heard that is a good movie.
Filmed in Santa Cruz as well.
Nobody
That's
asked
right.
you, but thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow, that had some venom on it.
Well, it had some venom because the only reason why Mark Grandy played that song Coming Back was to drive home the point that I have no idea that Donald Glover and Danny Glover and Lucas Glover, the golfer, are all not related.
Right.
So that's Grandy's underhanded way of sticking it to me, which is why I'm a little bit venomous.
Nobody would have known unless you said something.
They would have known,
Yeah.
and I'm sure on the YouTube feed, and I appreciate everybody on the Xfinity mobile text line weighing in. And Get Out's a classic from Chris A. Us is okay, and he says Nope is dope. I saw Nope.
Yeah.
It was garbage.
I watched it again. The second time I watched it, I liked it more.
Okay.
But I still have Us over it, personally.
I haven't seen Us, and I'm going to see Us when I get an opportunity. I saw Nope in the theater.
Same.
My son and I.
Yeah.
And I walked out of there and thought, not that it was a Titanic waste of time, but I found it to be very underwhelming.
Yeah. Again, I watched it the second time, obviously not in theaters. Okay, I get it more, but trust me, you're going to want to watch Us. I think that's normally the camp. If you really liked Nope, maybe you didn't like Us as much, right?
Okay.
So I think you'll be on my side on this.
Get Out to me is one of the 10 greatest films I've ever seen.
Wow.
I thought it was just brilliant. Well acted, well written, and just a rare mix of comedy and horror.
Right.
Which is very tough to thread those needles.
Yeah, and I would say,
Because I thought the movie was hilarious.
No, it was.
I mean, in many ways.
A lot of people, I'm not sure if they know as well, if you find yourself having time, I know you're a busy guy, but Jordan Peele also did his version of The Twilight Zone. And it's out there. It's a whole season. I'm not done with it yet, but it was a couple years ago. And it's pretty good too. So if you like that area, you probably like that his series as
And
well.
I do like Jordan Peele. And I can only rave about Get Out so much. I thought it was fantastic. Us, I haven't seen. I found Nope to be just what was it? It was, so there's like this supernatural tornado thing that's like, I mean,
are we past the threshold
It's been about 4 years
Should we
since Nope
discuss
came out.
meaning, how I took it?
Please.
Really, it was very simple. To me, it was just how society will do anything to either get the shot or anything for clout. Basically, the new school, how anybody would do anything because they gave it all just to get the shot. It was pretty much that simple to me.
Gotcha. And I guess because it was that simple that I found myself wanting more.
I hear
frankly,
you.
of Nope.
Oh, he'll do another one.
No, and I look forward to it. And it'll be a one-word title, and I'm in.
You got to see Us first.
I will.
All right.
No doubt. It's Styles and Dibs here, 95.7 The Game. And from one-word titles from Jordan Peele to a one-word baseball player, Shohei. Because you don't have to say much more than that to know that tonight is a big game. Angels and Giants with Shohei Ohtani on the mound and a chance for Giants fans to really start to dream about what might be if they can get him in free agency. Rudy's in San Jose. Rudy wants to throw a wet blanket over the entire proceeding. What's going on, Rudy? Rudy, what's going on? You're on 95.7 The Game.
No introduction.
Oh, Rudy's gone. I don't even know what he's listening to, but it wasn't
Change the
us.
channel.
Yeah, exactly. Don't touch that dial, Rudy. I think Rudy was going to say, and you can respond to this, and if Lucas wants to speak for Rudy, he can, but the comment was, Giants aren't going to get Shohei Ohtani anyway, so why bother? And I'm more of that camp than I am of the belief that the Giants are going to get Shohei Ohtani, but I think that at this point, you got to at least give Farhan Zaidi a shot to go out there and give it his best.
No, and he definitely will. And in that same article, Pavlovich talked about, really the basis of the article was that the Giants were very interested in Ohtani when he was available via trade, much to a lot of Giants fans' chagrin. Same way they were interested in Soto, and now that he's going to be a free agent, just like all the other teams in Major League Baseball, they will be interested in Shohei, and because they're a West Coast team, we feel like they got a shot. And, when I did the show with Willard a couple weeks back, he's a bit of a salesman, Dibs, because by the end of that week, he had me convinced that maybe the Giants have a shot, right? And by way of the Giants being competitive and making the playoffs, I think that they do. But is that enough, right? Is the fact that the Giants make the playoffs, is that enough to believe that Shohei can compete for World Series and championships? Because basically, if you're overachieving with a roster that's not really going to be able to protect Shohei, does he care? And that's where I've started to move, unfortunately, because when you look at this roster and you look at Shohei wanting to compete at the highest level, if you just have this roster right now, and yes, you would assume that the rookies would get better next year. Hopefully no sophomore slumps. I think you can only have a sophomore slump if it really balled out the first year. So I don't think anybody's balled out enough to have a sophomore slump unless you're maybe Patrick Bailey or somebody like that. So these guys, even if they take a step, if one of them takes two, would Shohei look and say, as presently constructed, this situation is that much better than the Angels situation, who, oh, by the way, still have Mike Trout, and who we also talked to Matt Skurgeon, who does the play-by-play for them as well. They've taken swings. They've just missed. They got Giolito. They've taken swings, and it just hasn't worked out. They got Rendon. So if you look on paper by itself and not based on how the team has actually performed, Shohei would say, why would I leave the Angels for the Giants just based on names, right? Not how they're performing, just based on names. And that's what's starting to worry me. You're looking at a lot of rookies here that Shohei's just going to assume that they're going to take the next step, and a Michael Conforto and a Wilmer Flores, and that's what we're doing, and I'm going to sign for 10 years there. So I think it's more faith in upper management and the manager Gabe Kapler as much as it would be about the young core. If it's Bailey and Schmidt, Matos and Luciano and Elliot Ramos, who just got called up today, and he'll be in uniform down in Anaheim. If you like what you see from them, that's one piece of it, but I think it's more about Farhan Zaidi's vision and Gabe Kapler and how he runs the team and the other veterans on the squad. And then I do believe it's partly the city that he would be coming to, and this is what Kruk and Kipe had said earlier when I played that cut, and Mark tends to disagree with the nature of the city and what role that would play in Shohei Ohtani's decision, because ultimately Ohtani's only about baseball and sleep, according to sources. He wants to sleep, he wants to eat healthy, and he wants to go out there and ply his trade. So if that's all true, then it really is more about baseball than it is about the actual city itself. But I think if Shohei Ohtani is going to look at a team, yes, you're going to look at the players, but like you said, Alan, if you're going to sign on for 10 years, it's hard to say exactly what that team will look like in 2 years, 5 years, let alone at the end of your career. So, yeah, I mean, it becomes more complex to me than
looking at the roster and saying, oh, the Giants are good. I'll go there. It has to be about more than the farm. It has to be about the construct of management and ownership and what you believe they're going to do to compete every single year.
And I would say, and I think a lot of people would have been upset about this, Tibbs, but now I'm thinking, would it have been worth if right now that farm system for the Giants are hot, would it have been worth going out and getting somebody and maybe losing some of that star power while it's hot? Because of a farm system that's hot one year doesn't mean it's going to be hot forever. Would it have been worth to go out and get somebody just so Shohei could see, okay, they're building something? Because a bunch of prospects means nothing. And now we're in the same spot that I feel like the Giants were in with Aaron Judge, where it's, okay, you're not just going to drop Aaron Judge into this lineup and compete for a championship. You have to make other moves. So now for the first time this week, we're going to take a look real quick here, Dibs, at the free agents for 2023, 2024, because the Giants have money to spend. You got a Whit Merrifield at second base, and I love Thairo Estrada. You got to stay on the field. You got Adam Frazier, Joey Votto, Rhys Hoskins, Max Muncy. Maybe we could finally get him to stop beating the Giants by getting him. He has a club option. Third base, Matt Chapman, Justin Turner, Josh Donaldson, a couple different guys. Shortstop, Dibs, you ready for this? Tim Anderson, club option.
Yeah.
Let the reclamation sensation begin.
That's a buck, but that's not going to happen. If they were going to bring him in, it would have been at the deadline. And you have to look at the Giants and their contract situation. And before we do that, I need to tell you, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union contracts, because that's a big part of this. And you mentioned Thairo Estrada. Well, he is entering into arbitration. So you've got him under some team control. So Thairo Estrada, you got 2 years of arbitration before he even becomes a free agent. So you're not going to toy around with second base. Shortstop is interesting, but you've got Marco Luciano or Casey Schmidt as the heirs apparent. So even though Brandon Crawford likely will be done, maybe his career is over, maybe just his Giants tenure is over, but you've got guys who are going to come up and play that spot. J.D. Davis, arbitration eligible next year. You've got Michael Conforto, already signed for $18 million. Mitch Haniger signed for $20 million. These are sunk costs where you're not going to get off those players to bring somebody else in free agent. Lamont Wade Jr., he's got arbitration for the first of 2 years coming up next year, so you're going to keep him really one of the only spots in terms of the batting order, because you got Patrick Bailey and you got Luis Matos, and I think Mike Yastrzemski, he's got 2 years of arbitration coming up as well. Farhan Zaidi has got a lot of this roster under some control in terms of arbitration at the very least. So I think free agent wise, you're really going to be shopping for pitchers again, and maybe a left-hand hitting DH if Jock Peterson leaves.
Well, then we should stop talking about Shohei. Because Shohei is not going to, what you just named off, yeah, cool. The Giants have control. Would anybody else want control? And I'm not trying to talk bad on the roster.
Pretty glib right now.
Well, I'm just saying, would Shohei come to this roster?
Well, they win. So, I mean, it's not so much the names on the jerseys as much as it is what they've done. And you're sitting at, 61-51 on the year, 62-52 now. You're 10 games above. You're a better team than the Angels are, certainly. I know you split the first.
But they're overachieving, though.
Barely. If you look at their run differential, their expectation would be 60-54. So you're only 2 games better than what your run differential would think you should be. And I don't know if you can say they're overachieving after 114 games. You are what your record says you are. And you found a way through better defense and an elite bullpen to win a lot of tight ball games. And you're a playoff team, and the Angels aren't.
No, they're not, but it's not just the Angels, right? I think we have to wait for this to play out to see what other teams do, right? I mean, we feel like it's going to be, the bottom line is if he wants to go to the best team, we are wasting our breath because he's going to the Dodgers. Right? Can we just, let's just eliminate the Dodgers for this exercise. Now you have, who I think people shouldn't sleep on, I would say the Mariners. And by the way, J-Rod out there in center field yesterday, I've never seen a David Blaine magic trick in the outfield. He robs the home run, acts like he doesn't. You got Tatis getting into his little trot. You know what I mean? And then J-Rod says, not so fast, my friend. You can go trot back to the bench. So you got J-Rod out there.
He slow played him so hard. That
he
was
did.
Beautiful.
He did. And also, during the All-Star game out there, of course they were chanting Shohei's name. Sometimes it's just right place, right time. Anybody would have been chanting Shohei's name,
right,
depending on where the All-Star game was. But it happened to be in Seattle. So there's Seattle, there are the Dodgers, there are the Giants. A lot of and Seattle, I would argue, probably, I mean, you got J-Rod, and again, maybe I'm getting too hung up on the names, to be fair, Dibs.
Right.
But all I'm saying is, if you look around, I would say that when you talk to the rest of the league and people around the league, the idea is that Farhan's at it again, winning more than he should, even if your run differential and certain numbers say that he should be winning this much. That's all I'm saying.
But at some point, winning more than he should has got to be put to rest, because they won 107. And last year, even though they had a down year, they were still a 500 ball club, and they were right in the mix for a playoff race most of the way into mid-September. So, and this year you're 10 games above again. So maybe this is the team that you probably should have been last year and would have been 2 years ago. So at what point do you have to tip your cap and realize that this is the team that they really are?
No, that's fine. But I would say that this new regime, Farhan and Kapler, you have to make a run in the playoffs. You don't have to win the whole thing, but you can't get bounced in the first round you play, whether they win the NL West, you know what I mean, and get to skip the wild card round, whatever it is. You can't get bounced the first round, because then it's just going to turn into you are just a good regular. But that's where Farhan comes from. Moneyball. That's where this all comes from. It all comes back to the A's, and it all comes back to Brad Pitt. That's where it all comes back down to.
No, I'm with you.
Moneyball. That's what they do. They overachieve in the regular season.
And they underspend, too. And that's what I've been saying to Mark Willard throughout the course of our conversation, and Mark is back on Monday. Farhan Zaidi, in his time with the Giants, has never signed a player to longer than 3 years. And that's, I know, and Mark and I have this big argument about Carlos Correa, because, you know, they did sign him, Mark says, and I say, well, whether or not they signed him, they actually didn't play him, and they didn't pay him. So, yes, they intended to sign him, but then they saw something on the medical, and it turns out the Giants were right so far. Carlos Correa is not having a great year, and it looks like they might have dodged a bullet by not signing Carlos Correa. But I look at all the contracts, even this year, DeSclafani, 3 years, and Conforto, 3 years. Haniger is 2, and all the rest of them are all 2s and 1s and arbitration. And that's kind of the Moneyball model, where you use a player as long as you can when you've got them on the cheap. And if they play great and they get to that spot where they're expensive, then you let them go. And he let Gausman go, and he let Carlos Rodon go, which turned out to be a good move. And a lot of these moves turn out to be good in terms of not signing players to long-term deals, but it leads us back to Shohei Ohtani in terms of will they or won't they. And I don't feel like that Farhan Zaidi, even though they tried to with Carlos Correa, kind of, I don't feel like that they want to go 10 deep on Shohei Ohtani.
I don't think so either. And ultimately, Dibs, whether it works out or not, you have the numbers aspect, and then you have the fans, and then you have how it looks, and then you have the optics. To me, Dibs, and we were talking about Childish Gambino earlier, Farhan is Drake. Yeah, we were. Farhan is Drake. Farhan is Drizzy.
He's a rapper, right?
Commitment issues. You know what I mean? I can't be in one spot for too long. I can't have them on the team for too long. Got to get them out of here. Thank you for your service.
Hey, thank you. Thank you next. That was Drake, right?
Come on, man.
What are we doing here?
What are we doing?
Are you a fan of Drake the singer or Drake the rapper? If you had to choose one.
Both.
Which one is he better at?
I like Drake the singer.
Okay, I do too.
But I do like both. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean he's one of the greatest to ever do it in terms of record sales and all the rest of it. This was, and we'll get back to Shohei Ohtani momentarily. And your call is 888-957-9570. Do the Giants even have a shot, or are Alan and I just wasting our time here talking about the dream of Shohei Ohtani being a Giant? that was my dad, you're such a square moment where my kids went to the Drake concert. This is about 4 years ago when it was at the Coliseum Arena
I think
over there in Oakland.
I was there too.
It's like, what, 4 or 5 years ago, right?
I was there, yeah.
I mean, these years, they fly by. I didn't feel great about sending them, and I think at the time they were 16 and 14, and so I kind of wanted to, not to be there with them, but to be there just in case, they need whatever.
Yeah.
And so I drove them down there, and immediately I parked the car, and pew! Those two were gone, and Dad got his own ticket.
Okay, so you're there by yourself.
Well, because Dad got a freebie because he knows people.
Oh, my goodness.
And the kids had bought their own seats. They're on the other side of the arena, and I'm across the way. And, cloudy inside that arena.
Yeah.
Good God.
Yeah, Carl the Fog.
Yeah, you want to call him Carl. Carl's one way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Migos on the undercard I thought was very entertaining.
Well, yes, and
man, did I embarrass my kids.
And then they blow up because Drake is basically, shout out, somebody won the lotto last night, so shout out to them. Florida, shout out to them. California got the last one. So the thing about the same people, I'm not saying they're the same people, but the same people that the contrarian, I don't like summer, I prefer the fall, right? Those people, those are also the people that can't stand Drake. Right. And he's this, he's that. The bottom line is the guy makes good music. The thing is, we're in Dibs, positionless sports, right? Positionless football.
Thank you.
Positionless basketball, positionless baseball. It's positionless music, genreless music. Post Malone is a rapper one album and he's a folk singer the next. Drake, I'm not going to say he revolutionized that, but Drake was a big part of that. A lot of people sleep on Nelly though. Nelly to me was the one guy who he did rap. And he did.
He's the guy with the Band-Aid, right?
Come on, man. Is this bit gonna go? We got 2 more hours.
2 more days of this bit.
2 more hours, 2 more days.
From Rip Cougar Rebel on the YouTube feed, Drake is overrated.
That's fine.
There you go. People are gonna weigh in.
But let's not pretend like Drake isn't that guy. It might not be your cup of tea.
Sure.
But this idea that
you were saying something about the Band-Aid guy from St. Louis.
Yeah,
He's St. Louis.
Nelly
by
put
the way.
out, I believe it was an album years ago. It was a 2-sided album because Nelly always did the I like it when you, and he was like kind of singing and rapping at the same time. At the same time, anyway.
No, I like it.
And then he comes out and he put out an album, 2 albums, Sweat and Suit, and one he was singing and one he was rapping.
Gotcha.
So don't forget Nelly when we talk about the rapper singers.
I do forget Nelly. I didn't know that he had the singing in.
Yeah.
I just remember his
no auto-tune.
It was a song about it was hot. It was hot somewhere. I think it was hot in here with a bunch of R's in there too.
Oh my goodness.
This is a great bit. I think we're going to keep this one going. Hey, 95.7 The Game is partnering with a great golf event at Harding Park on September 11th. It's the 8th annual Pet Nelly Charity Golf Tournament. 100% of the proceeds from this event benefit the San Francisco Autism Society. The Autism Society is a complete resource for families of autistic kids and adults, providing activities, information, and education. A few of our personalities will be out there golfing, and we want your company to join us. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Go to sfautismsociety.org for more details. That's sfautismsociety.org. Great golf, great cause. I educate Alan further on hip-hop. You're shaking your head. I'm bringing knowledge, Alan.
All right.
I'm going to help you out, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's what I do. I'm a giver. Plus, we're going to get into a little bit of Niner weekend expectation talk as they have joint practices with the Raiders starting tomorrow. It's Willard and Dibs with Styles in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. And what's the formula for a happy home life? The perfect temperature, low heating and cooling costs, and attractive features. Architects and designers can easily achieve that formula for their clients at Golden State Window and Door. Your clients can defend against the elements with a variety of options like triple pane glass that provides a comfortable temperature year-round while delivering energy efficiency. That adds up to lower energy bills. Get started by taking a virtual tour of Golden State's showrooms. You'll get a great variety of attractive windows and doors in all price categories from Marvin, Anderson, AG Millworks, True Style, and many others. When inspiration has grabbed you, click Request an Appointment on GoldenStateLumber.com and bring your client in to see and feel what appeals most to them. Golden State strives to keep it simple and save your valuable time. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea.
talking about betting $5 with a friend. This is the Loonies. Like, I bet you $5. That's what this song's about.
Well, I think I know why Grandy's playing this too.
Oh.
I think I know why Grandy's playing it because in Get Out, they flipped it. And it was
in Us.
It was Us. Yes, it was in Us. They flipped it, and it was much slower and kind of chopped and screwed. And it was
Shout out Houston.
It was a banger. I had to, you couldn't get on the playlist per se on a normal streaming service. So I liked it so much I fired up the YouTube.
You did.
It had a bit of a horror feel to it. They kind of edited it and remixed it, and it kind of fit in with the theme of the movie. It was really good.
Gotcha.
Grandy is on fire. Me and Grandy, we had our Wheaties this morning. I just want to say that right now.
You had your Wheaties based on that Looney song. Am I right? Am I right?
Man, oh man.
I get a 3 from Evan. I'll take that. Shout out El Cerrito. The Rito, we call it. Yeah, Evan. Look at your boy. Mid-50s, but still as hip as he ever was. Not a broken hip, but hip. I'm down with you kids.
That's right.
Putting the hip in hip hop.
Yeah, thank you, Lucas. It somehow gets even more cringy when you chime in. What can I
can't possibly get any more cringy.
But I'm actually going for the cringe. And, man, geez. Boy, it's painful. It's painful. It's Styles and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. Lucas put out an interesting question playing off of what we were talking about in terms of Shohei Ohtani.
Right.
And I guess it goes back to the old adage of, is it better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all? Lucas and I were talking during the break about the idea of Giants fans putting themselves out there again for Shohei Ohtani. Do you want your team to go in on Ohtani and miss out, or would it be better to just not even be involved in the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes and therefore not be burned when he picks the Dodgers?
Well, I think as the saying typically goes, most people would have rather loved than lost. And for everything that we've said about the other big name free agents that haven't worked out, whether it been Aaron Judge or Bryce Harper, the Giants have been the bridesmaids for a very long time. And they might as well be, they could very easily be the bridesmaid for the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes as well. But I don't think you'll find very many fans that wouldn't want you to put in on them unless their take is, and we were talking about the free agents coming up, which it's not an outstanding free agent class, unless their take is, and a lot of people had this take last year with Aaron Judge. The difference is Aaron Judge doesn't pitch. But a lot of fans' take could be, you know what, don't go for Shohei. Save that money, go out and get a reunion with Adam Duvall, go out and get whoever else and stack up the team that way versus going after one guy. That's the only take I see where somebody would just say, don't even bother going on Shohei. But I don't think there are a lot of fans out there that wouldn't want the Giants to kick the tires. We kicked some tires.
888-957-9570. What do you think about that idea about even trying for Shohei Ohtani if you knew kind of deep down you didn't have a chance to get him? And also, how dialed in are you to watch him pitch tonight against the Giants? Now, this is a Giants offense that's been overmatched by most pitchers over the course of the past, almost 6 weeks now. They had the worst offense in the month of July, even though they wound up 12-13 as a club. The offense was pretty putrid over that month, and yet here in August, you've shown some flashes, some signs of life, but by and large, the offense has been one guy, Wilmer Flores.
Yeah, and Wilmer Flores, he's been the MVP. Hasn't been enough on some nights. It's been enough on others. You need somebody to show up, specifically going up against somebody like Shohei, and you look up and down that lineup. We thought Lamont Wade was starting to heat up a little bit. Even Brandon Crawford showed some flashes. You don't really know what's going to happen every day in this lineup, Dibs, and having these young guys. I mean, here's the thing. Is it too early still? You have Patrick Bailey, who came out hot. And also, Patrick Bailey, from the time he was drafted, Joey Bart was supposed to be more of the offensive catcher. We knew Patrick Bailey was going to be nasty defensively. We didn't know what he was going to do offensively. And we still don't know, to be completely honest with you. He had a hot start, but we still don't know. Schmidt, same idea. So those guys, Bailey is a staple in the lineup. And at this point, Luis Matos has been. You bring up Elliot Ramos. He's not starting tonight. But at what point do you start to look at, and Estrada back in the lineup, we love that. But what point do you start to look at a guy like Luis Matos, as crazy as it sounds, because he just came up not too long ago, but at what point do you start thinking, all right, we got to see something? And that's the thing about when you bring up these rookies in droves like the Giants did. Not that I'm complaining, but when you bring them up in droves, you need production. So it's hard to continue to look at them as rookies. Now you look around and you say, hey, who else do we have? We just don't have a very powerful lineup. But you start to look at Luis Matos, who is still trying to get his footing. You start thinking, we need some, not that he's played poorly, but he's not wowing anybody yet.
Yeah, and Matos has just been damn consistent in terms of, getting one hit most nights out. Now, what he did in AAA made you believe that when he was going to come up to the big club that he would replicate that and show you that same sort of power. 1 home run for Luis Matos since he came up. His first game was back on June 14th. So that's a little bit of a concern. Not a major concern, but you certainly would have thought that he would bring a little bit more thump to the bat than what he's done. The thing that I think is impressive, he's gotten 36 hits for you in 46 games. Most of the time, he's 1 for 3 or 1 for 4, just about every game. Not a lot of multi-hit games. I'm just looking at his log, and I'm seeing about 6 multi-hit games throughout his short stint here. So he's been consistent, get you that one knock, but he hasn't really brought that big bat that you would hope for, especially considering this is a lineup that's been pretty power thirsty as compared to previous iterations and previous seasons.
Right, and that's what happens when you're looking at him differently because of what you need. If this was a team that, okay, we have a hole here, we can bring him up, and maybe essentially what they tried to do with Elliot Ramos last year, that was a bit different, and it just was a different year in general. But, Luis Matos is playing well. That's the thing. But you just need more because you're not getting it. And even though they put up 5 last night, really, Dibs, I shouldn't be even looking at Luis Matos. I should not be going down his road. Conforto, where you at, buddy? Right. JD Davis, he comes and goes, but we need more of it. So really, it's about those guys. And like we talked about in the last segment, Farhan trying to find those hidden gems. Where is the last gem that Farhan hit on? When was the big gem? When is the last big gem that Farhan, wow, we thought that was done? Because it was, really Lamont Wade.
Yeah, you could say, big gem is a little bit subjective. I look at Blake Sable as a guy who that's not a big gem, but he's been a gem. Yeah. A guy who's been a very solid backup catcher. He can play outfield, and he definitely brings a little bit of power to a team that's desperate for power. They're 18th in Major League Baseball in home runs, 18th in runs scored. And if you go back to the 107 win year, and even I think the win before that, they were number 2. Yeah. They were number 2 when they had 107 wins in home runs. So to that point, there hasn't been, Haniger, he's been hurt, and Conforto hasn't really brought that much.
Haniger's been the miss to me. Big miss.
Well, and the injury, I think, has been a huge factor.
I know, but when you signed him, that was the question mark too, because he had been injured.
Right.
So that one was the gamble, and I got 5 on it. You had 5, you lost that 5.
Yeah. Shout out Loonies.
You lost that 5. All right. So can you get it back somewhere else? Conforto, we need more. You know what? Jock is Jock. Jock's going to be in the lineup.
JD Davis has been a great find.
Yes, he has.
He's got 15 homers. He leads the club. He and Wilmer with 15 apiece. Conforto with the 13. That's probably about what you would expect. You were hoping for 25, 30. He's trending toward 20 home runs, maybe, if he continues this trend. Jock Peterson with just 11. You paid him $19 million on a qualifying offer. You would hope that you would give him $1 million per homer, and he hasn't really delivered that much. Yaz has got 11. He's been hurt. Lamont Wade Jr. has been in a little bit of a slump of late. Haniger has been hurt. Then you get to Sable with 11, and after that, You got Tyro with 9. He's been hurt. Brandon Crawford's got 6. He's been hurt. Patrick Bailey has been remarkable. He should be in the Rookie of the Year conversation. But other than that, I mean, you're running out of hitters here and guys who are making an actual impact. Austin Slater with only 5 home runs, and wait for it, he's been hurt.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's kind of been your story with this Giants team.
But that's exactly right. And then to talk about the control that the Giants have over these guys, okay, control of what, right? I mean, you go on LinkedIn, Dibs, and you see everybody. I love going on LinkedIn, and you see somebody say,
I'm a big deal on LinkedIn.
And you say, CEO of Styles Files. Okay. There's nobody, it's not worth anything. Not yet. It's not worth anything. Nobody else works there, right? But it sounds cool. So you got a bunch of control over guys that aren't producing. So you have control of nothing. To me, not nothing, but not anything that's worth writing home about. So that's the problem. And when you sign guys that you're taking chances on, you either need all of them to play above average or you need somebody to pop. And I think J.D. Davis has been the only one from who they've signed that's been above average. You got found money. I wouldn't call J.D. Davis found money because you paid, but you got found money with Patrick Bailey.
Well, that was a trade that, I mean, you gave up Darren Ruff, who you eventually got back. So that was almost a nothing trade.
Right. So that is the biggest net positive that the Giants have had. So you got J.D. Davis. I wouldn't call it maybe a little bit of found money because of the deal,
sure.
right? So J.D. Davis found money.
Blake Sable, Rule
found
5.
money.
Yeah.
I would call that found money as well. Patrick Bailey found money, and that's where it ends.
Tyro Estrada, you didn't give up a lot to get Estrada.
But I'm saying, well, sure, but what he's doing right now, this year, I wouldn't call it found money.
But he's been great. OPS is 751, and when healthy, he's been very productive.
Yeah.
You mentioned LinkedIn. I just did you a major solid.
Okay.
I gave you an invite to be a part of my expansive network. So
wow.
And I sent you a note. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
By the way,
trying to take care of those.
No, don't send me a note.
No, it's been sent. The note's been sent. And Grandy, go ahead and add Alan Stiles to the Dibber radio tree as those who I've helped along their career. So when Stiles is a big deal in 2 weeks or 11 years or however long it takes, because I'm a believer. I bought stock in Stiles.
So a lot of stock.
When Stiles makes it big, just remember where you got to start, Grandy.
I was going to say,
I'll write it down. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mark the tape.
Mark the tape.
Go to the phones in just a moment, but more from Stiles first before we talk about how big this game is tonight with Ohtani and the Giants.
All I was going to say is, as you bring up Tyro Estrada, he was my pick. He was my breakout pick last year. Not that I wasn't high on him this season, but I just didn't really think about it too much. The Giants might have, and I mean this as respectfully as possible, the worst farm system as it pertains to second baseman, possibly in the league. They can't find a second baseman. So even though, and
love for Joe Panik?
I'm talking about
Pride of
lately.
St. John's?
Joe Panik? Yeah. I love Joe. But it feels like Tyro's missed more games because it's such a hole when he's not there because second base has been awful.
Isan Diaz? No love for Isan Diaz?
I'm sorry. Thank you. Next.
Man.
Wisely? No, thank you.
Wisely with a 497, not on base, but OPS.
It's not going to work.
It's not good.
It's not going to work. It's a no for me, dog. It's a no for me.
That's a Willardism right there. That's going to be a no.
That's going to be a no from me, dog.
That's a classic Willard cut right there.
Well, from Randy Jackson.
Of course.
Yeah.
No, but the fact that Willard says it has permeated my psyche now. And so...
Did I just give you a flashback then?
No, actually, you give me a flash forward to the way I at times will communicate with my 11-month-old daughter when she crawls over and she's about to dig into the houseplant. And I say, Mila, and she stops and looks at me, and I say...
That's going to be a no from me, dog.
She listening?
Oh, she does.
There you go.
Well, she's old enough now to where she understands no. Whether or not she obeys is another issue, but she now will, because I'll hit her with her name and she'll stop, and then I'll hit her with a Mark Willard and Uncle Mark, and then she'll look at me like, what's wrong with you, dude?
There you go.
I got born into a family where a guy hits me with drops.
Yeah.
Try talking to me like a human.
No, it's not as fun.
Ryan and Irvine, you're going to the game tonight, Ryan. I'm jealous. I think the kids would say, I'm jelly. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, doing good. Thanks for the call. Yeah, I'm on my way there right now, and I'm kind of I'm a strange fan because I grew up down here. I'm an Angels fan, but I'm also a Giants fan. I went to Giants games as a kid. My dad played with Bruce Bochy, so I kind of root for both teams, but the Angels have squandered just so many years of two of the greatest baseball players I've ever seen play. So I'm really rooting for the Giants to land Ohtani, and I think that starts tonight. I think they need to light him up. I think they need to take him out of the game early. I think Ohtani's the type of player I think he would honestly respect seeing that from the Giants and seeing the kind of young talent that they have the capability of putting together something special over the next, several years. They're trying to build a resume to land Ohtani right now. I truly do think the number one thing he cares about the most is winning and being a part of a team that actually has the capability of winning. And then secondly, he's not a Los Angeles guy. Like, he's not a Hollywood guy. He signed with the Angels, years ago for two reasons. Number one, he wanted to play with Mike Trout. And number two, because of Disneyland. His family had gone to Disneyland, and his family convinced them to be close to Disneyland. So he's a little odd, and I just don't think he wants to be a part of that Hollywood, Los Angeles lifestyle and media. So I think it starts tonight. Show him the most respect you can by lighting him up, taking him out of the game early.
Ryan, I appreciate that. Man, Disneyland, quite a draw, and I can't say that I wouldn't want to sign with a team because of Disneyland. You get California Adventure as well.
Right.
You get that 2-day park hopper
Legoland.
pass.
Shout out Legoland.
Legoland a little further down the road, but if you go to Disneyland and you get the 2-day park hopper, you're able to go to both parks in the same day, which can make for quite a long and fun afternoon.
No, I hear you, and I'm trying to double check because people always say different things. Magic Mountain is still going, right?
Yeah, that's further up in the valley.
That's the other.
in
What I'm
Valencia.
saying, you're close enough. And Magic Mountain, that's where that was always the one where, hey, that's where the adults go. The adult roller coasters are at Magic Mountain.
Yeah, heavy duty roller coasters.
I'm into that
at Magic Mountain.
You get down or no?
Not anymore.
Okay,
not anymore. No, and I wonder if this will happen to you. And 888-957-9570. If you get to a point where you don't do roller coasters anymore, I used to be all in. Great America down there, back when it was Marriott's Great America.
It's not a sport.
No, but you get to a point in your life, most people do, where the vestibular motion, the spinning, the dipping, the corkscrewing, the loop-de-looping, the upside down, it's just not that thing anymore. It's not the sauce anymore. From a physical standpoint.
That's crazy.
I was with my son, Quest. We were in Chicago, 2008, so he had to be about 7 years old. And we went on, I think it was that ride where you go in the swings, you sit in the swing, and you just go,
Yeah. Those are low level.
It was over.
Man.
That was it. I hung him up after that. It was a wrap. Your boy was 40 at that point, and I got off of that, and I was dizzy for probably about 4 hours.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Dude, I'm telling you, when you get older, the thrill of being upside down, corkscrew, spinning, twisting, and all the rest of it, maybe it's just me, but
Now I'm thinking of the demographics when I'm in line for a roller coaster.
not a lot of older folks. And I'm coming up on 55 now, double nickels, and the thought of my baby girl when she's 8 or 9, Daddy, let's go on.
And it's
fill
a
in the
wrap.
blank.
It's over.
No, it's a wrap. Yeah, I'd have to take my my Dramamine to even think about it.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, now I never
Geritol.
thought about aging out of roller coasters. You age out of so much. Now I
Right.
got to age out of roller coasters.
You don't have
too?
to, and not everybody ages out of roller coasters, but it's just kind of where I got to. Richard Fremont wants to talk about the Giants and a playoff run. What's going on, Rich? Do you like roller coasters, Rich?
I'm like you, Dibs. I did it when I was younger. Probably the craziest one I've ever went on was the Edge.
Oh God!
I don't know if you remember that one.
Oh, so well.
That was a roller coaster where you really do your heart valve had to be ready to handle something like that. I mean, that was a crazy ride, man.
I was afraid of that ride when they had the commercial on local TV. I think it was hardcore.
Yeah, that was a crazy ride.
Man,
but I basically, with the Giants right now, it's kind of like what I used to do as my little kid. I used to blow up a big balloon and it'd be full of air, and then I'd hand it to him, and then he couldn't manage to hold it, and then all of a sudden all the air would just come out, and then all you had was just the balloon that was empty on the ground. And he'd be frustrated afterward. That's kind of where I am right now with the Giants. Like, I've been a Giants fan for a long time, and I just kind of feel like right now with them, it's just there's no consistency with this team. It's like, they had that 10-win run, and you thought, okay, maybe they got something. But now, look, and once again, it gets to a point where all of a sudden, what you're going to do in the postseason is pivotal. And you look at what you're looking at right now, and you think, okay, even if they get to the postseason, you just know, if they get to the second round, they're probably going to give it up, and we're going to be right back where we were. And it's just I'm sorry, I just don't see the consistency, especially when I see one game they're winning, the next two they're losing, they're winning two, but then they're losing one. It's like, guys, come on, I just don't see the consistency. You look at the Dodgers right now. It's like the Dodgers are hot right now when they're supposed to be hot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like you don't see that with the Giants. And that's the reason why, guys, I just don't see them doing well in the playoffs this year. But thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Rich. And I appreciate you shouting out the Edge, too. I don't know if you remember that at Great America. It's the ride where you'd sit in a row of 4 and you go straight up into the tower. You go up about, 40 stories or whatever. And then all of a sudden, you hear that click, and it just, boom, straight drop.
Yeah.
Straight drop. Now it's called Drop Zone.
Right.
It used to be called The Edge.
I've been on Drop Zone, yes.
Yeah. And Drop Zone, for me now, it's going to be a no from me dog.
That's fair enough.
That's another one. Like the Demon was the ride when I was a kid that came out. It was like, whoa, double loop-de-loops and the corkscrew. You couldn't get me off the Demon.
Right.
But now the idea of, double corkscrews and a couple of loop-de-loops and let's do it backwards. I'm good, Coach.
And for these reasons, I'm out.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and when Rich talking
Shout out
about
Shark Tank.
Rich talking about the balloon with his kid.
Yeah.
And the Giants, I think it was a very good analogy. Sounds like a deflation sensation.
That's $1, and I appreciate you playing along, Alan. That's Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard. That's just fantastic work right there. And I look at the schedule coming up. Rangers are good. Rays are good. That's going to be a very difficult 6-game homestand, which starts on Friday. Opens up with Peanuts night. I don't know how big a fan you are of Peanuts. It's a little bit before your time. Charlie Brown and the rest.
Right.
And then Saturday, 90s night.
I'm into that.
You're into the 90s.
Oh, I'm into that.
Even though you were born in the 90s, right?
I was 1990.
So born in 90.
In 90.
So you would probably associate, though, more with the OOs in terms of decade association.
No, anything. I got a memory like an elephant. After about 1995, I don't know why I gave a country accent.
I liked it, though.
After about 1995, I remember everything.
You keep it country.
Yeah.
I like it.
I actually was born in Norfolk, Virginia.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I'm learning things about you each and every day.
There you go.
This is fantastic. This is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. How big is tonight for the Giants in terms of Shohei Ohtani and the future of Ohtani as a potential Giant? And also, Giants are in a spot where they come home for 6 difficult games and then 6 tough ones on the road. How pivotal is tonight's game against the Angels? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs with Styles in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Sam Hunt, Summer on the Outskirts 2023.
Get that one right, Alan? He still is DRE.
Yes.
Dr. E, I believe, is what he went by.
Sure.
You're not entertained by my my make-believe lack of knowledge on these rejoin tracks?
You've had some good ones.
Okay. This one's a reach.
Yeah, this one is a reach a little bit.
We are streaming on YouTube live. Head to youtube.com/957thegame. Watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Coming up at the top of the hour, Alan Stiles buries Steve Kerr.
Not quite.
Okay, that was what.
Not quite. I'm just curious. We've been talking about the contracts coming up and Mike Dunleavy Jr. and what he said, on NBC Sports Bay Area. And really, my question is, when we talk about, or not we, but when the NBA world talks about the best coaches, and maybe I'm completely missing the boat on this, Dibs, but when the NBA talks about the best coaches, the number one name you hear is Erik Spoelstra. And whether it's national, whatever the case may be, you definitely hear Erik Spoelstra. And I'm not really sure we all have that uncle, or it's your dad, or whoever that says, well, if I had Kevin Durant and Steph Curry on my team and Klay Thompson, I could have coached and won a championship. And to be honest, is it possible? Maybe. I don't know. I would like to think no, but it's possible. I mean, those are two of the best players of all time.
Sure.
And I don't know, when you talk about, I don't think that Steve Kerr would ever want to go anywhere else. But if he possibly did, what is Steve Kerr's, for lack of a better term, value as a coach? How does the basketball world see Steve Kerr? It's just not very often where I hear talking heads talk about Steve Kerr as a brilliant basketball coach. I don't hear it a lot. I mean, the first championship, they gave credit to the assistant coach that said, hey, you should put Iguodala in the lineup. Then you blow the 3-1 lead, and then you win with Kevin Durant the 2 years, and then KD gets injured and Klay gets injured. And then this next championship, bunch of injuries. Then this next championship, everybody would say this was, a Steph-led situation. So when we watch the local broadcast, Steve Kerr, he draws up the best inbound plays and things like that. But in terms of like top 10 or top 5 basketball coaches, is Steve Kerr seen as a top 5 basketball coach? I don't know. I mean, he's coach of Team USA.
Sure.
So my guess is yes, but I feel like maybe because people are used to Steve Kerr, I personally feel like I don't hear it a lot. But maybe it's just me.
Let's stay in this spot because I like the way you laid that out, because I will draw on my experience as a coach at my own level, and it's a little level. High school sports, I coached high school boys volleyball for 15 or 20 years, and I had tremendous success at Drake High School, which is now called Archie Williams, because turns out Sir Francis Drake himself was a bad guy. So all of the woke parents in Marin felt like the name Drake had to be expunged from the record.
Right.
So my 3 North Coast section titles in many quarters are listed under the title of Archie Williams High School, which I never coached at Archie Williams High School. I knew Archie Williams, Olympian, ran alongside Jesse Owens in 1932 in Berlin, a great man. I knew Archie's son, Carlos Williams, rest in peace. So this is not to disparage Archie Williams, but at my little level, I was given wild credit for the success I had. But when I look at it, I had an unbelievable amount of talent. So I look at those teams that I coached to championships. We were 29-6. We were 32-7 my last year. We were a juggernaut. And I don't win anything if I don't have a super talented roster. However, being able to coach a lot of talent and players who maybe have egos, and when you get into success, it's just a different skill set. So this is a long way of pointing to Steve Kerr and people who say, oh, I could have easily coached that team. You had so much talent. Well, could you have? Because coaching like the Detroit Pistons, Monty Williams got the job to coach Detroit,
Right.
and they've got Cade Cunningham and a bunch of other 21-year-olds. They're like an under-22 AAU team that Monty Williams is going to be coaching.
Right.
What he's going to do is markedly different from what Steve Kerr is going to do with a group of 35 and 38 and 39-year-olds. So
Yeah.
this is not to say that Steve Kerr is overrated or underrated, but it's to say Steve Kerr's job coaching KD, Steph, Clay, and Draymond, and Iguodala, and David West, and Leandro Barbosa, and Sean Livingston, that skill set is completely different from what another coach has to do in another spot.
Exactly. And the difference is Steve Kerr, he still has Steph, right? You lost KD, but you still have Steph, and you did end up winning one without KD, right? And I see you, Don Mega, on the YouTube chat coming in spicy hot. Thanks for joining the show. And Don Mega is saying, well, Spo had LeBron, D-Wade, Shaq, all of those guys, but I'm talking about Spo now. They talk about Eric Spoelstra now and what he's done. Getting to the bubble, right, added to his legend. Getting to the bubble championship, and they didn't win, but getting to the finals added to his legend. And even what he did now, where, what were they, the 7 seed, a play-in team, getting to the finals. So Eric Spoelstra, and again, this goes back to the same conversation we've been having about the Giants, about exceeding expectations being different than meeting them. Eric Spoelstra has been in situations, he hasn't won when he was exceeding expectations, but he has gotten a lot further than people thought. But he's been in situations because he's lost the guys. Steve Kerr never lost the guys. Eric Spoelstra, he won the one with D-Wade and Shaq, and obviously Shaq was on the other end of his career, but he wins that one. Cool. To be completely honest with you, you could make the argument that the Heat underperformed when they had the big three, right? You could make that argument. So he gets those championships with the big three as well. And after that, once he loses all of those stars, he gets Jimmy Butler, who is one of the most confusing stars in the league.
Right.
Now you're in a situation where you can overachieve because your team isn't as good. Steve Kerr has never been in a position where he can overachieve. All he can do is underachieve. The only time he probably could have, to be honest, maybe 2015. A lot of people thought, well, Mark Jackson was just there.
Right.
And then that next year, wow, Steve Kerr's about to have, or does have, the best record in regular season history, and they didn't win the finals. So that was really the only opportunity he had besides maybe 2022, where not a lot of people thought that the Warriors were done. You still had Steph Curry, but that's really the only time. And because you have the greatest shooter of all time, Steve Kerr does not get the same flowers that Eric Spoelstra does.
Right, and I think Spoelstra gets those flowers for a number of different reasons. And you make a good point in terms of what he's done since he had the big three. Well, they've been Eastern Conference finalists, and this year they made it to the NBA Finals with a team that had a bunch of undrafted guys.
Right.
You had Jimmy Butler,
Yeah.
and you had Bam Adebayo, and then you had a bunch of undrafted virtual nobodies, Duncan Robinson and Max Strus,
Yeah.
and a bunch of other players that nobody ever wanted. So it's easy to look at Spoelstra.
Gabe Vincent.
Right, and Spo is the second longest tenured coach in the association. He's been there since April of 2008. Steve Kerr now third, by the way, on that list. It goes Popovich, Spoelstra, and Steve Kerr. Coach Spo has never won NBA Coach of the Year, which actually makes me respect him even more.
Right.
Because I think the NBA Coach of the Year award is largely a joke in terms of, which coach actually wins it. Steve Kerr won one time NBA Coach of the Year, and it's when they went 73-9. So you go 73-9. 24 of those games were coached by Luke Walton straight out of the chute.
Right.
Steve Kerr was out with the spine injury, yet that's the year where his peers or the experts considered him to have done his best coaching job.
Well, that's a good point, too, because Luke Walton came in, did that, and that added to the uncles and your cousins and your dads. Well, look, Luke Walton came in, they didn't even miss a beat. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? So that adds to it as well. This is from Insider.com. This is from 2022, because I'm just trying to make sure I'm not making up something, right? Just in terms of who are the best coaches. And maybe it's just because Steve Kerr is just steady Eddie and he's always been there and he's always been around. And it's been a little bit quieter before 2022 because of the Warriors' injuries. Another opportunity would have been that 2021 season when they lost in the play-in and Steph was doing his best to get it done. I don't think most people would say that the Warriors overachieved in that situation. You got Doc Rivers at 11. This is, again, from 2022. Ime Udoka at 10. Michael Malone at 9, again, from 2022. Taylor Jenkins at 8, right? Monty Williams at 7. Nick Nurse at 6, which is a little surprising to me. Tyronn Lue, that's another guy that everybody talks about being a brilliant coach. And another guy who, what did he do, Dibs? His guys were injured, and the team didn't miss a beat or overachieve. Steve Kerr, I guess the only situations he's had, because the Warriors have been so top-heavy, when his guys have been out, I mean, we're dealing with some dudes that aren't even in the league anymore, no disrespect. Mike Budenholzer being 4 is pretty surprising to me. Eric Spoelstra 3, and I know it's going to happen now. I think Steve Kerr is going to be 1. Steve Kerr is at 1. They have Greg Popovich at 2, Steve Kerr at 1. So maybe I am making it up. Maybe I am, but it's always, maybe it's just understood, and it's always Tyronn Lue, Eric Spoelstra. Maybe people feel like they have to give them their flowers, and you got Popovich, who it's understood his greatness, and Steve Kerr has understood his greatness.
It's always difficult to judge, I think, in the NBA especially, because the really good teams, the teams that have a lot of talent, are going to win regardless of who their head coach is.
Right.
So when you take the really good coaches, and that's where I think Spoelstra deserves his flowers, because Miami, even this year, Miami came in, as an 8 seed, and they didn't necessarily have the most talent in the Eastern Conference. You look at Boston with more talent. Philadelphia had more. I guess Brooklyn did until they gutted their roster and got rid of KD. But you look across the East, Milwaukee had more talent. And yet you get down to April, May, and June, and Coach Spo has his team ready, and he coaches them up to play winning basketball, and then they win games, and they win series, and then they end up being the team standing there at the end. And I do think Steve Kerr deserves credit for what he does, not only with the talent on that team, but with the personalities, particularly Draymond Green. And, coaching Draymond Green in and of itself is one of the more arduous things, I think, that anybody has to do in the association.
Yes, I would agree with that for sure. And, you get the cards that you're dealt and you handle it. And it's been well documented that Steve Kerr and Draymond Green, they're not always on the best of terms. They butt heads. And when you see stuff during the game and you think, okay, they'll figure it out in the locker room. They do, but it's real deal, right? I mean, handling Draymond is a real thing, right? He is a very unique player from how he plays on the court to his mentality on the court as well. So I think that those are the things that go into it. And really the question is a very long-winded way of saying if for some reason the Warriors, they don't offer Steve Kerr the extension, how many teams would be lined up to grab Steve Kerr? And based on everything we've broken down, it feels like a lot.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. on the extension coming up in just a moment. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1, San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's Styles in for Willard. Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game. Mike Dunleavy Jr., new GM of the Golden State Warriors, weighed in on that very notion on the Dubs Talk podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area, and he's asked about the Monty Williams extension and Greg Popovich's big contract as it pertains to Steve Kerr signing on for more years.
Yeah, I mean, this is the landscape we're in. Players, coaches, everybody's taking advantage of the money that's out there, and I think it's great to see in the league as a whole. Like, it means the league's doing really well, and people are watching and enjoying the game. So, I think all in all, it's great. And from a coaching standpoint, I'm sure the coaches are happy. From a player standpoint, I'm sure they're thrilled about the deal the guy in Boston just signed. So that's the way this league works. When teams and players do well, everybody benefits.
Mike Dunleavy running for office, politician, and I don't think what he said is inaccurate. It's in fact absolutely a fact, especially when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. So you've got 4 titles under Steve Kerr, and now he's entering the last year of his contract. Joe Lacob, the owner, one of the owners, the principal owner, just saw his president of basketball operations walk out the door, and for now, not take another job, but Bob Myers didn't retire. He just left the organization to pursue other things in his life. And so now you take the other pillar in that non-playing part of your organization, Steve Kerr. Does this motivate Joe Lacob to, by any means necessary, keep Steve Kerr?
I would say so. And I think that it's a lot less sticky than the Klay Thompson situation, because the relationship that Steve Kerr has with Steph, and how Steph is already signed on his contract. So to me, it's a no-brainer, because if I'm Joe Lacob, there is no thought process in my mind. I don't know about Steve Kerr coaching after Steph Curry, but there's no thought process in my mind that Steph Curry is going to play for another coach in a Warriors uniform. That's just not going to happen. So I'm much more confident that a deal would get done with Steve Kerr than I am with Klay Thompson before the season.
And that's, I think, an interesting designation to make, because Steve Kerr, they can sign him to however much they want to sign him to, and it doesn't affect the luxury tax one bit. That's just a cost, the cost of doing business, essentially, for the Golden State Warriors. Do you want Steve Kerr to continue coaching or not? Steve's son, Nick, just got the job down in Santa Cruz, so Nick Kerr will be the new head coach for the Santa Cruz Warriors, which is great news. And I wonder if those two things are related at all. In other words, we're going to do your son a solid. Not that Nick isn't qualified, because he's worked in video rooms in San Antonio and here, and he's clearly on that track to be a coach. Not a head coach yet, but a coach. Do you think that they made that move as a way to show Steve, we want you to still be a part of the family?
Right. It definitely didn't hurt.
Your family is our family.
It definitely didn't hurt. And we see it in every sport. We see it across all sports. So really, when we talk about Team Nepo, right? And again,
nepotism, I like it. Nepoville, as you called it.
Nepoville. Take a trip to Nepoville. And I would say a lot of people think that one of the members of Nepoville, a person that lives there, you would say, would be Thanasis Antetokounmpo. Right? He's on the Bucks.
Giannis's brother.
Who never really gets any time. He's a great bench guy. He's part of Bench Mob. Apparently, it was either Woj or Shams Charania said that there were other teams interested. Maybe that's true. I wouldn't know, because I rarely see Thanasis play. But the Bucks signed him. They keep Giannis happy. That's just kind of part of the business. So this idea, and that's not to say that Thanasis isn't an NBA player, but two things can be true. Nick Kerr is a good, as far as they're concerned, he is qualified. But does it help who your father is? It doesn't hurt. Doesn't mean you're not qualified, but let's not pretend like it has nothing to do with the other. Thanasis Antetokounmpo
is much better than majority. 99% of basketball players out there
in the world.
In the world.
Okay.
What would you say? What 90%?
I mean, I don't know. I just wonder where you're going with this, because you look at Thanasis and he's been on the Bucks for essentially 4 years, and he's averaging 2.7 points a game. He's averaging 8 minutes a night. So you're telling me that if his name was Thanasis Jones, would he be in the association?
You know what's funny you say that?
No, he wouldn't.
Well, but what's funny you say that is when I do believe it was Woj. When he came out, Woj, and said there were other teams interested, Woj never does that. So even Woj knows that everybody thinks that Thanasis is just on the team because of Giannis. Woj came out and said there were actually other teams interested in Thanasis too, because everybody knows that Thanasis is on the team because of his brother. We don't care. I mean, you can't pick what your family you're born to, but let's not act. We don't have to do this, Woj. We don't have to do this dance. It's okay.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're Woj, you're probably doing that dance to make sure that you get certain access in the future. So you're doing either the Bucks or the Antetokounmpo family a solid in, the Bucks, they secured him because, boy, many teams were hot on the trail of Thanasis, when in fact, if he was Thanasis Smith or Thanasis Jones, Thanasis Dibley,
right,
he's probably not in the association.
Happens all the time in baseball. Happens all the time.
Team Nepo. Nepoville.
Let's just, I don't know if it was, technically, wasn't Mike Piazza Team Nepo?
Yes, because Tommy Lasorda was his godfather, essentially.
Sometimes Team Nepo doesn't mean you're not good. Team Nepo doesn't mean you won't be. That one worked out.
He was in like the 61st round or something, way deep in the draft, and Tommy Lasorda had the Dodgers take Piazza as a solid to the family. We're going to do you a solid. And we've actually seen Team Nepoville, in broadcasting a ton. And it doesn't mean that the broadcasters who benefit from Nepoville are bad broadcasters. And a lot of times they're good broadcasters who get that little nudge based on the fact that, like Joe Buck, for example, his dad, Jack Buck, was a legend. And, Joe got a little head start because his dad was Jack Buck. And Joe Buck has gone on to be one of the greats of his era.
Well, exactly. And what they'll say is, whether it's sports or whatever it is, it's in their blood. Well, his daddy played, so it's in his blood, or whoever. But the bottom line is this: whether you're Team Nepo or not, eventually everybody's got a job to do. So it might help you get to the front of the line, but if you stink up the joint, you will get canned. It doesn't matter. So Team Nepo can only get you so far. At some point, you have to perform.
But Team Nepo might get you into the association if your last name is James, for example. What do you think about Bronny James potentially being next in line as far as Team Nepo goes and getting a shot into the NBA because his dad is LeBron James?
But it depends on who you talk to. And by the way, before we even talk about Bronny, the basketball player, I saw just really quickly that they were consulting after everything that went down with his heart.
Yeah.
What was it, a couple weeks ago now?
Yep.
A couple weeks ago now. They were consulting somebody else. So I don't even know when he's going to get back on the basketball court. But obviously we're hoping for a speedy recovery and want him to. And assuming he does, that's what's confusing, Dibs, because at first it was he's overrated. Then it turned into he's actually a really good player. He's just not LeBron. A lot of people think, just based on build, that Bryce more basically has the LeBron-esque build. So
Bronny's younger son, who is, I think, 6'6".
Right. So
got the sweet goggles too, little throwback
love
goggles.
the Rec Specs.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they're layers of Nepo. Maybe you get drafted a little bit sooner.
You're into Nepo.
No, you asked me.
No, I'm loving this.
Maybe you get drafted a little bit sooner because of nepotism. But or it could be, well, maybe he wouldn't have gotten drafted at all. That's not Bronny. I think a lot of people think he's being pumped up a bit, but the idea that he is not an elite basketball player, that's not true. And the bottom line is, it's hard to do this comparison because we don't know who they would be. There's some glaring ones out there, and Bronny is not close to some of the more glaring Nepo situations.
Okay.
And ultimately, you gotta figure it out. I mean, that is why, and maybe Woj put that out because it is true about Thanasis, because the Bucks are good. Is it fair to maybe say, if your team, if Thanasis was on the Magic,
maybe he'd play a little bit more. But the Bucks are good, so there's no way for him to play.
Right.
And he'd rather bench mob with his bro, because who doesn't want to bench mob with the bro than get, 5-10 more minutes in Orlando or somewhere like that?
Essentially, if he was a good enough player after 4 years of Team Nepo and bench riding with his brother out there winning MVPs, if he was good enough, he probably would have gone out there and cut his teeth on his own. Bronny James was recently at the Mayo Clinic, the United States top hospital in Minnesota, getting a second opinion and getting checked out. So our thoughts are with the James family. Hopefully Bronny gets a chance to go to USC and play.
Yeah.
You hate to see something like this cut anyone's career short, and especially somebody who's been so under the spotlight as Bronny James.
Oh yeah. I mean, well said, Dibs. I got nothing to add to that one. That one was spot on. Now I'm just thinking of other Nepo situations.
Like, what else is getting to you for Team Nepo? And this is from the YouTube feed. Charles Wright, Nepo. Seth Curry got a scholarship at Duke.
I saw that.
I'm not sure if that is necessarily Team Nepo, because Seth Curry went to Duke and played well enough to where he's now a real one in the association.
That's the thing. So Seth, it's on the tip of my tongue. It was a mid-major, and the whole thing was Steph stayed with Davidson because they believed in him, and Seth was like, I'm out of here.
Seth was at Liberty.
Liberty, that's what it was. Thank you very much. So then Seth said, I'm out this piece. I'm going to Duke. Which could, at the time, you can un-Nepo, right? You can un-Nepo if you want, or it's still Nepo, but it's a Nepo that worked out, because that makes more sense if Seth didn't do anything after Duke. But this guy is a legit NBA player, so we can't really. Did he get the opportunity because of Team Nepo? Possibly. I also don't know what his stats were at Liberty, so I can't tell you.
Right, I'll have to Google it, but there's also, and I want to call this reverse Nepo.
Oh, here we go.
In terms of. And I'm trying to remember Danny Manning's father's name, but Danny Manning, coming out of high school, was highly recruited, and so his dad got a job on the staff at Kansas to ensure that Danny Manning would go to Kansas. So that's a little bit of reverse Nepo, where the son actually helps the father.
Well, there you go. And you have the Patinos, right? They're both coaches. All I got to say is this, and people have been getting on them.
Ken Griffey Jr.?
Ken Griffey Jr.
Not Nepo.
That's not Nepo. That's
Nepo.
in the blood. That's in the blood. I mean, Barry Bonds, Bobby Bonds, so that...
Not Nepo.
Not Nepo at all. Well, and you have situations where, okay, it's there, and maybe it's not, so I don't know. It's fun to talk about, but you have to produce at some point. Yeah, the Thanasis one is interesting.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. We're talking about nepotism here, which is what Alan calls Nepo or Nepoville. If you have any cases of nepotism that really kind of irk you, because this is something that obviously bothers Alan Stiles.
It doesn't bother me.
It kind of gets to you.
Is it warm in here?
Exactly. I actually got the heat down to about 77 in here.
Right.
Trying to cool things off a little bit. Not Nepo, not Team Nepo, Mike Dunleavy Jr. And I'll say it before we play some more sound from Mike Dunleavy Jr. He went to Duke also, and he had a great college career. He was taken number 3 overall by the Golden State Warriors. Didn't pan out here, but went on to have a very solid, not a very good, a very solid NBA career. I think he played 14 years in the association, and he proved himself to be a worthwhile NBA mainstay. Goes on, goes to the front office, and puts in the work, and now he's the Warriors GM, not because his father, Mike Dunleavy Sr., who we had on the show a couple of weeks ago, gave him the gig. Mike Dunleavy Jr. earned it on his own, so I'm not going to say that he's Team Nepo in any way, shape, or form.
No, I wouldn't say that either, but a lot of people have been getting on, because I believe his name is Keon Anthony, Carmelo Anthony's son.
Yeah, my son's name's Keon.
Okay.
Yeah, Carmelo spells his son's name differently.
There you go.
Incorrectly, some would say, but that's neither here nor there.
You have Rondo's son. A lot of this group of, and obviously Bronny and Bryson. We talked
Sierra Canyon High School down in the valley, Chatsworth.
And people are saying, man, what was Michael Jordan? What was he doing?
Man,
because
not Michael B. Jordan.
Well, you're talking about
Michael J. Jordan.
You could probably argue. And I know his son rocked the Rec Specs too. Didn't he play it? Was it UCF or USF, something like that? So Team Nepo can only get you so far because you're Michael Jordan's son. you got yourself to a nice mid-major. I love my mid-majors.
Of course.
But there is a line to Team Nepo.
What I think also, and this is where it becomes interesting with LeBron James and Bronny, because LeBron's got the level of juice, and if he still is playing when Bronny, if he's healthy enough, and God willing he is, and Bronny's able to come out and be in the NBA, that could be real Team Nepo, because LeBron could say to the Lakers or any other team, you want me, you also get my son. And that's where Team Nepo becomes a real thing. Now, what you're talking about, like Michael Jordan's son, by the time he was a high school basketball player and fledgling college player, Michael Jordan was already out of the league. So if Michael Jordan Jr., I think is his name,
right?
If he was going to make his way in the association, he would have had to do it on his own at that point.
Right. And let me be very clear. When I talk about when I talk about it, I'm discussing, because I'm seeing it come through on the Xfinity Mobile text line, I'm just discussing people that are in situations that probably wouldn't be if not for nepotism. That's not just anybody that has a famous mom or dad. It's people that maybe aren't qualified. That's what I'm saying. It is all nepotism, but doesn't necessarily matter. If Seth Curry had done what he did, I mean, Seth Curry, nepotism, he had to go to Davidson. You know what I mean? So it's not his dad playing the NBA.
Right.
So I'm talking about people that ended up in situations that maybe they weren't qualified for, not just anybody that is in the same industry as their parent. That's what I'm talking, or brother or sister.
This might
or
be touchy, and it styles in for Willard here on 95.7 The Game, and I'm seeing it on the text line from the 510, Jed York Nepo. Or if you look at Kirk or Kent Lacob, if they are to ascend to a spot where they take over an active role on their teams, does that qualify as nepotism to you, or is that just straight lineage?
That's just lineage. I mean, look, for everybody that is on the text line, the YouTube chat, or if you're listening in your car, wherever it may be, I mean, it's just, I don't want to say luck of the draw, but we're all born in different situations. If you were born and look like Butcher
if your
Boy
dad
or
is John York.
Yes, exactly. It is what it is to some degree, and it's just a matter of, who you're born to is who you're born to, and if I'm born to Joe Lacob, I'm going to stay in the industry. I'm not going to stray, and you're given a situation, and at some point you'll have to prove that you are worth it. So I would say it's more lineage, and lineage is a little bit different because you're literally underneath and taking over what they're doing versus you're in the same industry but a little bit different. So it's very fine lines, but at the end of the day, I mean, we're sticking to them because they are in the most sought after jobs in the world and puts them part of the 1%. But all over, whether it's somebody, your dad and the linens and the laundry, whoever, all these people, the 7-Elevens, all these people own businesses, and you give your kid the opportunity to own a business, right? I have a buddy and his parents and a winery. So there are a lot of different situations that put yourself in that position, but we just focus on those jobs because of those jobs make you millionaires.
Right, and it's especially, I think, pertinent to talk about ownership because when you have an owner, Joe Lacob, he's got a couple of kids, John York and Denise DeBartolo York, they have a son. I think they have a couple of daughters too, and they don't want to be the principal owners anymore, and so they pass it down as opposed to, I'm just going to throw this open to any random schmo to come in and run the team. So to me, that's lineage and not necessarily nepotism. It's Styles and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. Alan is in for Mark Willard. We were talking about Mike Dunleavy Jr., and I want you to hear what he had to say about CP3, one of the newest Golden State Warriors. This from the Dubs Talk podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, to be fair, been an issue for a few years, and it's just sort of the way we play. And you got to live with it because what it leads to in terms of shots and chaos and all that. So there's that balance. But knowing Chris and believing that I think he can do both, he can thrive within the chaos and help our guys, Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggs, and at the same time also have some just stability, where we're taking care of the ball, creating more possessions, not giving up possessions. It just seems like on paper and in person makes a lot of sense.
Chaos and not giving up possessions and not turning the ball over. Praising Chris Paul, CP3, but also a little bit of a Roger Federer there, a backhand shot at Jordan Poole on his way out the door.
Yeah, I don't think it's meant maliciously or anything like that. I'm kind of just over it. I want to turn the page. We've done enough, and they're going to get exactly what they want. Let's just hope it is what they need, and they believe it to be. The bottom line is when you have a guy like Klay Thompson on your team, it's really hard to have Klay Thompson. I'm not counting Steph because Steph is Steph. It is really hard to have Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole on the same team. It was going to be really hard for them to coexist. So you went a different direction with somebody who is more of a ball-handling point guard, a pass-first point guard. They call him the point god. And that part of it, I don't think anybody is denying that part of the game for the Warriors will be better. You got rid of somebody who turned the ball over a ton. You already have that a little bit with Draymond, and you have that with Steph as well. So you had to get rid of, you couldn't have all three of those guys turning the ball over. And also, Steph is Steph, and Jordan Poole unable to then score the basketball or defend. There were just too many holes in his game. So you got rid of that, and now you bring in Chris Paul, who is going to help in some aspects, but in some aspects, he's not going to help. He's going to give much more effort on defense, but I don't know how much better the defense is going to be.
Probably not a lot better.
You have two guys now, and I actually have a bet going with Willard. I don't know if you knew about this, about if Chris Paul is going to be in the starting lineup.
Yeah, you told me about this.
So Willard has to buy me dinner, a night out with my wife, if I'm right. And
actually, he told me about it, and we had this debate. No, because we were talking about it, and he said, I got to bet with Styles, because I was mentioning how you were going to be in this week for him, and I weighed in, and I was Team Styles.
I'm worried.
I think that Chris Paul is going to be in the starting lineup.
I'm worried.
On opening night.
I'm really worried about it, but...
Don't worry. Don't worry. It's going to be Steph, Klay, Dre, CP3, and probably Wiggins in the starting lineup.
And I don't think it's going to last, but that's not the bet. The bet is opening night. But you have two guys now, and we know Steph has gotten much better at defense, but you have two guys now that could be on the floor at the same time that we've seen teams hunt during the playoffs. Steph got hunted. It was LeBron.
Yeah, Jordan Poole got hunted.
So that's a norm, and Chris Paul got hunted. So that right there is an even swap. I believe Chris Paul is going to try harder, but that doesn't make you any bigger or any stronger or any younger.
Or any faster when you're 38, exactly. You're coming up on being 39. More of your Nepo calls in a moment. I see the nepotism phone line is lighting up at 888-957-9570. But first, more Mike Dunleavy Jr. on the Dubs Talk podcast talking about what CP3 makes in terms of a difference for this team.
Sure. I think you can talk about all the skill stuff you want with him, but first and foremost, you have to acknowledge his winning. The guy just shows up to organizations and teams, and he makes them better. And when he leaves, there's usually a drop-off. And so adding that into the mix, which is what we're all about, is huge. The other stuff you can talk about him addressing is taking care of the basketball, getting us into our offense. And then he's a guy, like, we really value guys that can shoot, pass, and dribble. He can do all three of those things. He defends. And you know what? He brings an element of leadership that I think we'll embrace. To me, you can never have enough leaders. So Chris I think he brings so many things to the table, even at his age. To me, the fit will be pretty seamless, but, we'll see.
Man, seamless transition. And he talked about what he brings even at his age. And that, I think, is the biggest concern, is the age of CP3 and whether or not he can be durable enough. I know he's had some health problems late in seasons, but can Chris Paul make it through and be that veteran presence over the course of 82?
He is a playmaker, but he's a different type of playmaker. He is a playmaker for other players. So I'm thinking off the top of my head, Dibs, and you get Wiggins back. I get all that. But what you really liked about Jordan Poole, going back to the beginning of this dynasty, what we saw in 2016 was that the Warriors had a really good, one of the best regular season record in the history of the NBA. But let's ignore for a second the injuries to Steph and all that. The fact of the matter was that when things got tight at times, the the offense got stuck in the mud, and you didn't have a bucket getter. Fast forward, now, then you got Kevin Durant, the ultimate bucket getter. Fast forward to 2022, who was your bucket getter? It was Jordan Poole. When you needed a bucket, Steph was out. It was Jordan Poole, and I would probably put Andrew Wiggins in that conversation too. So now, going into this season, you got rid of a bucket getter because of all the negatives that we talked about that Jordan Poole is still working through, very young player, and you replace him with a non-bucket getter. This offense, I know what Chris Paul brings to the table, but just in terms of, hey, Steph is out, the shot clock is starting to run down, who do you trust to kind of boogie on somebody and make something happen? They don't have that, Dibs. They don't have that.
Well, they don't necessarily need that, especially when it comes at the cost of what Jordan Poole really eventually cost you in terms of the turnover and the ball dominance on the offensive end. I think there are other ways to get buckets without having a designated bucket getter. Because when you had Jordan Poole as your second unit bucket getter, when he was not starting, he didn't do it very consistently. When he was a starter, he was much better at calling his own number and better as an offensive force. So I look at how you make up for Jordan Poole's 20 points a game. Chris Paul is going to probably get you about 8. He's not going to play as many minutes, so I won't give him 10 to 12, but you give him 8. You give Kuminga more minutes and a few more buckets. You give Moses Moody more time, and he gets more buckets. I think you can replace Jordan Poole's points better than you can replace his minutes, because last year he led the team in total minutes played. He played all 82. He played 30 a night. He played 2,460 minutes, basically, which is a lot. And that's where, when you add older players, I think you're going to have a hard time replacing his minutes. Tougher to do that than it will be to replace his points.
No, I get it. But there will be times that I'm looking now. Some of the names that were hot in the streets during summer league. I mean, I'm not banking on it, but does a Lester Quinones do something this year? I have no clue. But they've been high on him for a couple years. He's continued to get better. Again, we're not looking for him to be Jordan Poole, but just add a little bit more punch to a team. And I'm not going to sleep on Chris Paul's ability to still put the bucket in the basket, because we've seen far too many times when that shot clock is running down, he'll throw something up that looks like a prayer and it goes in. And he's still doing that.
Yeah, no doubt. It Styles in for Willard here. 888-957-9570. Some troubling news coming out of Santa Clara. But first, to the nepotism line. Skills is in Vallejo, and he wants to talk about Team Nepo. What's up, Skills?
Hey, what's up, Dibs? What's up, Styles? Good to be on with you again. I'm calling because, as I like to tell anyone who will listen, I mean, it's true, but I was a high school classmate of, and I was acquainted with the great C.C. Sabathia. That being said, at least to me personally, there was another guy at that school who happened to be the nephew of a former Denver Bronco, who was the best athlete to this day I ever played against. He could do anything athletically in any of the sports. And he was eventually drafted by the Colorado Rockies. Now, he didn't make it, he didn't make it to the majors. I'm not sure exactly why not. In spite of who he knew and all that stuff, who he might have been connected to. I don't know if it had anything to do with anything. But the point I'm trying to make is, whether or not you know people or you're related to people, once you get to the pros, you got to get it done. I mean, who are we to say? We'll never know for sure. It sounds ridiculous, but what if Johnny Flynn had been drafted by the Warriors? What if he ended up being an all-star in Golden State and stepped into the Timberwolves and he ended up being the scrub? I mean, we'll never know for sure. That's unlikely highly, but like I said. And you have a guy like Mike Piazza, who 62nd round draft pick goes to the Dodgers only because he knows Tommy Lasorda. He would have never gotten his foot in the door, and some people will say that steroids gave him that extra boost to that. Well, whatever. But my point is, once you get to the pros, maybe unless you're Johnson's brothers up in Milwaukee, you got to get it done once you make it that far.
Yeah, thank you, Skills. That's a fair point in terms of Team Nepo, the nepotism. The pros is definitely a dividing line.
Exactly.
You don't often see guys get carried like that, and this all kind of spawned from Alan's hatred of Thanasis Antetokounmpo.
Not at all. And look, you're the one who said, well, is he in the league if his last name isn't Antetokounmpo?
Sure.
But I'm saying if Woj is saying that, even though it was a bit random for Woj to say that, that just means that, like you said, once it's saying Giannis's good graces, we don't normally see that, sure. But I do think when you talk about nepotism, it is different when you have a sport where you do have to produce. It gets a little squirrely where you just are getting opportunities, or the corporate world, if you will, where it's, well, he's going to get CEO. I mean, think about HBO and Succession, right? Where he's gonna get promoted here because of his dad being this or that. So it's different when you have to produce because guys' jobs are on the line.
I appreciate the Succession shout out, and that leads us perfectly into, I won't say this is breaking news, but it's a developing story. This just handed to me by the great Lucas Alexander, our producer, courtesy of Lance Williams and Ron Kroichik of the SF Chronicle. You remember Lance Williams, that name from the Balco reporting, along with Mark Fainaru-Wada back in the early 00s. So if Lance Williams is involved in a story, you know that it's well researched, and you know that it's probably not your garden variety sports story. Dateline, no Dateline, but this is just in, Alan. San Francisco 49ers CEO Jed York has been sued for alleged insider trading and violations of federal securities laws in connection with his service on the board of a Santa Clara-based online educational company. I just was skimming the article, and I'm going to read you a piece of this, and tell me if it's confusing, because it took me a couple of times through to kind of figure it out. According to two shareholders' lawsuits, Jed York and other directors of Chegg Incorporated stand accused of concealing their role, the company's role, in helping college students cheat on online exams. The company's revenue soared during the pandemic as students learned they could use a Chegg account to get real-time answers to questions on college exams that were given online. So you have a pandemic, and you have college students who realize they can use Chegg to get answers in real time on their tests. Well, Chegg's revenues plunged, and the stock price collapsed when the pandemic ended because colleges went back to in-person testing. Students could no longer use their products to cheat. The lawsuits accuse York, along with the Chegg CEO Dan Rosenzweig and several other executives, of illegal insider trading. Apparently, allegedly, York made $1.4 million in profit on the sale of 20,000 shares at artificially inflated prices. So what I'm reading from this article is they knew when the pandemic ended that the stock price would plunge based on the fact that students were no longer able to use this service to cheat on exams. So allegedly, Jed York and others sold their stock when it was illegally inflated, the price, right before the stock crashed.
That is
Jed York
insane.
in what appears to be a little bit of hot water, although this is I'm reading this as a civil suit. I'm not seeing anything of a criminal nature being accused of Jed York and others on the board of Chegg Incorporated.
Well, we got another documentary coming.
Could be. I mean, this actually is a movie.
Well, yeah. It won't be a doc. It'll be they're gonna do a whole series out of it. Wow. I mean, first of all, I don't even know where to start. First of all,
I mean, I'll say it first. Where was this in the 80s when I was in college? I mean, are you kidding me?
Wow.
You get a Chegg account and you get real-time answers to questions on your exams. My whole college career would have been a whole lot different, Alan.
A lot easier. I mean, it makes complete sense. And they probably just knowing. So to me, it just says, do you think that the online educational company, is it good at all? I mean, you couldn't even, you have to, and look, these guys are millionaires. So you think that they would be smarter than this, but Can the educational online company do anything when it's not illegal? Because did you really have to sell it all? That probably is going to let off a few red flags. You probably could have got away with it if you kept some stock, right? But just making it a complete exodus the way it sounds, that's going to alert anybody. So, man, sometimes you just got to run away with it while you can. Or maybe they should have been selling while it was high instead of trying to wait, but that's what you get for being greedy, Dibs.
Yeah, one of the lawsuits asserts that, quote, York engaged in insider sales before the fraud was exposed As a trusted member of the board, he conducted little, if any, oversight of Chegg's engagement in the cheating misconduct. And this is a statement from the 49ers. Spokesperson Brian Brokaw said today, quote, "The 49ers are proud of the work we accomplished with Chegg to provide scholarships for first-generation students." Brokaw didn't address the Chronicle's questions about the lawsuits against York. So this is ongoing. In 10 years on the Chegg board, York has been paid in cash and stock worth about $2 million for his part-time work, and he's turned a profit of $4.9 million on sales of company stock. This, according to records that have been released. Again, this is a developing story from Lance Williams and Ron Kroichik of the San Francisco Chronicle. The headline: lawsuits accuse 49ers CEO Jed York of insider trading and securities violations. So you're heading into Vegas, joint practices, all eyes on the QB controversy. Is there one? Should there be one? And now this bombshell drops the day before joint practices with the Raiders.
Yeah.
That ain't good.
No, not good, but I don't think it affects too much. Do you?
It doesn't affect whether or not they're going to run on 3rd and 2.
Right.
But it definitely provides a level of distraction as it pertains to this team. And think about where the Niners are right now, heading into the first preseason game on Sunday. You've got a stacked roster. You got a coach with a beautiful laminated play sheet. You're coming off a season where you should have, could have, maybe won the Super Bowl if your quarterback's arm didn't fall off. You've got everything humming right now. And then to have this story come out, and, you know, I'm sure there'll be more details, and I haven't even gotten through typical Lance Williams fashion, and I'm saying this complimentary. This is about a 8,000-word article, so there's a lot more detail to this than just what I gave to you in terms of how much work they did on the story before they put it out.
Do you think a reporter would bother throwing a question like that to Shanahan?
No.
I don't think so either.
No. I mean, Trey Lance, forget the quarterback situation, the depth chart. What do you think about the Chegg controversy with your owner? I don't think that this question gets asked in any way, shape, or form. I do think it serves to be a bit of a distraction, and maybe it's a brief distraction, but at some point, this lawsuit will be, I mean, Jed York will either have to appear in court or settle out of court. There's going to be more, I think, that happens coming out of this. It just is it's a bit of an unfortunate distraction, I think, for everything I was saying about what the Niners have going for them.
Yeah, I would agree. I think on the field, they'll be fine, but just kind of a bad look in general. Specifically, you got the beginning of the year starting up, and really all eyes on them. I mean, a lot of people expecting the Niners to do some great things, and now when you have the Nepo babies doing broadcasting for the games, they're going to have to bring it up, Tibbs.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll have to necessarily bring it up right away.
Know.
You lead with it, right?
Yeah. We're here.
Yeah, it's just, man, there's so much more to this, and I'm going to poke through this and see if I can pull out any additional nuggets. Thank you, Lucas, for bringing this to our attention. And again, this is a developing story. Jed York is being accused of insider trading and securities violations and facing a little bit of legal difficulty, it appears, around a college exam pandemic scheme. So we'll poke through and bring any more details to you about this story, and that'll be coming up on the other side. We are sponsored by AC Transit. Your phone calls, welcome as well. 888-957-9570. We're going to end it with something light on the backside. It's Styles and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you.
application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's it, Grandy? That's it? I'm a little disappointed. It's Willard and Dibbs. Styles in for Willard here on 95.
Be disrespectful.
Well, I feel like you're mailing it in, Mark, and I'm going to invite you on the air because, and I'm going to let everybody in on this, Alan. 5:47-ish when we come back for our final one time around, one little last go round. Grandy has a signature piece, which is to play an out of context drop that embarrasses either myself or Mark Willard, or is just a hilarious red herring, a double entendre. It's something. And here, on this day of days, we've had a great show. Alan, you've been spectacular today. I've been mediocre, but that's okay. We both can't star at the same time. Your star is shining.
We led with that, though, to let Coach Laddiser know it was the Style Show.
No doubt.
It's
been the Alan Style Show.
I appreciate you being Chris Paul today.
I'm happy to let you tote the rock as long as we wind up in the end zone. But Mark Grandy here, what are you doing, Mark? What's your problem, man?
I won't lie. I mean, I got to get the Jed York YouTube video up, and I lost. I wasn't thinking.
Okay,
but I'm gonna search for something, and I'm gonna hit you with something here in a minute.
Because I've said on the air, and a lot of people are chiming in. A lot of praise for Styles. Styles was driving the bus today from Dublin Marge on the YouTube. You are absolutely right, Dublin Marge.
Thank you, Dublin
Marge.
Marge.
I'm happy to let him drive. He's doing a great job. But it's become one of my favorite parts of our show here is at 5:47. He'll come back. Hey, now back to Willard and Dibbs. And it's the music, it's the voice guy, and then it's usually a bombshell of some randomness that has happened throughout the course of our show. So...
Hey, he wore it, he owned it, and we got some time here.
Okay. And I appreciate that.
Get the buns wet, baby.
You got to get the buns wet. That was Joey Chestnut from our interview before the big hot dog eating contest.
Yeah.
You got to get the buns wet, baby.
We did that show together.
We did. Good call.
Yeah. Please don't do that.
And unfortunately, you were. I didn't get you in the building early enough to get a part of the Joey Chestnut interview. But that's right. We did that show. That was July 3rd. I was the only one of the regular full-timers to work.
Just been grinding.
Dummy, yeah. That is one way to put it. Let's talk a little football before we step aside. We didn't get too much into exactly what's going on with the joint practices, the Raiders and the Niners getting set to make it happen. Dan Graziano on This Morning with the Morning Roast talks about the 49ers and Trey Lance and how they might be a little bit disappointed that Trey Lance hasn't been able to really seize the job.
The sense I got over the last couple of years was a little bit of disappointment that Lance didn't sort of seize his opportunity better. Right now, I know he got hurt last year. I get that. I'm not certainly faulting him for that. And I guess he got hurt his rookie year, too. So maybe it's all tied to that. But for whatever reason, he did not, in the mind of the organization, live up to, what they drafted him to do. Look, if Brock Purdy struggles and Trey Lance is a practice field, monster, could he get the job back? Of course he could. I mean, again, we've seen Kyle change the plan. He's going to play the guy that he thinks gives him the best chance to win. Based on the winning Brock Purdy did last year, that's going to be the guy.
What do you think about that, Alan? Based on what Dan Graziano from ESPN said, he was on with the Morning Roast today. Basically, he was saying that the people he talked to with the 49ers are not totally disappointed that Trey couldn't seize the job because of injury. They understand it, but Brock Purdy was able to get the job, and now Trey Lance is kind of stuck on the sideline watching.
Dibbs, real quick before I answer you, we have a no-hitter from the Phillies, Lorenzen, so I just wanted to note that. Another no-hitter. So good for him.
Deadline deal.
Just happened.
All right. That's Jared Lorenzen, right?
Michael.
I know. That's
not the hefty lefty.
That's the hefty lefty.
So there you go. A little no-hitter there for Philly, and I'm sure Steiny is happy somewhere. But
so wait, a deadline deal, Philadelphia, and because I've been told around and around and around that no other team was able to upgrade at the deadline, and there were no good players available.
None.
Yet this guy, deadline deal, Lorenzen, backwards hat now throws a no-hitter.
Yep.
Okay.
Backwards hat guy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So maybe Philadelphia did get better at the deadline.
Maybe they did.
And I could see where Farhan wouldn't want to, I don't know, improve his starting rotation at all.
No, we got openers. We
Right.
got openers.
Another one going tonight.
Open sesame. But to answer your question, taking it back to Trey Lance, it's still weird to me, Dibs, and I hate to continue to do the pick didn't make sense conversation, but that's what it continues to come back to. Oh, they were hoping he'd come back in. Okay, so you were hoping he'd have more experience. You were hoping he wasn't what you drafted, basically. It still doesn't make sense to me, Dibs, for these reports to continue to come out. They were hoping he would grab the job. They were hoping this. They were hoping that. They were hoping he didn't need as much work as they probably deep down knew he needed. That's what it sounds like to me. You know, you got a buddy, and okay, he can be a little wild sometimes, and you want him to be a different person, and ultimately he's the same person, but you really want him to be different, but you know who he is. And the Niners, they thought that they could maybe work him out more quickly. I don't know what it is. And yeah, maybe the injuries, we'll never know. I mean, there were reports that they would have thought about starting him after they drafted him over Jimmy if he didn't get injured, but he did. I don't know. And there were still opportunities where they could have handed him the job. I know you remember those calls we took, right? When should we just go to Trey Lance when the Niners struggled a little bit under Jimmy? They didn't decide to do that, but they're still having stuff is still leaking, right, about Trey Lance underperforming when ultimately he was a project when you drafted him. Maybe you thought it was less of a project. The injury kind of held it up, but here we are.
Graziano went on to say on the morning roast that the Niners have not given up on Lance just yet.
But I think, there's ability in Trey Lance. They saw raw athletic ability. They saw, the kind of mindset. They liked everything about the guy when they drafted him. He hasn't played many football games in his life, right? So I think maybe they underrated the significance of that in terms of his ability to jump into the NFL at some point in his first couple of years and have success. So could that still happen? Sure. There's a timeline on him. There's a 5th-year option decision looming next spring. It's going to be a difficult one to make based on the data they have in the bank. But I don't know that they've given up all hope on him being a good player. I think there's still some beliefs that he can be. I just think he's a little bit further behind in his development than people gave it credit for when he was coming out.
Further behind, but a chance here tomorrow and Friday and on into the weekend with a preseason game to show that maybe he's catching up to where they wanted him to be. How important is this weekend for Trey Lance in terms of, staying on this team?
So important, extremely important, because you have Sam Darnold on your heels, right? And Sam Darnold, who he does have more experience. So I would expect Sam Darnold to play pretty well during these next couple days. So Trey Lance, he's not going to play perfect, but I can really see the headlines now. I think Sam Darnold, a lot of people, I was watching one of Grant Cohn's post-practice situations, and Grant Cohn has said that he feels that Sam Darnold knows, because he's a little bit older, Sam Darnold, he just wants to play the game. So he kind of knows what Kyle wants. So he's not even looking to make certain passes that he knows that Kyle Shanahan might not want him to make. So Trey Lance, he's not really in the position to play a game like that. Trey Lance wants to show who he is. So you're battling with that. So this is extremely important, as funny as it sounds, for these joint practices and preseason games. But when you're the number 2 or number 3, you got to show up and show out.
Well, when you're the number 2 as Trey Lance, to that point, and I think that's an interesting notion, he has a lot more to prove, whereas Sam Darnold, he's already shown what kind of quarterback he is.
Right.
He's averaged 1 interception per game that he started in the NFL, and yet Kyle Shanahan has seen enough of Sam Darnold to want him in here to compete. Trey Lance has only played 3 and change games as a starter, so he hasn't put enough on tape to where he can just kind of sit back on his laurels and expect that everybody knows the QB he's going to be. Laurel, Styles, great stuff today, man.
Thank you,
You
Dibs.
absolutely brought it.
Same to you.
Yeah, I don't know why I said Laurel. I was stuck on Lance and Styles, and so it came out as Laurel. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's best of the game. An hour of 95.7 The Game's best content of the day, from the day, hosted by Mark Grandy. For Grandy and Lucas and Alan Styles, I am Dan Dibley. Thank you for joining us. More fun ahead tomorrow here on 95.7 The Game.
Golden State Lumber and Building Materials is here for professional builders and contractors. Aside from professional lumber yards across the Bay Area, we offer services and products we believe in, like James Hardy fiber cement textured panels. It's like stucco, but without the mess. They're cost-effective, durable, and resistant to mold, dry rot, and fire. See the many options we have for your clients at goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
The best time to get a great deal on a Jeep 4xe SUV is now, during the Summer of Jeep event. Well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Jeep Wrangler Willys 4xe for $369 a month for 36 months, with $4,770 due at signing. Tax title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Includes 7,500 EV cap cost reduction. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 9/5. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Hurry up!
Go away. I'm enjoying my hot shower.
Yeah, we'd all like to. Hot water hog.
That's it. Family meeting. We can all enjoy long, steaming, hot showers. Even the last in line, which it seems is always me. But go ahead. Have that imaginary argument of what you should have said. Take your time. With our new high-efficiency Navien tankless water heater, I'll never take a cold shower again. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
Wendy's is open till midnight or later, so you can give in to the craving and go night mode. Now all of your favorite menu items just got their bedtime extended. You can get what you want even later, like the Baconator with 6 strips of bacon, or the perfect fries and Frosty Duo. If you're up later, then so are we. So go ahead and pull through the drive-thru. When the craving hits, go night mode at Wendy's. Open till midnight or later. All right, see ya later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Ever since we got Xfinity, my little sister and her friends can easily stream all their favorite stuff.
We'll start with 2 episodes of Top Chef, then Chopped.
When I was a kid, we'd worry about buffering. Now they just worry about what's on the charcuterie board.
Enjoy these fine meats and cheeses.
These are just cut up hot dogs and spray cheese.
Indeed.
The best way to stream your favorites is on the Xfinity 10G network.
Now through September 6th, new customers can get gig internet on the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming for just $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile. Plus, there's no annual contract and get Wi-Fi equipment included. Get way more into what you're into when you stream on the Xfinity 10G network. Go to xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires PayPal, Split, and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions